Uber Eats has Lola V products?
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Sing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton Russell firing up the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And be careful driving out there. It was a treacherous drive-in, as Peyton warned us about an hour and a half ago coming in from Rockwall. Did anyone get woken up by the storms last night?
I hydroplaned driving in. That was fun. That was right there where 121 and 114 meet. I was merging into the lanes, and during that merge, the car kind of lost its handle for a sec.
It was pretty gross out. No, we didn't get it woken up. I was out. I was tired. But it was pretty bad driving in. All over the place.
Yep, hydroplaning, storms. Felt like since 3 a.m. Pepe, were you fine?
I was fine. I mean, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night, but as soon as I woke up, the rain was beating on the window there. The lightning thunder was coming through, and so I was like, oh, it's going to be one of those drives again. I
knew we had a problem last night as I'm going to sleep. It was, what time is it? It was like 10:30.
What were you watching? What did you post on your Instagram?
It's this great show with Ted Danson called The Man on the Inside, and I just thought that scene was funny. But Dan Brunoff, when I saw it at 10 o'clock, I had an email from him. I was like, well, that's not good. And so I opened it up, and he's like, nobody should have a problem with their commute unless you get up to drive at 4 in the morning. I'm like, okay, great. Well, that's around the time that we're going to be driving in, so that's awesome.
Well, the nightmare continues for Nico Harrison, as T. Rainey, one of our top Tolos, appropriately put it. Nico is officially in hell. He attended the SMU game, so I guess he feels comfortable and safe enough to go out to random college basketball games. He's attending the SMU game. They find him, they see him, and they start chanting "Fire Nico" right there as well.
It's their ushers obviously don't work for the American Airlines Center because they appear to have stayed in their seats when they made that.
Would SMU have hired ushers, or would that just be people from around the school? Would that be a full-time usher, or would that be different people that they could just hire from campus?
I don't know. They let me go up to Jerry Jones with a couple of beers when we went to that game one time.
Sounds like it's people from campus, though.
I really have no idea. At what point, and I don't know Nico's family setup, at what point do you be like, hey, we can't do this. We can't even go out in public. That's what it is right now. I'm surprised he even made an extra trip and appearance out in public, and he got no breaks at the game.
Do you think he still believes he's an anonymous figure? Because I don't know how often do you think he got recognized around Dallas just walking around before the trade?
Not a lot.
And so I wonder if he just thought SMU college kids, they're not going to know who I am. I can just kind of pop in on a game, and people are going to be like, is that Nico? But they're not going to know.
I know now.
Well, now it's a thing, right? You feel like you have to continue the chant. You have to get involved. That's part of what the Mavericks did with this horrible PR backlash. They just ignited things. The Mavs have now turned their games into must-see for the stands. All the bloggers, all the people that Tim McMahon does not apparently like, their Twitter accounts are the number one thing to follow with this team for what fans are now going to do in the arena for the next time they're at the AAC. That's my opinion. It's must-see for fan interaction and conduct in terms of the policing, and we're going to get it again tonight at 8:30 with the Warriors in town and Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, they might have fewer chants tonight just because it's going to be so many Warriors fans, I would imagine, this evening. It's funny. One of the few times that I guess Mike Bassick is willing to talk about basketball anymore, he did mention, he was like, well, it's going to be just a bunch of 11-year-olds in Curry jerseys on Wednesday night, so he's not going to have to worry about that one.
Does Mike get on his kid, by the way? I think his kid was obsessed with Francisco Lindor. Did Mike, ban him or run him out of the house because he rooted for someone in a different jersey?
I mean, he certainly will now. I know that.
Mike loves to lecture people on who to root for with his daddy playing for the Texas Rangers. So it was kind of an easy task for him. My dad's a major league player. I'm sitting here in a city of 8 million people. Kind of easy when you got all 4 major sports right here. But his pops was on a major league team, but he loves to get on people for who they root for.
It doesn't. Your kids don't.
You fall in love with a style.
You fall in love with
a
a player. Yeah,
you fall in love with a Luka Doncic, and you just say, "What a great player! I love him. I want him on my basketball team forever."
Well, we got one of the medical updates we were waiting for on the Mavs big men. Daniel Gafford is out for 2 weeks.
Minimum.
minimum.
That's a reevaluation within the 2 weeks. They'll reevaluate and see where they are with him. That's the first sign that, all right, this is not great.
It's also crickets on AD. They provided the medical. This has to be over a month now, because they haven't even provided an update. We got no explanation yesterday on why Jason Kidd was missing in the post-game press conference, but you updated Gafford, and we got nothing on Anthony Davis. So we are now going on, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 3 straight days without a follow-up update. This is why I put in a request to interview. The Mavs PR must be befuddled, because normally the PR department does not get interview requests for them to come on. I remember I sat down and I just wanted to interview Rich Dalrymple one time in his office, not in a locker room. And I said, I just want to know what it's like to be the PR man for Jerry Jones. I want all the stories. I want all the drama. I want all the headache, all the controversy. And I want to talk to someone from Mavs PR. I don't even want anyone else. Well, I would take Dumont. I would take Nico. I would take Kidd. After them, I want someone on from PR, because they got the toughest job in town right now.
I've never heard a PR person give an interview. I've never.
How often do you think the request goes in? Never.
Never. I don't even know.
Which is funny, because in other jobs where you have a title like director of communications or something like that, they routinely do speak in interviews.
Like, I would want to interview Tad. John Blake has been on.
Yeah.
John Blake, legendary Rangers PR guy. I would want to interview Tad at some point in the near future, who is Rich Dalrymple's replacement for handling Jay.
Yeah, and I bet Tad would come on. Like, I bet we could talk to Tad.
When?
Not if you're here.
It depends
2
on,
weeks and 1 day from today in Indianapolis.
Yeah, it depends on what's going on.
Sure, if they're slammed or, but yeah, this one, to be fair, they may not have gotten back to you, Sean, because they may have a backlog of requests right now, or a backlog of information that they're trying to read through.
So Chop was trying to do homework on the credibility of this media member. Someone by the name, is it Jerry?
I don't know if it's Gary or Jerry. I don't know.
Gery, Gary Woelfel, editor of Woelfel's Press Box, Pro Basketball Writers Association Award winner, PBA winner, Lindy's Pro Basketball Magazine. So he's got some publications on there, and Chop checked in with some people that we trust, and they say he's okay.
They said if it happens with the Milwaukee Bucks, very plugged in.
All right.
So, we want to draw some comparisons to local. You go back in the day with Eddie Sefko with the Mavericks, or Stein when Stein was here. Just somebody very
Jerry
plugged in.
Fraley with the Rangers.
Art Garcia.
Earl K. Snead was more familiar with the DPD than the Dallas Mavericks.
The way the Mavericks are operating, they just bring Earl back to work for again, because that would be the next brilliant move that they make, putting that schmuck back into some type of role of responsibility. Here's the report: the Mavericks attempted to trade Luka to the Bucks and the Timberwolves. They reached out to Milwaukee, but the Bucks made it clear they would not trade Giannis, even though his future with the team is murky. As for the Wolves, it's only logical that any potential deal between the two would have included Anthony Edwards, their ascending 23-year-old superstar. So we had heard there was another team. I had been told, I didn't feel good enough to report it. I'm just telling you what was whispered to me in New Orleans. I had been told they checked in on Wemby, but again, I didn't go out and report that. But now we have the Bucks and the Wolves as possibilities.
So, is this one of these, hey, you're just having coffee, and you say,
Again?
Because, I think anytime you get a team in town, you have a meeting GM to GM. Donnie Nelson done about the Porzingis trade, where it was it just started in a hallway at Madison Square Garden. And they were just throwing things around, what would it take to get Giannis? In the Milwaukee thing. So it was just what would your reaction be if I said, hey, we're going to put Luka on the block? You're just trying to gauge a market. I'm not selling my house right now, but I always answer the phone.
Yeah.
I always answer. It's all right, what do you got?
Yeah.
What do you got for me?
Surprise me.
Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of times happens with these general managers, because once the season starts, what the hell do you have to do before, if you're not making a trade for the trade deadline, right? That's what you're doing.
Does this make you feel any different, a little bit better, Bob, that they at least inquired, according to this, with 2 other teams?
No, because the Bucks one, that was one of the names we kicked around of who's one of the ones that you're not trading Luka for, no matter how bad that and Giannis was one of the ones that were well, you probably don't trade Giannis. You probably don't trade Jokic. Like, those are probably the ones
I
that
could see them trading Giannis.
If you make a straight up trade, maybe, but like, I'm guessing they want Giannis and something, or they want like future capital. The Edwards one is interesting because it obviously doesn't speak to it. That makes it sound like if they would have reached out to the Timberwolves and asked for, and I don't know that it's a slam dunk that they asked for Anthony Edwards because they got such a bad trade back that it's possible they didn't even ask for him. But if you asked for Anthony Edwards and Minnesota said no, then, I mean, at that point you're looking around and go like, okay, well, I mean, I guess we can do AD and we don't want to widen the net anymore. But no, to me, it still is like, it should have been an open call. The whole league should have known that Luka was available, and the whole league should have been able to come with, hey, here's our offer. We'll best it. We'll do this, and worked it out that way.
If this is not true, they better hope this is true, because that makes you, it should make you feel a little more at ease that, all right, you know what, at least they got, kind of pushed back on.
I agree with you.
But
it's not going to matter to anyone.
It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter because,
makes me feel a little bit better. They did a little bit of extra
Which Nico
homework.
insisted they only talked to, like, he publicly insisted, like, one team. That's it. That's the only team I called.
But also, there was no need to move him. Yeah, you can inquire about Anthony Edwards and Giannis and Wemby, and when they all, and those are all like fair trades, I think, but when they all say no, you didn't have to go to like plan B, C, or D, right? You didn't have to go somewhere else. Like, you didn't have to trade him.
We also have the zoom in shot from Patrick Dumont walking to his seat the other night with the mayor, and the boos rained down. Dumont gets to his seat, turns to the mayor, and appears to be being like, "Is that for me?" He's like pointing back to himself, like, "Is that for? Are they booing me? Is that what's happening?"
Is that how dense he is? Does he just not have any awareness of what people think of him right now? Or does he just think surely they don't recognize me, they must be booing the politician. They're booing the mayor.
Well, I could see maybe before his Dallas Morning News conference call came out, that was Sunday morning. I could maybe see on Saturday how he would be a little bit surprised because we weren't cursing him so much. We were all just blaming Nico 100%.
Yeah.
After he opened his mouth on the conference call, a lot of the venom got directed towards him as well. But him getting booed, that was on Saturday before the audio came out. Because all we knew about Patrick Dumont up until that point is that he laughed at the trade. I was thinking he laughed at the trade. He's being Mr. Hands-Off. He's not being interfering owner like Jerry Jones. He's letting the general manager do his thing. But no, he was like, who, me? Really?
Oh, yeah. He had to wag his finger at Dallasons like, you don't talk to me about my basketball team. You don't do this or that. I will say when that video came out, some of the replies underneath that were making me laugh, people just kept saying they're like, he probably is thinking like, they're not booing. They're saying Dumont.
That's right. Yes.
Dumont. The other thing that I was wondering, in that statement he made about working hard, what was the bigger crime? Mentioning Shaq or not mentioning Dirk? What a colossal mistake that was. He didn't even, Derek Holland was the first one I saw to be like, is he aware that Dirk Nowitzki played here?
No, he's not aware.
He was one of the all-time hard workers.
Because he doesn't.
You could have gotten 1 point of PR credit if you mentioned the Diggler and you didn't even do it, which plays more into what people have been whispering, that Dirk and the current new ownership don't have the best relationship.
Well, one of the criticisms of Jerry early on was like he drew a line in the sand between his players and the Landry players.
Oh, yeah. Landry era players publicly will still talk about how bad it was in the beginning.
Like, it took him decades to put Drew Pearson in the Ring of Honor. It took forever to get some of these. Rayfield Wright, it took him
Bob Hayes
forever to get in the Ring of Honor. And like that really hacked off a lot of Landry era players, and there was just a line in the sand. And I don't know if it was like on purpose or he just didn't recognize them because he wasn't the owner. Like Dumont is seemingly like you just got here, you barely know what's going on, and then you completely leave Dirk out of that.
How far away are the Cowboys from the world champions? Dak Prescott says it's now our turn. And how is Brian Schottenheimer's offense going to look? Hear the very latest from number 4 on the home of the Cowboys. Thanks for waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club. Be careful out there. Sean, RJ, and Bobby just getting started on The Fan.
But first, let's talk about our trusted friends at D&M Leaf.
cell phone squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Care is here to help you feel better fast. Find a location near you at carenow.com and use our convenient web check-in today.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 153 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
How far away are the Dallas Cowboys from the world champion Eagles? Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, as we take you inside the star on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm trying not to say America's team very, very often.
Why?
Why? I'll answer your why with my why.
Because, is that about...
It's a gloaty thing. Like, it's like bragging about the Mavericks right now.
Very sociology question.
Yeah, like, we're America's team. You don't walk around beating your chest, pounding it with the way things have been around here. That's why. All right, you can do the intros from now on.
No, you made a point to say you're trying not to say it. I was just asking why you're trying not to say it.
That's why. Like, we're America's team. We're America's team. Hey, look at us. Yeah, that's something to brag about. It's not. All right. So Dak Prescott and Troy Aikman were at their annual children's cancer event, and the reporters caught up with Dakota and asked him about that filthy gap.
I mean, I feel like we compete with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we played them. I don't want to say check the record when they're the guys holding the trophy right now. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserved it by all means. But, yeah, very close, especially when you even watch the NFC game, the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we battle against each and every year, a couple of times. And, as I said, feel confident about we've gotten the better part each and every time. To see them, to see it in such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn and it's on us.
Yeah, things change fast, dude. And you lost 34-6 and 41-7 this year to them. That's not close. And
Did Dak play the first game?
He didn't play either. It was the first game was Cooper's.
Yeah, that was Cooper Rush. But still,
game, right?
they were getting their ass handed to them this year by New Orleans, by Baltimore. Everybody was beating them down. And so Atlanta was kicking their ass before Dak even went out. And so to me, it's just, I would prefer at this point.
9-4 against them in his career.
Yeah, he's been good against them, but it's also again, things change fast with the entire makeup of the team, and they're not good enough right now. They're nowhere close to it. And
how far away? When you say nowhere close, let's get into that a little more.
The last time we saw Dak on the field was 12 weeks ago, and he literally was seen on the sideline mouthing, "We bleeping suck." So he doesn't believe that either. I get he's going to say whatever he's going to say because he's going to be, yeah, we're competitive. We're right there. I just wish instead he would approach it with, look, we just got to worry about getting better right now. We can't worry about how much do we measure up against the Super Bowl winner? Clearly we don't right now.
Yeah.
So let's just worry about getting better, and then we can talk about this thing next year in 2025.
He's not like.
What would be the spread tomorrow on a neutral field? They played 6.5.
Probably something like that.
With Dak and everybody?
Well, with that 5.5, 6, something like that. If Vegas puts the line between 4 and 6, they have no idea. They admit they don't know. So it'd be somewhere in there, I would imagine. They're not. When you're 7-10, every 7-10 team has playoff aspirations the next year. Every 11-6 team realizes that they're like a couple of plays away from missing the playoffs like the following year. You know, like you're not light years away.
Did you feel that was a legit 7-10 team though? Or did you feel like that's a team that went 7-10 down the stretch and like stole some games and like you beat a Washington team that you weren't better than? Like, I still feel like that was basically a 5-win team we watched last year. Like, I felt they stole games to get to 7.
So if I asked you right now to pick, and you were more right than we were about their record, next year, what would you give them as their win total?
Before they make any moves, and I can see what they do, 7 or 8 wins.
7 or 8 wins.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think they're that far away from a double-digit win team that they've been before this year, three consecutive years?
Because I think they stole a couple wins even down the stretch where they were closer to like a 5-win team. So, okay, Dak gets back, they're healthy. But, I mean, you're still going to be looking at installing a new defense for a 3rd year in a row. You're going to be doing these different things and trying to make people work in certain areas. You're not going to have – who knows what you're getting from Diggs? Who knows what you're getting from certain guys that are bouncing back? You're going to have changes on the offensive line. I still think that's a 7-win team right now.
I just think you got to be careful. And I think you got to separate the two. Dak's probably looking at it like, hey, I'm 9-4 against them. Like, we can definitely – the odds say Philly won't win the NFC East with that whole consecutive division streak that goes on year after year. I think you got to be careful saying, you know, we're 50-50 against them, so we can be the world champs versus going through everything else and the whole struggle and path to pull that off.
It's also like not the time.
Do you guys think that quote was a little? Do you think that sounded delusional?
No.
I know you said what he had to hold back a little bit from being like, dude, I beat the Eagles all the time. I like that he threw in there. I'm not gonna talk too much trash. They're holding the trophy, and props to them. I didn't think it was very arrogant.
He has to believe. I'd be upset if he didn't believe this. Like, you know, you don't want to hear him say it. And I'm sick and tired of this promise. I promise I'm never going to do that again. But
yeah,
he has to believe that. And if he doesn't believe that, he has no business playing in this league.
The two things that turn into headlines from that is close and it's our turn. It's our turn. That's just that's a throw-in line.
Yeah, I don't like the descriptor very close. Like whether he's being kind of flippant or just, I'm giving you media fill-in words while I'm sitting here talking. I don't like him saying very close. Again, I would have preferred it if the statement he says is like, look, we're not doing that right now. We obviously didn't even get to the postseason. Let's not talk about how close we are to the team that won every game in the postseason.
They never take that approach. Luka the other day alongside Jaden Daniels was like guaranteeing it was either the NFC East or the conference championship or the Super Bowl. He guaranteed one of them. I just don't listen anymore. It's in one ear and out the other. But they never take the approach of, look, guys, we don't need to be talking about any comparisons. We're an under 500 team. It's some Jerryism in there of selling positivity and hope.
Yeah, and I get when you're the quarterback, you're concerned maybe about like, okay, how's this being perceived? What message am I sending to guys in the locker room? How do I expect them to buy in on what we're trying to be? Blah, blah, like, I guess, but again, to me, the whole thought is if you wanted to win people over with the things, like, I mean, you were obviously not good enough that you had to make a coaching change, and like everybody's talking about, we got to change the culture, we got to do this, we got to do that. Like clearly, you weren't that close last year.
Dak on his new head coach.
I think the best way to exemplify that is the son of a legendary football coach. He's not going to take anything about this game lightly. He enjoys the work in it. Kind of old-fashioned. I'm looking forward to the grind and some things that we're going to do, and he's going to add. And excited for him. I know he's ready for it. He's been an assistant for a long time, and something else I admire is the way that he went on with the interviewing process. When you've been an assistant for 25 to 30 years, I know there's a quarterback coach, I know there's a receiver coach, a D coordinator, and a safety that you can call up without them thinking twice and they're going to come work for you. But for him to go through the due diligence of getting the guys in, interviewing them, and then taking it amongst the other guys that are there and making final decisions, I think speaks highly of his approach and the way that he's going to take care of things.
Yeah. Okay. Like, I mean, like at this point, like, what are we saying? Like in general, in terms of the approach, you're gonna say everything with the like, oh man, I'm really positive, I'm really optimistic. That's where to me it's like, now it's not. Nobody wants optimism right now. Like honestly, people just want sobering reality. You don't have to trash the team or anything else, but just say like, look, yeah, we're all in it together. It's somebody like I like him a lot. We're doing but like all we're worried about right now is just getting better. We have to get better.
Jimmy Johnson said they have to rebuild this offensive line. Dak Prescott has something to add to that with Schottenheimer's offensive changes.
Honestly, I think he spoke on it in the press conference, right? And then following this year, we just got to get to running the ball, being a little bit more, consistent on that. And then from there, go back and look at the numbers. I've always enjoyed play action pass, so just being able to get back to that. But you got to start with the run game, and when you have that, the rest of the offense can open up.
Run game, play action pass. Of course, we all love to hear when we hear shifts and motions, we all melt and get all giggly. Schottenheimer talked about that in the opening presser. So back to the run game emphasis.
It is wild how we just shift and motion.
All you have to do to win a fan base. It's the easiest sports sell of any of the athletics. It's just say shifts and motions, and we're like, yes,
because we don't know what the hell we're talking about, and we're like, oh, sure, it sounds great. A lot of movement, Movement makes it think like it looks like you're working. It looks like you're working hard. That's why you always look annoyed. That's the old Costanza line. When your boss comes in, if you look annoyed, it makes it look like you're working harder than you actually are.
Schottenheimer, which when he's been a play caller, just factually, he has been ahead of McCarthy and all those things that have been mentioned, though. Shifts, motions, running the ball, play action passing, that's all higher. And the players, that is one of the big offensive gripes that players had when the McCarthy shift took over, when that change took over, was like,
pun intended.
Why are we not running more play action passing? That was something that I still don't understand why McCarthy hated it or didn't want to incorporate it nearly as often. But all that stuff about running the ball and the play action passing and the motion at the snap, motion before the snap, different sort of tweaks that they're doing, that is all stuff that Schottenheimer as a play caller has done at a higher rate than McCarthy.
And then finally, Dak talked about being coached tough. I was a little bit worried that McCarthy maybe didn't crack down, and it was a country club environment, and the guys just absolutely loved him. Was he cracking down? Was he coaching tough? Here's Dak on his relationship with Brian.
Naturally, it's kind of already happened. I know he alluded to, the interception at practice and me giving it back to him. And, it was a great moment of I understand and I appreciate that sense of standard. We're not accepting one play to come out. But at my point, hey, where did I get my risk versus reward? But that was a conversation that was very unpleasant at the front end. But it had to be addressed at some point or another, and it was immediately after practice. And it was two grown men coming to an understanding and appreciating each other for the competitiveness and the standard. And so I'm excited for things like that to grow, and not only just me in the quarterback position, but throughout every position on our team.
By the way, it is now official in New Orleans. Kellen Moore is the new head coach of the Saints, and he's looking to go back to the Chargers days for his DC.
Yep, this is like the old boys network plays everywhere, and he is going to look to bring in Brandon Staley as his DC, which he was. I think he was not the DC when they won the title with the Rams.
No, I don't think so.
I think he left just before then. But he was a well thought of defensive coordinator at the time. So this is normal, right? This is normal. Everybody around the league does this. They hire people they know.
Well, and again, I am in favor of, just like we talked about yesterday with Ken Dorsey, I am in favor of whenever you've got a guy who struggled at the elevation job that he was given, the job that he's given as a promotion, bounce him back down to where he has a track record of success and have him coach there again where he was once a hot name and rehab. A lot of times they come back humbled and they go, all right, this is my familiarity spot. I think Staley as a defensive coordinator, I would have accepted that here. I think Staley as a defensive coordinator hire is good.
And if you're a first-time head coach, like Shoddy has, you got to have a head coach in your staff.
Yeah.
A former one. You got to have somebody who's done it before.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Beat Chef tweeted, the Dak comment was really a CEO selling Kool-Aid. The number of fans that bought into what he said is everything Jerry does to the
What's
T.
your point?
We got Credo saying nobody stole more games than Washington, if you want to have that discussion.
By the way, there are a lot of people who will tell you with the Cowboys that Schottenheimer it's one of two coaches, Schottenheimer and Nussmeier, that have had the credibility with Dak to be able to tell him, sit your ass down. And, he'll, all right, fine. And they'll work it out later.
How many people actually turned off the Super Bowl? And it's a good thing. Apparently, we did not spend more time on Bourbon Street. We may have gotten into a fight with Pat Mahomes' dad or this former Major League pitcher. That's next. Hump Day Edition continues on 105.3 The Fan. But, oh, man, we are ramping up and getting hyped for the big-time event this weekend at the brand-new Hurtado at
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
today. Download the Odyssey app today for your chance to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
127.7 million people watched that horrible, horrible blowout of a Super Bowl. A 3% increase over last year's record audience. The halftime show hit a record high as well of 133.5. So even though the game was atrocious, one of the all-time worst that we can remember, the numbers through the roof, RJ.
Through the roof. It's like most watched like ever of anything. Most watched halftime show.
That record had stood for a while.
Yeah, Michael Jackson.
That was Michael Jackson at the first Jimmy-era Cowboys Super Bowl in Pasadena.
Now, there's a new way of calculating this as well with the ratings. We're not going to get on all the nerdy.
Yeah, they just basically know how to count streaming platforms more than they have in the past.
So,
but your theory, if true, you were like, you said you had noticed a lack of Super Bowl parties. If more people were at their homes like us, that could be more viewership.
It could be. I mean, now, like if you have, let's just say like 30% of all Super Bowl viewers watch the Super Bowl at a party. And there were even 5% fewer parties this year. You know, that means that you're still going to watch the game. Now you're just going to watch it at home. And if enough of those people have one of those register boxes for the TV ratings, that would boost the Super Bowl number.
Well, and so that's part of the way that they've figured out a way to boost numbers is that Nielsen is now counting people who view a game at bars, restaurants, and airports. And so that was a change where now it's like, oh, well, you're projecting how full was the bar? How many people could have been watching at the bar and this and that. And so now it just opens up these massive numbers when you count all of those TVs.
Record number of bets in an empty Las Vegas?
The Vegas was empty, but Vegas also had...
not from Charles Barkley. Barkley said for like 20 straight years, he flies his 12 best friends to Vegas. They play golf every day. They go watch the game in the book. And depending on how much Charles wins or loses, determines who pays for what on the trip. And Charles bet big and big time on an Eagles blowout. So he cleaned up.
Okay, so casino execs were baffled by Super Bowl weekend falling off a cliff. Like these hotels were losing money each day.
Which is, again, kind of the analogy and the parallel to people not going out, but a record number of bets, record viewership, but maybe less parties.
Less parties, not going out, not going to Vegas. Also, you know, we really now a lot of states have sports books now. So you don't have to go anywhere.
Right.
You can bet on your phone. You can bet everywhere. You don't have to go somewhere, but this is a record betting Super Bowl. Super Bowl was the single biggest betting event in the history of BetMGM. It took in the most bets and the most single game results in company history. DraftKings said they have over 12 million bets placed in the game with 2.5 million users. So each person's betting about 4 bets per user for this game. So you get the game, you get the under or the over. Maybe you get a money line bet. You got a couple of prop bets. So we are talking about a mega bet. And a lot of this money was on the Chiefs at some of these places. So they cleaned up the Super Bowl, the sports books.
Yeah, the total in Nevada was 22.1, which is $3 million over the most ever that they've won. The most they'd ever won was on the Seahawks Super Bowl. And so everybody was betting on the inevitability of the Chiefs.
Stephen A. Smith took issue with the halftime show.
He had an issue with Serena. He had an issue with Serena dancing at the halftime show, and I think this is a great question to pose.
And that was a shot at Drake, as I'm continuing to uncover the meaning of the Kendrick halftime show. For you 3 dip S's out there who are like, oh, you guys have something in common. You didn't like the show. Wonder what it is. Call me racist.
Oh God, you is the lowest common denominator. Like this, that can't be the go-to. That just can't be the go-to.
I wonder why. Why.
And like, like not everything's a conspiracy theory to the other side of that.
And that's you saying that.
Yeah, not everything's a conspiracy theory. Like, can we just have one event where there isn't a conspiracy theory out there?
It's like the RJ Choppy rule of television. Like, I want to turn my brain off. Amanda said this, and she loves Kendrick Lamar. She's like, I don't want to have to think during the halftime show and decipher. Good for Kendrick, whatever messages he was sending. If it came across as the artistic, creative genius, cool. I just was bored by it. I didn't understand it. It was above my head. I'm not that, I don't know hip-hop like Bobby does or other people in the building. I freely admit it. It doesn't mean I'm wearing a white pillowcase while watching the game.
Yeah.
Can you spell hip-hop, though?
Yeah, it's like, for me, it's like, just tell me. I don't like subliminal. Just tell me what I'm watching. Just tell me. Just tell me what I'm watching beforehand.
Sometimes Easter eggs are really cool.
Yeah, when they have candy in them. All right, that's when they're really cool. Other than that, just tell me what I'm watching. Like, I'll get it. Just tell me. Tell me ahead. Like, there really should be like a.
You knew some of that. You knew it was a PlayStation controller.
I knew it was
though.
PlayStation controller.
Right.
All right. I didn't put the Sony together.
It's like me calling you an idiot if you don't understand like how to sous vide something. That's what I run the parallel to. I didn't know all the Kendrick insights in the background. Oh, you don't know how to sous vide a steak? You shouldn't be breathing.
Which
you
I
shouldn't have a pulse.
bet that's an issue for Kendrick too. Is like for Kendrick going like.
Well, not apparently with these record numbers.
No, but you know what I mean. Like he's probably trying to decide artistically, like how much do I lean into what got me here, versus how much do I make something that's for the masses.
Yeah.
Like that's probably a struggle.
Sure. So, so Serena's there dancing. And
walking.
She had a relationship in the past.
Walking?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. In the past.
Don't doubt my credit.
She had a relationship in the past with Drake. And apparently they're still friendly. But Stephen A took issue.
Yes. We've seen it. We know why they're friendly.
Yeah. Stephen A took issue with her even being there to begin with for a reason that didn't even cross my mind.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead,
stop it. Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
This is true.
If you with Serena Williams, you're gonna be a kept man anyway.
Ooh.
I agree with him.
I do too. I didn't want to at first. When I first saw it, I was like, this is, and I thought about it, I was like, no, I'd be mad too. Never mind.
Don't you always have that conversation with that one friend? It's like, why are you still worried about what your ex is doing? Why you continue to bicker about it and gossip about it? It's bugging you. Something is clearly bugging you about it. I would have a problem. I think Serena is married. I'd be like, why did you feel like you're Serena Williams? You don't need the fame. You're going up there to get back at Drake. I agree with Stephen A.
Her husband did say, like, he came out, like, posted on social media, like she was killed for doing this at, I don't know if it was at Wimbledon or the French Open or whatever, where she did the dance, and the tennis world, like really chastised her for it.
Oh man. So all the snobs at Wimbledon knew what crip walking was.
I don't know.
They threw their strawberries and cream to the side.
Oh my God.
She claims that's why she wanted to do it. Was more for it was sticking it, like that's what Kendrick Lamar wanted, but what I wanted was more is sticking it to Wimbledon and the way,
British
or to the Olympics or whatever. Like when I went out there and performed and how people got so mad, it was more like, all right, fine, well I'm going to do it on a national stage and pay homage to these Compton roots.
877-881-1053, Franco injury attorney text line.
Yeah, it's it is one of those, like, I think I see what Stephen A is saying. Like, you're right. We all have that one friend. It's like, what are you still worried about?
Right.
Now, I don't know if the roles are different when both parties are like super famous and everyone's in their business anyway. Like, do relationship dynamics change when you're Serena Williams? I'm sure they're different, but still, it looks like you're still worried about it.
Good thing we were only on Bourbon Street for about a night because we dodged the fireworks. We have the Bourbon Hustler and John Rocker versus Mahomes' dad. This video came out. Mahomes' dad looks like he's smoking a cigarette on the sidewalk with his sweatshirt. John Rocker comes out of the bar, and they're getting into it. John Rocker's massive, by the way. He would have twisted Mahomes up into a pretzel.
He's huge.
Yeah. And we know he's angry. And he ended up like throwing his drink.
And probably doesn't like Pat Mahomes.
What's that?
And he probably doesn't like Pat Mahomes.
No, he probably does not like Pat Mahomes.
Probably doesn't like Jackson.
He probably don't like either of them.
He probably doesn't like New Orleans. So, Rocker, I think he's trying to say he just made a joke, and he's like, you took the joke the wrong way. It looked like John came out to the street, and he's like, yo, man, chill out. Like, it's just a joke. And Mahomes Sr. was not having it. I'm glad that Pat Mahomes Sr. decided to hide in his hotel. Yeah. Him going out in public is about as smart as Nico Harrison with all the DWIs he gets.
I really hope this was setting up a celebrity boxing event or something like that. Like, that's my hope. Like, otherwise, why are these two has-beens out there bickering with each other? Like, why is John Rocker at the Super Bowl?
Right.
I get why Pat Mahomes is.
I mean, everybody's at the Super
Trump
Bowl.
was there. Rocker tweeted, "This effing loser can't take a damn joke. Wish I laid him out right there and ruined his BS weekend even more." Mahomes Sr. wrote back, "You really haven't changed one bit in the last 25 years. Keep my name out your loud mouth." And then John called him a lanky-ass clown and said, "He's lucky he got away. I would have rocked him." So, what about the Bourbon Hustler?
So this is the Bourbon Street Hustler. There's Telemundo Super Bowl reporter.
Someone sent me a message about this story while we were out there. I had no idea what they were talking about.
So Adam Manzano, 27. He works for Telemundo Kansas City. He was in town to cover the game. And he was found dead in his New Orleans hotel room. And a previous victim of this suspect, her name is Danette Colbert, or Colbert. I mean, I assume it's Stephen Colbert, right? She is referred to as the Bourbon Street Hustler. And she goes around drugging these men, putting something in their drink, and like basically escorting them to a hotel room where she robs them blind. And then she'll like take photos and like try to blackmail them. So this one guy, David Butler, he's 52. He met her in 2021, and she like wound up like taking like $80,000 of crypto out of his account, gone. And it kept going on. Like, she kept doing this, so he kept tabs on her, and he was able to find that she is the one that drugged this Telemundo reporter. Whoa. The guy wound up dying in his hotel room. So like
how did she get into his crypto account?
I don't know. Maybe you're drugged. Now, she didn't expect the guy to have cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
So the guy that was drugged, she was like able to, talk to him and finagle his way to get his password. It's like almost like a truth serum or something like that.
And other people have come out and like relayed similar stories. That this girl just walking up and down Bourbon Street drugging people. This guy died.
And then she got caught by using his credit card. This Adam Manzano.
See, that's why Chop didn't want us to just abandon the ladies that night at the bar. He's like, you never know where the Bourbon Street Hustler is going to come and snatch the girls up.
That's right. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. Club with the Hump Day edition. Continuing on DFW Sports Station. Is this sport the next one to be in trouble? Why did Canelo cancel? Are we going 18 games now in the National Football League? And imagine if this happened around here, a team telling their superstar, no more radio. Those headlines and a college baseball ticket giveaway after this.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet clean. Clean way.
Oh, I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A college baseball ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on, coming up at 7:20 during the commercial-free Expressway. And have we all been missing the real reason why the Luka trade went down? I have a theory that I'm buying into. That's coming up in 20 minutes here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Are we going to 18 games for the future National Football League seasons?
It appears, right, Bobby?
Yeah, it appears that is going to be the case, that they're going to go to 18 games at some point.
The NFLPA said absolutely not.
The NFLPA doesn't want it. Roger Goodell is refusing to apparently address the issue. Allegedly, his comments at Super Bowl until the next CBA comes up. So he says, we're not going to look at 18 until we get to the next CBA. But yeah, when we get to the next CBA, we want to talk about that. This is ultimately where it's headed the entire time. As soon as they went to 17, everybody said, you're going to get to 18. They want the even number. This is just, it's incrementalism. You try and take a little, take a little, take a little, and then you eventually get to where you want to go. And now the only question at that point would be, all right, are you backing it up at the start of the season? Are you pushing the end of the season back a little bit? Are you taking away another preseason game?
And you were asking, Choppy, what should we actually care about?
Yeah, like should we care at all about player safety?
Yeah. We should.
Should we? I mean, or like, should we care about our own entertainment? Like, what's, you know what I mean? Like, when
not really.
Look, UFC has a lot of people watching it. ton of people.
Uh-huh.
Do the UFC fans actually care?
No.
About what happens to the gladiators in the ring?
It's different. That's like blood sport, and yet you still see, and I know we're still a ways away, but like, for instance, boxers as bad as some of them get later in life, like some of the worst cases you see of people just with, brain injuries and different things the older they get, it's football. Like we've all talked about it before. I don't know about it on the air, but I know off the air we've talked about it, of just how much it makes you go should they really be walking that guy around Radio Row at Super Bowl?
Yeah, Joey Porter was the one that surprised me this year.
Where it's just man, that does not look like he should be getting paraded around to talk to people. Some of those are really, really sad to see. So yeah, I mean, I think people watch football and I don't think they think when there's boxing or UFC, they know it's you're beating each other up. I don't think it connects the same way with football until you see it later in life.
Look, I'm just going to be honest. I'm answering it for my own entertainment value. Yes, I care, but
it's massively secondary.
At the back, it's massively secondary. It's at the back end of the conversation. Sign me up for 18. That's the way that things are heading anyway. These other leagues are having major problems. We're about to get to the fourth one, but give me one more week of the National Football League to talk about it as much as possible. So sign me up for 18.
Yeah, I want 18 games too. I think when it comes to the question of do we care or should we care? We care when we see it.
Yeah.
When people see the Tua stuff, when Tua hits the ground and he's having a neurological response, people get very uncomfortable with the game of football really quick.
Yes.
The DeMar Hamlin stuff, that gets really uncomfortable really fast. And so, yeah, I think people do care. If they can out of sight, out of mind, well, if I don't have to see it, then it's better.
And NFL reporters going to get some bloomin' onion here down the road?
That's right. The NFL is going to play in 2026, not this year, next year, a regular season game in Australia. That means you're going to have a very, very long flight.
According to Brad Shea.
Not 4 to 5 hours. But you go to Europe, you go to Germany, wherever, England. It's a 5-6 hour flight if you're on the East Coast. If you're a little further, if you're a little longer. And the time change is only X amount, right? What was that?
I didn't hear the drop. What was that?
Oh, it was the Persian accent drop.
Oh,
Persian accent.
So
you got to boost that one.
So fans now, Melbourne is 19 hours ahead of Los Angeles. So it's 17 hours ahead of here. That's a lot. So, what do you play this game at 6 p.m. there or 6 a.m.? It'd be at noon. I don't even know how the damn thing would work. I really don't know how it would work.
This could be a Cowboys game. It's possible. It's not a slam dunk, but based on where typically they've only once done a divisional game overseas. So it's the Rams. So you take out all the divisional games. And after that, the Cowboys are slated that year to be on with the Rams as a road game. And so could be one of those games where they can finally force the Cowboys out overseas. They haven't done one since the Jacksonville game in 2014. And then I get to hop on that charter for the 19-hour flight all the way to Australia.
So it's 1 a.m. tomorrow there? Is that how that works?
Yeah, it's something like that. 1 a.m. tomorrow. Let me see what's happening.
Google the world
hell?
clock. Google
and
the world
so
clock.
you could play it I guess
It's midnight. It's 12:06 right now in Australia.
It's that's a big difference. It's a big difference. And they're going to have to play this week 1. You play the game week 1 on a Thursday.
Like Brazil.
Yeah, like a Thursday or Friday. You get to be out there way ahead of time, then you come back and you got yourself a little a Monday night game the next week.
Diana Rossini reports that the New York Jets told Aaron Rodgers, if you come back, you're not doing McAfee anymore. Aaron Rodgers was told what the future would look like. If you're going to be part of this team, you're going to attend all of training camp. You're not going to do the Pat McAfee interviews anymore. They had a conversation with him. If you were to stay here, that is how it is. So this, to me, is Aaron Glenn getting control back.
That's right.
Woo!
That's right. And it's this was kind of, I think, a way for them to pull a Dallas Cowboys with McCarthy, make it so impossible for him to want to come back that he just finally says no. Maybe that's, I don't know if that's what the Cowboys did or not, but it's a theory that's out there that you make it, because the reports were that Rodgers wasn't really completely sold on returning to the Jets anyway, and they weren't really sold on him. So it was unless this is perfect for both of us, let's not do it. But it's funny that the new coach of that team is like, yeah, you're not going to go on the radio anymore. But the Cowboys owner is on the radio.
No, I mean, it's a little. It is because it's not just the radio. It's that very visual TV setup where he's like nationally broadcast every single week. And the only thing I would say is that if you were saying that, I would hope they were saying like, all right, well, we're replacing your money though. Because like if you're Rodgers, you're going to go. And again, if they're just trying to push him out, that's another thing. But if you're Rodgers, you're going like, I make $1 million doing this hit. I'm not just going to drop it. You're gonna give me $1 million extra in my contract then if that's what we're going to do. But that was there. I mean, I don't think that that's a reasonable thing. They're probably just trying to get him to walk away.
I think it accomplishes two things. Number one, push him out. And number two, send a message to the entire organization, the rest of the players. Like, this is not going to be anyone's show. This is going to be a Parcells-ism here. Like, you're not going to be above it. We don't care if you're Aaron Rodgers. You're out of here, and we're fine. So I think it accomplishes two things with them also not wanting him back.
Don't invoke Parcells' name though. Remember, Aaron Glenn's his own man. You can't even ask him about Parcells.
Is the National Hockey League the next one with major question marks?
So the NHL has had a bad ratings run. The opening night game got off to a really bad start. They saw a 39% decrease in year-over-year viewership on opening night. Then they drew a record low TV audience for the Winter Classic a few months later. And now the NHL is putting up, according to Awful Announcing, some truly dreadful numbers as it enters the doldrums of its regular season. According to Braylon Breeze of Sports Media Watch, a recent game between the San Jose Sharks and Seattle Kraken averaged just 175,000 viewers on ESPN.
Wow.
The least watched NHL game of the year for the network and the lowest viewed program on ESPN for the entire day. The game, which began at 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern, already not primetime television, was outdrawn by its lead-in, an Iowa State-Kansas State women's basketball game by more than 2-1.
Oh.
And this is something that all season long, it's been rough for them. A little bit later, Wednesday's viewership didn't look much better. A Philadelphia Flyers New Jersey Devils game on TNT and True TV averaged 253,000 viewers, which was actually a 59% increase versus last year's comparable window. So later that night, TNT and True averaged 138,000 for a Pittsburgh Penguins Utah Hockey Club game. So this is something where there's a lot of questions bubbling up now. Awful Announcing Sports Media Watch asking questions of like, the NHL is going to have a question really soon of like, how do we boost viewership? Because we've got a massive TV problem.
Why would it drop now? I'm looking at the teams at the top of the standings to try to figure out TV markets. I'll give you the top two in each division. Florida and Toronto. So there's Florida, and then you have a non-U.S. market.
Right, so that matters.
Washington and Carolina.
All right, so Washington, obviously, you've got Ovi, but Carolina's not a huge market.
Right.
Good team.
And they were also telling me, like, one of the big wigs in D.C. radio was like, I was like, you guys are a big Caps town, right? He's like, we barely talk Caps. Winnipeg and Dallas.
All right, I mean, obviously Canada doesn't really rate, but we do. Stars, massive TV market.
Well, the Stars are fourth here.
Yes, they are.
Fifth, if you even count college football. And then Edmonton and Vegas, followed by the L.A. Kings and Vancouver and Calgary.
Yeah, the Canada thing screws it up.
And you mentioning there, though, it's fifth here behind college football. Like, is this a CFP thing? Like the fact that the CFP was extended and there were more games where people just more locked in on football longer, and now it's like, I'm getting ready for baseball season. I don't.
But
need
are the
to jump into
hockey heads aren't they just gonna be there no matter?
They're there
what?
anyway.
Isn't that who's watching regardless?
Hockey is very loyal. They've got their X amount of fans in each city, and they are locked in.
Yeah, I mean, look, Dallas has been good in the last couple of years, but there's a lot of distractions here in Dallas right now for people to pay attention to with Luka and, the Cowboys coaching changes. And I don't know, is that a market that's starting to get tired of hockey? They were like excited for the first couple years. Are they just starting to settle into a normal? I don't know.
Every time I say I'm not going to watch Jake Paul again, I get suckered back in. One of you guys had sent me the rumor that the Paul brothers were going to fight each other. And I was like, okay, if that's real, I'll watch that. Jake versus Logan. That, no more. Then, Jake Paul versus Canelo. I don't know how this happens. I don't buy every boxing fight, but every time freaking Canelo ends up on TV, and I know he's a god here and everywhere, but somehow I have people over that end up buying this fight on my television for Canelo and these old washed-up fights that he participates in. I would have watched him versus Jake Paul. This would have felt real. Canelo apparently cancels on Jake Paul last second, and Jake Paul not happy.
Oh, Canelo, you
and this f***ing YouTuber
I just fight real fighters.
Time to expose them. So we had a signed contract to fight. Here you can see Canelo's signature and my signature to the right. Claiming he's not fighting YouTubers. Bullshit. Look at the poster. We were announcing Tuesday, February 11th. Claiming he fights real fighters, but he's fighting Crawford, a 135-pound fighter, and running from a real fighter like David Benavidez, you. The truth is you can be bought. You're a money-hungry squirrel chasing your next nut. The truth is these sports-washing shady characters are paying you hundreds of millions of dollars to stop our fight from happening because they couldn't fathom the fact that they can't create a bigger fight than me and you.
I'm a little disappointed over this one. A little disappointed. I would have been interested.
That'd have been interesting because there's such a size difference.
Yeah.
Like that could, I mean.
He's so much bigger than Canelo.
Oh, it's not even close.
But I mean, Canelo's also
Canelo's
like a professional
legitimate fighter. Like not just a legitimate fighter, like one of the best we've seen in a long time. One of the best. So, like, this would have been interesting to see what Canelo possibly could have done against somebody that's like that much bigger, that much longer of a reach. I would have been fascinated to see how a true because the one time that Jake fought a real decent boxer, Fury, he got beat,
which isn't even like decent, just a size, a comparable size and a boxer,
right? Yeah. A boxer. Forget his record in boxing. Just a boxer.
That's who people are trying to push to come out of retirement now. Is Tyson Fury? It's like, oh, I knew you.
But he fought the brother.
Yeah. He fought.
That was a really
Tommy.
Boring fight.
So people are now trying to go like, Tyson, you should come out of retirement, get him to do a fight, and just knock his ass out. Please knock him out. Everybody wants him to like fight like Anthony Joshua or like a legit like heavyweight fighter.
He would get killed. We get killed.
Headlines and everything you need to know here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Be careful driving out there. Hopefully the rain has let up because it was treacherous this morning. We want to hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We got a college baseball ticket giveaway. We go commercial free. And have we all missed the real reason? And you're going to give him any type of pass for the Luka trade. We'll explore what I think is really behind it next.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist-owned store.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to go to Vegas, baby.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We got a college baseball ticket giveaway. Oh, this can be an all-time chop it up. What do you have to wear to your own family member's funeral? That's coming up at 7:40. It's DFW Sports Station Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Glad you're waking up with us. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. So I was so set on this topic that I was bugging RJ about it at the airport bar on the way back from New Orleans. I was like, what about this? This is something we haven't really talked about. We've talked about conditioning, and we've talked about Nico maybe being dumb, and we've talked about the infatuation for Anthony Davis, and we talked about all these other things, and I know you're not going to give them any break. I just want to point out some facts. There is a first apron and a second. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give the credit to the person who actually deserves it. The only media member I've heard talking about this out loud, of all people, is Draymond Green with Baron Davis.
You see Luka Doncic getting traded? Don't not for 1 second think that that's also not a byproduct of that dumbass CBA we signed. You put in a hard cap. The second apron is a hard cap. And every time somebody get up that second apron, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to be trying to trade out of that second apron. And so you just saw Luka Doncic get traded at 25. That is a byproduct of the second apron. Dallas like, man, we're going to have to pay him $85 million a year. All right.
Ain't no money for nobody else.
We about to go into the second apron? No, we ain't trying to go into the second apron. I don't think people notice or realize that, but you're going to see more and more trades like that because that second apron, man.
I think it's a phenomenal point. Now, the second apron is one of these things that I don't think has been explained well enough. It's one of these sports finances that confuses me, right? Like, whenever we talk about trading Dak, trading Micah, I always turn to the fellas and say, what are the financials? Because I don't understand the cap ramifications and this hit and how this money can be pushed and all that crap. It's confusing to me. I let these smarter guys figure it out. That's what the second apron is. Essentially, it's a penalty. The league put this in place so that the deep pocket teams could not just buy everyone. So if you're approaching the second apron, you get penalized. That's what it is. It's essentially a major penalty zone for offending teams. So Steve Ballmer can't just buy everyone because he's the richest man in sports or the NBA. And teams in the second apron lose certain important roster construction abilities. How many teams run by many billionaires like we had and have? How many teams are like, screw it, we're billionaires. We're gonna be in the second apron. We care that much about winning. You know how many it is, Bobby? How many would you think?
The way you're setting it up makes me think very few, but I would have guessed previously 10.
Okay, there's 4. Mm-hmm. The Phoenix Suns. Nice buzz. He knew the answer. He was just. Bobby turned around slow-mo to Peyton.
All right, Peyton. We'll see how tomorrow and the next 2 days go for you.
By the way, it's also kind of new ownership. I don't know if the Bucks are under new ownership, but Phoenix is new ownership. Minnesota, Boston, Milwaukee. The Golden State Warriors, when they had their new fun ownership, they're like, screw it, we don't care. It's like the first impression is the time where these owners will go into the second apron because they want to prove to their fan base, we don't care. Spending be damned. There are no restraints. We're going to bring you titles. But there's only 4 second apron teams. It's basically been an average of 5.5 in recent seasons. So here are my 2 questions. And I know your answer to the first one. If Steve Ballmer, if the LA Lakers, if the Golden State Warriors are not in the second apron, the creme de la creme, the big dogs, the most famous, the richest, should we destroy the Mavericks for not wanting to be there? Mark Cuban early on, right? It was like, I'll pay the luxury tax. I don't care.
Well, he had said it's impossible to be successful in the NBA and turn a profit as a team. That's just what he said.
Yes.
So,
and a lot of the speculation about this new ownership group, they want to run it like a business. So they're going to give up $3.5 billion only to lose hundreds of millions of more in the search to win a championship, but a bad business decision unless you think it's really going to increase the value of your franchise. You're giving away hundreds of millions of dollars after paying $3.5 billion. No, if it's a business, we're not going to reach that apron.
Which are you, I don't know, you may be about to get into this, so if so, I'll say this, but are you going to get into the exact penalties they have for second apron? Because I asked ChatGPT, like, just basically summarize it. So, and these are the key points. No mid-level exception, so you can't sign any free agents using that. Limited trade options. You can't take back more salary in trades. Frozen draft picks. If a team stays over the second apron for multiple years, their first-round draft pick gets moved to the end of the draft. And then no cash in trade. So you can't send or receive money in trades when you're at the second apron.
Wow, that's a lot of penalties.
The first apron, I mean, you can't do a sign. You can only do sign and trades in the first apron.
The first apron is $178 million. The second is $189. I mean, that's just a quick Google search. So you have a couple of things that are trying to help teams retain superstars, and you have something that Draymond is saying is going to cause superstars to leave. The Supermax supposed to keep Giannis in Milwaukee. The Supermax is supposed to keep the big time, it's supposed to keep Wemby in San Antonio, those types of markets. But on the other side, 90% of the league doesn't want to reach that second apron, so will you start seeing more Supermaxes avoided? So my first question is, number one, should we be destroying the Dumonts when the Lakers and the Warriors and the Clippers are not there? And they're supposed to be win now all the time, either through reputation or ownership. Number two,
the Lakers are at $188 million. They're $1 million away. They're going to get to it now. You know, with Luka, like it's like, you know, the Mavs have more money than the Lakers. The Adelson family has more money than the Buss family.
Yeah,
the Adelson family has more money than is it Joe Lacob? Is he the owner of Gold?
Yeah,
it's just Ballmer. Like that's it.
Yeah,
in the NBA, it's just Ballmer that has more money.
But here's my question: let's just say that your answer on the fan text is damn right. They should impress us to start. First impressions. You got a win now team. And you got 2 Hall of Famers. So go into it. Well, how long do they have to stay there?
As long as they have a generational talent. And then if 1 year you want to take
other team, a lot of other teams in the league are not there.
But who are those teams saying goodbye to? Like Golden State, in order to stay on the second apron, is saying goodbye to 32-year-old Klay Thompson.
Yeah,
were in Dallas got rid of 26-year-old Luka. Like there's not.
Milwaukee's going to be in it as long as they have Giannis in his prime. The Spurs are going to get into it. I'm assuming, unless they want to, unless they just simply can't afford it. Look, if you want to run it like a business, and you're in sports, then find another business. Sports is not something to make a profit in year after year. Sports is called a loss leader. You make money on the sale of the team. You buy it. You maybe try to break even, and then you sell it.
What if you don't want to sell?
Well, I mean then you're not buying a sports franchise to make money off it year after year. You're buying a sports franchise as a hobby. Let's be fair on this. All these billionaires are buying this as a hobby. Steve Cohen bought a hobby. Steve Ballmer bought a hobby, and Jerry Jones, he even said, "I wanted to buy a career." He bought a career in the NFL. Now, you can, it's different when you buy it at $110 million in 1989.
Yeah.
Right? Where you pay that off. But
so are the Thunder, your expectation is the Thunder should eventually have to be, or Denver. They're
in it, right?
Phoenix, Minnesota, Boston, and Milwaukee. That's it. You have the Joker. You have the multi-time MVP. All I'm saying is
the moment they sign, they're going to have to get into it.
And they're by the way,
the moment they sign what? They've had a win now championship team.
They have, but if they don't want to sign Joker again, because he's getting older.
As it stands now, Dallas is slated to be in the second apron next year with Anthony Davis. That just barely over. It's 189 and 34,000. So I mean, they could obviously make some tweaks to be short of it. But, it's even the trade they made now, you still traded for a massive contract. The last year of Anthony Davis's contract, he's due $62 million. And so it's
it's not like they cut costs here.
They're still, they did definitely cut some costs because the Supermax was going to cost them significantly more. But they took on a lot of salary with Anthony Davis still.
And then my other question is, so my first question is, how long should they have to be in the second apron and how long should they have to be when the overwhelming majority. The rest of the league is not. And the second question is, all right, if the mandate is we're not going to live in the second apron, was this the smartest financial decision to make to try to compete? Would you rather have Luka and what's left over, or a lesser player with more money to spend around?
Luka.
That's
how you win in the NBA is stars. Like stars.
It is.
That's how you win. And
even the role players in the NBA, I mean, they're still like $10 million at a bare minimum. Like next year. So like the team apron tracker for next year. The second apron's at 206. Like the Mavs next year are at 192. And I don't know if this is as presently constructed. I don't have that. But I mean, Cleveland's in it next year. Phoenix and Boston are in it. Obviously Denver's right on the cusp, and it depends on who they add in the offseason.
And the Mavs also don't have all these draft picks to be able to use if, as a player acquisition.
Yeah. Sandler and I were talking yesterday, and he had said the worst thing that could happen to them right now is they go like 500 the rest of the way. Where they just like sort of the same question from a couple years ago, where it's like, if you just barely sneak in and then you lose that draft pick, like use the lottery status with what's going to be your last first round draft pick for a while, then they've really screwed themselves. Like they need to either be really good and really surge ahead, or they need to just crumble.
Are you buying that any of this was? So you're not buying that this was second apron related?
Look, I'm not dismissing that. You're
not accepting it though.
I'm as furious with that as I would be with the trade. You cannot be in sports.
The rest of all I'm saying is there's only 4 teams doing it.
Right, but I'm saying like the rest of the league, like if you want to the rest of the league doesn't trade. Nobody else has traded a 25-year-old superstar because of the money.
If you're worried about the second apron, then you get rid of Kyrie. You don't get rid of Luka. And I don't want to get rid of either, but that's who you get rid of. You get rid of the 32-year-old.
Yeah.
And so that's how every other NBA team has functioned, is they go, well, we're getting rid of the aging guy. We're keeping the young one. And so to me, I mean, I think the second apron, I don't think that was the reason, but I bet it was an easy, plus, guys, look at this. I think it's an added selling point to be able to, push it over.
Did Mark Stein add what you've been sending us, or those Reddit posts? Is that Mark Stein adding to why this happened?
Oh, yeah, let me pull that up. What was the exact
It was basically saying it was majority Nico.
Yeah.
People are trying to come up with all the different theories, right? It was a business decision. Dumont did not want to. They're trying to drain the fan base, take it to Vegas. Jason Kidd was on board, but Mark Stein had the latest.
This was the quote from Mark Stein's article. He said, "It was largely Harrison who has increasingly believed since the Mavericks' one-side loss to the Celtics in the NBA Finals that Doncic would not improve his commitment to conditioning, his off-court dietary discipline. He would not improve as a leader or culture setter. He would not improve his well-chronicled comportment issues with referees. He would not be able to stay healthy as he got older, and thus could not, after the Mavericks and Doncic grapple with these issues since Harrison arrived in June 2021, be given the 5-year Supermax deal worth nearly $350 million that he was expecting in July." So Mark Stein is saying that this basically came down to Nico saying he's not worth the Supermax. We're not paying that.
And that is why Nico continues to get booed. Last night at the SMU basketball game, they got him. The Mustang fans got him sitting up there in the stands. So right now, Nico cannot escape. So that's just a theory. I was wondering about it. Supermax, the rest of the teams, is it going to work against these teams? Is it really going to benefit them? The second apron that very few people have talked about.
Which you laid it out there as all right, let me play devil's advocate and throw this theory out there. Do you think ultimately that's a good enough excuse if that's what it is?
Not in the beginning. Not in the beginning of your tenure. I think when you come in and you have that amount of money, you should send a message and try to build your legacy like Cuban did.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay the luxury tax. I don't care. If you're poor, you're poor. I'm not. And I'm going to go over the top. The Golden State Warriors sent a message for a long time. We're going to collect as many. Nothing will stop us from trying to build a super team. Nothing. That's an amazing message to send to your fan base. And I think when you're taking over fresh and new, you have to be in violation of it. You have to pay the piper, pay the price. And then the value of your franchise will increase with another championship. So, no, I'm not buying it. I was just throwing it out there as a devil's advocate. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Ladies and gentlemen, behind the scenes here at this radio station, RJ Choppy he's in disarray. He is confused. He's flustered. He's more flustered over this than his father actually passing away. And that leads us into an all-time great topic, I think, as we chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, what to wear to the funeral to honor your dead father.
And what to say. You're getting picked apart for this. You're the Nico of this funeral.
You know, it's amazing. You know, I've told my mom time and time again since this happened and he passed away. I said quite simply, I'm in charge. I'm the patriarch of the family now, okay?
Does the paperwork say that, or is it an even split? Because I thought your sister was the responsible one.
Well, she's the responsible one. She's the executor of the will. Okay, but I'm in charge. Make no mistake about it. I'm the man. Okay, who still live in that house? It's 1954.
Isn't the executor like the boss?
Well, when it comes to like doling out the money,
who took charge when it came to clearing up the New York State ex-wife issue? Who took charge of that?
I did a lot of the legwork.
Okay,
I'm the one that made the call. I made the call locally to find attorneys. I'm the one that made the call to find that attorney.
And then I called my sister and I said, "Can we do this?"
My mom had to do a lot of the phone call because she has all the numbers, right? But make no mistake, I am in charge. Okay, and so we have the funeral tomorrow. Bobby is going to be in attendance. I don't know about Peyton during his nap time. Very far away from where he is, where he lives. But what do I wear to this? I was planning on, wearing, cowboy boots, my jeans, like a sweater, and a hat, like my cowboy hat. That's what I was planning on wearing. Okay, that's my dress-up attire. I don't really dress up, but my kids are wearing suits. I can't be dressed less than my children. My mother believes that you should dress to a funeral in a full suit with tie. That's her belief. That's what my dad did. My sisters are going to throw me under the bus if I don't. What's her name? Sarah is getting all. She's angry at me right now. She's angry at me right now. She's telling me that I can't wear this, I can't wear that. So I'm just very flustered. And I don't know what to wear because I want to wear sweatpants in this thing. I'm a sweatpants guy. Ideally, perfect world. My dad, when he would coach baseball, he coached in baseball pants. Ideally, I would wear baseball pants.
Okay.
And I would dress up like that and dress up like him.
So, in my opinion, go ahead, Bob.
No, he just, while you had stepped out during the break and Chica-Lead was in here, he goes, hey, Bob, let me ask you something. What do you think I can get away with wearing this at the funeral? I was like, I'm not the guy to ask about, can you get away with it? And he goes, yeah, you're right, never mind, I'm not going to ask you.
So, if you don't wear the baseball pants to like truly honor him, where it's so clear and obvious you're just trying to honor him, that's y'all's thing, baseball and sports, then you have to wear a suit, I think. Now, do you have to wear a suit to every funeral? No, I don't believe so. The great Ted Nichols Payne, he had it his way. That wasn't Ted's thing. We all were to wear beach gear.
Yeah.
Roger Emmerich, I did not feel like, if it's my immediate family, I have to wear a suit. If it's Roger Emmerich, I think I can go, and I love Raj. I probably talk to him the most up here of anyone. I felt like I could go in like a fancy dinner attire with jeans or a dress shirt or a sweater or something like that. If it's my father passing away at the age of 89, knock on wood, does not happen, I feel like I have to go in a suit. If you do the baseball pant thing, I think you can get away with that. The other thing that I've argued one time with my family about is like, don't tell me how to honor someone that I'm super close with. I could not. Now I was like 12 when one of my grandmothers passed away, and I was at like a Syracuse broadcast camp. That's as close as I ever got to getting into Syracuse during the summer, and I did not fly back home for it. And part of it was selfishness, like. I can't take it. I can't be there. Like, I'll just completely break down. We were super close, and I don't have to show up and fly back to prove to you that I loved my grandmother. That's not your business to tell me how to feel about my loved one. So a part of me has that. I was young, immature, not realizing, okay, like part of that I needed to be there for my mother. You know what I mean? But would she freak out if he did the baseball pant thing as like a tribute? Probably.
No, I think she actually would like that one better. She would actually approve of that more than me dressing how I would want to dress.
Yeah, because your whole cowboy hat thing, like everything else, you copy your dad in. Your dad's, you said he was a suit guy.
Oh,
so why are you pushing this to the side when every other thing you've been honoring and copying all his wishes and all his style, but now you're trying to come up there like Briscoe County Jr.
I
don't know the reference.
No way you guys know that.
So
Do you know it?
No.
Okay.
He said good reference.
Listen, how long have you known me? How long have you known me? I'm a complete fraud. Okay?
Yeah, you
I'm a
are.
complete fraud.
Is your mom going to be like, I'm just curious about that. Does this mean that I'm expected to show up in a suit, or is that just because of your family?
No, it's because I'm family.
Okay, good. So I can do
so
jeans.
we had a cousin. He showed up to a funeral. He wore black jeans, cowboy boots, and he took his tuxedo jacket. He wore his tuxedo jacket. And my dad was like, look at this Bubba Luke. That's what he would call him. Well, there's Bubba Luke here.
Yeah.
So, he would call me a Bubba Luke.
Yeah.
Or a Mama Luke, however you want to call it.
Now, look, I hate wearing suits. I'm secretly happy that I'm going to be in Mexico tomorrow, so I didn't have to have this decision of, am I going to fit into the suit still? Do I have to get the suit, dry cleaned? Do I have to go through all this and that? But I think if you're not going to do the baseball pants, you're going to have to wear a suit.
Right. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But it smells. I haven't got it cleaned.
Well, that's your fault. He's been dead for a while.
What's the suit you wore to the wedding with Sarah like a year ago?
What's her name?
Yeah, what's her name? You remember you wore you wore a suit to a wedding.
I had a black suit. I don't know where it is. I
Did
can't
you
find
rent
it.
that?
You can't find it.
I can't find. I have no idea where it is. I can't find it.
I was gonna say, just wear that.
That was a good looking
It
suit.
was a great looking suit. I have no idea where it is.
Did you rent it?
No, I bought it.
Do you not have a suit?
Yeah, I got a blue suit.
Okay.
I have a blue
Do you
suit.
know if it fits after
Yeah, it
New
fits.
Orleans?
Yeah, it fits after
All
New Orleans, right? Yeah, no, it fits. I just don't know. I've had it cleaned a million times. I can't. Whatever smell is on it, I can't get it out.
Is your mom more worried about your attire or your speech?
Oh, my speech. She is deathly afraid of my speech. I've written 2. I'm probably going to go write another one today, and then I'm going to combine them all.
Wow.
What
is worrying her?
She goes, just don't embarrass him. He doesn't like to be made fun of. And I said, I don't care. He's gonna. He's getting made fun of.
Do you have like a preview joke that you plan on dropping in this thing?
Well, I do, but I'm not going to go. I can't use it. I can't use it. I do want to say that this is the only Italian who can't tan. Even his ashes are white.
I think that's good.
So is his type of he would not laugh at that type of humor?
He would laugh at it with other people, but he got very sensitive if you made fun of him.
Oh.
He hated being made fun of.
Oh.
He's like 5'8". Short man,
Yeah.
right? Don't make like he was an animal.
That may be something you want to abide by and honor.
Yeah, if
no, screw him. This is my thing. Okay, this isn't about him. This is about me.
Even his funeral is about RG.
Yes.
Hey, they say there's a the great 1975. They've got a line. They say, "Your death, it doesn't happen to you. It happens to your family and your friends." In Theory Chop, this is just they're trying to make it about the person who's gone, but it really is supposed to be for the people who are there.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
It's for your mourning process.
It's my funeral. I lost my dad. Nobody else there lost their dad.
And how serious?
Your sisters.
Again, it's about me.
The executors. In reality, though, how upset would your mom be if you violated all these things?
The suit aspect, she wouldn't be that upset about. I don't think my older sister would be more upset. She's taken this thing like it's the death of. I don't know, who the hell was the guy? World War I guy. What's his name?
Peyton.
Archduke Ferdinand.
I was going to say Franz Ferdinand.
Yeah. So she's taking it like, super serious.
Yeah.
My mom wouldn't be that upset. She's more worried about the speech. She doesn't want me to embarrass him or embarrass her.
Okay.
And I told her it's not about you. It's about me.
Yeah.
So that's what I keep telling her.
817 says call the cleaners for that black suit. They said that they forget stuff all the time with the cleaners. They said it's possible you got it cleaned and then just forgot it.
That's very possible. Like that's incredibly possible. So that's where we are. It is chopping it up here on 105 through the Fan. I'm going to have to, Bobby's going to have to record the speech. Right?
I don't think you're going to. Look, I know you. You're not going to cross the line on it. You're not going to drop in the jokes that all of us are laughing at. You'll wuss out.
I'm going to be recording on my phone the reaction to the crowd to hear if he gets laid out on these things.
All right, we'll play it back on the show.
That's definitely going to happen. There's no doubt about that one. I'm going to get laid out on for sure. The last
and
time
if you don't, I'm going to edit it to make it sound like everybody laid out.
The last time I did a speech, nobody laughed. Nobody.
With the recent one?
Yeah, I did one. My buddy Michael Witten passed away, and then they called me up there to speak, and I was like, well, I don't know I'm speaking. I didn't know I had to speak.
Yeah.
So I had nothing. I just told a story about a pink bike. That's it. I told a story. We bought a pink bike off of a homeless guy in Jacksonville.
For how much?
$20.
Should have given it. That was his only mode of transportation. Give him $20.
No, the guy admitted he had just taken the bike from somebody. So I bought a hot bike, and I was hammered, and I couldn't get an Uber. I couldn't get an Uber home. It was going to take 40 minutes, so I took the bike and I drove the bike back to the Airbnb on a hot bike.
Chopping it up, continuing here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we have a 1 in 43 chance of dying in the year 2032.
Really?
You hear about this?
No, I did not hear about this.
So they discovered an asteroid that in December had a 1% chance of striking Earth. Well, now they have upped that to a 2% chance, more than a 2% chance, where we now have a 1 in 43 chance of this asteroid hitting Earth in the year 2032, in December of 2032. Now, they're saying it is not going to be one of these things that obliterates the whole world.
Okay.
All right. It's like 40. They say
hopefully just the West Coast.
Right. They're projecting right now that it lands south of the equator and in the water, which would create a pretty massive tsunami, like all across the Atlantic Ocean, Florida, England, or Europe, East Coast of the U.S. But that is usually it's like you've got a 1 in 2,000 chance. No. We've got a 1 in 43. That's pretty high.
Yeah, of it hitting the Earth, but it's not, you mentioned it's supposed to land in the water. What are the chances right now? It's not 1 in 43 that it hits land, right?
No, it's 1 in 43 that it hits the Earth. And it's like 40 meters wide.
In American terms, Chop, how many is that?
It's 50 yards, 40 yards. It's 40 yards. It's a 40-yard dash. It's not nothing.
It's 131 feet. Yeah, very good.
Some of it'll some of it will burn up in the atmosphere, but they're projected that it hits, it will
Don't care. Not worried. You fall for these things every time. You've read 50 of these things over the years. Not a one has ever happened.
2% chance?
They're not going to happen. And if it does happen, I'd rather go that way. I'd rather just be wiped out quickly than long suffering. Just boom, blip, snap of the fingers, gone. So fine. That's the way I look at it.
Man, I don't know. Like you're gonna go, oh, that's pretty. Wait, what's that? And then it's over. Like, I mean,
that's pretty.
There's no chance to.
What is that second sun up there?
Have you ever seen like
Can I boogie board this wave?
Have you ever seen like a meteorite enter the atmosphere like in person? Have you ever seen it?
I don't think so.
I was driving. I was on Beltline near 114 at night a couple years ago driving in.
Well,
and there was one that I was sitting there at the 114 turn, getting ready to turn, and I just remember thinking like I saw this bright light and I was like, oh my gosh, there's a car like oncoming traffic here, and I looked up and it lit up like daytime and then fizzled out. And so I mean, those things are, when they enter the atmosphere, they are bright as hell. It'll light up the whole area.
I want to give you an update on our guy Luigi, on your boy Luigi Mangione, who, if you may remember,
Chris Strong's boy, not ours.
Chris Strong's boy. He is charged with murdering the United Healthcare CEO, which we've forgotten his name, haven't we?
Yes.
Ooh. Yep, forgot.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, right? He has been given over $300,000. Brian Thompson was his name, by the way. Been given over $300,000 by donations for like GoFundMe's and stuff for his defense team.
What?
Yeah, people have donated over $300,000 from his fans to pay for his defense, and he is sitting there. See, look, I mean, I can wear that to the funeral. A red suit, a red sweater with a white shirt.
That looks very nice.
He does look very nice. He's going to dress up better for his court hearing than I'm going to be.
He touched up his eyebrows.
I will say this: I did not, I did not defend those who like supported him and said the CEO deserved it. I was thinking during the California fires, though, when I read about the companies who pulled the rug out on those homes and said, we're taking away your insurance, you could see how something like this happens, you know? You can see how something like this takes place. Not necessarily like the act, it's just the message of the act. Like, you're willing to ruin my life, destroy my life, so that's why he has $300K in the account.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, the California thing was interesting because like they had told the state, we got to raise rates. And the state of California has like a cap. You can't raise insurance rates X over a certain amount. And they're like, we have so many liabilities, like we're going to lose money. We have to just pull out.
Yeah.
And they did. Like, and it sucks, but like that's what they had to do.
That's their business.
Yeah, I mean, it really is their business.
It's like if 40 asteroids start hitting us, there's going to have to be
asteroid insurance. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, tell me which one you would like better. Certain countries and certain companies are offering hangover leave to lure potential workers to come to them.
Oh.
See, now companies have to give benefits like, hey, please come work for us.
Oh.
So hangover leave is one. So instead of using like a personal day or a sick day, you have a hangover day.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I know, it is.
How many though? You just get one?
Yeah, how many?
It doesn't say like how many you get, but you can get like, you get like 2 personal days a year. You might get 2 hangover days a year.
Okay.
I could deal with that.
I drowned it in Tito's.
Yeah. And other companies are so the survey.
God, I would just love to go out and party on a random weeknight.
Yeah, and say I'm taking a hangover day tomorrow.
When I go out for a Sunday fun day, if I have off that Monday, I'm like, this is so fun.
Yeah.
This is so awesome.
It's so great.
Because really our weekend, and again, we're working in the playground of life, right? We're sitting here on our rear ends talking about sports, but our weekend is really a day and a half. That's all. That's what it is. It's Friday afternoon to night, Saturday, Sunday, at least in my house, like maybe early on in the morning. I think you especially, Chavi, do a lot of other things during your Sunday. I get Sunday scaries, and I'm like, no, I wake up at like 7 and start trying to knock out the entire show, and I don't view that as a weekend day.
Sunday feels like a work day.
It is. Yeah. It depends. It just depends whether you wake up and do a lot of it in the morning or put it off till the afternoon.
Especially when it's not football season. Because I get I'm more like, is there anything to talk about? If we don't have football, I got to find stuff. So I feel like Sundays are actually like more work days when there's not football.
Another little benefit or perk. A survey of 800 staffers and 200 managers across all adult age demographics found that over half of the workers who have called in, and they found out that they're calling in not for a sick day or whatever, but a sex day.
What?
And this is one of those things. It's
like I'm taking off to have relations?
Yeah, and that they're the next day.
Scheduled?
Yeah, the next day, their work productivity shoots up in the air. So they're saying like that's one of the new things that they're going to try. That they're going to try to maybe give.
It's a conjugal day.
It's a conjugal day.
So you and your significant other, both have to have sex days that they can take off.
Yeah, take off. And then all of a sudden,
look, man. Anyone who knows trying to have a baby, you can't schedule it.
It's hard to schedule.
You can't schedule it,
but you got to take your temperature and
take your temperature
for ovulation. The girl takes.
Do
your
you
temperature.
have to take the temperature?
That's how you find. Yeah. You have because you have like a 36-hour window.
Yeah, it's much more narrow.
Unless you're 16 years old, then it's like you can just get pregnant.
Which
period.
you shouldn't be at 16.
Right, absolutely.
Chopping it up every single hump day during the commercial-free expressway on DFW Sports Station. Kellen Moore completes the hiring cycle. All the coaching hires have been graded. How bad did the Cowboys do? Inside the Star and around the NFL next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist Stone Store. Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up in that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
C Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Bobby is something pumping on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. In the 9 o'clock hour, another college baseball ticket giveaway for you checking us out. You are appreciated.
Yeah, right.
Appreciated. Boomer Esiason trying to steal our thunder a little bit in the Sports Minute as Kellen Moore officially hired as the next head coach of the New Orleans Saints. So we have something else to judge now. Not just, we got Brian Schottenheimer versus the world. We got Schotty versus Vrabel. Schotty versus Ben Johnson. Schotty versus Aaron Glenn, who told Aaron Rodgers, nah, see you later, get up out of here. And probably the biggest and most important one, Schotty versus Kellen, who is apparently looking to bring in former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley as his defensive coordinator. Of course, Staley had Kellen in L.A.
How quickly do you think we're going to get revisionist history if the Saints perform really well? Because you remember how you were being kind of critical of, like, guys, don't pretend like you wanted Dan Quinn back. I think if the Saints have success, we're going to hear a lot of complaint about, like, well, why didn't you go get Kellen?
Yeah.
We all wanted him.
Yep, I'm not going to accept it. I'm not going to let people, just like I got to remind some people over the Luka criticism, when he be complaining to refs or not getting back on defense, everyone wants to act like they never brought that up in the playoffs or the postseasons in different series. Well, that was nothing compared to kicking Dan Quinn and Kellen Moore out of town. So, and
because you could hate Luka's antics and still not want him to be moved.
Yes, but there were people who said you're never going to win a championship with him. There were some. It wasn't close to 50%. It definitely was not the majority, but there were those saying this is not the type guy. He's never going to win a championship. There were those critical of him with that. But if Kellen wins big in New Orleans, no. Nobody wanted Kellen Moore here except for Bobby as the head coach of the Cowboys. So let that be stated. That's a fact.
I did want him.
I'd have been okay with it. He wasn't my first choice.
Or second.
I will say
who was my first choice? McCarthy would have been my first choice.
I will say it's stunning. I was on a Reddit page yesterday, and again, I don't want to say I told you so too much, but on this Reddit page there was this post about Schottenheimer, and it was universal. Everybody going, I got a pretty good feeling about Schottenheimer. This isn't so bad. As soon as he started talking, people were going to come around. Now, as soon as they start losing, if they start losing games in September next year, people will flip immediately. But they were going to feel better about it as the offseason went on.
And Dak Prescott commented on his new head coach yesterday while at his annual children's cancer event with Troy Aikman.
I think the best way to exemplify that is the son of a legendary football coach. He's not going to take anything about this game lightly. He enjoys the work in it. Kind of old-fashioned. I'm looking forward to the grind and some things that we're going to do and he's going to add. And excited for him. I know he's ready for it. He's been an assistant for a long time, and something else I admire is the way that he went on with the interviewing process. When you've been an assistant for 25 to 30 years, I know there's a quarterback coach, I know there's a receiver coach, a D coordinator, and a safety that you can call up without them thinking twice that they're going to come work for you. But for him to go through the due diligence of getting the guys in, interviewing them, and then taking it amongst the other guys that are there and making final decisions, I think speaks highly of his approach and the way that he's going to take care of things.
So there's Dak on Schotty.
I think, and this is something that people have universally, I think, pretty much given him a thumbs up for, and we talked about it Monday. We didn't talk about it as much yesterday, but the idea of just, I think the hiring process has been really refreshing for the assistant coaches this time around. Like, whether it was Garrett, who was hiring his brother, or McCarthy, who was hiring old friends, like, there's not been a lot of buddy system hires so far for Brian Schottenheimer on the staff. He looks like he's, all right, let me get ideas that'll challenge me a little bit, or just coaches that have really good reputations, whether I've worked with him or not.
Yeah, I don't care if you had a relationship with them. I mean, if they're a good coach, like Parcells when he came here, I mean, he brought I mean, there wasn't a coach that he didn't seem to have a relationship with. From Sean Payton to Mo Carthon to, I mean,
you've got a big enough tree at some point. It's like, well, you can't just not hire it.
I mean, and that hacked off a lot of people because, like, the old Cowboys, like the Michael Irvins and the Emmets, I mean, he's bringing Pepper Johnson into camp to just like, hey, let's come talk to the players.
Yep.
Instead of bringing old Cowboys in, the Cowboys are like, we've got like a history here, man. But I don't care if Schottenheimer brings in people he knows or doesn't know, just as long as they're good coaches. That's all that matters.
All right, let's get to the grades.
All right, so a couple of different publications have done some grades, and kind of you want to put them all together. The Bears with Ben Johnson, they get an A-. CBS Sports gives them an A-.
A-. Oh.
So A- for Ben Johnson and Chicago. I think that's universally seen as like, all right, that was the most no-brainer hire.
So why a minus? Why not just say it's an A? Like, I don't even understand that part of it.
That's a great question. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't give it an A+. It was a good search. They interviewed a lot of people. You cannot argue with the Bears process.
No, they interviewed everybody. They got their guy. It was the top candidate.
Yeah. Next one, the Raiders and Pete Carroll. They get a B+ on their hire.
That's fascinating because they didn't seem to get who they wanted. Like, Pete Carroll felt very much like somebody they were just like, all right, okay, we'll hire Pete, I guess.
Yeah, I think Pete Carroll is like he has the highest floor of any of the coaches.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, he's just going to he'll be just a solid coach. He may not be.
Not good enough for here, though, apparently.
No.
As I think Pete tried to backstab Shoddy on his Jerry call.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one with Vrabel and the Patriots. They give him a B+. Now, he was the first one off the board. They got him quick. But they said, again, here, the process. He was one that they absolutely loved. They had pinpointed, but it seems like they panicked when the Jets interviewed Vrabel, and they quickly did their two fraudulent Rooney Rule candidates and said, okay, here we go. Let's get right to Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, and Rossini reported that Robert Kraft heard just buzz about Dallas and Kraft, or Dallas and Vrabel, and so then he was like, well, shoot, sign him up because I don't want to even leave this up to Jerry.
The silliness of a sports offseason that can all of a sudden make us fall back in love with you. Why didn't they Mike Vrabel didn't get hired last offseason, and Mike Vrabel didn't get hired over Gerard Mayo. And all you got to do is go away for a year, and oh my gosh, what could be? What could be? And now Mike Vrabel is loved by all of us again, myself included. Yeah. Although I watched some Vrabel interviews, and I was like, that probably he can be a jackass,
and he
just might be a jackass.
He got crushed by the analytics community when this clip resurfaced of him going. I think the numbers out there say like the record when you just run the ball 40 times, and the analytics community is like, that's you running the ball while you're up. That's not running the ball to get up.
Yeah, that's totally different. The Jets get a B on the Aaron Glenn, and the funny thing is that when you're talking about the Jets, like, I just am gonna ding you a grade just because Woody Johnson likes you.
Just because the Jets came to the decision that you were the guy, that probably means you weren't.
It probably means you stink. But like the Jets, I mean, they hire a defensive coach. Shocker. It's kind of what they always do. But that is somebody that was very.
You think Woody Johnson's kids picked the best defensive teams in Madden? How many times did you ever do that? You're like, all right,
well, it would have been the Lions.
I'm going to get the 85 Bears. I'm going to get a team to shut you down offensively. I would try to play with different styles in video games.
Oh, yeah,
I wanted to play with Nebraska's triple option. I wanted to air it out with everyone. I wanted to get the strong running game one day. I wanted to get the shutdown defense. I wanted to pick the corner on the outside and track the receiver. I wanted to try to win different ways.
If you did the fantasy draft on Madden, like where it opened up the whole league and you were just all right, one draft is I'm going to draft an edge rusher, a corner, and a linebacker the first couple ones, and then the next league I'm playing in, it'll be quarterback, receiver, tackle, that kind of thing.
Yep. Jacksonville, Liam Cohen gets a B-. And part of the reason here is not the Duval.
I was going to say, was that a B before he went Duval?
No, it was the fact that this guy obviously showed he cannot be trusted at all.
Duval.
Like the way he completely ghosted Tampa. He's like, I'm going back to them. He's like, I'm pulling my name out of the Jaguars thing. Trent Baalke sucks. Going back to Tampa, and then they're
are
trying
we
to get
putting this in a Josh McDaniels category, or are we putting this in an every coach category? Bill Belichick can't be trusted either. Mike McCarthy lied about his film watching.
Be a man, though. Answer the phone when they call you.
I agree.
That's the only thing. Just answer the phone. You work there presently. Don't just, I'm really difficult to get a hold of right now.
At a dentist appointment, like Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah, right. Answer the phone.
Kellen Moore, a B+.
Who's doing these grades?
CBS Sports.
Okay.
B+ for Kellen Moore. Now, obviously, this was the last hire, absolutely the last hire by a wide margin. But who else really was in on it? It was Kingsbury, McCarthy for a minute. Who else was in on this job?
Yeah, I mean,
Liam Cohen interviewed there, I think.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you've decided that it's one of these Super Bowl coordinators that you're going to hire, you are just going to naturally be sitting around and be the last one that hires, because you're going to go, all right, well, I got to wait for this guy to be done.
And then we get to the Cowboys.
If I told you at the beginning of the process that the Cowboys would bypass Kellen Moore for Brian Schottenheimer when Kellen was the betting favorite everywhere, it just would have added to the shock value of this.
Absolutely.
How far away does that shock value feel, by the way, after the Sluka thing? To me, it feels so far away and like
so distant.
Nowhere near as shocking, when really that deserves its own category of shocking.
It's so, like, I was thinking about this last night when the hire was made. Could you imagine if, as upset as people were initially going to be with the Kellen Moore hire, and then they were upset with the Schottenheimer hire, but as mad as they were saying they were going to be, could you imagine if this entire time the Cowboys were running around and they didn't have a head coach? Like imagine if the Cowboys just today hired their head coach and they had gone a month without. People would have been just losing their minds about the fact of, like, why don't we have a coach? Where are we going to get these candidates from? Where are we going to, like, they would have been nuts over that.
So Brian Schottenheimer, a D. I don't think anybody else got below a B, right? Was there even a C on this thing?
That was pretty friendly.
Who's the author?
Will Brinson.
Okay, that's my drinking buddy.
Friend of the show.
Yeah.
So, this is the write-up. Oy vey. The first line. Oy vey. Maybe I'm dead wrong, and Schottenheimer, who I like a lot as a person, ends up being a great coach. His dad, Marty, outstanding coach, gets a bad rap, but the Cowboys' process was a disaster. They waffled on McCarthy the same way they waffled on Dak and CD, and he simply walked away from coaching altogether with rumors he spoke to confidants about what a sideshow circus the Cowboys are percolating in the wake of his departure. Cowboys promptly got involved with a Deion Sanders candidacy, while also allowing Belichick rumors to run rampant to the point that Carolina had to get him to actually sign his contract in the middle of the coaching search. Ultimately, Jerry decides to promote his in-house offensive coordinator, who has no head coaching experience, who will likely do whatever the owner/GM wants him to do from an offensive standpoint. Shoddy obviously has the bloodlines to succeed, but it's very fair to question the process and whether Jerry is capable of running a normal search and putting together a serious football team at this point.
I will say, I think that criticism has been a little, I think has been a little off base. The idea of, well, okay, here's your puppet. I don't get the sense like Schottenheimer is going to be, like, maybe with, they talk about, like, with certain things in terms of coaching staff or whatever else. But if we're talking about, like, decisions in terms of offensive philosophy, so I think they're wanting him in there because they think he can handle it. Now, their evaluation may be wrong, but I don't think they're putting him in here going like, he's going to do exactly what we tell him to do on offense. I think they want him running it.
All right, there are the coaching grades with the hiring cycle now complete here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers and Meat Church Wednesdays.
Show me your meat.
Zach Martin is moving on to the barbecue game, and let's cook up some chicken fried steak or chicken fried venison. We do it with Matt Pittman. Meat Church joins us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube after this.
After we get you over to QC Cut.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It is a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman, who sent over the amazing care package, the sweatshirt that RJ Choppy was wearing on IG Live. Bobby's going to be rocking it, the Meet Church hats as well, and he joins us here on the Hump Day edition, 105.3 The Fan.
You know, my favorite part of that sweatshirt is it's a little oversized, and it's one of those you could throw 10 pounds on in New Orleans, and still wear it. And nary the pooch.
Yeah.
That pops out. I like that.
I would have liked to try that, but Matt sent over two. that I felt compelled to give to you guys. So, Meat Church, I guess, posting about Trump. He's got a skimp on the give-outs now. He's joining us, Matt Pittman, on 105.3 the sweatshirt tariffs.
I love the word tariff. One of the great words.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, I sent 3. One must have got taxed on the way or something.
Did you have any Luka or Dallas Maverick ties in the barbecue world to them?
No. I have some friends that are really close with him, but I've never done anything for him. We were in talks to do something for Christmas a year ago. Didn't happen, but man, I was so bummed by that. We were at my daughter's volleyball tournament. I was up late in a hotel where she's playing, and I saw the news immediately, and I was like gutted. That GM got fleeced, if nothing else. But I'm just gonna say this. I find myself wanting to buy one of those Luka Lakers T-shirts, and I hate the Lakers. But like I didn't want to be a Lakers fan, and all of a sudden I feel like I am.
I'm a food moron. I admit it. Do you find though in your dealings that it's more difficult to convert somebody who's not from Texas to barbecue, or somebody who's not from the U.S. to barbecue?
Neither are very hard in my experience. I just think people like smoked meats. And so Texas barbecue is such a cuisine. I don't think it's hard. And I will tell you the times that I've traveled internationally with what we do, American barbecue in general is really hot outside of the U.S. I've told you guys before that I've taught barbecue in Sweden. And when friends of mine opened a restaurant there, they didn't know what barbecue was. Grilling or barbecue to them was to buy these little disposable, they look like a disposable steam pan that have charcoal in them with like a little grate on it, and they would go sit in a park, the one day of the year they get sunlight, and they would grill in a park, and that was barbecue to them. So they had no concept of like low and slow barbecue. So everywhere I go, people love it.
What did your Super Bowl spread look like?
Man, it was not strong, to be honest with you. It's just because I'm gonna tell you a funny story. I say not strong. We didn't do anything. We spent the weekend out at our lake house. So we came home, just my wife and I. I made wings and brisket queso, and that was it. And it's because ever since Meat Church has taken off, we don't get invited to barbecues or Super Bowl parties. And that is a true, if you could believe that, it's the craziest thing. So I don't even get invited to a Super Bowl party. So I'm like, I'm just going to take it easy with my wife. And y'all know I didn't want to watch that game. So I kind of mailed it in.
Are you taking that as they don't want you judging their food, or they're just assuming you're doing a gigantic cookout? Because I had a friend who's a big-time chef. He never got invited. He never got invited to other dinners at people's homes because they're too terrified that they won't be able to present a dinner for him.
It's that. I've been told that so many times. Like now casual fans listening will be like, come to my house. But like people that I know, I've been told a million times they think I'm going to judge them. And what's crazy is that's not what it's about for me. Like if I went over to somebody's house, and I always say this, if somebody grilled a hamburger and turned it into a charcoal briquette, I wouldn't care because we're there hanging out, drinking beer. That's what it's about. I'm not judging my friend's food ever. So it's definitely they're afraid that I'm going to, judge them.
I did make your my wife's favorite is the smoked cream cheese. So I threw that on for 2 hours, jalapeno glaze with the big wicks. She absolutely loved that. So Meat Church Super Bowl.
Speaking of Super Bowl, go ahead.
No, I was saying it's hard to beat. Like
so easy.
Cream. Like you got to have it at like every occasion. I mean, I saw there was another person in a position similar to me when that stuff first came out that said smoked cream cheese is lazy. We can do better. And I'm like, that may be the most ignorant statement I've ever heard in outdoor cooking because I've never heard someone turn it down.
Speaking of Super Bowl spread, where did we go wrong while we were in New Orleans? Sean was very excited when we got to New Orleans about the food setup, and he thought we were going to have a great week with just, awesome seafood and other things. And when we got done with the end of the week, it seemed pretty unanimous among everybody that they're like, the food scene disappointed a little bit. Your thoughts on, in general, the New Orleans food scene and where we may have messed up?
I'm a big fan. Right after Katrina, I feel like my wife and I were some of the first people to go. There's all this advertisement like come to New Orleans, and we did go immediately and kind of fell in love with the city. But, people that haven't been, and I'm not throwing you guys in that bucket, but people go to the French Quarter, which is like not where you should go. I mean, you should go have a drink and see it, but that's it. But, a lot of good food like in the Garden District and things like that. I tell people that I'm highly influenced by Cajun cuisine. So if you can find good places, good restaurants, I'm a huge fan. Like even the Emerald restaurants, and I'm a huge fan of Emerald. But I can't imagine going down to Super Bowl week. I'm sure every place was packed, and it was probably tough to get like a really good meal.
Now they also their whole mode of cooking is just butter and fry it. Like that's
okay. I'm all right with that.
It's David Hellman, who used to work for DallasCowboys.com, asked him, because I was like, this jambalaya I had was not good in the restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, look, tourist trap. He said jambalaya and gumbo get thrown on menus in New Orleans, and people don't know how to make them. He said that's the thing they don't tell you. It's a trap to pull people in. Do you think is there anything like that in Texas where somebody just goes, oh, I'm going to put a brisket on my menu because people go, oh, Texas brisket, they'll order it, and it doesn't matter if it's good or not?
Yeah, and like same thing, like when you go to comfort food places and you see chicken fried steak all over, and not all chicken fried steaks are created equal. So yeah, 100%. Oh, by the way, Hellman's blowing up. I've been seeing him everywhere.
Yeah,
Mr. Ellis.
And I know you guys talked a while back as you were putting together the deal to become the official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's segue in to chicken fried steak, because one of the sit downs I got from my boss here at the station was, your chicken fried steak take, don't say it on air anymore since you are now in Texas. I've never been the biggest fan of it. I feel like it's just a bite of grease. Maybe I haven't had the right one. Choppy, you had a chicken fried venison conundrum the other day.
We did. Now I just cooked it. I just cooked it on the Blackstone. I just took a deer steak, put it right on the Blackstone.
It looked good.
It was great. Everybody else did the chicken fried deer. And that was, look, it tasted good.
Everyone I know,
really
I don't know anyone else who, maybe you don't love chicken fried stuff, but my wife.
I like the white gravy. I like it without the gravy.
Okay. Tell us the secret of chicken fried, Matt.
Yeah, I'm happy to. My boss tells me it's the best thing I make, but most people make it with beef. Ironically,
who's your boss?
My wife, Mrs. Me. But ironically, today's video is chicken fried venison that'll be coming out at 10 a.m. But aside from that, if I'm not cooking venison, I'm going to the store and I'm buying like a tenderized round steak. You want something tenderized, preferably. If not, if you're using some sort of steak cut, you want to get a mallet and pound it very thin. But then the key is a double dredge. So that means you want to put the meat in flour, then in egg wash, then back in flour. But I have a few keys. I don't just use flour. I will season the heck out of it with a seasoning you think makes sense. Like we use our Voodoo. And then you want to like put the steak in it and pat it down in it so that you're getting all the crevices covered. So it's nice and covered. Then you pick the steak up and you put it in an egg wash. So just take, whisk a couple eggs, mix in either a little beer or a little milk with it to loosen the eggs up. Thoroughly coat that in the egg wash, and then go back in that flour dredge a second time. That time you really got to make sure to pat it in so you've got total coverage. And then you want to fry it between 325 and 350. Generally, when it's golden brown and looks pretty, it's done. You don't usually have to temp it because it's steak. So as long as you're, over 120 or so, you're probably happy. But usually people take it much further. Unlike what Choppy just said, I think a key is serving it with cracked pepper gravy, which is another recipe on our website. I love the cream gravy with it, mashed potatoes. It's probably the messiest thing I cook. It destroys my kitchen with flour everywhere. But it's delicious and like super popular with deer. And let me give you a little like crazy tip. Dean Faring, good friend of mine at Faring's there at the Ritz. He's a godfather of Southwestern cuisine. So a couple years ago, I said, all right, you're known for your chicken fried steak. You've cooked it for like Sammy Hagar. I'm like, what's your key? And he goes, well, Matt, you got to start with filet mignon. And I was like, okay. That's what starts in the Ritz.
Wow.
It's really good. It's like you don't even need teeth. You can just gum the thing.
I was just about to ask you, what is the meat you can't cross the line of when you're going to fry it? And I would say, I'm not frying a filet. I'm sorry.
Well, I've done it, on social media. Of course, you get ripped up by people saying you don't need to do that. And it's a good experience. It's obviously expensive, but it's a really good eating experience. I'll say that.
Are you bringing Zach Martin on over? Is he retiring from football for barbecue?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm definitely in negotiations with him to get him on a video. I'm doing a collaboration with the Bearded Butchers where they cut some massive cuts out of a steer. They sent me a Thor's hammer, and they sent me a 15-pound caveman steak. And when it got here, I looked at it and I was like, that is like serious Fred Flintstone. I'm like, man, I need an offensive lineman to eat it. So I reached out and he said he'd hop in. He was at the Super Bowl last week. doing appearances, so we got to get back on the phone and figure out when we're going to do it. But hopefully that's coming soon because that'll be fun.
Yeah, he did an appearance with us. He was sitting there eating wings, and he actually
with your boy Aubrey.
Yeah, he became massively disturbed by RJ Choppy because Choppy was talking about how he will eat the boneless wings, and Zach Martin did a double take and went, dude,
thought
what?
I knew you.
Yeah, basically said he had lost respect for Choppy for saying he would eat boneless wings.
Oh, well, I'm going to make sure I bring that up in this video.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question about smoking during a weather week like this. Liquid smoke or buying a tube for a pellet grill? You're already rolling your eyes over the liquid smoke. If I don't want to go outside and spend 2, 6, 10 hours, liquid smoke does what? Is effective or not? And then my pellet grill does not get enough smoke, but I don't want to go outside and mess with managing the fire in this type of weather. Do those tubes work?
Well, if you use liquid smoke and if you put that on Instagram, you'll get drugged more than Nico Harrison. I'm not a fan of that at all. Like, it's a kind of a crazy flavor. I would, I'd go the pellet grill route for sure. It's not that hard to walk outside, put it on, put your raincoat on, you'll be fine. But I would avoid the liquid smoke route wholeheartedly.
No, but I need more smoke, and people are talking about these tubes to buy for these pellet grills.
Oh.
What are they, and do they work?
I don't even own one. When I did have one, it was because like if I was cold smoking cheese or I just wanted the smoke coming out. But I tell people on a pellet grill, if you think you're not getting enough smoke, then slow the cook down, lower the temperature of the cooker, make sure you're using a very heavy smoke wood like mesquite, oak, or hickory. Don't be trying to get a lot of smoke with a fruit wood because they don't impart as much smoke flavor. So lower your temperature, elongate your cook, allow it to have more time in the smoke is really the key if you don't think it's getting enough smoke.
All right. What are the next plans? I haven't seen you, on vacay. You got new warehouses. You got new launches. Is this the dead season after football? What's coming up?
No, we're really busy at the moment just with internal stuff. But we have a gourmet line of seasoning. It's kind of like seasoning you have in your kitchen: seasoned salt, lemon pepper, garlic, and herb, and a seafood seasoning. And they're sold in these little bottles. So next week we launch them in bottles twice as big for only $1 more. So a lot better value. And I'm starting to do a lot of cooks around that. I might have mentioned to you guys before, but Chance Cosby that runs the waste management tournament that was last week, he and I filmed stuff last year, and he said, hey, why don't you show all this other stuff you cook? Like, I come to you for barbecue, but, he's known to cook like weeknight meals. So the past 2 video shoots, we've done a lot of what I'll call weeknight meals: marry me chicken, chimichurri chicken, chicken and dumplings. And we're using our kind of like used to be called gourmet seasonings in our new bottles. So you'll see that next week. And yeah, you just mentioned we moved into a new headquarters this week. So pretty excited about that. Got a big new campus, I'll call it, world headquarters. So that's going to be exciting. We're going to be a host events out there and do a lot of fun stuff. So we're definitely as busy as we've ever been. Just don't have a lot of public facing things right this second, but they're coming soon.
Keep crushing it. Thank you for the amazing care package and the gear. And we'll talk next time. Thank you, Matthew.
See you guys.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, on a Meat Church Wednesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. With a Super Bowl in the rear view, who are the Cowboys faced with re-signing once free agency begins? That's next in Below the Belt on 105.3 The Fan. But Frankel and Frankel, they're here for you as the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, and you're going to need some phone numbers with this weather.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Could you lose as many as your top 7 free agents if you're the Cowboys? I think that's probable.
Now, I'm worried about this segment because if we go back to last year at this time, I was like, Dante Fowler, he can go. Dorrance, okay, fine. Biotish, bye-bye. And then the Commander sat there and won the NFC East. So I'm a little bit worried about packing everybody's bags so quickly with the depth that left.
How many of them end up signing with the Saints?
Yeah.
And just like Zach Martin all of a sudden regains his form as a New Orleans Saints guard.
Yep.
That's probably what would happen. All right, before we get to an evaluation of where the Cowboys free agents are, there's some funny audio that I wanted to play. I was very disappointed we didn't get John Gruden while we were out there. We were trying. We were trying to run him down and flag him down.
Thought he was supposed to go on with Broadus and G-Bag.
Thought he was supposed to go on with them. I don't know what happened there. If Gruden's mad about a pick Broadus made at some point in their careers together, something like that. But they didn't end up working it out.
Broadus has said multiple times, keep John away from personnel.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe that soured him a little. But this is a funny story. Max Crosby was running around Radio Row that same day, and he ended up sitting down with Gruden on Barstool. Well, a couple weeks ago, Gruden said he caught hell and was getting a bunch of different phone calls for threatening to release Max Crosby as a rookie based on this story that Max Crosby told. It was Pardon My Take. I thought it was Bustin' with the Boys. It was actually Pardon My Take that he told this story to about Gruden threatening to cut him.
Literally threatened to cut me on the middle of the field. One of my first training camp. And his thing, like, he's an offensive coach, and I've always had offensive coaches till AP got here. But he would get so mad about batting balls. Like, we'd be in practice doing team, and he refused to let us bat the ball. But I would tell him, I'm like, why the are we practicing to not bat the balls? But in a game, they're going to be doing the same shit. So what's the point? But he's an offensive guy, so he wants he wants practice to move a certain way. So I'm not even thinking. I'm just trying to make plays and whatever. I'm a third string. I'm just trying to do everything. So it was like the second week of training camp. I swat a ball down, and I'm hyped, celebrating, and he's all looking at me all irritated, whatever. Happens again. Boom, swat a ball down. Then it happens at the end of practice. I swat it for the third time. He's like, stop swatting the ball down. He goes, I'll cut your ass. I swear to God if you do it one more time. And I'm looking at him like, all right. And then I just go back to the huddle. Like, he shut down practice and
So Gruden said he got several texts about this, where it's like, oh, what are you doing?
Well, why would he tell him not to stop swatting balls?
I think he wants to see if the play design works.
He wants it. So honestly, they were like, look, we're not going full board. Don't knock it down. We're trying to execute concepts here. We're practicing. So let's not do that. That was at least the theory. Well, Gruden actually explained why he told guys not to swat the ball and also wanted an apology from Max Crosby.
So I'm going to clarify this to everybody. Our tackles, our offensive linemen, were not allowed to cut our defensive linemen below the legs in quick protection. So I told the D-line, since we're not going to ever block low, don't jump up and bat balls down.
Yeah.
But you didn't listen. You jumped up and batted 9 balls down in one practice.
I can't help
And
myself.
finally I said, if you bat one more ball down, I'm going to cut your ass, meaning we were going to cut your legs out.
For 5 years, I legitimately thought you meant you were going to cut me on the field. I did not know that. I thought that's what you meant in the moment. So I was like, we're in practice. You know me, I can't help myself. So I'm going balls to the wall, and you screamed in front of everybody, I'm going to cut your ass. And I'm thinking like, I probably called CJ. I might be released this afternoon.
I want you to look in the lens right there and apologize to me.
I apologize. I mean, I wouldn't be here without you.
I mean,
I wouldn't be here without
I get
you.
accused of running Khalil Mack off. I get accused of cutting
God.
Max Crosby. I don't want Tom Brady. What do you guys think? I'm some dumbass here or what?
And then he goes, and I cut it out because the visual can't see it. He's wearing the Super Bowl patches jersey, and he points to his Super Bowl patch, and he goes, do I look like a dumbass to you?
There's a great addition to this. Gruden's like personal bus driver. He said he's the only guy I know who's watching random action on a Wednesday night. And the Raiders are going through their draft, and the bus driver tells Gruden, hey, Crosby, take this Crosby kid. And John's like, okay, whatever. So they're drafting so-and-so in the first, and then so-and-so in the second, and so-and-so in the third. And the bus driver, who keeps to himself and is usually dead quiet, tells John again, Crosby's better than all those guys. You're wasting picks. You're wasting it. So they eventually get Crosby. Crosby is like benching like a Kevin Durant weight amount. Like, look at this picture of Crosby at the combine. Look at his arms. And they got like 100 on the bench press. And they draft Crosby, and the rest of the Raiders are like, what the hell are you doing? Look at this string bean that you brought in here, and it was John Gruden's bus driver who was watching lower level college football nonstop like a junkie, who kept saying, Max Crosby's the truth.
If they did not pick him there, he was probably going to Dallas with their next pick. Why you
gotta bring that up?
Because it's sad. It's sad. Just like we got to bring up, hey, let's hear another factoid about how sad the Luka trade is. Sometimes you just want to wallow in the misery when it's bad. Let's really marinate in it. But I thought that was funny. I love Gruden on camera. Gruden talking. It's such a great addition for Barstool. It makes so much sense. All right, so let's take a look at the Cowboys' upcoming free agents. So when you look at this list, if you go by their previous average annual value, and you look at where they've been, Dallas is, outside of their specialist, their punter, Brian Anger, who I imagine will be back. Maybe not. Special teams coach is changing. Something could always change. But when you go down the list, it's going to take a while before I think you go, that guy's definitely back. So, top guy on this list that's free this year, Brandon Cooks. We want him back or no? This is probably, he's 31 years old.
Not really.
He had a knee issue, never really able to get the most out of him. I think he's gone.
No.
Zach Martin. No. I got the sense when we were out there talking to him, which we just referenced with Matt Pittman Meat Church. I got the sense talking to him. He is very much considering still playing, but it doesn't sound like it'll be here in Dallas.
Yeah. I mean, if he's 100% healthy, like, what is he?
Exactly. I think at this point there was a moment in the Detroit game he punched himself in the helmet, which is what offensive linemen do if they have a really bad missed assignment, they'll punch themselves in the helmet. It's the first time I'd seen Zach Martin punch himself on tape, and he did it twice in one game. And I was like, yeah, man, that's a different guy.
The big sit-down discussion, in my opinion, besides money and re-signing and all that, has to be how much was last year injury? How much was last year injury, and how much was last year decline? Right now, I would lean towards decline and replace.
Yep.
Sorry, big fella.
And I think we'll hear a lot about that. So I'm just going to run down some.
And what would be your decision on that?
It's time to walk away. He's just not the same player anymore. I love him. But he's older than Tyron Smith. He got drafted 4 years after Tyron Smith. He's older than him. Like, that tells you where he's at in his career. Running down some of the list of names. Stop me when you hear somebody that you think is returning next year. We've gone Brandon Cooks, Zach Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence.
No.
Probably out. Trey Lance. Probably not. Eric Kendricks. Probably not. Again, a guy who came here mainly based on Zimmer.
Yeah, I don't know about Kendricks.
I don't believe that Kendricks is back. Jordan Lewis.
I hope so.
I think they're interested.
They need to.
I don't know if it's going to match up and work for them.
I love Jordan Lewis.
Cooper Rush. I think that's the first one we get to that probably. Then it's Linval Joseph. Probably gone. CJ Goodwin. Well, he's got a roster spot every year.
Need someone to catch the fake special team punts.
You go down this list and you go, Chuma Edoga, probably gone. Oso Digizua, looking more likely. That'll be one of the things that we need to run down when we're in Indianapolis 2 weeks from today. We'll be landing in Indianapolis for the Combine. That'll be one of the things that when we're hanging around bars or we're out there at the facility, whether it be Lucas Oil or in the convention center, that's the thing you're going to want to keep your ear out and hear about is like, what's Osa going to be going for?
I mean, I'm assuming Osa's 99% gone.
I think that Osa's going to make...
They're not going to be able to afford it.
So it was the Tampa Bay game.
They're going to go to Washington?
There was
Tank and Osa?
Seattle. Go play with Adam Dirty again, who's the defensive coordinator and was Osa's defensive line. I think Seattle would be massively in play for him. And that's something where you're going to start seeing, again, with these free agents coming open, you've got assistants now that are in powerful positions that had worked with these guys before, whether it be Dan Quinn in Washington, Kellen in New Orleans, Adam Dirty there in Seattle. Like, their assistants have now populated the NFL. This happened after Parcells left. You saw so many assistants that got jobs and then started picking off the roster and thinning it out.
Happens.
And
but
that's
sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good. Like, Parcells always wanted turnover at the bottom of the roster. Middle and bottom, he wanted turnover.
I don't know that out of any of their unrestricted free agents.
Why did he?
He thought it was good. He thought it was good to get if you brought back your same roster at the bottom the next year, you were missing a chance to improve.
I don't know that outside of their specialists, Trent Sieg, their long snapper, who so many teams just generally say, all right, once you're here, you're a career guy here. Punter, Brian Anger. I don't know that there's a slam dunk on their unrestricted free agent list that says that guy's definitely back. Like, I think it's, if you tell me there's three of them, I'll say, yeah, one of those three probably back, but I don't know which one. Because out of the guys we've already mentioned, you then go down the list. Oso Digizua, Rico Dowdle, Chauncey Golston, Carl Lawson, Amani Oruwariye, who nobody seems to want back after the whole punt incident. Israel Mukwamu. None of those guys are slam dunks for that guy's coming back next year.
Rico's free?
Rico's a free agent, unrestricted free agent. Rico Dowdle, I think at this point, is probably in the range of $6 million a year.
Oh, no.
You're not going to be able to do it?
No.
If I tell you it's $6 million,
find a Rico.
If I tell you you're too, and obviously there's a variance here, and you don't have to commit to this, but if I tell you $6 million and your running back position is set and you go into the draft, do whatever you want, or you're picking Genty, and so you're using your first round pick on a running back, you would just rather use the first?
Just rather, yeah, he's younger. He's younger. I just can't. I'm not gonna pay money on a 26-year-old running back or whatever.
Dowdle has such a violent running style too that we saw, and with an injury history, it's like, do you want to lock into an injury-riddled player?
Right.
I mean, that'd be like trading away a superstar for an injury-riddled player that maybe doesn't have a history of staying healthy ever, and paying him a lot of money to do it.
That would never happen.
That's kind of what you're looking at.
Below the belt with our Cowboys Insider on the home of, we think, your favorite football team. It's DFW Sports Station with Sean and RJ. Final hour of the Hump Day edition. Does RJ Choppy have a way for Nico to survive all of this, even after what happened last night at a college basketball game? That's next on 105.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for making us a part of your morning. Hopefully, you're dodging the rain and the craziness out there on the roads. Going to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We're fist pumping on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Sean, RJ, Roberto, Pepe, and Carter on 105.3 The Fan. Nico Harrison can't escape it. Booed at the SMU basketball game last night. Close-up video of Patrick Dumont, the owner, walking to his seat alongside Mayor Johnson during the Rockets game, getting the boos and saying, are they booing me? Who? Me? Are you serious? 2 weeks for Daniel Gafford. No update. We're going on 3 days now of no follow-up medical update for Anthony Davis. Common sense would tell you that's really, really, really bad and probably worse than a month. 2 weeks now for Gafford.
Yeah, and the quote that's floating around, I haven't had it was apparently on First Take yesterday. I haven't found the audio yet, but Brian Windhorst said that it's his understanding that he's probably going to avoid surgery for the rest of the year. But he also said he's going to be out for a while. So that was what Windhorst was hearing, what he was thinking. But, I mean, it's still wild that they told us, yeah, an update's coming. And then it's like, delay it.
Before the playoffs. A reporter they're not going to make the playoffs.
Needed the schedule.
A reporter in Milwaukee says the Mavs attempted to trade Luka to the Bucks and T-Wolves. Reached out. Milwaukee made it clear they would not trade Giannis, even though his future there is murky. And Minnesota obviously would have to involve Anthony Edwards.
So I asked around about the guy that had that report, Gary or Jerry. I don't know which one it is. Gery. Gerry can be either one too. You never know. And I was told that this dude is like very, very plugged into the Bucks. So if it happens to the Bucks, he's extremely plugged in. Now my question with this is, because Giannis's future is so up in the air there, if you have a chance to get Luka, why would you not have jumped at it?
I agree.
So I don't know. I was also told that the Anthony Edwards stuff doesn't make sense because the Mavs wouldn't want him. They wanted a big. They didn't want somebody who's a 6'5" guy to replace Luka scoring wise.
Wanted a big.
They wanted somebody bigger. They didn't want somebody who is.
By the way, did Luka shrink?
I mean,
I thought Luka was 6'7", 6'8", and all I see now is 6'6", 6'5".
The Lakers introduced him as 6'7" the other day.
Did they?
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't introduce his weight probably because they didn't want to fat shame him because, as has been said, he's 270 pounds apparently. I bet the fact that they said no Giannis, I bet they think if they could get Luka there, they could keep Giannis. And so they were probably trying to go, we'll take something with Dame and like take Lillard
take Chris
back.
Middleton.
Yeah, take Lillard and Portis and picks or Lillard or like whoever that they're trying to like basically set something up along that line.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm curious as to how true and how much this actually would have fit in terms of like whether or not they would have done it. Milwaukee would have done it. And then how serious were these talks? Was it like over coffee and saying, hey, if you're going to...
Hey, the coffee talk was deadly serious.
It was. But if you're going to move on from Giannis, what would it take? Just like, I think GMs just have those conversations with other GMs all the time.
By the way, have you shared, I don't think you have yet, have you shared on air yet what that Tolo tweeted you, their nickname for Nico is that you want to take?
Oh, that's right. Sneeko.
Sneeko Harris.
Sneeko.
So good.
Isn't that good?
That's so good.
Sneeko Harrison. That's a great Tolo.
Did you think the Dumont reaction when you mentioned him getting booed, did you think that was like, I'm so surprised? Or did you think it was more like defiant, like you're going to boo me?
No, I think he was surprised.
I do too.
But I'm afraid of his response to all this being even more defiant.
Like you're not gonna tell me what
to
do.
I'm worried
He's going to raise prices.
I'm worried this reaction is not causing them to it's not going to cause him to back off. That's I don't know anything. I have no basis to say that. I'm just guessing. Well, my basis is his attitude and tone Sunday morning with the Dallas Morning News. Spittle texted, because Jake Riepma came in here and said he was trying to go to the Warrior game tonight, but tickets are still so expensive. Spittle texted and said, You can see the game online tonight. Usually with Golden State, it's a premium ticket. Lots of tickets for sale. My friend put up his for resale. They would normally go quick. He had to keep lowering them to the point as if they were playing Charlotte. A lot of tickets are up on the resale market. And by the way, Riepma, if he goes, let's judge his shirt of whether he'd be tossed and thrown out.
Oh, he's getting thrown out if he wears that.
If he goes as a fan or a media member?
Fan. What's the shirt say?
It says worst trade in history.
It says I witnessed the worst trade in NBA history. I don't think that
if
would
he got what's that? I'm sorry.
I don't think it would get tossed.
I don't think so either. If they toss for that,
yeah, I don't think it would get tossed because plausible. I'm not talking about this. Doesn't say Mavs on it.
Yeah,
I mean,
what?
They're not going to toss him for that shirt.
I think
no
now,
way.
Now we've got to get him in because he's got to wear it just so we can settle
as
this.
a media member, once Gavin and Tim approve his press pass, he's not going to wear that shirt. But if he went as a fan, I'm interested what would happen.
I'm gonna make Peyton give Peyton that shirt. Make him. I'll buy his ticket. He can walk in there tonight with it.
Buy it to Reetmas. Reetma wants to go.
How many? Is he going by himself?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
You could probably get a single ticket real cheap. A single?
So Mavs Warriors tonight. The Mavericks have now turned the crowd watch into the biggest reason to watch them. That's mine.
I'm sorry. You spelled only wrong.
What?
The only reason.
The only reason.
The only reason.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's hurt.
Except for Kyrie.
We're all disenfranchised fans at this point.
Yep.
There's no... I mean, the amount of fans that probably have lost the love for the game. Just like the enjoyment. You can't enjoy it right now.
With all this bad will, it is a little surprising that they offer the $2,000 refund for those canceling the season tickets with this apparent screw you mentality.
Did that get confirmed too? Because remember that tweet got put out and then it got deleted, and I didn't see
it.
Yeah, she deleted that.
Yeah, she deleted it the next day, but she had also had a follow-up tweet where she said, "This is what a couple of fans who had that refund offered them told her." So she said it's not across the board. Or it may be, but she doesn't have confirmation on it.
And the Lakers are going to keep it rolling. They get the benefit tonight of the Utah back-to-back, the team that was kept out of the trade somehow, some way, but still included. So Luka and LeBron, I think normally they'd rest on a back-to-back before the All-Star break, but I think they're both going to play, I hope they do, against the Jazz. So Mavs and Lakers in action. How can Nico possibly save this?
Save it without winning a title.
Oh, without winning a title?
Can he save it without winning a title?
Luka has to become Anthony Davis injury-wise or go into a treatment facility for drinking.
Yeah, so I'm
dead serious. That's it.
I have 4 ways that he could salvage this. Well, and then I have 4 options. And you tell me.
I'm willing to give you titles to include in your argument, and I don't think people would text it could be saved.
I agree. All right, number 1.
And you want to do it without a title?
Let's just say, look, because the reality is that they're not going to win a title. Most likely.
Well, it's not the overwhelming reality.
Their odds went down with the trade, though. Their odds of winning a title, I think, went down.
But many analysts said they were better and number 2 in the West.
Still, even
I'm not saying that's a fact.
Right. Even the Thunder, though, who are thought of as the best in the West, have less than a 50% chance of winning the title. So, like, the odds are saying you're never going to win one. So, option 1, you never win a title, but Luka signs back here after his contract is up.
Yes, that'd be like LeBron going back to Cleveland.
Trading, yeah, or like you traded Aroldis Chapman at the deadline, and 2 months later he was back with the Yankees.
Okay. I think that would have to be under a new regime.
It would.
I think Luka's that vengeful, and I don't blame him.
B, he would have cost him the Supermax. So he's never going to do that. He's going to sign back here for $116 million less than he would have. Number 2, Luka does not re-sign in L.A., and he signs with Denver, which was the concern everyone had to begin with.
Not everyone, me. My theory all along that Luka and Joker were going to be together.
But that was the big scare, right? That he was going to go to Denver, or he wanted to play with Joker at some point anyway.
How would that save Nico?
Because that would indicate they were going to lose him either way.
Oh.
But does it definitively? That just says that he didn't want to be in L.A. It doesn't say he didn't want to be in Dallas.
Doesn't. No, you're right. It doesn't. It's just you got to.
Okay, but so
you got to connect the dots a little bit.
Someone that I trust, said like Luka leaving was a real possible thing, that his family was urging him to go team up with another big-time star like the Joker. And Nico referenced that, could have been trying to save face, but referenced that in the press conference, the one that he did show up for, and said, we wanted to get ahead of a possible very tumultuous summer. So we may be letting Luka 1,000% completely off the hook that he was just going to stay here no matter what. All signs point to him staying here, including him laughing at not signing the Supermax.
All right, next one. Luka never makes the conference finals as long as Anthony Davis is still here.
I don't think that saves him at all because he already did it here. He already did it here. He got you to the conference finals and he got you to the NBA finals. Him not doing it in LA doesn't stop anybody from feeling happy about it.
I agree. I don't think he does anything. And then finally, Luka becomes even fatter than he already is and essentially becomes Zion / Oliver Miller.
That would help.
Would it? But see, here's what I started thinking. Does it help, or do people start going like, "Look how much you depressed it"?
Yeah,
you made him
shut up. Oh yeah.
you can say that is how this. They will absolutely say he was that devastated and he got out of shape. And that's. I'll tell you what's
Good
more likely.
Lord.
What's more likely?
Talking about making excuses for somebody.
For any one of these to salvage him, or that Kyrie goes, you know what? Screw you. I'm going to LA too.
Oh, Kyrie's leaving.
If that happens, if Kyrie goes to LA, Nico immediately is done in the city. He's done.
So you think Kyrie leaves when his deal's up, or he'll force his way out?
Is it up? Can he opt out after this year?
He's got an opt out. Yeah. I think he's done.
I think he is too.
Oh my gosh, people were all.
I think you are going to see. We should look up who's free after this year. Because I think you are going to see an absolute exodus. That's the word I was searching for. I think Kyrie's definitely gone.
Well, I mean, how pissed is Clay?
Oh yeah, because you got to imagine Clay was convinced to leave home to come do this. Opt out. So you've got
player option.
Kyrie Irving, Dwight Powell. Well, we know Dwight will be gone. Yep. He's going to be a future Laker. And then Dante Exum, Spencer Dinwiddie, they're free agents after this year. So I mean, it's going to be. Gosh, if Kyrie goes to LA. I mean, did you see everybody getting all emotional? When Kyrie was named to the All-Star game yesterday, Luka shared it on his Instagram story and said, "Congratulations, mi hermano." Yeah. And there was, oh my gosh, they're not over each other. People were sharing clips of Kyrie after the Hornets game talking to media, and they're like, you can tell in his voice, he's still devastated.
All right, so let's make it a title thing. I think this is actually impossible to answer in the moment of what could save Nico. They win a championship in the next 3 years. And Luka never ends up with one in LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
You gotta look. I mean, I think the Mavs have to win 2 titles to salvage it. Personally,
2.
Yeah, I don't think one's enough because theoretically, this team was good. They were in the NBA Finals last year. They were good enough. You got to win 2.
469 brings up an interesting point, though. Like when we talk about, he's got to break down. Specifically, what if he breaks down because of the calf injuries and he tears his Achilles? And if his Achilles is torn. And they're because the Achilles being torn, it's like, well, that would have happened in Dallas. That there's no other way you can say that wasn't going to happen if he tears, because he's had calf injuries.
You try to give him more of an excuse for tearing his Achilles than depress eating and drinking.
Well, because that one is different. Whereas the calf injuries, he's had 4 calf injuries in 3 years.
His body needs to break down.
He got to break down
to try to save Nico.
He's got to be Zion.
He's got to be Zion.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to eat his way out of the league.
Anthony Davis wins 2 titles here. And Luka wins none. That would be pretty much it. And I still don't know if that would totally cover it. People would still be mad that you could have gotten more.
Over, under, Nico here in 2.5 years.
Under.
2.5. I think he'll be here. I think
1.5, Bobby.
It's about right there. Because, I mean, you got the rest of the half of the season and then all of next season. And then the season after that, you might be looking at, all right, well, Kyrie's left town. It's gotten awkward.
People were talking like he was here for the short term anyway. Someone from D Magazine. I don't know how much I believe it.
Yeah, because he had said something in that thing like 3 years anyway. So I would say, I'll say over the 1.5. Over the 1.5. I don't know that, like if Dumont fires him, he's already. That may be the only way for him to kind of get back in the good graces of the fan base after this. Maybe it.
I've just never seen a team wreck their public image with their city as fast.
Bad. It's so bad.
Like, are you that much worse than Dolan and Snyder. This is a different comparison because this is so quick.
Yeah, the difference is Dolan and Snyder never traded a generational player.
Well, Snyder traded Champ Bailey.
Yeah, but got Clinton Portis.
Yeah, Clinton Portis, which, I mean, running back, but yeah.
Well, Champ's not generational, but yeah. But people were excited about Clinton Portis as well.
The problem is he became Dolan, or like you mentioned, it's how quick it was. He became Dolan or Snyder overnight. Like, Dolan and Snyder, like, got there over time. Like, he's become them like that in a week.
Dak says the Cowboys aren't that far away from filthy, and how low are they in the up-to-date NFL early season power rankings? Next on Sean and RJ, along with a college baseball ticket giveaway next. But what's coming up next for you this weekend? Hurtado.
No.
I
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Sports?
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you. If the Cowboys can beat the Eagles during the regular season, does that mean they're close to the Super Bowl? My answer is no. Dak Prescott at his annual charity event alongside Troy Aikman was asked about the gap between us and them.
I mean, I feel like we compete with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we played them. I don't want to say check the record when they're the guys holding the trophy right now. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserved it by all means. But, yeah, very close, especially when you even watch the NFC game, the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we battle against each and every year a couple of times. And, as I said, feel confident about we've gotten the better part each and every time. To see them, to see it in such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn and it's on us.
It's our turn. It's on us. Very close. And just look at the NFC Championship game with how we play Philly and Washington. All those things can be true, but it still does not have me believing the second part that they're close.
Well, look, I'll just take Kentucky basketball, for example. They played last night. Kentucky has 5 wins this year over top 10 teams. All right. Just because you can beat top 10 teams doesn't mean you're good or great or close.
It should mean it.
It should. What it means is that you play up to your competition. Like Kentucky lost to Clemson this year. Clemson's, they're a good team, but they're not great. They lost to Ohio State. Ohio State's not great. They lost to Georgia. Georgia kind of stinks. They lost to Vandy. Vandy's on the bubble. They lost to Arkansas. Arkansas maybe is left out of the NCAA tournament. But they've beaten Florida, number 3 in the nation. They've beaten Tennessee twice. They beat Gonzaga, who was a top 7 team. They beat Duke. Duke has been running over everybody. So they've played well against top competition, but they've fallen asleep. And sure.
But do the Cowboys fall asleep? They usually beat the teams they're supposed to.
They usually do, but I'm just saying, the Cowboys could play well. Just because you play well against certain teams doesn't mean that you're there. Because you still have to go through 17 weeks. And when you're 7-10, I generally think when you're 7-10,
and they're not. That's not a real 7-10, by the way. I have a humongous disagreement with Bobby on this. I'm not judging you for a lot of the Cooper Rush games. Sorry. In order for
you think they're better than 7-10. Yeah, I generally agree with that. Because you can talk about close games, like they win close games. I mean, Washington won a ton of close games. How many one-score games did the Commanders win this year?
A lot, but I guess on the 7-10, why weren't they better when he was in there then?
Because I have to allow a little bit of room too for your team to get better throughout the year. I was the first one to say I'm firing McCarthy because of the beginning of the year, because I had seen 4 years of kind of that. Mm-hmm. I knew after 5 years, but we do have to allow for you sorting it out and improving and figuring it out, in my opinion, throughout the year. In order for you to say they're still 7-10, then you would have to, and I don't want to fight before I go on vacation here, but you would have to, like, not think there's a tremendous difference between Cooper Rush and Dak Prescott. I feel like Bobby Belt in this scenario. Give credit to your boy, the $60 million quarterback, over the career backup.
And almost every team struggles at the beginning of the year because they don't do anything at training camp, and they don't play in preseason.
Let me be clear. I'm not letting the Cowboys off the hook and saying, Cowboys got screwed, they're much better. They're not much better. But I'm not thinking of them as I'm not judging you with Cooper Rush. Right. I have that rule with every team and every backup quarterback. And you would have to think that there's a, real close comparison.
And Micah has said it, and he's absolutely right. Every game is determined by about 4 or 5 plays.
Okay, but that's
They didn't get unlucky this year.
No, they didn't. They didn't. But in the beginning of the year, how much of the beginning of the year was the change in defense? If Dan Quinn never leaves and he stays, if he never gets a head coaching job and he stays, I don't think their defense is as bad in the first 4 games as it would.
No, but here's the deal. They're 7-10 team regardless because Dak on the field, here are the games they lost while Dak was out, and Dak's not making a difference. They lose 34-6 to Philly. They're not winning that game. They lose 34-10 to Houston. I don't think Dak is making a 24-point difference in that game.
But it's not totally fair to just give that other team that point total because you're going to have different possessions,
Changes it.
time of possession. It's not exactly.
But I don't think they're beating Philly. I don't think they're beating Houston. I don't think they're beating Cincinnati. I don't think they're beating Philly again at the end of the year. And then the other.
They lost to Cincy by 7.
No, I know, but that was just in general. They played well that game. It's not like they were super missing. It's not like Dak goes in there. I don't think it makes this tremendous difference because they played well overall and they got beat. But to me, it's you look down that list. I think they swing maybe the last game of the season against Washington if he plays. They would have already been eliminated by that point. So I don't know if it makes a difference.
All right, so back to the point.
Look, I think that when you're set, the whole point was, they play. Just because you could play well against Philadelphia, that doesn't mean that you're going to be there. But again, I still think when you're 7-10, you're a handful of plays away from. I mean, you could easily see them the next year being 10-7.
Are you definitely locking them into third in the East? This is before draft.
Yeah.
Free agent. Are you?
As of now, they're third.
They're third.
Yep.
Okay.
Easy to me.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Where do the way too early offseason power rankings have the Cowboys?
Well, it's not looking good for your Dallas Cowboys, but they've gone up a little bit. They've gone up a little bit from where they were at the end of the year. So at the end of the year, most people had them around 21, 22. They're not quite that bad. But the way too early power rankings from ESPN have the Cowboys 18th in the NFL. They are sandwiched right between the Pittsburgh Steelers at 17, and then at 19, I don't know how fair this is, it's the Atlanta Falcons. In fact, the team's directly behind Dallas. I don't know that you can make a strong case right now. Dallas is better than. It's Atlanta, it's Miami, it's Arizona. Those are 3 teams that I think have a case to say we were better than you and we've got a better outlook heading into next season.
I think
early on Penix.
Very early on Penix. It's a make or break for McDaniel and Tua.
Yes,
most likely.
And they're better. They'll have a better record than Arizona. They just lose the individual matchup to Arizona.
Right. Yeah, they'll get beat. They'll get beat.
Arizona's got some good, Arizona's got a decent outlook here. A lot of their peripherals say that that's a team that's got a chance to contend.
Go top down in order. I'll make the argument of who the Cowboys.
Do you want me to go
over.
just behind Dallas?
No, 1.
Okay, from number 1. This is the rankings from ESPN. Number 1 on the list is the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, this is the rankings for next year.
Whoa.
Number 2, the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Number 3, the Detroit Lions. I know, we haven't even got to the Super Bowl.
Who's ranking these?
This is ESPN.
I know, but who?
It's their writer. It's their beat writers.
Is it stare straight ahead Graziano?
No, it's their NFL. It's a panel of 80 writers, editors, and TV personalities that cover the NFL.
Does Philly might have a lot of guys that are leaving? I don't know.
They always replace, but it's Kansas City 1, Buffalo 2, Detroit 3, Philly 4. Number 5, Baltimore, who shares Vegas has Baltimore and the Chiefs with the best odds to win the Super Bowl next year, tied. And so number 5 is Baltimore. 6, the Washington Commanders. 7, the Green Bay Packers. 8, the Los Angeles Chargers. You stop me when you hear a team that you're like, no.
I could argue the Cowboys are the same or better than the Chargers on a given day.
9, the Cincinnati Bengals.
No.
10, the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes, I could. Who's the quarterback?
Well, they were 14-3 with Darnold.
Yeah, but
we saw the last 2 games.
It's McCarthy, I would assume, next year.
Yeah, so I can argue that they're better with the JJ unknown, and I don't like JJ McCarthy as a prospect.
11.
I need them to be better, so I'm right.
11, the Texans.
No. They could beat the Texans on a given day, but I'll pick Houston.
12, the Rams.
Where's Stafford? Where's Cup?
A lot of question marks. They could be I could have them better than the Rams next year.
13, the 6-11 San Francisco 49ers.
No.
Who Jed York said, absolutely not yesterday. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are not going anywhere. Those guys are here for the long term.
No, I'll never put the Cowboys above them.
14.
By the way, you can get really good value on San Fran to win the title.
Really? What?
It's in I think it's like 15-1.
15?
14.
It's not enough for me.
The Denver Broncos.
No, that's
Sean Payton's carried them.
Go ahead, Chop. Why? Why not?
They were terrible this year. They were 1-6 against teams that had a winning record.
Should have been 2-5 if not for the shenanigans against the Chiefs. But
I'll take Dallas barely.
15, the Seattle Seahawks, who every year seem to be 9-10 win team.
Dallas.
Sorry, San Fran's 18-1.
16, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Even.
Man.
I believe in Baker now. Not
like
that he's going to win a Super Bowl, but that they can be even with us. What were you saying, RJ?
I like Baker. Baker's turned into, he's going to be
good for him.
He is going to be the poster child for teams that want to get rid of their quarterback early.
I will say, by the way, for all the chatter at the time where people were like, it doesn't matter what you're saying about Baker. I can already hear Carter Freeman behind the glass right now saying all the concerns about him as a leader. It was not until he kind of shut his mouth and learned to be a leader that his play started to stabilize. And that's why people care about this.
But isn't this the whole Luka thing? Like, it comes with growth. It comes with age.
Right. You get to that point. But the idea was it's a question right now because he did.
Sure.
Jaden Daniels had it right away. Baker didn't, and you had to project out. 17, last team ahead of them, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think the Cowboys are better.
Yeah, I can make the case. We already beat them.
We already beat them on the
field.
field.
We already beat them. We'll see if they get Aaron Rodgers or not. So, no, I can make the case that the Cowboys can get up to about 11. How about that? How about that? And that's not crazy.
No, it's not crazy.
You can say last year's an aberration. You can say last year's a fluke.
It's all got to click. It's all got to click for them to even climb up there. And that's just before we obviously see if they add anybody. They could add players that were like, oh, no, they're significantly better now. And they could knock out the Ashton Genty could fall to them. They could have a draft. They could have a CeeDee Lamb Diggs type draft that like goes, oh my gosh, they rescued all this. But
if you believe that they're legitimately 18, Bobby, does that answer the Micah re-sign question? Or no, because you can get back in the NFL so quickly and he's only 25.
Yeah, to me, it's like you can cycle it back so quickly. Like, I mean, Chop says it all the time where he's like, Philadelphia won a Super Bowl, rebuilt, and won another Super Bowl. Like, I mean, you can turn it around pretty quickly. Dallas turned it 29. They were a consistent contender. Garrett got fired. They went 6-10, and then they were back to being a 12-win team like that.
Dak on how the Cowboys offense can help turn it around under their new head coach.
Honestly, I think he spoke on it in the press conference, right? And then following this year, we just got to get to running the ball, being a little bit more, consistent on that. And then from there, go back and look at the numbers. I've always enjoyed play action pass, so just being able to get back to that. But you got to start with the run game, and when you have that, the rest of the offense can open up.
Sound like Mike McCarthy all over again while kicking Kellen out the door. We're here to run the damn football. So there's Dak.
Yeah, it's the more and more we just hear from people when they're talking, it sounds like they were just doing a solid on the way out the door about like, oh yeah, we want him back. Yeah, we want him back. It sounds like everybody afterwards goes, yeah, it was time for a change. Something wasn't right last year.
Are you taking that from Dak's comments?
No, I'm just saying in general, like you just clearly heard he's definitely more in line with Schottenheimer's philosophy than Mike's.
All right, let's crosstalk with the fellas. It's the KMC Masterpiece to finish up the Hump Day edition.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the College Baseball Showcase at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Friday, February 21st through the 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece starts right now with the entire crew. Corey Majors, good morning. What is coming up?
Oh no, is this like the dog adoption?
I don't have a run sheet right now.
Yeah.
The slosh.
By the way,
We have Schloss.
Chops is still available. The Dallas Animal Services.
We have Schloss today.
That is the last thing I contribute to a guest.
The dog?
You
No.
could still,
No,
if you
I'm-
wanted to.
Who?
No.
Jim Schlossnagel.
Oh,
Yes.
Schlossnagel.
You pronounce trader wrong.
Oh, he's a TCU trader.
Well, I was going with the A&M, but he's a two-timer.
All right, give Kevin your funeral conundrum.
All right, so I have a couple conundrums. One of which is the speech that my mom is trying to, overlord her power on. Little does she know that I'm the new patriarch of the family, Kevin, and I'm in charge.
She's trying to manage your eulogy.
Well, look, I have a joke in there that she somehow found, and she doesn't care for it. I said, my dad is the only Italian who couldn't get a tan, even his ashes are white. She doesn't appreciate that. You like that?
That's a funny. That is a
You
funny
like that?
joke.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you read it?
Yeah, I can read it for you.
Like, at least he wasn't alive to see Luka get traded to the Lakers.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you just found out about Chop's dad. But
Yeah, I honestly did. I was like, hey, your dad's dead?
But also, like, what do I wear? I want to wear like dress jeans, boots, like a dress shirt. I don't want to wear a suit. I want to wear a suit.
I'm swear to God, this is a serious question. What are dress jeans?
That's a good question.
Like dark jeans.
Jeans without holes in them.
Usually it's dark washed and I feel like not baggy. So like you're just talking about slimmer fit dark washed jeans.
Okay.
So like,
are you being told you have to wear a suit? By
I
your
think
mom?
I'm being peer pressured in. I would totally wear my dad when he was a baseball coach. As when he coached like us as a kid, he wore baseball pants. I could wear baseball pants
in honor of your dad.
In honor of him.
Okay.
But the sons are both wearing suits.
My kids are wearing suits.
And
so
why is that?
Because they
mom's
know how to.
Oh, okay.
So I can't be like more underdressed than my children.
Fact.
Right. I would really look like, as my dad would say, Bubba Luke.
Yeah.
At that point.
I don't.
You guys have any
know that reference.
special funeral requests that you have thought about for yourself? Like what to do afterwards, the party. You want it lighthearted. Are you going to have a reception? How short? How attire? Like TNP had us all dressed in Hawaiian gear. What have you thought about?
I want my funeral to be crushingly sad. I have multiple songs that I've selected, and at times,
name two.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're floating in space.
Cheeseburger in paradise.
Not cheeseburger in
That's a good
freaking
one, though.
paradise.
Is
Is
it? Funeral.
Come Monday.
Or My
If You Die
Weakness by
Monday.
Moby. And I want just like
Moby.
I just want sad music to play over like a montage of pictures and videos of me. I want people to be crushingly
Corey,
sad.
I want Jack FM to play that whole playlist.
Corey, is he playing Moby because of how big his thing is?
Whoa.
Wow. How do you guys feel about Jimmy Buffett?
There you go.
He has he's talked about it
He's
before.
passed away, right? He passed away.
It's huge.
Yeah, I thought I saw him in concert. He's pretty good. Not my favorite. I can't listen to him in the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just relaxing music.
Yeah,
it's
not a
relaxing
tiki
beach
torch.
music.
Just
Yeah.
a relaxing way to
I'm
listen.
gonna take a load off.
Why do you
Listen
ask?
to Jimmy
Okay,
Buffett.
so yesterday, that's my answer to your funeral
Okay, let me go
question.
around the room real quick.
Okay.
And Corey, have you thought about anything specific?
For my funeral, 3 bottles on top of a countertop or whatever, and put my ashes right next to it. Come say something, take a shot, have some fun.
Of the
You
ashes?
clink the thing.
Yeah, on my urn.
Cheers.
Yeah,
Just a
urn.
pile of ashes. sitting
Here's
on
the
there.
urn. Or take a shot out of the urn.
I got some buddies that
It could be
there
the
was-
top. The top could be for liquid, like the Stanley Cup.
Tomorrow is the 29-year anniversary of All Eyes on Me being released, the Tupac album. And Tupac, when he died and they cremated him, the Outlaws, his little hip hop group, they mixed him with marijuana and they smoked him.
What?
Yep.
Oh.
I don't
Not bad.
Okay. All right, Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, so we were going over the Rangers promotional schedule, and there's a lot of great stuff in there. Josh Young World Series replica ring. And I was like, hey, and then September 20th is Margaritaville night, so you can see who's at the game and know who to cut out of your life. And little did I know that Corey and Mike had very strong feelings about Jimmy Buffett, and they barraged me with like 7 minutes of Jimmy Buffett content.
Jimmy
It was
Buffett's
pretty
great, man.
impressive.
Not bad. I mean, I look again. I
You
can
put
only
your
listen to the
toes in the
summertime.
water and your ass in the sand. Put some Jimmy Buffett on.
can't listen to them 12 months a year. This today, on a day like today, I can't.
It's not sunny and happy.
I can't listen. I can't listen to Pirate looks at 40.
You have to be already a little drunk to turn on Jimmy Buffett. I don't think you can turn on Jimmy Buffett sober.
Are you guys buying the Luka report about Milwaukee and Minnesota?
I hadn't heard the Minnesota one.
This is from a guy in Milwaukee who said they called about Giannis, and then he's just assuming that they called and Anthony Edwards would have to be included.
The Giannis one makes a lot of sense. I could see why Minnesota would.
Would you rather have Anthony Edwards or Anthony Davis?
I would rather have Anthony Edwards.
Turn on your mic.
Anthony Edwards in a heartbeat, not even close.
This city would rally around him too. They would love Anthony Edwards here.
Yeah, he's got that attitude and that swag that if he's not on your team, you hate it. But if he is, you're like, that's my guy.
But we'd still be full of rage.
I'm sure.
Not as much. I would understand. You're trading for, I believe he's 1 year younger than Luka. He is going to make a little bit less money than Luka. He doesn't have all the first team NBAs to get the Supermax yet. He could. That doesn't mean he won't, but he could. I would say
he'll probably be the face of the league too.
I totally get changing to Anthony Edwards and going. I know that Kai only has 2 or 3 years left in the league, but like I get putting those two together and then making more sense. So if you did it straight up for Anthony Edwards, straight up, no first round pick, nobody else, I could understand that more than getting.
You still watch basketball?
Getting a 32-year-old. Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would understand getting Anthony Edwards straight up for Luka more than getting Anthony Davis in a first round pick. And I get why they did it. It's to destroy this franchise and to make the Lakers better.
Not just watch basketball. Would you, if they would have traded for Anthony Edwards, would you have gone to a Mavericks game at some point this year to watch him?
Maybe.
Would you have traded all your Luka cards?
Yes, I was going to sell those before he even got traded to the Mavs. Get traded to the Lakers. I didn't know he was getting traded. I was just like, he's not really. This is weird because I am mad about this because you should have got everything.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know if he's my guy. He's not my style of player. I'm not loving this NBA. I'm not loving the way the NBA is played anymore. So I was like, why don't I get into players? I love Patrick Mahomes. I love Dirk Nowitzki. I love Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan. Why don't I collect more of the guys that I truly love and were my heroes rather than, yes, he is on my team.
It's business decisions, right?
I don't really collect for business.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, it helps when you make money.
Yeah.
I would say I've lost money collecting cards, especially after what happened to me.
Did you see Nico get booed at the SMU game?
So I actually knew about that because of Mike, and he came in and, I don't know if it's okay to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
He came in and said SMU is my new favorite. And I was like, oh, why? Because I guess I had not seen that. And
yeah.
That's a wealth on wealth crime, like going after
there were little
Dumont
kids doing
and
it
Nico
too.
And then Dumont went to his seat the other day in the close-up video, and he's like, "Are they booing me?"
He turned to the more surprised, or Taylor Swift was more surprised when they got.
Dumont looked more surprised.
Okay. Good question.
Swift almost looked like she was surprised she was being put on camera. I think partially, like, why am I being shown up here right now in the stadium?
Did you hear my second apron theory and possible excuse for the Mavericks that was quickly rejected by the fellas?
Assuming you have no follow-up questions.
I reject all aprons.
You did?
I did.
Okay. Mike, second apron excuse at all? Huh?
That's a good reason to do it?
Not a good reason. The reason. Oh, now there are only 4 or 5 teams in the apron. So my question was, if all these other billionaires, Steve Ballmer's not in it, the Lakers are not in it, the Warriors.
Hasn't Ballmer been paying a major taxes the first year in like 5 years? He hasn't paid a major tax to the NBA.
So it's just a reset.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you got to do, you got to reset every now and then.
But my question was, all right, if all these other billionaires are not in it, how long do we have to expect this new ownership to be in it? And then number 2, if
they haven't even been in it yet.
Yeah, well, just let me ask the questions, and then you can answer it.
You were 3 years away from this being a problem. I understand what you're saying. It wasn't next year that it was going to be a problem. I hear what you're saying. You're making it sound like, and maybe I'm not hearing you right, you're making it sound like next year, the next NBA season, the Mavericks were in big trouble financially with salary. They were not.
I'm just saying, if these other teams are not in if they have a mandate of no second apron,
okay,
that doesn't kick in next year. Number 1, how long should you have to be in the apron? And number two, if that's the mandate, was this the right team building move? Would you rather have Luka and lesser roster, or paying AD less than Luka and what you think is a better surrounding talent?
I got an easy answer. Kyrie Irving's a free agent if he wants to be. Trade him.
That was Bobby's answer.
That's the thing. They chose Kyrie over Luka. That was like troubling.
If that's your issue, and then trade Daniel Gafford, who's probably going to make about $30 million. Not next year. He's still at like $13 million. But then the next year, he's probably going to get like a 4-year, $120 million contract from somebody.
Because Draymond is speculating that not only is that the reason this happened, but this is going to cause other moves like this with teams not wanting to supermax commit. Because that was the reason for the apron rules, to not allow Steve Ballmer, Adelson to just buy everyone.
I don't know who the player is offhand, but I'm
just throwing it out as a devil's advocate.
Yeah, I'm curious why they wouldn't trade for somebody whose contract comes off the books after this year and then load up with draft picks, because obviously that will be cheap, or trade Kyrie. That would be my thought. So I don't know.
It's also like, to me, you don't, if you're in sports to make money year over year, you're probably in the wrong business. Like, it's
the money is made when you sell the team.
Yeah, it's a loss leader. Like,
I disagree with that, by the way. Just as a player, there's no way the smartest 0.1% of billionaires are buying a team to lose money for 10 to 20 years and then make money 20 years later.
Okay,
they may never want to. You have owners who may never want to sell,
and they may not make a lot. They may make it like a fraction of their money. So like. And they may not maximize what?
Is it like a mortgage? You're paying in the house and you're losing, but then you sell it and you sell it for $300,000.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. You don't necessarily believe that some or all of the books we see are accurate.
Oh, they're not.
They're 100%.
They don't get. They don't count.
Why wouldn't they show it?
Yeah.
How many teams don't count their concessions?
I mean, my dad, who worked in finance for a while, he understands. Like, I don't have that education.
Yeah.
You do certain things, whether it's tax-wise or whatever, to prove that you didn't make money, but it's all like it's all book numbers. It's not real numbers. There's
like
no
the NFL
way
salary cap for sure.
There's just no way that like Jerry Jones, if we're saying this, Jerry Jones shouldn't have any money yet. He should only have about he spent all his money on the Cowboys. How does he have the yacht? How does he have the houses? How does he have all these things if literally he can only make money until he sells the team?
Yeah, they're making money. It's just like they're not maximizing the profits like they might with a regular business. I don't think you can run sports like a regular business.
I agree.
If you want to win, Cuban said about it, if you want to win, you've got to be prepared to potentially lose money year after year.
Yeah.
The KMC Masterpiece coming at you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, the famous.
Going back, looking up, and this ball game is tied. Corey Seager launches his 23rd home run of the season to make it a 2-2 ball game.
All right, this is a spectacular day in human history. This is the day Maxine was born. This is the day my mom was born. And this is the day that the Lord has made. But also
Dereck Lively.
The day that Dereck Lively was born.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me his foot's healed.
No, well, that would be great. We would finally have a big again. But pitchers and catchers for the Rangers report to spring training. Gentlemen, this always felt like, obviously, Mike, your entire life revolved around this for years and years and years. This feels like the official start of baseball season, even though you won't get like the full squad together for another, I think it's 8 days or whatever.
Abraham Lincoln's
Pretty much
birthday,
Monday,
too.
right? Monday's their first full workout, I believe.
Okay, I could see that.
Yes, it was a big day. This was a day that maybe I would shed a tear of sadness knowing that I was leaving my family for about 8 months.
Yeah.
But at the same time, joy because you put in that off-season work to now start the process of, it's like the beginning of hopefully your off-season work proving that you've improved in areas you felt like you needed to improve in. Also, I think that this Metroplex needs the Texas Rangers to be good at baseball so bad.
Yeah.
I think more than ever in the history of Dallas-Fort Worth, this team, this Texas Ranger team, needs to be good. And if it is, you will find so many Cowboy fans and Maverick fans, not saying they're changing from those teams, giving more attention to the Texas Rangers because it's the only thing, at least right now, that hasn't felt like a major disappointment or destruction of a franchise.
Yeah, and so obviously
Jacob deGrom will not throw today.
Oh my God!
Because he
His
threw
birthday?
yesterday. He threw yesterday.
Oh, okay. Because it feels like the Cowboys are in shambles, or not shambles. They're in mediocrity mode. They've been in mediocrity mode last year. It looks like that might be the case for a couple of years going forward. The Mavericks made a huge trade that most people didn't like, and then the marquee asset you brought back got hurt in the first game. I know the Stars are rocking and rolling, but right now you're also sitting on a no hockey for a week and a half. NHL hockey. I know we've got the Four Nations. I desperately want the Rangers to be awesome every year, but man, it feels like this year, like, let's just start 16-0 or something.
Mike, every 16-0, that sounds fine. Yeah. 24-0 sounds good to me. 162-0.
That's too much pressure. I say no. That's too much pressure.
But every year for this, every one of those players has something different they're walking into, right? Like DeGrom is, I mean, just think about his story walking into it. He knows he needs to pitch. There's that pressure on him to do it.
Sure.
But it's also, there's a lot of pressure from himself. Evaldi's got a whole different slate of pressure on him as he's kind of like, how much of this load do I carry before I get to take a load off? Corey Seager, very robotic, obviously, but he has, he wants to be healthy. Health is his key thing. It's Marcus Simeon, what's he working on? What's he trying to adjust to? You just talked about Adolis yesterday. It's amazing how all these guys come into the clubhouse with a thing they need to work on, something that they got to be better at. But as Mike said, things they worked all off season to prepare for this as they get rolling.
The only person, to your point, that I would say, if he stays the same, it would be tremendously awesome, and that would be Josh Smith.
Yeah.
Now, he got to play a lot more. In a weird way, I know this sounds bad. I'm hoping he doesn't play as much. That being said, I know that they're going to find what, if he's doing what he did last year as the second best hitter on the team, arguably to Corey Seager, is they'll find ways to get him on the field.
Yeah.
Whether it's DH, whether it's third base, shortstop, second base, left field, filling in different roles. But that's to your point, Corey, it's the only player I can think of off the top of my head that you would say, just do exactly what you did last year, and that would be tremendous.
Because Wyatt Langford, you're still asking. I mean, last year's spring training was spectacular.
But you need him to take a step up.
There's a growth that he has to have.
I want him to have a 30-20 year.
There you go.
Just I know that's basic stats. 30 homers, 20 stolen bases. That, to me, is what he can do this year.
And then Evan Carter, he feels like he has to rebuild. A lot of things this offseason and then this spring training. So, but Kevin, as you said, exciting time because even Bill Russell was born on this day.
Oh man, this is a powerhouse.
This is a very powerful day.
So a couple of questions for you, and we can go through them one at a time, or if you're like, no, I think that's wrapped up. What does super utility mean? And that speaks to what you said about Josh Smith, who hits leadoff, who plays center, because I get ideally healthy Evan Carter is ready to rock and roll and takes over center and let's do that. But who plays center and who hits leadoff? Do you think both of those are still technically works in progress?
I don't with who hits leadoff.
Okay.
I would like it to be
Simeon again.
I do think they're just going to go Simeon, Seager, Langford. I think that is set in stone as long as everybody's healthy coming out of spring training. I don't think Boch is going to change that, or Chris Young is going to want that changed for now. I could see it as the season progresses. Maybe they make a decision.
Do you think they would experiment in spring training? Because you've talked about, depending on how safe you are in the team, this could be the time for experimentation.
It's so rare that you play your, let's say, 7 to 9 regulars in a spring training game.
That is true.
Because I can give a guy 4 at-bats today at 10 a.m. on the backfield, batting first in the first inning, second inning, third inning, and fourth inning. There's no rules back there that it has to be played exactly like a Major League Baseball game. When you're on the spring training field and you pay to get into the game, it's played for the most part like a real game. I can't fiddle fart with the lineup and say, well, Corey Seager, I need him to get 3 at-bats today. Is it okay if I just have him hit second in the first inning, second inning, and third inning and then be done? No, he has to hit in the lineup. The only time it gets wonky is when you get to the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, if you've ran out of pitching, stuff like that, you can say, hey, the game's called after 8. Literally, the team that traveled here does not have anybody left to pitch. And what was your other one, center field?
Center field.
I think there's a small competition there. I get what MLB.com, Kennedy Landry is writing. I totally get it.
Evan Grant threw this out there as well.
I don't think it's a competition.
Okay.
I think as long as Evan Carter is healthy, he's your center fielder.
Is this Justin Foskew's year?
Is he still here?
I don't think so.
No, he's not. Okay.
Is he, honest to God?
It says he's on the active roster.
Okay, good.
On the Rangers
I couldn't
website.
remember.
Oh, I meant I don't think it's his year. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't think it's his year.
I mean, we were talking about bats yesterday. He's a right-handed bat.
He can't play defense anymore.
Yeah.
So if you're on the bench, what do I do with you if you can't play a position?
I think last year was his year.
That was his year.
The opportunity was there, and unfortunately, because we talked to Foskew, good dude. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and now I think, look, all of this, of course, with the caveat of if people get hurt, then opportunities develop. But assuming that doesn't happen, I don't think I see a clear path for him, honestly, at all before injuries.
To your point, Corey, if there's something that you like from a rebuilding team, I'm just throwing out the Chicago White Sox. I have no clue what Will Venable thinks of Justin Foskew. No clue. But he does know who he is. He saw him last year in the major league, saw him last year in spring training. Maybe Will's like, hey, this kid Foskew doesn't have a spot on the Texas Rangers. He's almost out of options. We're obviously searching for major league players. What if we did this for that? And the Rangers might look at it and go, yeah, we'll take this because we don't see any spot for Foskew in the future. I can't tell you where in the world would he ever play here. How is he even on the bench here? Injuries, yes. But if I have Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran, how does he beat out those two guys? They're much better defensively, and right now they're both better offensively, even though Zeke struggled tremendously last year.
And your 1 through 9 right now are Major League Baseball players.
It's a stud.
They're not
a stud lineup.
They're not a bunch of guys that you're like scrambling to hope they can play baseball. These are Major League Baseball players.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And then
that's the way, Kevin. Trade Foskew, and then finally Walcott gets his shot.
Finally? Oh my gosh, I feel like we're really rushing him if that happens.
I mean, that'll be fun that we're there in February because Walcott will probably start a game or get to play like the last 4 or 5 innings of those games.
I definitely agree with that. I don't want to dive back into the closing thing right now because I know we've talked about that. We'll get back into it. But the first question that I saw going into training, spring training that Evan Grant threw out, that this is kind of like, this question can mean whatever you want it to mean. How do they get their groove back? And like, honestly, it feels like stay healthy. And
Stella,
I think,
right?
Yes. Well,
Stella Artois.
Stella Artois.
Yeah.
But also,
get their groove back.
if they stay healthy, oh yeah, double meaning. I like it. I think that it will take care of itself. Like, I honestly, really and truly believe that.
Yeah, I know that their first 2 series, home against Boston, at Cincinnati, I expect those 2 teams to be very competitive this year. I think Cincinnati could surprise a lot of people. I think Boston was a 500 team last year who I think in the offseason got a little bit better. So it's not going to be easy, but boy, if you get off to a start where you take 3 of 4 at home against Boston, and I believe it's a 3-game series in Cincinnati, you take 2 of 3, you win those first 2 series. That would mean not only so much to the groove thing, because it's like, all right, we're off to a good start. Last year, they actually did get off to a good start.
Yeah.
They're 22-17 till that Colorado series, and then that ended the Rangers playing good baseball the rest of the year for the most part. And so those are 2 big series. And like I said, to reiterate, the Rangers have something here. If they can get off to a hot start, this town, I hate saying this, I'm not trying to dog these teams, but I think we want to forget about the Cowboys and Mavericks.
Yeah.
Not forever. I'm not saying you're going to remember the Cowboys when it comes, draft. And you're going to remember the Cowboys when it comes July, August for training camp. But I think mentally people here are like, I need the Rangers to be good because I can't stand what the Mavericks and Cowboys have become.
Can I tell you, I'm one of those people.
I am
like,
too.
We all were born and raised in the Metroplex. I'm totally one of those people. I mean, look, shocker. I don't like the Luka trade either. But what the Cowboys have become is so frustrating and infuriating because it feels like there's a path out and they're like, we're not interested in that. I love the Stars and I love the Rangers. The Stars are holding up their end of the bargain so far. I would love it if the Rangers surged to start the season because we all need that.
You have the clouds, the sun.
No, I'm not.
That's what we need. We need the Stars in April and May, and we need the Rangers in April and May.
Yes.
And everything will feel better here.
Yes.
You know, the sky's blue because the shortness of the. Never mind, Kevin. The wavelength of the color. It's a long story.
Did you say the wavelength of the color?
Yeah, the shortness of the length of color is the reason the sky's blue because it can disperse. I just watched West Wing. They were telling me about it.
Okay.
Long story.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right
Sounds
here
good.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, ranking the NFL quarterbacks who haven't won a Super Bowl that play right now. How does your top 5 look? Next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bills in the red zone. Allen keeps it himself right up the middle. Josh Allen at the 5, takes it in. Touchdown! His 57th career rushing touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is that number one on your list? Could it be Josh Allen? The quarterbacks in the NFL who are playing right now who have yet to win a Super Bowl. Like what?
Caleb Williams.
Does your top? Is he in your top 5?
Oh, he's one of the quarterbacks that's playing right now
Okay.
that has not won a Super Bowl.
I'm specifically looking for who would be in your top 5 for this group.
Cooper Rush, obviously. Right behind Dak.
All right, Mike, I'm going to go to you.
Danucci.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I don't know. You might say Josh Allen. That's the highlight.
I think Josh Allen would certainly be in the top 5.
Lamar.
I feel like this is fair.
This is winning or getting to?
Just the best that haven't won a Super Bowl.
Okay, then Joe Burrow.
Just the best ones. Okay, how would you stack that right now, though?
I'll stack it by the year
it.
they were drafted and then how high they were drafted. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's the way I would stack
Okay.
those 3.
All right.
2 drafted in 2018, 1 drafted in 2020.
Okay, where do you go after that?
This is tough because the next quarterback on the power rankings at the end of the year was Jared Goff. And I don't necessarily... Ben Johnson did a remarkable job of being able to have an explosive offense without a mobile quarterback. Every other quarterback in the league, except for maybe Dak, is like mobile enough to be able to escape and get 10 yards whenever necessary.
Yeah.
And Jared Goff is not necessarily that guy, but somehow Ben Johnson had one of the most explosive offenses without that. So I give Ben Johnson a lot of credit for what they accomplished this year. I don't think Jared Goff is that high.
Okay.
Although that offense was that good. So I guess the next person would be Jaden Daniels for me.
Ooh, spicy. I like it.
Played 1 year.
Yeah.
Who would
Him
you
or
put?
Jordan Love? I'm not going with Baker Mayfield. I'm not going with Darnold. I'm not with Purdy either.
What about Stroud or Herbert?
Stroud let me down this year.
Fair.
I'm hurt by it. And Herbert just he hasn't found himself yet.
Okay.
And as strong as that arm is, as live as it is, until the thing in between the ears gets better and the decision making, and maybe even Quentin Johnson dropping most of the passes he threw to him in that one game, like that hurts.
Sure.
But until he gets that going, I can't believe in him.
What about Dak?
What are you doing?
I'm just asking questions.
It would help his career tremendously. I don't think he can do it.
Okay, so you guys agree Allen 1, Lamar 2, Joe Burrow 3.
That's like tier 1. That's
by
the tough thing.
A lot, right?
And it's like, all right, now name 4 and 5. The 4 and 5 don't come close to 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I guess my 4 and 5 would be the next up and comers, and that is Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams. Those are the
those
3 that I'm
we
looking at.
named are weird because I don't know if they'll make the Hall of Fame, but they have a chance to make the Hall of Fame without ever winning a Super Bowl. That's how good their careers are going.
I agree with that.
And now we get to, I think, tier 2 almost does have to be prospects.
Okay.
Because Brock Purdy's still a prospect. He's in year 4. He's going into year 4.
Do you put him in number 4?
Well, I think at this point, if let's just say, I know he's up for an extension. That'll be a major talking point.
Yes.
I think in the offseason is I look at it and go, if he wins the Super Bowl, he gets like $63 million a year.
Yeah.
If they don't make the playoffs again and he stays pretty healthy, he's probably going to be a free agent.
I can't rely on Tua. Because as good
I
as
kind of
he
forgot
is,
about Tua, honestly.
As good as he is, that happens.
Yeah.
And as good as that offense can be, that defense lets them down plenty.
Sure.
So I can't. And Kevin, let's be realistic with Dak. by the time he's 35, we might be looking at it going, they've rebuilt it the right way and they're ready to go. Like
that could be
that's
true.
4 years from now. He's already 31 years old. We know what he is, and he's declining at this point.
Yeah.
And he might, and listen, man, he can look me in the eye and say, I'm not. That's fine. I hope you feel that way.
Sure.
If you're on the field and you're representing my team, I hope you feel like you're the best and that nobody's going to be able to kick your butt. But what we're seeing is that declining part of it. They have to build too much for me to believe that he's willing. I just feel like he benefits mostly from the team rather than elevating that at this point.
So CBS weighed in on this list, and it did feel like the same conundrum you guys are in. So they went Lamar 1, and then Josh Allen 2, and Joe Burrow 3. So they had 1 and 2 flipped, but they're in agreement with you that it's the 3, and then there's a pretty big drop-off. So at 4, they went Jared Goff. And at 5, this is where I don't particularly agree with this at all, Dak Prescott. Followed by Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, CJ Stroud, and Justin Herbert.
Jaden Daniels' team is built. Like they have what, $100 million to add to it
Something
this offseason
ridiculous,
or something,
yeah.
69.
It says 82 on USA Today.
Somewhere
But-
between 60 and 100 million.
Yeah.
And like they have money to add to this. So if they wanted Oso Digizua this offseason, they can do it. You know, if they wanted to take Jordan Lewis and Osa, bam, they can add those pieces to it. And they're drafting. You know, and they're adding to it via their draft. So they're in prime position.
I think they're going to go after the Bengals number 2 receiver.
T. Higgins, which would be smart. Him and Terry McLaurin together would be, oh my gosh.
And I think this might be the direction y'all are going, but let me reframe the question of these 6. Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Jaden Daniels, Brock Purdy, CJ Stroud, Justin Herbert. Assuming one of them does, which one in that group wins the Super Bowl next?
Jaden Daniels.
I don't mind that answer.
Yeah,
I do think. I think CJ Stroud has a shot. The problem is our first 3 guys are all in the AFC.
Yep.
And
that's not even including Patrick Mahomes.
Both of those guys that you just named are both going to have new offensive coordinators this year. And how do they respond to that? Is whoever replaces Ben Johnson going to be half as good as he was with Jared Goff? And then with Stroud, they were fantastic his first year. And then what happened? Was it offensive line or was it the offensive coordinator just couldn't get his S together? So they have that to go through. So those guys might take a dip this year.
Now, to go along with this, this is just fun, and it's nonsense, but it amuses me. Fox Sports is like, hey, let's go ahead and predict the next 5 Super Bowls.
Deal.
The Cowboys are, I hate to tell you this, Mike, I know you're going to be shocked. They are not in any of these next 5 Super Bowls.
I don't know about 4 and 5 years from now, right? It's
That's
just impossible. But I think we can look. I know I'm the Cowboys hater. I think you can look at this Cowboys team and go, they pretty much have no chance to make the next 2 Super Bowls. Like, I would give them a 1% chance
With
to
what
make
they
the
have
next
to
2.
build, it's too much.
Yeah.
3 years from now, I'll give them a 5% chance.
Yeah.
And in years 4 and 5, I'll give them a 10 to 15% chance.
I think you're going to see the Super Bowl they predict in 5 years. You're like, okay, so we're just kind of guessing. All right, so they have the next Super Bowl as what my son Brandon called the People's Super Bowl, Buffalo against Detroit.
How, after watching what Philadelphia did this year, how can you not say they're going to be back? Like that, most of that team's going to be back now.
Just
they have
because
a small
of the
window.
injuries, I guess, for the Lions would be your counter argument.
All right.
Maybe
they have a small window, or maybe it's a 2-3 year window, but they're going to have to answer to the salary cap at some point. But just like the Rams, they can answer to it real quick and turn it back around real fast. They've been aggressive like that. I just don't know how you can take them out of the mix after they were so dominant throughout the playoffs and throughout their and on their way to a Super Bowl.
Maybe they're going to party.
Maybe so. Like they
just
could
not have the.
I mean, that happens to most teams.
It does.
Like most teams that we think are going to be back, for the most part, they struggle the next year with maybe the celebration of, we did it.
I just feel like with the style that the Detroit Lions play and the style that their coach goes after, that 2 years that they've had, the last 2 years, and fallen short, they're going to be questioning a lot of things this season.
Yeah.
And I mean, it happened to the Niners. They went really hard for a couple years, And their injuries stacked up again on them in season 3.
Now, you mentioned the Eagles. Do you know how long it is until Jalen Hurts' contract cap hit gets above $50 million?
Does he ever?
Good answer, Corey. The answer is he does not. He is under contract through 2028.
Doesn't make sense.
His cap hit next year is $21.9 million.
How?
And then it's 31. How?
How did they do that?
Because what a bold idea. They gave him a contract extension while he was still under his rookie deal, which allows you to fidget with the money in a variety of ways that the Cowboys were like, that's stupid. Just give him the franchise tag, and that way you know exactly what the number is and you don't have to do anything. So to your point, they don't. All right, Super Bowl in 2 years, Ravens against the Eagles. In 3 years, Chiefs against the Commanders. 4 years, Bengals against the Packers, and then 5 years away per Fox Sports. We're just having some fun with things. The Washington Commanders against the New England Patriots.
Drake May.
Settle down just a little bit.
Okay, sorry, Jerry. That's fair.
They're giving Vrabel some credit on that one.
I mean, and they have $120 million in cap space, give or take.
Dang.
Now, I just want to point out, if everyone hopes in the year 2029 that the Cowboys are going to look at this and be like, well, hold on. The Patriots were really good, and then they really weren't. And then they got a new coach, and then they got a new quarterback that they drafted, and they saved a whole bunch of money, and they built a damn fine team around him. Remember what we said yesterday, and I don't know, for the past 10 years. The front office does not seem to learn lessons like that.
I'm sure they will this time, though.
No, they won't. They definitely will not.
Can't prove that.
I guess that is true. I can't prove
The life we've chosen.
Yeah, do you understand? Jerry woke up at 3 a.m, and as soon as he got up from where he was at, he started working on the salary cap and the roster, and he was like, I had a meeting yesterday with Inside Edge. It was awesome on all the information you could possibly have for a baseball game or for a baseball season or for your other teams. I'm sure there's an Inside Edge for football. And he woke up at 3 a.m, and he was on that website till 7 a.m. working for 4 hours. Then he probably got his workout in. He probably Pelotoned it up and made sure he got his stretching in and everything. Got his Mickey D's for breakfast, threw some extra salt on there because he had a good workout, so he needed some more sodium. And then he went right back, and he's like, you know what? I study 4 hours on this website of all the players. Now I study the next 4 hours on a college website looking at all the college players. Then he has then he has lunch. Then he studies for 2 hours on all the players in that XFL thingy, whatever it's called
UFL now.
Yeah, he knows it. I don't. And then he looks at all of those possible players because he's trying to find the next Aubrey or Turpentine. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
I don't know how you cannot believe in a 3-time Super Bowl champion and a Hall of Famer, and you don't think that he's putting in the work?
Mike, you're going to think I'm a no-good bastard for saying this. I do not believe that they wake up at 3 a.m. and start doing free agency stuff. I just don't think that's what's happening. And then I like this text. This feels like somebody who gets our show from the 682. Sounds like what I'm hearing is 2030 is our year.
Maybe it will be. We know it's the year that the Mavericks moved to Las Vegas.
I do not know that to be the case.
Well, the lease is up in 30 here at the AAC, so we're assuming maybe 31 or 32. It'll be the Las Vegas Mavericks.
I am not going to go with that assumption.
Dak literally
I hope
said,
they change their name, don't you?
Our turn, and it's on us. He said that yesterday, so it is
Based
our turn.
on what?
He's great at talking.
He also said they're right there with Philly, and they got outscored by them 89-12 this past year.
All right, just
Or
go to the
something
next.
like
If you're going to do that, Kevin.
Coming up next.
He's talking the talk.
We're trying to be positive here.
He just has a torn hamstring, the walk stuff.
For Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Can the Rangers starting pitchers be as good as the Mariners? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. Let's do it.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
got Coach Schloss coming up from the University of Texas at 11. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
All right, yesterday I talked about the Rangers lineup, and I love the lineup on paper, and it's what to do when you face lefty relievers. And obviously, you're going to have a very different lineup, I think, when a left-handed starting pitcher is against you. But I want to go to the Rangers rotation versus the best rotation, I will say, in the American League.
Mariners.
They are also in the West.
Yeah.
And that is the Mariners. Their projected rotation on opening day, as long as everybody's healthy, All-Star Luis Castillo, All-Star Logan Gilbert, I believe All-Star George Kirby, future really great pitcher, and maybe made the All-Star team last year, Bryce Miller. And then they got this guy named Brian Wu, who had a really good year last year, is their number 5. Their number 5 starting pitcher last year pitched 121 in third innings, 96 hits, 13 walks, 101 strikeouts with a 2.89 ERA and a whip of .90.
Wow. Yes.
That is arguably their best, and they have them projected as starting the 5th game of the year.
Wow.
Now, I just gave you their number 5 starters numbers, and I think they're interchangeable. I don't want to say they have 5 number 1s. That's too extreme. But they have 5 really good to great starting pitchers.
I wanted Castillo so bad a couple of years ago. Like, I was like, this dude is a strikeout pitcher here.
Yeah.
He was 4th in innings pitched for them last year at 175 and a third.
Wow.
When I go to the Rangers, Nathan Eovaldi led the team in innings at 170.1 or .2. So this is
4th.
The Rangers' second best starting pitcher last year was Andrew Heaney, who's still a free agent, but probably not going to be on the Texas Rangers.
What do you think that the value or the price continues to go down the closer you get to spring training?
I think it gets to 1-year deals. We saw this last year, right? I think that's the problem is I love Andrew Heaney, and I think he can be a very nice pitcher in a rotation or in a bullpen during a season for a team. I'm assuming this. It's only assumptions. He's looking for a 3-year deal, and teams aren't giving him 3-year deals. So they're waiting him out till, let's say, March 1st, when guys like Andrew Heaney will take a 1-year $1-year $12 million deal. That way you're not locked into him for a long time. I don't like that for Andrew. I think he deserves better, but I think that's what teams are doing with free agents that are still free agents today. Is they're looking at him going, we like these guys. We only like them on 1-year deals.
I know the Rangers do not have money for this right now. Do you like, whether it's the Rangers or any other team, do you like the value then of Andrew Heaney? I think the answer is yes.
100%.
On 1 year, $10 to $12 million.
100%. I think he's worth $15 million, and maybe there would be a team out there. I don't know. I'd have to look at everybody's rotation. Obviously, like the Mariners don't need him. The Rangers could use him, but I think they would use him more as like that 6th man.
He's not a closer, right?
No.
Because he doesn't have the stuff?
I don't think he does. Closing is tough. There's not 30 closers in Major League Baseball. So now we're saying, well, John Gray might or Andrew Heaney maybe.
Yeah. I am curious about John Gray. I've told you that before.
No, for sure. But, like, I mean, when you get to the end of the year, you're like, are there 20 closers in this league you would trust?
Right.
The answer is usually no. Usually you get to about 15 and you're like, okay, I can trust number 13, 14 maybe, you know. I mean, so usually half of teams in Major League Baseball struggle to have a guy they like in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, let me get to this stat for the Seattle Mariners, which, look, the Rangers bullpen, I just don't know. I just don't know what it's going to be like. I don't love it on paper, but you know what? You can like a lot of teams' bullpens on paper, and they struggle.
Sure.
So paper is really tough, especially with bullpens. So let me give you this stat for the Seattle Mariners. Last year, I can't believe they weren't a better team when I give you this stat. Out of their 5 starting pitchers, okay, and obviously they didn't all stay healthy, but Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, and Bryce Miller pretty much stayed healthy all year. And Luis Castillo made 30 starts.
Yeah.
So Logan Gilbert, George Kirby, 33 starts. That's the max you can make if you stay healthy. So Luis Castillo pretty much missed 3 starts if you wanted to get the maximum amount of starts in a season. Bryce Miller had 31 starts. Brian Wu had 22 starts.
Okay.
They had 88 quality starts from those 5 guys. 5 guys in their rotation. Now, they stayed pretty healthy. if I add Emerson Hancock, who pitched near the end of the year with 12 starts, he had 4 quality starts. That gives them 92 quality starts from their 6 starting pitchers last year.
Holy moly.
92 out of 162 games.
And you're like, how did they not have a
start.
better record?
Yeah, I don't get it. Now, obviously, their offense struggled tremendously last year. Now, that's all the quality starts they got. There's only 6 guys that got a quality start, but they did get 92. Would you like for me to tell you, or would you like for me to guess how many quality starts the Rangers got last year?
21.
Oh, my God. It's got to be higher than that, right? 60.
54.
All right.
But if we look at the
That is a
Mariners,
big gap.
it's a big gap, 54 to 92. Now, the Rangers had quite a few guys get a quality start, like Dane Dunning, 2, Jose Urena, 3, Max Scherzer, 3, John Gray, 7, Andrew Heaney, 7, Cody Bradford, 8, Michael Lorenzen, 8, Nathan Eovaldi, 16. When I put Nathan Eovaldi on the Mariners, he finishes 5th in quality starts.
And he's by far
22 for Gilbert, 20 for George Kirby, 18 for Bryce Miller, 18 for Luis Castillo, and 10 for Wu.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the Rangers bullpen. Now, do I expect the Mariners to stay this healthy and to get 88 quality starts from 5 starting pitchers? Probably not.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to happen again. But I will say this. Offensively on paper, the Rangers look better than the Mariners. On a piece of paper, their rotation, the Mariners looks better. But on paper right now, I'm looking at Jacob deGrom. I'm looking at Nathan Eovaldi. You start getting to, I don't know what Tyler Mally's going to be. I honestly have no clue what he's going to bring to the table this year.
And this isn't related to the Rangers specifically, but aren't the Mariners the king of paper champions?
100%.
Yeah.
They still haven't won the division since 2001, since I was a rookie in Major League Baseball.
Wow.
So I look at this and go, but the Rangers have to get a lot better in starting pitching.
Yeah.
A lot better than what they were last year. And on paper, look, right now they have Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter not slated to be in the rotation. But all it takes is an injury in spring, which will probably happen, and Rocker's in the rotation. Or they decide John Gray's going to be the closer. I just don't know when you make that decision. March 10th? Do you go, we got to start training him to be a closer? The dude's never thrown in, as far as I know, he's never thrown in back-to-back days in his life. We might want to start training him to be a one-inning, ninth-inning guy if that's what we want to do.
And that conversation or elements of that conversation would have had to have at least taken place by now,
They have
right?
taken place.
Okay.
They just don't want to limit John Gray
I
to
gotcha.
What if, I'm just giving you a what if, Tyler Malley can't make it to start the year.
Yep.
Nathan Eovaldi's having some arm issues, and they're like, we're going to give him a week or 2 in the regular season to make sure he's ready in spring training. And you're like, what about John Gray? Like, we can't start. He only pitched 7 innings in spring training because we were throwing him 1 inning at a time, getting him ready to be the closer. So you lost that opportunity. I can always bring a guy back to being a reliever. That's easy as saying, you're just now going to pitch 1 inning every other day.
Yeah.
I can't go, well, you've been trained to pitch 1 inning every other day. Go now throw 5 innings tomorrow. It's impossible to do. If you don't understand baseball and arms, it's just impossible to do. It would be telling Usain Bolt, I know he doesn't run anymore, Usain Bolt, be going, hey, I need you to now go run a half marathon. You're like, I don't run a half marathon. I'm a sprinter.
Yeah.
It would take me a long time to train, and maybe I'm not, ever going to be able to do it. So I look at this and go, with the Rangers bullpen, the Rangers starting pitching has to get closer to what the Mariners were able to accomplish last year. I understand they're not going to get as lucky to have 6 starting pitchers, pretty much like the Mariners did. There's probably going to be 10 starting pitchers for the Rangers. The 5 that you name on the website, I know I'm out of time here. I got to hurry up. deGrom, Eovaldi, Gray, Bradford, Malley is what they have as the Rangers starting 5. Is it going to be exactly in that order? I don't know. But we know that probably Dane Dunning's going to get a start here and there.
Yeah,
we
I
know
agree
that
with that.
Rocker's going to get, I think, at least 10 starts, if not 20. I hope he gets 25. I hope that he does great in spring training and he stays pretty much healthy all year and you get 25. Jack Leiter's probably going to get 5 to 20 starts. I know that's a big range, but he's going to get some starts too. And then there might be a guy here and there that I'm just forgetting that's a guy who's pitched in the big leagues, who's a big league invite, who starts off in AAA and comes up, and like Urena last year.
Yeah,
gets
he came in a couple times.
7 to
clutch,
10 starts, type of deal. So the Rangers have to get, on paper, I like their rotation. It ain't the Mariners, but they have to get a lot closer to the Mariners, because wouldn't it be great if you took a little bit of pressure off of a bullpen that Bruce Bochy said at the Winter Awards? I really don't know these guys.
Yeah.
He has, starting today until March 25th, he has that much time to get to know these guys and try to figure out how he's going to use these guys in big-time situations against the Boston Red Sox on March 27th through the 31st.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course I have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Texas baseball head coach. It is Jim Schlossnagle. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
You guys are starting the season Friday against Louisville at Globe Life Field. I know with the amazing facilities that pretty much all of the SEC has, do you think the guys, or do you still get a charge out of playing in the big league park, or you're like, we're pretty used to this atmosphere?
Well, Texas isn't used to it because we haven't played an SEC game yet.
That's true.
That's our first year in the conference, but certainly they prior to us coming over here, Texas played in Minute Maid Park or whatever it's called now, and they played the Big 12 tournament in the big league stadium. But yeah, I mean, the SEC ballparks, the atmospheres, the sound, it's all just totally insane, especially at the schools, most of the schools in what used to be the SEC West. But it's nothing like a major league park, and just the space and the size and the grandeur of it all, and the opportunity for, most of these guys, a lot of these guys will play professional baseball, but very, very few will play in the major leagues. So this may be their one chance. And even for a coach like myself, that's 35 years into this business, it's still awesome to get to be in a big league stadium. And the thing about the Rangers is the guys, Jared Schramm, Sean Decker, they do such an incredible job of making the players and the staff, but mainly the players, feel like a major league player. They treat you well. There's a lot of great amenities, and just an overall great experience. And so we're looking forward to it. I'm sure all the other teams are looking forward to it. The roof is amazing because, college baseball is usually a cold weather sport most of the time. And the fact that we know we're going to get to play and have a good temperature, that's 2/3 of the battle this time of year.
You talked about, obviously, how long you've been in the business and been in baseball 35 years. Was this the most, I guess, maybe unique offseason ever for you? I know coaches switch teams, but obviously the nature of A&M to Texas. How was that offseason for you?
Yeah, obviously, pretty toxic, pretty chaotic. I certainly, as I've said publicly many times, I loved my 3 years at A&M. I absolutely adore my 18 years at TCU. The 12th man at A&M is very, very real. The fans are awesome, and they treated me very, very well during the time in which I was the coach there. And for some reason, in sports, it's different than in other professions. I don't know, if my guy Mike Bassick leaves one place to go to another rival station, do people lose their mind? I don't know. But it's just something about sports. They don't cry when they fire you. But coaches have careers too. And, for a variety of reasons, just decided that this was a change that needed to be made. And it was about leadership and alignment. And it just so happened that it was A&M to Texas. And I knew it was going to be a rough one, and the optics of it are horrendous. I mean, they're horrendous. You're coaching one team one night, and the very next night you're at the rival school. I get it, but it wasn't. I wasn't looking to stick it to anybody. I love the players at A&M, very, very close to them, and root for them. They have a great team, preseason #1 team in the country, and but I'm super honored to be at Texas, and this is the Yankees of college baseball, and it's been 20 years since the last national championship, and as Augie Garrido would say every year, Omaha is the standard, and so Coach Pierce did a good job of getting there 3 times in 8 years, and it's my job to get Texas back to Omaha and at some point win the last game.
If it helps at all, I am an A&M person, but I did not say anything bad except for I was just like, oh, son of a gun. Maybe a different word instead of gun. But you know how it is. I was just disappointed. But I hope I don't think I contributed to the toxic argument. I was just like, dang it, we were really good with you.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's all good. I mean, I understand, Chris Del Conte, our AD here, his phrase is, we're trying to operate a business on somebody else's passion. And that just kind of comes with the territory, and you can't. I mean, I've when you're striving to achieve at the absolute highest level of any profession, and there's super high unrealistic expectations and support, then when something that's perceived as negative happens, you're going to hear about it. And again, I love A&M. I love everything that Texas A&M stands for. I love the culture, just the whole nature of the university is awesome. And I think, I think both places can be great, both in their own way. They're obviously extremely different. I screwed up the press conference after the last out was made, and I have apologized for that over and over again. Wish I could take those words back, but I'm imperfect too. And so, but other than that, that's in the past. Wish them the best, and it's our job to get Texas's team caught up to where A&M is at this point.
Slosh, it's Bassick, and obviously I didn't get to play college baseball, and it's unique that you guys start in mid-February. Pitchers and catchers for the Rangers report today. You get 25 to 30 practice games before you play a real game. As a college coach, what are you looking for in the month of February from your team?
Yeah, I think good to hear your voice, buddy, by the way.
Thanks.
I think, you're just looking to see, especially this weekend, right? This is you're looking to see how your players handle the two things that happen in every baseball game: adrenaline and adversity, right? And we know we're going to face it. It doesn't matter who you're playing. The game lends itself to that. We spend more time, effort, and money in the mental game of baseball than any other program in the sport, and we've done that since 2006 at TCU. And so there are mental skills that you can practice to allow yourself to be in control of yourself. So therefore you can be in the best possible control of your performance. And so, taking a deep breath, having a process and a routine to go to pitch or batter to batter or inning to inning or game to game. As as a former major league player, once your goal is to just get into the season and get into that routine, because then you start to find comfort in that. And so that's what I'm looking for. We're playing great teams. There's going to be wins. More than likely, I'm sure we're going to lose a game this year. So it's just how do you handle those punches in the mouth? And how do you handle the adversity? Who gets to travel? How do you handle that? Who's not playing the first day? All those preseason inter-squads you talked about, everybody gets to play. Well, everybody doesn't get to play Friday night. So those are just all things that we have to deal with every year, and looking forward to see how our guys handle it.
When it comes to recruiting, I'm sure things have changed tremendously. Now you have 34 scholarships in baseball. Your whole career, it's been 11.7. Am I correct, Slosh?
Yeah, so we're allowed 11.7. We're at 11.7 this year.
Okay.
What they're doing next year is there will be a roster limit imposed on December the 1st of next fall, where you have to have your team to 34. Every sport now, including football, every sport now becomes an equivalency sport. So you can have up to your roster limit in full scholarships. There's no restrictions, but conferences, for example, the SEC at this time, they have put a restriction at 25 for next year. So we will have 25 scholarships for 34 players next year, and those can be broken up, or you could give 25 guys on scholarship and 9 guys not. I do believe after that there's a chance we go to 34, but that's not required. You could have someone say, I know there's a lot of schools in the Big 12 and the ACC that are leaving it up to the schools. So some schools, if you're at a Clemson, well, baseball's super important. You're probably going to go to whatever the maximum can be. If you're at Boston College and the weather isn't conducive to that, and your finances may be sent to other places. The Big Ten is tiering sports, right? So tier 1 would be your football, men's basketball. Tier 2 may be, women's basketball, and it could be ice hockey at some place. And it could be baseball, but baseball could be a tier 3 sport. So I think you're going to see across the country, the finances of this thing are changing so much. I am concerned for college baseball at some places because something has to give when they have to pay the players. So something has to give. But in terms of the SEC, baseball is looked at like 1A football, 1B baseball. And Commissioner Sankey's, he emphasizes that all the time. So the SEC baseball is going to be fine, but to answer your question, next year in the SEC will be 25 scholarships.
And you just kind of alluded to this. You hope potentially right after that it would bounce up to 34. Is it just strictly a financial issue then, why it's still 25 as opposed to 34? Because like you said, SEC is baseball country in this.
Yeah, it's a little bit, I don't know how deep we wanted to get into this, but the way the revenue sharing works, let's say I think the 22% number or whatever it is, it's $20.5 million that have to be paid to the players. And if a school chooses to do all of the scholarship raises to what you're capable of doing on a roster, then you're allowed to remove $2.5 million of that cap, and because you're giving it out in extra scholarship money, which therefore would mean you only have $18 million then to disperse among, 75% of that may go to football, right? And 15% to men's basketball. Then they break it up however they want. Someone could choose to say, you know what, we're not going to do the scholarships. We're going to do more revenue sharing. So maybe at a Big 12 school, somebody's going to say, instead of 11.7, we're going to give you 15 scholarships, but we're going to give you $250,000 of revenue share that you can pay the players with. So I think each school has to look at their own economics and pick out the sports. Imagine being at a Kentucky where your men's basketball program is competing with Gonzaga and UConn, who are going to rev share or spend money at a crazy level in men's basketball. How do you look at the coach at Kentucky, Coach Pope, and say, we're only going to give you $3 million because we have to allow Coach Stoops in football if we're going to ask him to compete with Texas and A&M and LSU and those schools are getting $15 million out of the 18, something's got to give. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I really do.
So it's really going to be interesting. And then imagine if you have a super high profile, big personality women's basketball coach, like a Coach Staley or Coach Mulkey, at an SEC school is mainly what I'm talking about, where, how do you break that up when you're trying to have football drives the engine or drives the ship? You have to give them every resource to compete, but you also have these super high profile basketball programs, or maybe at a Mississippi State, super high profile, high dollar producing baseball program. And it's just going to be really interesting how school to school, conference to conference handles this.
A UT baseball coach and sports economist Jim Schlosser joining us right now on the KNC.
I'm sorry, that's my fault. No, I really appreciate you digging deep on that answer. That was fascinating.
I'm very curious, Coach, about it's probably more prevalent to us right now with the additions of like Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker and kind of seeing those guys come from college to the pros. And we've talked about this a lot with Mike about the difference of AAA baseball and college baseball. When you are working with these kids and these young men, how often are you thinking about preparing them for the big leagues? Does that cross your mind all the time, or are you like, no, they still have a ways before they can get to that point?
Well, they have a ways before they can get to that point, but you see it in glimpses of the best players every day, right? When I'm at A&M and we're playing Wyatt Langford, you could see, I can see this guy playing in the big leagues. The difference between those major league players and those super high profile college players is mainly just consistency, right? The guy who made it to the big leagues was able to be consistent enough. There are outside factors too, the team that drafts you, opportunity, I'm sure there are many things I don't even know because I have never spent a day in pro ball, but you can see, yes, we're trying to prepare these guys to be really good players in college and also professional baseball prospects because that's their dream and that's real. But as Mike can tell you, man, it's just the chances of actually stepping foot for one day on a major league field are so small. Everything kind of has to hit right. But you certainly see glimpses of it. When I'm looking at Jace Lavalette at A&M or I'm looking at Max Ballou here at Texas, or Jalen Flores at Texas, you could say on any given day, oh, yeah, I can see him competing in, not the big leagues yet, but AA or high A, something like that. But that's on just a given day, man. You got to go do it for 140 games in the minor leagues, survive the ups and downs of that. And that just comes with experience and maturity.
So, Slosh, for all the UT fans, for all the college baseball fans, give us your schedule for this tournament here at the Globe so you can go check out some UT baseball.
Yeah, so I would encourage, if you're a baseball fan in general and you're kind of itching for baseball and the Rangers are teeing up spring training and you want to see some great baseball, I would really encourage you to get out to the entire weekend. You have Texas, Louisville, Oklahoma State, Ole Miss, Clemson, and Arizona. Our schedule is we actually play the last game each day. So the night game, the 7 o'clock, I think it's 6:30 or 7 on Friday.
7.
Same. Yeah, 7, and I think 6:30 maybe on Sunday. So, yeah, it's going to be late nights for us. It's going to be a really late night getting home or early morning on Monday morning. But, when you're at Texas and you're playing in the state, I'm sure the Rangers want to maximize their, the ticket sales. So need those Longhorn fans to come out. But I would encourage all baseball fans. You're going to see, you're going to see a lot of future Major League players and some guys that, there's a hitter for Oklahoma State. You can see the guy playing the big leagues this year. I mean, you could see him be out there soon. So very, very entertaining and looking forward to seeing everybody up there.
All right, Slosh, my boys are sophomore and freshmen in high school. They have girlfriends, but I don't know where they're going to go to school. So my daughter is a sophomore at University of Texas, so we got that going for us.
Yeah, if I remember right, I think your girlfriend had an impact on where you committed.
Definitely.
And you also need to tell that story about that. I think didn't you eat a bad pepper or were you where did we take you in New Orleans, dude?
Man, we went to a really nice restaurant, but then I went out with the guys and they were staying out a little bit late and I was not a partier in high school and I was like, I got to meet with the coaches and everything. And the next day I really did like Tulane. I'll be honest. Yeah. Part of also, I was scared. I was not a good student, coach, and I was scared of Tulane and if I was going to be able to pass there.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good, man. Congratulations on your awesome career. And obviously followed you and your dad's great friend. So super excited for what you guys have going, man. Good to hear from you, Mike.
Thanks so much, Slosh.
Okay, buddy. Have a good day. Hook 'em.
Gig 'em. There you go. There you go. Jim Schlossnagel right here on 105.3 The Fan. My favorite part of that interview for sure was Corey's reset and sports economist. And
dude, he had to explain a whole lot of
that was
money
a lot of
and
information. That was awesome, honestly.
Because when he goes, I don't know how far you want me to go into this. And then Corey looks at me. If you're not on the fan camera on Twitch, he points to me and starts shoveling because he knows I want to dig into this. And I thought that was really fascinating when he was talking about the economy of college sports and how, you can do what you want, but it's going to impact.
I'm going to go back and listen to that after our show because there's so much information. He's giving you college football, men's college basketball, women's college basketball, baseball. Too. There's a lot that an athletic director and now general managers of college teams have to deal with this budget to make sure we're most competitive in football, most likely at most schools, but also we want to be very competitive in a few other sports.
Oh, man, I forgot to ask him one other question that I wanted to know. Did you see the Clemson baseball coach got suspended for the first 2 games of the season? So he's going to do the radio calls of the games.
No.
And he's like, I can't get ejected on radio. And
I just watched last night on YouTube. They had Jazz Chisholm be a Clemson Tiger for a day. It was a really cool video, and I didn't know that. They actually had the kid that's their quarterback from Austin throwing Jazz Chisholm passes.
That is awesome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do all their players keep getting hurt? Let us know. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dinwiddie driving left, on the run, banked it, that's too hard. Gafford follows it up and dunks it home for a career-high 29 points.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or did he make a movie about a talking monkey doing theater that lost $100 million? Let us know. 877-881-1053.
Have you seen the movie Aqua Splash?
I am not familiar with that
2019, movie. Kevin. And evidently it's about a water slide that at random times has swords that pop through it. So while you're sliding down, it kills you.
In. When did this movie come out?
Who thought of this idea? I'm sure it was some kid that was terrified of going down a water slide. 2019. Terrified of going down a water slide, and that's what he thought was going to happen, and he made a movie about it.
I used to tell you I would be nervous when I went down the bonsai at Wet n Wild to tuck my feet in because I was afraid that my little pinky toe would get sliced off on the side of the little metal railings when you were going down the slide.
So ridiculous. So ridiculous.
That's fair. I also have told you that the first time I was driving and someone flipped the cigarette out of the car, I was really afraid about driving over it because I thought like my tires were going to blow out.
Evidently, it's only 111 minutes long, though. So,
is it 111 minutes or an hour and 11 minutes?
What I meant.
Okay, because 111 minutes is too long for that movie. Hour and 11 minutes? Maybe so.
Maybe exactly what we needed.
All right. So, unfortunately for my buddy's an idiot, we have to start with this. More Mavericks injury news. We talked yesterday about how the word was spreading that Anthony Davis may or may not need surgery, and the Mavericks are like, let's wait as long as we possibly can to announce that, which I get for both basketball and definitely for business reasons. And then last night we found out Daniel Gafford, and this is a weird way that people phrase it. People have said that he'll be out for 2 weeks, but what actually happened was he has a sprained knee and will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. So that's really optimistic if you're like, hey, let's reevaluate you today. Looks good. Let's play tonight. Like, that's usually not the way that happens.
Yeah,
so
when we were talking about Luka being reevaluated, we were like, yeah, they still, after that, it could be 3 weeks.
Yes.
Josh Young was
Which it was.
reevaluated. Yeah, and it just continued, getting pushed down the road.
So
we just didn't know it would be the rest of our lives they reevaluated him.
Man, no kidding. And so Anthony Davis out still multiple weeks and maybe just trying to hold on and avoid surgery. Daniel Gafford out at least 2 weeks where he'll be reevaluated, which probably means at least 3 weeks. Dereck Lively.
Best case April 1st for him?
Yeah, I was going to say end of March. So
it's over.
You've got no
as
realistic.
The 972 says, baseball town.
Yeah, you've got no realistic bigs for the next.
I don't know when Dwight Powell's coming back, but you're going to have to watch him play 30 minutes a night coming up.
You're probably right.
He'll be the first one healthy, and you're going to watch 30 minutes of Dwight Powell.
It is not often that you see an injury report that mentions Dwight Powell, and you're like, the Mavericks really need him to come back. And I was like, you know what? I guess that is true. We do really need him to come back.
We need everybody back.
It's sad. I know that their plan wasn't to be the 12th or 13th team in the Western Conference after this trade, but that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And then,
how much do you push Kai if you want to sign him back? How much do you push him that we know that he had the back issue? Like, if you're kind of just fighting for the 10th spot and you're not going to have your guys even back to really compete in the play-in, you go, Kai, like, let's not push this back. We have a 2-year window to win another championship, and then our franchise is totally destroyed
until we get Cooper Flag.
Well, I guess how much do you go? This team can't really win. They'll win 20% of their games the rest of the way.
It's going to be
if
tough.
Anthony Davis needs season-ending surgery, and you have your two centers out a minimum of 2 weeks, but one of them out till the last 5 games of the year at best. You're probably only going to win 20% of your games. At that point, you're probably going to get the 11th or 12th pick if you don't get lucky in the lottery.
Duke's ranked number 3 right now. Why do we want Cooper Flag? They're number 3 team.
Cooper Flag is the best.
They have a loss on their record this year.
They've lost 3 games.
Look at that.
They had won 16 straight.
I won't be surprised if the Mavericks do win the lottery if they trade it for LeBron James.
See, I thought you were going to say you wouldn't be surprised if they won the lottery because that's the payoff to the other side of the crooked trade. But
no.
My goodness.
Why not?
I'll be so.
As long as Bronny has to come too.
Oh my God.
Doesn't that make a lot of Nike sense?
I guess. I hate it. By the way, speaking of the Lakers, have you seen, we talked about the other day, Mark Williams failed the physical, so the trade is off. Yeah. Have you seen that this has caused a great deal of anger? And
to who?
Well, that's a great question because Charlotte is potentially going to file a grievance They don't think Mark Williams really failed his physical, which really works against what the GM or whatever said yesterday.
We love having him back.
Yeah. We're so happy Mark Williams. If it wasn't for this ridiculous trade they gave us, we would have never done that. Now they're like, hey, trade's off. Hey, the hell it is. You better make sure that trade goes down. So Dave McMenamin said that...
Why did Anthony Davis pass his physical?
That's a good question.
And Luka.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That is probably a good question, too.
It goes to show you that the fix was in.
So we haven't learned specifically why the physical was failed, but supposedly it was based on, quote, multiple issues, which feels like a great way to just like not actually say what it is. So apparently there's a fight because Charlotte's like, no, the trade's done. And the Lakers are like, no, we don't want him because he's hurt. That's got to hurt his feelings a little bit.
The Prince Fielder thing is proof that you don't need a physical to get a trade done.
That's true.
We found that out pretty quickly.
I do think that they pretty much said we don't need a physical. We want this trade. The Ian Kinsler, Prince Fielder trade. The Rangers pretty much waived the physical, knowing that if we did a true physical, whoever would have done it, I don't know if it's Dr. Meister or not, would have probably said, I don't like this physical a whole bunch.
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks if Evan Ingram was available, picking him up would not be an upgrade over Jake Ferguson.
Oh, you can put me in that category too, because I wouldn't do that.
I think that, yeah, I'm with him. I don't think Jake Ferguson's as talented as a receiver. I'll be very honest about that.
Yeah.
But Evan Ingram is never available. Ever available. That dude gets hurt all the time. Jake Ferguson had problems this year. Health was one of them, but focus was another one. The whole team had a focus problem.
I feel like the tight end position is worry number 12 on a list of 14
right about that.
things. Like, I get it. I get you'd love to have the next Travis Kelce, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's a good point. I'm just like, boy, if you're a Cowboys fan, I don't think tight end is an issue right now for your organization.
There's a lot of other places.
So this was a text, and I thought they were making fun of Nico and the Mavericks at first, but then they sent a follow-up text that maybe they're not. From the 903, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks if the opportunity came up, trading Micah Parsons for Patrick Mahomes and a first-round pick, holy crap, would be dumb. What do y'all think? I think if you traded Micah Parsons and 4 first-round picks for Patrick Mahomes, that would be a good idea, let alone to get a first-round pick back.
Who wins the job, though? I mean, now it's Dak versus Mahomes and Oxnard.
Mahomes is, at best right now, 5th best quarterback in the league.
When was the last time he finished top 2 in MVP voting?
When was the last time that dude even won a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I can't even remember.
It was last year.
Couldn't remember last year.
Yeah, it doesn't even count.
Hold on. But then why would you say top 2 of MVP? You're clearly referencing Dak last year. But you don't remember what happened in the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl champions are based off of a team. MVPs are based off of one player. Obviously, Dak is way better than Patrick Mahomes. His 2
Cam Newton
MVPs
had this conversation with us.
Yeah, his 2 MVPs are so long ago, nobody even remembers he won them. I had to remember.
They're just a few years ago. So 903, who's ever on the side of trading Micah Parsons for Patrick Mahomes, the one who wants Patrick Mahomes is the winner.
I'd like to get a first-round pick in that trade, though, back.
Well, sure. If you told me that was my option, maybe I would be like,
I'll tell you what we have to do. Hire DuPont or whatever his name is, Dumont, and Nico to be the general manager and president of the Chiefs, and we got a chance.
Man, there are some fascinating...
Because we're the Cowboys, right? We're the Lakers somewhat.
Yes.
But unfortunately...
The NFL needs that trade to happen.
Yeah, do it, NFL.
From the 214, guys, please tell my buddy he's an idiot. He's arguing with me saying that Max Christie will have a bigger impact on the Mavericks than Luka will with the Lakers. Look, I love the Mavericks.
Max Christie's fun to watch.
And I am excited about Max Christie, but what are we even talking about? Obviously, Luka with the Lakers will have the bigger impact.
Luka drug a team to the Western Conference Finals that did not belong there at all.
And then was your best player against Oklahoma City, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Anthony Edwards. Like it just hurts. It hurts to just destroy something you loved so much.
Yes, I get you. Now, I'm going to try to make you laugh. Speaking of the Lakers, let's go to cut number 8. Austin Reeves is about to be asked a question. The key word here is aficionado. The key word is aficionado. Take it away.
Austin, just as like a basketball aficionado, was there a part of what? Helping your vocab tonight. Aficionado.
What's that?
A fan. Someone who appreciates the game of basketball.
I didn't
right?
know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you play the beginning again? Because I love his. Oh, what?
Austin, just as like a basketball aficionado, was there a part of
what?
A what?
That's not a common word.
No, I just really like the way he said, "Oh, what?"
Aficionado.
Aficionado.
Good word.
I liked it.
Good for him, man. Probably going to get some open looks tonight.
Yeah, I could see that. We're the KNC masterpiece.
As always. Well, I just think when the Mavericks move, and then by the way, because people are texting me like, they're not going to move because the NBA wants the expansion money. Guess what? You move the team to Vegas and then expansion in Dallas. Got the money.
And then we have a Dallas team.
Thanks a lot, Adelsons. Go get your casino there, you fart knockers.
What?
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And just for everyone texting in, just about any trade that has Mahomes going to the Cowboys that I support. The Cowboys win that trade.
All right.
I said just about any trade.
All right.
Dak for Mahomes.
Obviously, I could not possibly say yes to that faster.
Dak and
Yes.
Dak and Jake Ferguson for Mahomes and Kelsey.
Why? Yeah,
that's
of
too
course.
much distraction here.
I
with-
would throw in like a
Taylor
2% ownership stake in the Cowboys as well to make that deal
They need to
happen.
throw in Chris Jones.
And
We're
Andy
the-
Reid.
Okay, then at 3%.
And then we're having cheeseburgers in paradise.
Oh my God,
Son
so
of a
many
bitch, never
cheeseburgers.
mind, I'm out.
So many cheeseburgers.
He likes Hawaiian shirts too.
Mm-hmm. I bet he's a parrot head.
I
And a
could-
champion.
I could see
Not this
that.
year because they stunk.
Yeah, he's no shoddy.
Why are you still talking?
Because probably we had to do Mavericks next, and I'm just going to want to throw
Coming
all
up
over
next,
this.
the segment we pretty much do every time on the show at this time.
Football nuggets.
It's Gridiron Gravy.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, ESPN basketball reporter George.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
fan, welcome. You'll hear us refer to our listeners as Tolos. That's simply short for turn it on, leave it on. It's all about bringing you inside info, breaking sports news, with lots of laughs included. Together, we're making this happen, Tolos, and we're so grateful that you are our teammates right here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're going to run some clock, or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts, going deep, for it all, Devontae Smith! He has got it! Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
How much, Corey, would you be interested in bidding on the coin that they flipped before the Super Bowl?
That was a dope coin. When they showed it, I thought that was a really cool coin. So I'll say $500.
Was it a $1 coin?
I don't think it is a usable monetary coin.
So I can't like go to the vending machine and get a.
Do they only make
soda?
one per year?
I don't believe so. I think there might be a backup just in case, like
$1,000.
$1,000. Okay.
I mean, I don't love this coin because it represents the Philadelphia championship.
True.
So if I could have other coins, I would obviously try to get the 5 Dallas Cowboy championships.
Oh yeah, that would be a great idea.
But they might have just used a quarterback.
That I actually do believe.
I can't just toss this into the toll booth and just be like, boom, there it is. Now I got tolls for a month.
And you would get them for way longer than a month. Because,
Do you remember having to stop on the tollway and toss your quarters?
Oh, my gosh. And there was always that one jackwad, and it still happens with the NTTA, with the stickers and everything, that doesn't understand. Wait, how close am I supposed to get? Am I supposed to be 8,000 feet away, or am I supposed to drive through the arm?
Are you talking about the airport?
Yes.
My thing never picks up.
You're that person?
I keep going back and forth, pick up my thing and let the gate go open.
You pull as far forward as you can. All right. That's how it's done.
I try.
And it raises up. It irritates the crap out of me. The people that go into the toll tag section and they pull their credit card out and you're like, no. It says on the sign.
Yeah.
I'm going to, from now on, I think, go into the person booth and tell them, I have this. I'm hoping it works, but every time I'm screwed over by these machines.
Corey,
I don't know why. It wouldn't do it.
Person booth.
About the person booth?
The person booth.
Well, there's booths with not persons in there.
That's true. That's a good point. Now, unfortunately, it looks like you guys will not be winning this coin. With 13 days left in the auction on NFLauction.nfl.com, that's too much. It's currently going for $12,200.
All right, how much does it cost to buy some of the field grass that Patrick Mahomes dotted the ball on all the time?
I'll have to look into that.
Like, this piece of grass is where he really threw a stinker, you know?
Let's see. I will have to get back to you on that. There is a lot of different options on NFLauction.nfl.com. All right. It's too much. Just NFLauction.com. We can do that. All right.
Oh, New Orleans is turf. They'd have to cut up the turf.
I'm sure we could figure that out.
Hell, maybe the Saints would be better on cement next year.
Concrete.
Same. It's the same thing.
Now.
Isn't it?
Yes. He's trying to make a sex joke.
Kevin. It's
You had sex with concrete? But not cement?
Come on, Mike. You can do this.
Just go to the next story.
Hey. It's so hard?
That is actually not bad. Hey, you know how we said don't bet against Vegas because you're probably going to lose?
Yes.
Just in Nevada, sportsbooks won $22.1 million on the Super Bowl.
Really? Just the sports books won that much money?
In that state. $22.1 million. This better be about the story we're talking about.
Great for the Mavs owners. They raked it in their Vegas casinos, you fart heads.
I guess that was sort of
I guess
adjacent
they're
to
going
the
to kick
story.
me out of the building I'm never going to
I
again.
don't know. All right. Power ranking. The 2025 power rankings, a ridiculous early exercise, but I enjoy it. Would you have the Eagles at number 1?
As of February 1st, the DFW doesn't have a cash person in the booth anymore. It's digital payment only, according to our listeners. So
At the Dub at DFW Airport?
At all the DFW.
I'm screwed. I'm just going to have to sit there and take it.
Kevin, you said something, and I would like to answer that question
Can't go
now.
through the gate.
Power ranking, the NFL power rankings for
Like
next
the
season.
websites who do it?
No.
Philadelphia, 1.
The Athletic.
What if I told you Philadelphia was not 1?
I'd
Or
be
2,
surprised. Oh, wow.
It's Dallas.
Or 3.
Dak said they're back.
It's not Steve DeBerg. And yes, I double checked the numbers. 75-13 is
Okay.
what the Cowboys got outscored by the Eagles this year. So they're right there. No, the Cowboys are 18,
Heck yeah, I like that number.
but the Eagles are number 4, which is somewhat confusing.
They're done.
Are the Bills?
Why even play?
The Bills are 2nd.
They should play.
Ravens?
The Ravens are 5th.
That's borderline.
Are we
to show up for next year.
Is Detroit on here?
Detroit is number 3.
They can show up.
Now, I believe in you guys.
Kansas City.
There you go. Kansas City is number 1.
No, let's look around here.
In ESPN's power rankings. I don't know how locked in they were to the big game.
Maybe they
on
power
Sunday.
ranked them on Sunday before the game started.
That's a great point.
They got to the Dunkin' Donuts commercial and said, "Screw it, do the power rankings now."
So they said,
they completed a pass. Go.
So they said Kansas City 1, Buffalo 2, Detroit 3, Philly 4, Baltimore 5. Just in case you want to know, Washington 6. And then the Cowboys all the way down at 18. Who do you think is the worst team in all the land? And it's not the Jags.
Giants.
Ooh,
Mavericks.
Good guess. It's not the Mets.
Saints.
The Giants are 31.
Titans.
The Titans are the worst team in all of next year's land, according to ESPN.
I don't even know who's on their team.
The Titans?
Yeah.
They have Will Levis.
Whoever they draft.
Tony Pollard.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Is he under a long-term contract?
Calvin Ridley.
I think it's a few years.
I feel bad for Ridley, even though he was at the Jaguars. Big difference.
Tajay Spears.
Oh, Tajay.
That's where a bum of sweatpants. Like, I really thought that's where you were going with that. Like, Target. You never heard it called Tarjay?
Never.
You are such a freaking liar. You are such a liar, Mike.
How are you pronouncing it that way? There's a T on the
There's
end.
a T. There's no J on it.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's a little weird.
G-E-T, get.
Yeah.
Tar
Everybody
is
always
very,
says
yeah.
GIF is not
T-A-R, tar, G-E-T, get, tar, get.
Tarjay.
How many
J.
more shows did you say?
T-A-R-J.
After today, 9 more.
9 more.
Don't worry, I'm leaving here at 1-ish.
Okay.
I have a meeting.
We can do this.
No. Sounds like
Nope.
a good show
Nope.
so far. Javon Curse. There, I named it Current Titan. He's the freak. Also kind of like you're the freak.
By the way, the Eagles set a record on Fanatics for most merchandise sold within 24 hours after winning a championship. They defeated the previous record held by the 2024 Dodgers after the World Series. So the Eagles sold the most championship merchandise. Good for them. I still wish they would have lost. And it's interesting. You can interpret this quote a lot of different ways. Josh Sweat was asked about being Super Bowl MVP, and he said, I should have had it. I could have had it. It's all good, though. And, like, I can see how you might interpret that as, like, if I would have made one more play or whatever. But a lot of people have interpreted just the first part.
I should have
had it and said, like,
instead of my teammate.
He doesn't think Jalen Hurts deserved it. So you could interpret that a couple of
Doesn't sound like a big deal, but ask Larry Brown how that's worked out. Pretty darn well.
Yeah, that is very
I
true.
think he sold a Super Bowl ring, though. You know that?
How much for?
I forget, but I remember going, it got a lot of money because
Yeah.
obviously he won the MVP.
Right.
But he ended up, I believe, selling a Super Bowl ring.
Anthony Rendon's going to have hip surgery and is expected to be out long term. That's baseball.
I mean, that story could have been from 3 years ago.
Breaking
with the
news
amount
would have been if he was
cared.
playing baseball this year.
He will not have surgery. He will be playing.
Poor Wash.
By the way,
if you sign a big contract with the Angels, is your career over?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Every pull
Trout,
hose.
Hamilton.
Yeah. I can't. CJ Wilson.
Yeah.
Like he was okay there, but it's just like everybody who signs there, it is
Nolan.
just the destruction. He didn't sign there, he was traded.
Oh, yeah, he was traded.
And he did pretty well there.
Yeah, he went an 0-107 in his quality starts there.
How does teams do?
By the way, Travis Kelce said he's going to take some time and really think about it.
Well, hurry up.
Whether or not
He should.
wants-
No, he should take as much time as he needs.
I'm not sure. You just want to do Taylor Swift a lot in the offseason, not work out, not have to go to camps and stuff like that, and be like, I'm back. We already know, Travis.
Watching this game
they're not
alone, he was
married?
bad.
I don't understand.
He was bad in this game.
Well, they're not.
But you still think?
I don't know. I've never seen him do it.
No,
so.
the Mavericks are not going to trade for Anthony Rendon.
Coming up
now.
next.
Hey, I tell you what.
Son of a gun.
He's already getting the surgery. Trade for after when he gets the surgery.
There you go.
I you know what? Give him the Lakers first round pick.
Coming up next.
And 31.
Do
too.
the
31.
Rangers have two of the most must-watch pitchers in spring training? Plus some weird Mavericks drive-by probably. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to get involved in the show or hit us up on the Twitch or the YouTube, it's time to talk some more baseball. So this is from, I believe it's an article on MLB.com that kind of inspired part of this conversation. The 12 must-watch pitchers in spring training. And the Rangers, who do you think is the most-watched pitcher in spring training? This specific spring training.
I'll go with Roki Sasaki.
Yep, Roki Sasaki, number one.
Shohei
is an honorable mention because they're like, or a wild card because they're like, I don't think it's going to happen, but maybe.
Oh, that's right, because they think he's going to maybe pitch more mid-May-ish.
Yeah. Jake DeGrom.
So we'll get to him.
All right.
Because Sasaki's 1, Paul Skeens is 2, Max Fried is 3. But then 4 and 5 are both Rangers.
Leiter.
Jacob DeGrom.
Rocker.
And Hamar Rocker.
Yeah, I meant Rocker.
So, I mean, I liked your enthusiasm for Leiter,
I meant
though.
to say Rocker.
I was digging a little bit into some Jack Leiter stuff after getting kind of an inside edge education yesterday. Yeah. And it was just, it's interesting on, if you look at some numbers, he looks very fixable, if that makes sense. One, he gets hit pretty hard first pitch. If they swing first pitch, it's like over 900 OPS.
Okay.
So can I make a better first pitch strike?
Yeah.
When he gets behind in the count, he gets killed. So one, if I throw that first pitch down the middle, they seem to hurt me bad. If and I'm talking about Jack Leiter here, if he ends up getting behind in the count 2-0, 3-1, I'd have to go back and look. It was like a 400-something batting average. So, one, can I make a better first pitch where when they make contact in play, I have a much better, let's say, below 200 batting average when they put the ball in play? And then two, can I get ahead in the count a little bit more? Now, he wasn't great with nobody on base, but he was not really good at all with runners on base for the most part. I was looking at his times to home. It's 1.28 when he starts his delivery with a runner on base, getting the ball once the catcher hits the mitt. The league average is 1.4. This is only a wonder. This is like if I was Mike Maddox or I was part of the pitching coaching staff, I would go, hey, is he delivering the ball too quick where he can't deliver a quality pitch? Is he doing such a good job of holding on runners, it's not allowing him to actually throw a quality pitch with runners on base? So I don't know that answer, right? That would be for Mike Maddox and the pitching coordinator and all of those people, Chris Young, to look into and go, 1.28 is fine, but what if we got it to like 1.35?
Yeah.
Would that give him a better ability to really get underneath his legs, have better balance, and throw a better pitch with runners on base? This sounds so simple. It is not. But better first pitch strikes where when you throw it, it's not hit so hard. And then two, hey, are we moving too quick with a runner on base and then it's not allowing you to throw a quality pitch?
Which is interesting because the one, I would have been like, that makes a lot of sense. That one, I would not have identified immediately as like, that's a big part of it. Yeah. That's interesting.
And then I guess the other question is, how much do you want to mess with his mind? I guess spring training is the right time to do it. But how much do you want to mess with what he's thinking when he's on the mound? But that's why this time is allotted for it.
Let me ask you a question about that, because I'm really intrigued by what you just said. How much conversation, in your experience, happens in the off season? Like, I know you get to spring training early, and there's a lot of time, and we've still got like 6 weeks until the season starts. But how much conversation, whether it's between teammates, between the manager, the GM, whatever, how much conversation happens in December, January with people who are like on the roster already?
Not a lot, but some. Now, what I mean by that is like Rocker and Leiter have been working at Vanderbilt. So they're together. But how much are they sharing stuff? Like, these are two young pitchers trying to find their way as a major league pitcher. But how much is Mike Maddox working with them in the offseason? A little, but not a lot. Just making sure they're staying on their routine. Strength and conditioning coach is making sure he's sending them plans that he would like for them to follow. A lot of guys have their own personal strength and conditioning coach. but you're also sending them information where we'd like for you to be here, be there. But I think for Jacob deGrom, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think he spent some time here in Texas in the offseason.
Okay.
Not maybe throwing really competitive bullpens, but throwing a little bit here just to make sure that Mike Maddox and that they kind of had an eye on him, getting him ready to hopefully be a Cy Young candidate this year. But there's a little conversation, there's some, but maybe not as much as you would think, or maybe, I guess in a way, hope. But it's like, it's your time, it's your career, we're here to help, but we're not here to babysit.
I gotcha.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, deGrom's 4, Kumar Rocker is 5. Do you think Kumar Rocker is so high on the list? Like, I get why Jacob deGrom is so high on the list, because you've seen him be like the flat-out best pitcher in the game. Yeah. We haven't seen that for a while. He's coming back from injury. He says he's good to go. It's like Christmas. For Rocker, is it just the excitement and potential from the flashes you saw that you're like, oh, man, if that's true, that could be amazing.
What we saw in the regular season last year, that opportunity to go out there in that first outing,
in
you were
Seattle.
just like, wow, like this dude has out pitches. He's able to do these special things. And then he comes back here and gets a little, gets hit a little bit. But you're like, okay, we've seen that he can do it. So I absolutely think the intrigue is there for that.
And
go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say you'd have to go back several years, but when he was pitching in college, he absolutely looked like he could be the number 1 overall pick.
Yes, especially after his freshman year.
Yeah.
Even his junior year, he looked really good. There was just a little bit of concern of his health. Obviously, he dropped a little bit in the draft, and then the Mets drafted him and really didn't like his health.
Yep.
Now, that being said, I do know the Rangers, look, they're going to be very optimistic. It's their guy. But the Rangers are like, he's ranked too low on these things. To your point, they're like, look, Paul Skeens has blown everybody out of the water on what he was able to do at LSU his junior year and then what he did in the major leagues last year.
It's unreal to expect anybody else to be that.
And that's what they're saying. But they're like, when Rocker was in college and healthy, he was Skeens-like.
Yep.
Okay. And so they're like, look, they think that they do have a future ace on their hands. They don't. I would say this: the Rangers don't think he's going to be an ace this year.
All right.
It's like, hey, we're going to get him. They got to make sure to keep him healthy.
Okay.
One. So they have to make sure innings don't get overloaded. So they are going to be making sure as the season. I don't know the exact plan. They are going to be making sure when they get to September, they believe that they're going to win this division going into this season. They want Rocker to be able to pitch in September and October. They don't want to get to September and he's pitched really good, but he already has 120 innings going into the month of September. That would scare them going, we need 20 to 30 innings in this month, plus we're hoping to get another 10 to 20 innings out of him in October. So they are going to monitor his innings, but they also are optimistic that you're about to see when Corey brought up Kumar Rocker after his freshman year, right around COVID or the year after COVID, when you brought him up because he was the talk of college baseball, they believe he's back to that guy.
Ooh, that's exciting as hell. Like that really is that exciting. The velocity's there. Now if he can just continue to pitch, continue to be a pitcher. Somebody asked yesterday, Mike, they were like, what's the difference between what y'all are saying, pitching and throwing? And I said, I was like, well, it's, your out pitches, your ability to hit your locations, the ability to get hitters situationally. There's so much more than just going up there and throwing a ball off the mound.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of somebody. At times, I think that Jack Leiter became a thrower behind in the count in the major leagues, and boy, you better be able to be Aroldis Chapman with the Cincinnati Reds if you just want to be a thrower.
Yeah, yes.
They're just too good of hitters to just say 3-1, here's my fastball, 98, middle of the zone. Well, all right, you're going to be backing up bases or asking for a new baseball. There's two options in this situation. I tried it, and I tried it throwing a lot slower. You usually are backing up bases or asking for another baseball. So you always have to be a pitcher on the mound. I will even say, like, Emmanuel Clase got hammered in the playoffs. He had a .6 ERA.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know if pressure, I don't know what happened to him, but man, when you become a thrower on the mound and you're not thinking at all and you just think your stuff is going to do it, that's why so many guys throw 95, 97, and never throw one pitch in the major leagues because they never figured out how to pitch. They only got into professional baseball because teams drafted him or gave him money going, man, there's a lot of arm there. Gosh, he does this, and they never learn how to pitch.
I hope this makes sense, and maybe you guys are on the same page as me. I am not excited to see DeGrom throw in spring training whatsoever. I am going to be nervous every time he steps out there because I'm like, this doesn't count, and I'm going to be nervous when he's out there.
He has to, though. Like, this is that opportunity to face live hitters. He has to. He doesn't have to go out there and go all out.
To Kevin's point, I bet 50% of his games are on the backfield. Because let's just say he gets 3 guys out in 6 pitches. Well, the inning's over in the real game on the big field. And they will do that, I think, as we get later into spring. But to your point, I bet February 22nd might be the first game for the Rangers in spring training. I bet till March 5th or 6th, his outings are on the backfield because they can be like, we want him to throw 15 pitches no matter what. Now, if he gets to 13 and gets the third out, fine. He gets to 17 and gets the third out, fine. But if he gets to 20 pitches in the first inning, they can just say switch. Yeah. Inning's over.
Yeah.
He throws 6 pitches and gets 3 guys out. They're like, another batter. He's not just going to throw 6 pitches right now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But I understand you completely being very nervous even in the regular season when he takes the mound.
Yes.
Like, there's nothing that says that can make us feel good considering what we've seen the last 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of felt like, this is a weird comparison since we're crossing sports, but it kind of felt Anthony Davis-esque when he got here and he was like, hey, I'm ready to try to lift this city up. And I was like, I so badly want to believe that. And I know Jacob does too. Like, you saw all of the emotion when he realized, like, not only was he hurt, but he was really hurt. He was not going to pitch well. Like, you can't fake that level of emotion. And I have no doubt that he wants more than anything to go out there and be like, I'm going to show everybody what I can still do. It's just sometimes your body's like, that's great. Yeah. Not going to happen.
I'm going to put my cojones on the line here. It could be stupid, but I guess I don't have to deal with it in 2 weeks. I think he's going to stay pretty darn healthy, and he's going to be a top 3 Cy Young candidate. And if he gets hurt at the end of April and can't ever pitch again, you can call me a moron, and I sometimes am anyways. But I do think that you're about to see a very special pitcher for the Texas Rangers.
That 26 starts, 28 starts?
I'll say 25-ish.
Okay.
Like 22 to 28.
Okay.
And I know that 22 won't be awesome. That would be missing 10 starts.
Yeah.
I do think they will not have him start over 30 games. No, if he's completely healthy and never says anything's bugging him, they're like, we don't care. You're sitting out this one time through the rotation.
Yeah.
We got to watch how many innings you're throwing.
Does that...
That's a lot of guys on this team, by the way.
Here's a side question. Does that trickle into the playoffs? Like, he gives you a phenomenal, mostly healthy, and the innings are piling up, and he's going to be the first Ranger ever to win the Cy Young. Like, how do you draw the line versus like, hey, he's awesome in the playoffs. We need him to pitch in the playoffs. And you're like, I don't know. You pitch a lot of innings this year.
Oh, no, he'll pitch if he's healthy.
So you think no matter what?
I think he has the Evaldi year.
I hate saying this. This is, if they Steven Strasburg him, remember in 19, he was the best pitcher in the playoffs, and then he never pitched a baseball game. I think the Rangers would live with, we've monitored his innings. We know that he's at pretty much his max. We've made the playoffs. We are going to ride DeGrom and Evaldi.
Okay.
And we're going to see if we can win this thing again. Because if we do, I hate saying this, and he never pitches again,
it's okay.
I'd be like, I know that was a lot of money for one awesome year of Jacob DeGrom, but if you win another championship because he was healthy and you rode him to game 1 win, game 5 win, game 3 win, game 1 win, game 5 win.
Yeah.
Like, dude, he just went 5-0, dominated baseball, and we're there again. We just won another championship. We hope his arm will be okay after this.
Just a quick other thing I want to throw out there. Bruce Bochy won the Roland Hemmond Award, which recognized a baseball executive who has demonstrated a lifetime commitment to professional baseball scouts and scouting and player development. So the announcement was made this morning by, and this sounds really important, the National Office of the Society of American Baseball Research. I don't know how important that group is, but they sound important. It sounds really important.
Society makes it sound even more important.
Yeah, I agree with that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will do some NFL overreaction, and Mike likes it, all as part of the Expressway. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Here's Mahomes. Four-man rush over the middle, and it's intercepted again! This time it's Zach Bond, and the Eagles are set up inside the 10.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality.
Can I ask the first question?
Yes.
Next year, the Chiefs changed their colors to green because Patrick Mahomes was perfect at hitting either the Eagles or the grass.
I'll say...
It's really the turf because they were in New Orleans.
He wore a green suit before the game, too. That's even
you think that was bad luck?
I don't know, man. I thought he was a psychopath for it.
Overreaction or reality, Patrick Mahomes is now a Lakers fan.
That's...
I don't know. I'm just throwing that.
That could be the case. He
All right.
said he was sick over this trade. Sick.
I've come to, and I'll talk about it in Mike Likes it, is I'm getting more and more mad. The shock is wearing off and just pure anger is taking over.
Is there anything in particular that, was it like what Dumont said? Was there anything that
It just keeps building. It's just like, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And the longer it goes, the more I'm believing that they have totally destroyed this franchise.
And you think this was an inside job, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this was about the NBA too, making sure the Lakers have, for this 11-year, $76 billion contract, the Lakers are relevant.
Now, NFL overreaction or reality, the Eagles would not have won the Super Bowl if they didn't have last season's epic collapse.
Overreaction. I think that was important for them a little bit, but they probably could have won it last year had they not had that epic collapse in what I thought was inside the locker room.
So, and Sirianni, he did speak to that, and he said, as crazy as this sounds, I'm grateful how last year ended because it shaped us to who we are. And so I'm always fascinated. You can obviously go two very different directions based on that adversity that you hit. You can absolutely crumble and be done for good, or you can do what the Eagles did. What say you, Mike?
I guess so. It's always tough because it could have gone in a totally opposite direction, but they're so freaking talented. And yes, you usually need chemistry and culture, usually. But there have been teams to win championships and have dynasties, not just luckily win one, but win 3 in a row with the worst chemistry and worst culture because they were just so much more talented than everybody. Example that I'm thinking in my head is the Oakland Athletics of 71 through 73. They all hated the owner. Reggie Jackson might have not been the most beloved player on the team, but the best young player. Like, you hear things of certain teams and you're like, they didn't like each other. They didn't get along. Maybe they had a drunk on the team, supposedly, but they were so talented. They overcame all of those things. So it sounded like they were going to have a culture problem coming into this year. Obviously they didn't, and they don't have a talent problem.
No.
And that's what overcame maybe that. And then as you keep winning, all of a sudden you get to that right mindset.
NFL overreaction or reality. Patrick Mahomes will not be in the Super Bowl next season. Now, the reason why I say that, and I realize it's everybody against him and the Chiefs, is just because the last time he lost the Super Bowl, he missed the Super Bowl the next year. Then obviously after that, things went really well for him.
Okay, I'll go with you on that because this is going to be a tough one to recover from for him.
True.
That was a tough season to put them through. For one, they've played a lot of football in the last 7 years. He's played more football than anybody in the last 7 years. And so like physically, this could be one of those opportunities to go, you know what? I need a refresher, and then let's go chase 3 again.
Okay.
You know, like that, I could totally see that. But it does seem like that's the kind of guy who, as a psychopath as he is, he wakes up and he goes, I got to go start working hard so I can be better than everybody this year.
So the good bet would be, the other 15 teams. But I will say this. The way Patrick Mahomes answered the questions immediately after the Super Bowl, he didn't Cam Newton it. He said, on me, I was horrible. I got to get better. I got to figure out how to beat these, defenses.
Yeah.
And he was already, just like last year when he said, we won the championship. I'm thinking about next year right now. And I know it ended up almost working out. It didn't. I think when you take the responsibility like he did after that game, as much as we can say, well, he never threw any good passes. And I'm making fun of him. He's my favorite, and he's one of the best I've ever seen. But, man, I love the way he acted after that bad performance, blowout game. So I wouldn't bet against him, but if you're letting me bet and you say, you want to take 15 teams or the Kansas City Chiefs, I would probably on an even money bet take the 15 other teams, but I wouldn't count them out.
Overreaction or reality, Kevin. You might love A.J. Brown.
Oh, I do love.
Because of his mental health approach.
I forgot to look that book up again. Surely it's back up at number 1, right?
Yeah, but in 2021, he shared his personal message on social media about it's okay to talk to someone. I didn't think it was okay. I forgot about this.
That's delightful.
And seeing what he's gone through and what he went through, because he was contemplating suicide at the time, and he talked to somebody about it and got his help that he needed. Now he's pushing for that. So
you'd be amazed when you talk to people, Corey, and I know you know this, like how not perfect we're all doing.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah. I'm fine.
Yeah.
How are you?
Man, that's true. I like AJ's.
I am. What's y'all's deal?
Okay. I'm just sad that you're leaving.
Yeah.
You're going to cry about it?
Talk to my therapist about this.
I mean, maybe.
No, I get it.
All right.
I'm a bag of beans.
NFL overreaction to reality. And I don't quite know how to phrase this one. I'm going to give it a shot. Understand, or agree with any of what Dak Prescott said. Quote, talking about the Eagles winning the Super Bowl. I feel like we've competed with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we've played them. I don't know what to say. Check the record. When the guys is holding the trophy right now, so credit to them. They've earned it, and they deserve it by all means. But yeah, very close. We go on. Especially even after watching the NFC Championship and those two teams that we battle against every year, a couple times a year. As I said, feel confident that we've gotten the better part each and every time. But just seeing such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn, and it's on us. Just a reminder, they lost the Eagles this year by a combined 75-13.
Yeah, and he when he says check the record, he is pointing to the past there, obviously.
He's 9-4 against the Eagles.
He's been very good against them, but look, man, when you're saying, hey, how close are you to this team? It's not beating them in the regular season. It's how close are you to the Super Bowl?
Right.
That's what the question was, and he didn't even. I don't know if he just didn't get that part of it. Or he just was like, man, the spin monster has to move here. I got to start saying something different.
I like that.
And so I don't like the answer that much because I don't believe any of it. And in his mentality, I don't believe that mentality on it either. He knows what it is, but that it's our turn. There's a lot more than it's just our turn. There's a lot. You got to go out and take it right now. And the Cowboys, they got too much work to do to build a team that has to have that mentality to go take it from somebody.
He's a good talker.
Yeah, he says the right things, which is great. And I would much rather him say all the wrong things and kick ass in the football games that matter.
Yes. Go be amazing. Stay healthy all season. Go be amazing in the playoffs and win a Super Bowl. And then we'll be like, man, not only a great talker, but a Super Bowl champion.
He's not a doer anymore, but maybe Aaron Rodgers was a bad talker, but a great doer.
Yeah, I could see that. By the way, Inner Excellence only up to number 3 on the Amazon book list. However, it does say...
You say boo?
It's not number 1, so boo.
I feel like this should be included in their little
Not
blurb.
first, you're last.
It says the number 1 New York Times bestseller, 200,000 plus copies sold in 3 weeks. Really just feel like there should be a disclaimer, at least in large part to A.J. Brown.
200,000 copies sold. I know that it's in the last 3 weeks, and it takes me a long time to read. How many of those books, 200,000, will actually get read somewhat cover to cover? I will say 10%.
Ooh, see, I was going to go 40,000, which would be 20%.
I'll go 15%.
Okay.
All right, let's call them up.
Hold on. Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Call up each user.
What percentage of the books that you own, not necessarily this is just in your house, but like you played a hand in getting that book to your house?
Oh, so not my wife's doctor's books?
No.
I don't know those words.
Have you read?
All of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Except
that is impressive.
I am only 7 or 8 chapters deep into Ready Player 2.
But you're reading.
But I am reading. I've been reading it for 2 years now. But that is, I have every book that's in our house. I have read at least.
Well, not including my wife's books, right?
Correct.
Reading
the books you're responsible for.
Do y'all have a whole room for doctor's books?
No, but she has.
I mean, that would make sense though.
She usually has them at her office. She has some at home, but she usually has them in her office. So when there's something that comes up, it's funny watching the show The Pit on Max, which she really likes. It's entertaining too, because she's like, if you want to know what an ER really is from a doctor's perspective, The Pit on Max gives you
That's what I've heard.
Much better deal. She's already diagnosing, like as they're saying it, she's diagnosing the patients because she knows all that crap. But
I'm glad she knows all that crap.
25%.
25%
1
of
in
those
4,
books?
I would say I've read the whole book.
What's really lowered my percentage is that Jess has gotten us a lot of books about like marriage and stuff that...
You haven't read any of those books?
No, not really.
Why not?
It's not about Star Wars or a wrestler.
Did you read What to Expect When Expecting?
No.
I read it. I was so ready whenever Avery was here.
When you accidentally, did she get one called that you'd read for Star Wars when you accidentally make out with your brother and didn't know it was your brother?
Except later on you say that you knew all along.
Yeah.
Like that is kind of confusing.
Yeah.
But anyways.
You can always, and yeah, my buddy Rick just texted me, hey, you can always audible it, just listen to it. But I spend my time reading and listening to the fan.
I might go up on that. If it's audible, I might go up to like 40%.
I've listened to some books before.
I know we mentioned earlier that he said he's going to take his time. He's going to think about it. Overreaction or reality, Travis Kelce is done playing NFL football.
Overreaction.
Ooh, okay.
He's playing another year.
I'm with Mike, but
Unless
he
he
was
gets
bad
Taylor
in this
pregnant.
game. Like he was not, this was probably his worst personal game that I've seen him play.
It was pretty tough.
Like just watching his blocking, just watching him come off the ball, everything just looked poor. And so the lifestyle that that he can live with Taylor just seems so much easier and more relaxing and
For
fun.
sure.
You don't have to damage your body anymore.
Taylor dumps him for Dallas Goddard the second he retires.
What?
She goes Philly style.
Okay. Goes for Dallas Goddard.
Yeah, he's now the new tight end champion.
Okay. Do you think they're gonna get married?
Taylor's never getting married.
Okay. Oh,
he has a girlfriend. Dallas Goddard has a girlfriend.
Well,
but
watch
she's
out,
not a
girlfriend.
billionaire. All right.
She's pretty.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Eagles will be in multiple Super Bowls in the next 4 years.
Hey,
no.
Stop. What was your question? You just threw me off. They'll be in multiple Super Bowls.
They'll be in another Super Bowl in the next 2 years.
Multiple Super Bowls in the next 4 years.
Overreaction.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, it is what I said.
Overreaction because teams are going to build to trying to stop them. And
Okay.
as good as they are right now, teams are going to try and do that quickly. And somebody's going to be successful in that. Injuries happen. Like it's just there's too many other things, other variables that'll keep it from happening. So one I can see. Multiple I'm going to say overreaction.
I'm with you.
Did you really lose sight of what my question was because you said 2 whole letters out loud?
Yep.
Okay.
Dude, he said the E and it threw me off.
G.
Stop it.
LES.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Positive.
All right.
EL.
All right.
It's not a hard word to spell.
I know.
Really?
I agree.
There's plenty of words I can't spell.
You also say overreaction?
Yeah, I think they're going to make one in the next 2 to 3 years. It's tough to just keep doing it and make the Super Bowl. They could. They obviously have talent to be successful for the next 3 years, but crap happens.
Crap happens.
Crap does happen.
And the Cowboys aren't going to take
Somebody
it.
should make that into a bumper sticker.
They get 4 free wins for the next year. It's called the Cowboys and the Giants.
Do I need to read you that Dak Prescott quote again?
Yeah. Dak talks.
But not to us.
Are
NFL.
bumper stickers still a thing? Like, do people?
Yeah.
They're hot
Usually
commodity.
the bumper stickers I see are like still political ones, though.
We need more Tolo bumper stickers.
I agree.
More of those. Oh, by the way, they're doing pitcher PFPs right now in Surprise.
Pitcher fielding practice. Let's go. NFL overreaction or reality? Corey, I'm going to start with you on this one.
All right, I'll try and listen.
Thank you. Feels like the bare minimum, but NFL overreaction or reality. T. Higgins will be back with the Bengals. So Joe Burrow has been very adamant, whether it's Higgins, Chase, Hendrickson, they're like, hey, we got money. Let's keep this team together. But what the Bengals like to do is not spend money. So, overreaction or reality, T. Higgins will be back with the Bengals.
Well, he also went through like the structure of the cap
Yes.
and all that. But then what did he say? The Eagles are spending money. So
Yes.
that's the one, Kevin. I think he's going to convince the Bengals to spend money and keep T. Higgins around. I'm going to say reality.
Okay. Now, Mike, did you hear any of that question?
Heard all of
I
it.
think
Such
you
a
did.
long question.
What?
You asked a short question and then started commenting a lot and then asked the question again. I will say he's a Washington.
Okay. Washington, in case you wanted to know, they're second in the betting odds. If T. Higgins does leave the Bengals, which I know you said that's not your pick. The Denver Broncos are first in betting odds, followed by the Commanders, Steelers, Chargers, and Patriots.
As good as Cortland Sutton was this year, him and Bo Nix had a really good rapport this year. This was Sutton's best
Yeah.
year. You know, like T. Higgins can produce that as long as he's healthy every year. So that would be, and the thing about it though is it always seems like Sean Payton is one of those guys like, I'll find.
Right now,
Oh, no.
it's time for Mike Likes It. I know you're ready for this. I know what your topic is.
Gosh darn it. All right. Take a load off, Kevin. All right. This is it, man. I'm down to my last 10.
You have to say that every time.
I think it's a good countdown.
Okay.
By the way, our show will continue to be on air. So it's not like the show just
Not
ends.
this show.
It's not the final 10 shows.
I have no clue what you guys are going to do during commercial breaks. It's just going to be silence. You guys are going to prepare for the next segment. It's going to be horrible.
I'm not going to have to
just-
answer a question of, so do you think it will be 28 or 2030 when the Mavericks move to the lake, to the Las Vegas? I won't have to answer that question.
I'll help you out. 2028, they still have a lease at the American Airlines Center. They can't.
nobody can ever break a
after
lease.
2030, they can and will.
Okay.
Unless we get gambling pass, which I hope we don't. I will vote no for that. I asked this question on the X. Who has Mavericks season tickets and have sold this game tonight, right? Do they play Golden State tonight?
I believe that is correct.
Or just not going. Now, I don't know if these are season ticket holders. I can't prove they're season ticket holders, but I got a lot of responses here. It says I have 38 replies, which I think is pretty good. Deal with it. Here is one person who said this. I've sold or listed for sale every game I have left except for the 4-9 game against the Lakers. Still deciding on that one. So the April 9th game is the one they're deciding on. It says, this is from, it says First Take, not First Take, the whatever, ESPN show, but it says, I have season tickets, but I'm going on the baseline by the Mavs bench. Last game I'm going to this season. Just want to see Curry and Jimmy. So they're going to watch Golden State.
The other team, yeah.
It says $30 get-in price, so this might not be a season ticket holder. It says, I'll never pay that for this team. Actually, I'll never go again. Even if they fire Nico, it's too late. I do think this. If they fire Nico, a lot of Mavs fans want Nico fired. I don't. It doesn't matter. He already made the trade. It's not going to bring Luka back. It's over.
Yeah.
Derek Holland just texted and he says, I'm going because I want to see Curry and Butler as well. So, it says
Dutch is also in our Twitch right now with everybody.
Okay,
so if you want to jump in.
Oh, that's neat.
Had tickets for tomorrow and gave them away. Never been so done with this franchise. This is from another one. I have 4 tickets listed for the next 4 games, all under face value, and none have sold, including tonight. And I have first row in my section. They were selling like hotcakes before the trade. Haven't decided if I should cancel for next season yet. JD here says me, as in have season tickets, not going today or tomorrow. I guess they play back to back. I honestly don't even know their schedule. This guy says gave mine away to a friend. I have season tickets. I'm trying to get rid of them. I'm going to see Steph. Lowest prices I've seen in years for a big matchup like the Warriors. Crazy how fast this franchise has plummeted. Those are just some. There's more to go through. I'll stop reading now and just, what's y'all's response to my question? I can't prove they're season ticket holders.
Yeah.
That most Maverick fans are done with this. They might be going tonight for Curry, and then Jimmy Butler is now on the Warriors, but they're done with the Mavs this year and deciding or already done with the Mavs next year.
I promise I am going to answer your question. I would love to see what their season ticket retention rate was at this point last year and then what it is right now. And then I would also love to know how many people went for the refund. But I have no doubt that, you're right, Mike. You said it earlier, that you're getting madder. I'm not saying everyone is getting madder, but this feeling doesn't seem like it's going away from the Metroplex, especially since you just saw Luka debut with the Lakers. So I'm willing to wager they take a huge hit on season ticket sales.
Yeah, I can't imagine being somebody that's trying to convince people to stay around or to buy next year's tickets. In that seat.
You feel bad for those salespeople?
I feel
they didn't make the trade.
And I bet a bunch of them don't support it, because they're...
I'll say I talked to somebody who's somewhat part of the Mavs organization yesterday, and they said it's never been more demoralizing in the history that he's been around. He said everybody just kind of has to take it. You just the I don't know, optimism or lack of optimism. The lack of optimism is at an all-time high. It's just total demoralization in that organization. And there's nothing they can do. They have to be, it's their job. They do their job, and they're just not really talking about the situation they've been put in. It's the situation they're in with this job. They just have to go about it and deal with the repercussions if they want to keep the job. Here's another one. Season ticket holder for over 20 years. We have no desire to go and the tickets aren't selling, not even for the Warriors. I just dropped the price for a third time. So I guess if you do want to go see Steph Curry, it will be like if your son or daughter or is a big Steph Curry fan, it's always been double the price or triple the price to go see the Warriors for the most part while Steph Curry is healthy and playing. Steph Curry is healthy and playing tonight. This might be your one chance to go for maybe 50% off the face value of the ticket.
And that's, I know you've referenced, when you referenced the 90s Mavericks, this is the exact same thing. Which player do you want to see? Because we'll have cheap tickets.
Lucius Harris.
Well, yes.
Robert Pack.
I meant more.
I remember going to see I think it was his second year because there was a strike shortened season. I was so pumped. Got tickets for it's 1999, 2000. Got tickets to see Vince Carter for $25, 10 rows away from the bench.
Yeah, I was excited too. I loved watching Vince Carter. Even if he wasn't Vinsanity anymore.
Yeah, and I wasn't rooting for him, but the Mavericks were horrible. You know, you could see a little bit of signs of, to be honest, I was like, thank God we got Howard Isley because this Steve Nash guy sucks. But obviously he ended up being awesome. But that's 99, 2000. People that weren't around don't know. It was the first year and a half of Dirk and Nash. There was some optimism in year 2, but still it was more Dirk and less Nash optimism. You're still kind of like, I don't think this Nash dude's a starting player in the league. At best, he's a backup. And then the 2000-2001 season happened. Howard Isley was his backup. We thought it was going to be a 50-50 split going into that year, and Steve Nash ran away with that job. Howard Isley kind of stunk for the Mavs. And that's when you're like, whoa, wait a second. So this Dirk guy's coming along as a future superstar, possibly. Now Steve Nash looks like an above-average starting point guard, and Michael Finley's a really good player. That's when it all started to come together. That's the beginning of the Mavs actually being good in basketball. Diehard Mavs fan. This is from, I won't say his name. I don't know if they want their name out, so I won't say it. But it says, Diehard Mavs fan, since the day they arrived. I'm done with them. I was already, I'll say ticked, about Cuban stopping the national anthem, thinking he's some kind of noble trendsetter. I'm reading it, but I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that. But this is the last straw. Idiots. No more tickets. No more merch. Nail in the coffin.
Wow.
I just keep thinking to myself, this had to be intentional. They have to know they're intentionally destroying this franchise. And
so
then
you
I
don't buy the idea that Nico's like, I had no idea people would be this mad.
I just don't think he's that stupid.
Okay.
I don't think Patrick Dumont is that stupid.
Yeah.
Maybe they are. Maybe I'm not giving them enough credit for being that dumb.
Yeah, maybe they had zero
I don't think Jerry,
clue.
when I make fun of Jerry and get mad at Jerry for destroying my love of the Dallas Cowboys, it's not because I think he's really that dumb. I think he's actually smart enough to know how to do it right. He just refuses to do it right because he knows it's just an opportunity to win, not it will happen. So he's like, screw it. I would rather live the life that I'm living the way I'm doing it, knowing it's going to fail, but knowing I don't have time for a bad time. And this is a really good time the way I do it my way. And I think for these two guys that made this major decision to destroy a franchise, there has to be more behind it. Why would you do this? You're losing 30% probably of your tickets for next year. And I kind of know this. I don't want to say I know this. I know the Rangers are taking advantage of this.
Yeah.
I don't know how much the Cowboys and Stars are. I don't know, but I do know that money's moving from the Dallas Mavericks organization to at least one of the teams and possibly the two other teams in this Metroplex. It's gone, and I don't know if they care because they have $33 billion.
Somebody just texted me. I have a 10-game plan, had it for at least the 15 years with my best friend. Their ticket rep said most people haven't canceled yet, but they're basically selling the fact that they got AD and hoping that holds people off. Then AD got hurt.
Yeah.
And they haven't heard anything from the ticket rep since then. So it's like, hey, we're trying to sell you this. And again, we as a fan base and on air as fans, whenever we were talking about it last week and when it all happened, it was, this is frustrating. And we never got into, man, Anthony Davis is really that great. Right? He's a really good player, a very good player. Because we always had the caveat, but he's always hurt.
Right.
It was always the you knew and he's hurt right now. How are they gonna sell that? And that seems to be their approach. And now they're like, crap. I think once he got hurt again, facepalm across the map.
I see Michael Sullivan here on YouTube. He says the Mavs were struggling with Luka too. And so let's just lay out the facts. They were 5-7 to start the year. Horrible start. Luka faked an injury because he was out of shape and wasn't into basketball. He was kind of tired of basketball. He played for Slovenia a little bit, tried to get into the Olympics. It didn't happen. He sat, got fat, and was having a horrible start to the year. The Mavs were horrible. Then I believe they went 4-1 while he sat out to try to get in a little bit better shape and then get his mind right to play basketball this year. They were 19-10 going into Christmas Day game. So from 5-7, the simple math is they were 14-3 from that horrible Utah loss. I won't say everybody. I'll give you my opinion. At that point going into Christmas, I think Oklahoma City, it's their year in the West. But Dallas is the team that I think could beat them because Luka. That's what I was thinking at that point. Luka got off to a tremendous start on Christmas Day. He was having a great game. His calf got hurt. They lost 19-11. So it's really tough to say they were struggling with Luka. They did struggle to start the year, and he was fat and out of shape and didn't care about basketball.
Yeah.
And then he kind of got in better shape, and they went 14-3. And 4 of those wins were without Luka. One of those losses was without Luka. So you got to give the other guys a lot of credit for how they played when Luka decided he didn't like basketball to start this year. That stunk that he didn't like basketball this year and was fat and out of shape. But when he came back, they were, I won't say unstoppable, but they were one of the best teams in the NBA. So it's kind of tough to say they were struggling with Luka too.
Do you think that's going to happen again for Luka? That he's going to be like,
I'll say yes. Just like when you ask me the opposite about Patrick Mahomes being great again, I say yes because I've seen him be great too many times to go, no, this is who he is now. He's an average quarterback. Or I'll go with, no, Luka loves eating. He loves drinking. I don't want to say he loves being out of shape, but he does not care that much to be in shape. But I do think he has that Shaq mentality of, hey, I don't care about the 82. I'll get my 30, 10, and 10 for the most part. And then come playoff time, I'm going to try to destroy everybody. And I hope the refs don't upset me because I will lose control of my emotions and F up the whole thing. But that's the positive negative of Luka. The positives way outweigh the negatives. There are negatives with Luka that you probably don't have to deal with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. You don't have to deal with Anthony Edwards. But when he's right, those guys aren't better than Luka Doncic.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Is your favorite DFW team the Blueprint? We'll do it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
.105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, Kevin, I really appreciate that. I've been kind of curious about this because we're kind of watching some people take over their sports. And we've watched Patrick Mahomes do that. We've been observing Luka and thinking he's on his way to that, while Jokic has been sitting here going, I'm the dominant one, everybody. When was it exactly when Michael Jordan became... Because there's a picture, inevitable. There's a picture in Ruben's office, and it's from the dunk contest. And Jordan's flying from the top of the key, and all the people in the background are all watching, but you can see Clyde Drexler and Dominique Wilkins.
Yeah.
They're all sitting there, and you could see almost on their faces, this MF right here. Like you could almost see that. When did it become, we got to play Jordan today?
So I actually don't think it was till after they won the 91 final, because it felt like he was inevitable. And then the Pistons were like, no. And then the Pistons were like, no, again. And then he beat the Pistons to make it to the 91 final. But remember, they lost game 1 of that series to the Lakers. And the Lakers have been the team of the 80s. And now all of a sudden you're like, crap, maybe they're going to end up winning this first one, or second one, I guess, technically, and being the team of the 90s. So I don't think it was till those next 4 games when the Bulls just broke them down, Jordan just broke them down, and they won the title. I think once that happened, you were like, okay, now he's inevitable.
On a much smaller scale and for local purposes, Corey Seager, during that World Series season, I think people were like, oh, Corey Seager. But in the playoff run, they went, oh, crap. Corey Seager is coming up to the plate within the next 3 at-bats.
And because Adolis was so good, too, people might not have noticed for sure until the game-tying Game 1 World Series home run, where he had saved up the emotions in his charging packs for 10 years and then let them all out in that moment. Because once you saw that, like, I know the game was just tied and you still had to win. But when I saw that from Corey Seager, there was a little part of me that was like, ain't no way we're losing this World Series.
You're all in trouble. What's the saying? What was the Roman Reigns saying the other day? Y'all all had a chance.
And then you had a chance until I woke up.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that was how we felt, because that was the way that Seager kind of went through that playoff run. You're right. Once he showed the emotion of everything, that's whenever it looked like it was different.
I was humbled in game 2, though, when we lost by 8,000 runs.
It happens every once in a while. The 6 teams that could drastically change themselves in free agency this offseason. Honorable mention is the Washington Commanders and the New Orleans Saints.
Okay.
So those 2 teams, because we were talking about it, the amount of money that they have, $78.1 million to work with, and that's the 3rd most in the league. That's what the Commanders are rocking with right now. They have
their quarterback.
They have the quarterback that is already there. He's good. He's ready to rock. But 28 unrestricted free agents heading into March, though. So Bobby Wagner, Jeremy Chin, Dante Fowler Jr., Ertz. They have guys that are going to be free agents that they got to lock back up. So they're going to use some of that money to retain some of those guys. New Orleans, $54.1 million over the cap. So they're
I don't know what the heck they're going to do.
They might not have Chase Young and Will Harris and Juwan Johnson next year. So in the top 6, though, the Vikings, they got $58 million to work with this offseason.
And that one feels like the trickiest maybe of them all, although I guess I haven't heard your whole list, so that feels presumptive. But they might have their quarterback, or they might decide, let's spend more money and get back our quarterback.
Yeah, he was a midseason MVP candidate.
Yes.
I know he fell apart and turned back into a pumpkin later, but that is what he was at one point, and they got him there. The $20 million that the Jets have to work with at number 5. Number 4, $48.2 million for the San Francisco 49ers. And that team could look drastically different across their defensive front, across their secondary.
Curious what they're going to do with their quarterback as well.
Exactly. And they'll need to extend George Kittle. He's entering his contract year right now.
Yeah.
So how much longer is his body going to be able to do these things? And Debo wants to trade.
Or does he want to quit and go to the WWE? He likes to... Alec, you know what I'm talking about. George Kittle likes to hang out in the WWE, so maybe he's just done.
What was the hand gesture you just did?
No
he's
fear.
a big fan of Penta, who Mike's been talking about, and that's his thing, the Cero Miedo, which means zero fear. That's his thing. He was just there on this past Monday, and he jumped in the ring with Penta and did it with him.
All right, interesting.
Wrestle.
I do like the way he rolled his R's there. Number 3, though, is your Dallas Cowboys. And they signed, was it going to be about half of their salary cap is probably going to be to Dak, CD, and Micah?
Yeah, and something along those lines.
And then you're trying to figure out how to piece the rest of the thing together. And they've said, look, maybe we shouldn't be paying this much money to this many players. And that is a big deal. But when you're looking at what the Commanders are doing and other teams, it should allow you to make some other moves to add veterans to your team. But DeMarcus Lawrence, Eric Kendricks, Jordan Lewis, Osa Odigizua, and we don't know what Zach Martin's decision is going to be. So, and then Brandon.
What do you think his decision's going to be?
I think he might play somewhere else. I think he might look at another team as a better at this point in his career. It would be better for him to try to go get a ring with somebody else than look at this as a potential rebuild. Or a considering what they are, negative $2.8 million in the hole, which they're like, hey, you could free up $9 million if you move on from Donovan Wilson and Hooker. And you're like, 9? That's not enough.
You just need to redo your secondary. If you want to give Micah Parsons an extension, you can save $14 million. You want to go ahead and flip the switch on Dak, which I guarantee you they will. That'll save you another $25 million, give or take.
I oftentimes forget about Diggs in the conversation of where the money is spent because I haven't seen him. And that usually ends up being a problem of I'm always forgetting that his money is another one that's stacked right on top of all those. And then number 2 and number 1, respectively, the Falcons and the Dolphins. Not the point of the entire segment, though, Kevin. The segment is your team the blueprint? And I wanted to go around the DFW teams right now and see, because Philadelphia right now is the blueprint, right? Everybody's like, how do we build? How do we have a really great running back, really good wide receivers, good tight end, strongest offensive line, best defensive line? How do we get all that? What did they do? How do we accomplish that? Can we defeat that by not having all the great things they have, but just enough to get over the hump? But right now, Philadelphia looks to be the blueprint. The Chiefs aren't, because Mahomes is different. Everybody kind of acknowledges that Mahomes is a unicorn that you just don't find anywhere. If you have him, of course, you're in those opportunities. But the rest of the thing around it, I wouldn't say you're going to try and build that around Bryce Young. I'm not going to, hey, DeAndre Hopkins, you got all these names, but they're not the same unless Mahomes is with them. So I don't think, so I feel like Philadelphia is the blueprint in the NFL right now, and the Cowboys, far from it.
Now, this is going to sound weird. Hear me out. And might be because I'm soccer biased, because in just a few minutes, we're going to talk with some folks from Dallas Trinity FC. But FC Dallas combined the two things that make people mad about the Cowboys and the Mavericks today. And they traded $5 million plus bonuses for Lucho Acosta. Now,
got him back.
What do we get?
No, that's Kellen.
No, what do we get mad about? The Cowboys don't spend any money. Check. The Mavericks trade away great players. Check. We traded for the great player and spent all the money. Feels like this was a response to the Mavericks and the Cowboys, or they were just like, hey, we've been getting transfer fees for like 5 years. We should probably spend some of that money. And that's what they did instead.
So you're saying FC Dallas is the blueprint?
Look, if you want a bigger picture blueprint, I'm going to go with the Stars. Of course, I'm going to go with the Stars. The Stars have multiple people in the Four Nations face-off, which we'll talk about some more tomorrow. They also have multiple front office people in the Four Nations face-off. So clearly they are respected across the league. They have been there competing. And I know we're all frustrated. They haven't won the cup. They've been back to the cup multiple times since they last won in 99.
That's truly hanging around the rim.
Yes.
Like that, what they've done over the last 5 years is truly what Jerry Jones says they're trying to do.
Man, you got it dead on right there. The Stars are everything that Jerry Jones said in his nonsensical presser a little while back, because they've been in the West Conference Finals. They've been in the Stanley Cup Final. They've been like a streaking goalie away from lifting the cup. And so the Stars are clearly how I would want to model building my franchise.
I'm interested because they also have a stack of veterans, a stack of young players that are on the rise, and a stack of young players that are right in the middle. They're veterans that are also very young, but they've been playing for 2 or 3 years now.
And by the way, make no mistake about it, the Dallas Stars have crushingly horrible contracts on their books as well.
But you trust they're gonna figure that out?
I'm just saying. But like, whenever you hear teams like the Cowboys or whoever's like, "Oh, this contract really hurt us." Okay, look, I like Jamie Benn, I really do, but that contract has been a big giant miss for multiple years. Tyler Sagan, that contract has been a huge miss for multiple years, and yet they have still overcome that with savvy trades and drafting ability.
From the 806, they also traded away Jesus Ferrara, so no, is what they said there.
Look,
Kevin.
and I know,
They're
and
still-
Pepe, and I there are lots of other players. I know, that's why I said they've been pooling up all of this money for a really long time.
I wanted to go. The Mavericks were the Chiefs when they had Luka. Like, and the way that they're built right now, I do think that if Anthony Davis is healthy, PJ is healthy, Dereck Lively is healthy, people look at that and they go, we are so envious of what that team has. How do we get what they have? When Boston had guys that could go to all corners of the three-point line, how are you going to defend them? And they were also really talented defenders. How do we get that? And that's what happened with the Warriors a while back. Everybody goes, hey, let's turn the game into what the Warriors are doing. But the Mavericks weren't a blueprint whenever they had Luka, because Luka was the unicorn. Luka was very Mahomes, in that he's the system. Everything's built around him. And you draft a Luka and you're going to be okay. And it's just very hard to come by a player like him. A Wemby is a player like that too. But in the league, is it the Celtics that are the blueprint for it, or is it Oklahoma City with what they've got? Because even with Chet, one of their top overall picks, being injured, they're still able to do what they're doing.
I think it is Oklahoma City, or oddly enough, I might go back to San Antonio. Just rig the draft lottery to go your way every time there's a generational talent that comes down the pipe.
Tim
that's
Duncan, David Robinson.
Duncan, David Robinson, Wemby. Like, if you can make that happen, look, I would love to make that deal with the commish. But otherwise, I think the Celtics make a lot of sense, and Oklahoma City makes a lot of sense because their guys have become superstars. So, like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has become a superstar, but for a long time, everyone was like, man, he's a really good player. And that's kind of where he was like, oh, he could be at the top of your tier 2, but that's about it. If you look at the Celtics, there are still some people who think that about Jason Tatum. There are still people who think that about Jaylen Brown, but they've just been like, hey, that's fine. You can think we're at the top of your tier 2 and we're still going to win a title anyway. And so I think the Celtics and OKC are great examples of, you don't always have to have been a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can build up and become a superstar, even if it takes more than 2 or 3 years.
And then when it comes to baseball, this is interesting because the Dodgers just won it, but nobody can do that. Nobody can do what the Dodgers just did. Even with all the way they built their contracts, you're like, nobody's going to do that. The Yankees, you're kind of in the same boat there. It does kind of feel like the Rangers are it. You invest heavy in some very talented free agents. Hope that some of your young players that have been here for a minute or are on the rise can contribute to this thing, and invest in pitching. Like, that's honestly, the investment in pitching is something around here we've just been begging for most of our lives because we all grew up here.
I know MLB Network earlier had the question up, are the Dodgers good for baseball or bad for baseball? I want to readily admit that I'm so jealous, and I would love to be in a position to be like, who's the best player? I'll take him. Who's the next best player? That works. I'll take him too.
And the next one.
Yeah.
And the generational player that can hit, do all these things.
I would be in favor of all of this.
Hey, also don't forget, there's going to be some very low temperatures over the next few days. Warm is officially activated for today only with Sharing Life.
Okay, cool.
So check out our friends at Sharing Life, sharing.life/warm if you want to help out and give somebody an opportunity to stay warm over the next few days.
So coming up next, and Corey, this is a lot of pressure. We will talk with Dallas Trinity FC forward and Prosper resident, unless I get her name wrong, Celie Strawn, next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute.
Time strike is saved. The rebound is in. Finished off by Sealy Strawn to put Dallas ahead with 3 minutes left.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Dallas Trinity FC forward, Prosper resident, and person who has accomplished more than you have at the same age. Sealy Strawn, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Absolutely. I'm good, although a little bit humbled after you walked us through. You were a junior in high school, but will be in college next year playing for North Carolina?
Yes, sir. That's right.
Okay, how does that work, and why are you not in school right now?
Well, with Dallas Trinity, we practice in the mornings, so obviously with school, I would not be able to make it to practice and school at the same time. But I do online school, so at any point in any day, I get to do all of my school and get it done right there.
Okay, I gotcha.
Do you is it laptop or you got a PC at home? I have to go sit right there.
No, it is a laptop, so I get to do it coffee shop anywhere I need.
That's nice. That is a nice thing to be able to go anywhere you want to get your work done.
We have to come here.
Yeah, we have to come in the office and talk into microphones because they won't let us do it from home. Is it more of a challenge to play against professionals than whenever you're playing against your regular club team?
Oh, it definitely is. Just the speed, the physicality, it's all just another level that I have to try and compete with or try and just kind of keep up with myself. But yeah, it's definitely a lot harder.
I was always told that Solar was like kick and run, and that was the plan. Is there more to it than that? And then the strategy at the next level, is it different there?
Well, Solar, actually, we've done a lot better. It used to be kick and run. I did hear that a lot. I've been at Solar for 4 years now, but now we actually really try, Barcelona type soccer, pass, move, all that type of things. But it was definitely used to be kick and run, but we've done better now.
Do you think people understand how cutthroat the world of club soccer can be? Because we used to cover that a lot with the Dallas Texans and Sting and everything like that. I don't think people understand how intense, if you're not in the soccer world, how intense that gets.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's very intense, honestly.
She just called you sir, by the way.
I mean,
point that out.
Look, it's already humbled me, Corey,
I don't think
to
I've ever had a
think
guest call us
that I have a child that is older than her. So that has already humbled me when she was like, I do school online. I was like, man, I might need tips for my older son about how all of that works. All right, so how did you end up? Because you are not alone. I think at one point, or maybe still, there was 7 people on the team in high school. How did it come to pass that you got on to the team, Dallas Trinity FC, and then they got so many high school players as well?
Yeah, so it was mostly, we had 3 people from FC Dallas and then 4 people from Solar. So it was mostly our coaches that helped. I also myself had one of my trainers that I go with, Visual Soccer. He also really helped me get into this. He knew the general manager of Dallas Trinity. So it was just our coaches. They knew we needed a challenge, or they really wanted us to have another challenge at a different level. But it was just honestly a thank you to Dallas Trinity for allowing us and giving us the opportunity to do it.
Right.
Your whole time that you've grown, when did you start playing soccer?
My first team was when I was 5.
Okay, 5 years old. Throughout that time, were you always playing above your age, or were you staying with your age along the way, and then you went, oh, I'm better than all these other people?
I was, for the first couple of years, I was with my age, yes. I did play up a lot. I played on a boys team for a year and a half maybe. I always did try to play up to try and challenge myself, or I would play on both my age group and the year above me.
Okay. And then when you were playing against the boys, they were frustrated. They were all mad all the time, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they were.
Call me sir, too.
It's okay. You are also old.
I am old.
And you have a child that's almost the same age as her.
Yeah,
so, I think you're just going to need to accept that and deal with that. She's playing professional soccer. What were you doing at this age, Corey?
I was
bumming gas to get to the convenience store.
Just trying to.
All right,
Mom, can I borrow $20?
Can you tell us about some of those experiences? Because whether it's U15 or the U19 training camp and just being involved in things like that, where clearly that's a pipeline where you can't help, I would imagine, but dream about Olympics, World Cup, national team stuff, and all of that.
Yes, sir. Yeah. The camps that I've been to have been amazing. The coaches are very good at just kind of teaching everybody through it because obviously the U.S., they have a very different style of play and the way they do it than the way club teams or even a pro team does it. But it was just an amazing experience of how they taught you through it all. They were teaching you basically as like your own teacher, like in school, but by the end of the week or however long your camp is, you have everything down and you have it all you understand every bit of like their style of play and how they move the ball or how they try to just the way they play basically. But it's amazing. They just teach and it's amazing experience.
Now, you said you're going to be going to North Carolina. Are you disappointed that you couldn't get into a better school like Duke?
Oh, God.
You always got to do this with the UNC people.
For them.
Honestly, my opinion, no. I love UNC. They're an amazing school. And
best college soccer program.
You know what? You're probably right about that. That's a good point. Yeah. Does UNC historically have a pretty good track record against Duke in womenmen's soccer?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. Well, I saw that basketball game last weekend though.
On your visit, do they roll some of their past players through? Are they like, hey, this is Mia Hamm, and how everything's good here?
They don't. I wish they did. Okay. I would go crazy if they did that, but it's to me best school.
That was so one of the things we've learned. One of our former co-hosts, he went to UNC, won a national championship in basketball there.
No way.
And he says that his favorite thing about going back is that all the veterans, former players can go back. He said the run is the best because out of nowhere you'll see, this superstar, Vince Carter, Rasheed Wallace, all these guys showing up. And I wonder if that kind of thing is open. It's open like that. And that'd be really amazing. Like one day you're at practice and all of a sudden there they are, all the stars you've ever seen at UNC practicing with you. I feel like it just helps you get a little bit better.
Yeah, I would go crazy if that happened. Honestly, I have heard stories of how Michael Jordan would just be walking around campus. If that ever happened to me, I would be running over there, getting a picture, all those things.
Would you have to tell yourself, like, calm down, just walk up like a normal person?
Most definitely.
Okay, all right.
Just like all of us. By the way, from the 214, Strawn is a beast. I've seen her live. She's a year older than my daughter. My daughter plays for FC Dallas 08, and I don't know what all the rest of the letters are, ECNRL. But yeah, so there you go. We got somebody out there listening that knows you're an absolute beast, and that's everything I've heard so far. So
thank you.
Did you have some?
I know I had another question, go ahead.
You got this.
Okay. So I know obviously Lionel Messi is a great favorite player to have. Did you gravitate towards him at all because perhaps neither one of you are the tallest soccer players in the world?
Yes, sir. That's actually one of my reasonings, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, it gives me more confidence knowing that someone out there who's, to me, again, best player in the world,
sure,
that he is not the tallest person. It gives me confidence to know I can be at that level and I can play at that level.
Is there a kind of prototypical size, maybe like by position or whatever? And I know obviously you're doing just fine, but like, was there a prototypical size when you were really getting into this? You're like, oh, I wish I was, I don't know, 5'11" or whatever the case is.
Yeah, honestly, I'm 5'3", as I said, but when I was growing up, I was always kind of wanted to be that 5'6", 5'7", maybe. But I'm kind of happy with my height now. But
yeah,
like I said, it seems to have worked out for you.
Work with what you got.
Pretty darn well.
The dream goal is, because assists are cool and everything, right? Like assists are fun, but when it goes in the net, it's off your foot. It's a pretty awesome feeling. Like your first goal with Trinity FC, like how did that feel?
Oh, my emotions were through the roof, honestly. I was feeling every emotion possible in that split second. I think it was Allie that I just ran and I jumped onto. I had no thoughts on my riding. I was like, I'm hoping she's going to catch me. But everything in me was just so excited in that moment.
I don't know if I'm going to be caught here, but, all right. So you get the option upper 90 PK, or you get a bicycle kick or a header. Which one would you give? Which one of those you want?
Oh goodness. I'm gonna go with bicycle kick.
Bicycle kick?
Yeah.
Do you practice that? Is that so? Because it feels like
if you practice that in actual
you gotta
practice
on some pillows
your
or
coach
something.
would tell you to get the hell off the field.
Yes. I used to practice it when I was younger until my back started bruising and I kind of had to stop after that. But I would probably say I'd probably have to practice before I did it in the game.
Could be natural reaction.
See, Corey, she's young and she's got back problems, so it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
Yeah,
the spring season starts for y'all on Saturday, 5:30 at the Cotton Bowl.
Yes,
and I was kind of curious because you've talked about, like your heroes or bigger dreams. How cool is it to play in a stadium where they had World Cup games? Like, I know it was back in 94 and the World Cup's coming back here in 26, but how cool is that to be like, hey, they played World Cup matches here?
No, it's honestly, it's amazing. It's just like an honor to just be able to walk out into that field knowing who's played there and what's happened there and getting to play there yourself. It's really just an honor.
Have you taken the time to enjoy any of this, or is it like, hey, the schedule's really busy, I have school, I have to get back to practice? Like, I'm always curious when people are doing this at such a high level, if you take the time to be like, wow, like, this is really cool.
Yeah, at the very start, I will say I definitely did not. I was like, okay, I've got a schedule, I've got to stick to it, got to be early, all these things. But maybe halfway in, I finally was like, okay, I really need to let this settle in and enjoy it for a little bit and just honestly just look around and look at the players around me. So I finally did end up doing that, and now we're kind of back to in the mix of enjoying it and keeping to the schedule.
Yeah.
We get more and more. I always judge interviews based on how many texts we get, and you're
how's
getting
she
a ton
doing
right now. She's doing fantastic.
Okay.
She has a great dribble off the ball. Keep up your success from the 214. Kid can ball. Are you staying stateside or going abroad in the future?
Oh, that's a great question. Honestly, I'd love to do both. I've always thought about going overseas, Europe, all those things.
And we got family here too.
Yes, we
is
do.
Dad okay with that? He's okay with that. So there we
He
go.
said, the hell you are. That's what I just heard.
But that is part of it can take you in a lot of different directions.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Just kind of going with the flow, honestly.
You get over it.
I'm sorry.
Our kids don't even call me sir unless they're
nice
in trouble,
and respectful.
It's the Southern in me.
Yeah, absolutely. And somehow you find that embarrassing.
Well, it's not. It's just again, I gotta fix my kids.
Okay, all right, your kid.
Yeah,
well,
they're
the
a
middle
struggle.
kid is not respectful.
The
rest of them are delightful.
He might be a leader of the country one day, but he is
absolutely, absolutely. I can see that. All right, so what would you? And this is kind of because we've had some Dallas Trinity players on before. This is kind of my question. You can get tickets at DallasTrinityFC.com. Get the spring schedule started again on Saturday. What's your pitch to people? Maybe they are normally into soccer, or they've never seen your team, or maybe they've never even heard of your club. Why would you encourage them to go check the game out?
I would encourage them, honestly, because of just the players. All the players themselves, just what they've been through, their experiences. They've been playing pro for 10 plus years, or maybe it's their first year at pro. But I think I would encourage them just to come out and just watch the players. Each and every one of them is so unique, the way they play. And even just in the game, you can see their personalities. I think when we had a goal one time and one of our players just starts dancing all by herself, and just so the personalities on the field are just so funny. So I would just encourage people to come watch just because of the team.
One of the things we love about spring training is access.
Yeah.
When it comes to post game, are there lots of autographs? And have you been practicing the autographs?
I have been practicing mine even at home.
How does it look?
We're getting there.
Okay. All right. Still got some work. There's lots of different letters to work
Yes,
with. I gotcha.
yeah.
Well, I guarantee
Definitely.
you, Corey's about to make you sign your name a bunch of times.
Oh,
so
goodness.
just sign your name and write "sir" at the bottom. I think that would be amazing. All right. DallasTrinityFC.com. If you want to get tickets, spring season gets started again Saturday, 5:30 p.m. at the Cotton Bowl. Sealy, thank you so much for jumping on with me.
Yes, thank you guys so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sealy Strawn from Dallas Trinity FC. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Now, I think I know the direction this is going. Mavericks play tonight and tomorrow night. Will you be watching? Will you be watching strictly for work purposes? Or are you like, hey, I'm still a fan of the team. I'm disappointed, but I'm still in on the team?
Yeah, I'll be watching. I feel so horrible going into this one because of the lack of bigs. They're going to get crushed on the glass.
Yeah. For at least multiple weeks, they will be without.
I might have to tune out at some point here in the not too distant future. I did the math earlier. If Anthony Davis misses a month, that would be returning with 18 games to go. If he misses 6 weeks, it would be 13 games to go. So, I'm hoping to get Gafford back, but for right now, I think it's going to be so frustrating with the offensive rebounds and the putbacks that it'll just be more sports pain than enjoyment to watch.
What do you guys think about the conspiracy theory? And then I want to go back to your answers on that first question. The conspiracy theory that the NBA cut a deal that as long as we don't make the playoffs, they'll give us Cooper Kupp to make this trade.
Cooper Flag?
Cooper Flag. Not
Cooper
Kupp
Kupp will be hurt.
Cooper Flag to make this trade more acceptable.
I'd love that. That'd be amazing. But no, I just don't buy that one. I think the conspiracy theories about as soon as the lease is up at the American Airlines Center, they're uprooting and going to Vegas because that's the only thing that makes sense with just how terrible the last week has gone with this organization. So I'm not buying that, but that'd be a nice consolation, I guess, if you get Cooper Flagg out of the deal.
I mean, a young Cooper Flagg with Irving and AD.
Hell yeah.
That might make it worth it, although I don't think Flagg's going to be nearly the impact player Luka was. It would soften the blow a little bit.
I mean,
if
that's a
what
tough
Adam
bar
Silver
to get up
wants do.
to, right? Yeah.
I mean, at this point, it would be a windfall of good luck, and we need that.
Yeah. Broadus, where do you kind of fall on all this? I mean, I know you have to pay attention and watch for work, but outside of that,
I find myself listening to games more than I watch them because I'm doing my film stuff at night.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm living and dying with that a little bit, but I think you have to pay attention because you have to be able to talk about it. I think there's some people out there that still expect you to give some analysis of, okay, they're without. How are they managing? Are they winning games? I mean, there's some games against Oklahoma City that I didn't think they were going to win, and they somehow find a way to get it done. So. The interest will always be there because of, like I say, there's people in that organization that I really, really like, and I want to see them do well, but it's going to be really, really tough for them the way this is constructed right now.
I feel like they're a well-coached team, that like Jason Kidd's grown as a coach and his staff has grown.
I do. I'm not going to say now that Luke is gone, I think he's a crap coach. I think there were several coaching decisions he made last year that helped you get to the finals, and I don't want to go against that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that over time is going to bring fans back. I don't know if like you'll ever get the fans that were this upset back completely, but I think you're going to be good enough with him as a coach to continue winning.
I asked the guys a question yesterday, and I'll ask you two this. Are there Cowboy fans that are Mavs fans, or are there separate fan? Is it a separate fan base? And do you, as a Cowboy fan, do you feel like if you're a Mavs fan that it couldn't get any worse, or is there just that separate?
So I think I've
like a spillover. Yeah.
I think I've changed my answer on this since we started working here because I just kind of assumed I
think the Stars fans are separate.
Yes,
I agree.
I do too.
Yeah.
I just used to assume that everybody liked all of the Metroplex teams.
I don't think that's necessarily the case.
It is not. And so I've changed my mind over the years. And there's absolutely a separation. The biggest separation, like you just said, is the Stars fans. Because you have, outside of the Cowboys, the most only sport fans are the Stars fans who I only like hockey. I only like the Stars outside of the Cowboys just because that number is inherently
might be why
larger.
they're not as welcoming as some of the other fan bases.
See that.
Hey, you dummy. You don't know what a blue line is?
Where have you been? You haven't been here all year. Welcome to the barn for the first time.
How do we get our ads on the visiting teams boards when we watch these games? How does that work? That's amazing to me.
It is, and man, if you mispronounce a name, you would have thought that you punched their dog or something.
And Heiskanen is super easy to pronounce on first look.
Oh, for sure, right? But there's others that are not.
Yes.
Leah Bushkin.
Jamie Benn.
Yeah. No, not Jamie. Okay.
Seguin.
All right, so I'm now going to just totally switch subjects. What would you think about this idea? Joel Klatt threw out, because, every Super Bowl halftime
He wants
show,
to be commissioner of college football.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So this is actually, believe it or not about college football. I know he goes into that a lot.
Oh, no, he wants to be commissioner of college football.
So every halftime show, it feels like, not just Kendrick, but it's the best, it's the worst, can't really find a whole lot of middle ground. He's thrown out, he would like to see a stand-up comedy halftime show, and he threw out Nate Bargatze to have the next halftime show.
I love him.
I realize I like Nate Bargatze, but I could also see a lot of people getting mad and being like, what the hell is this?
Dude's super, tame comedy. Funny, but he doesn't, he's not aggressively, making you upset. He's not trying to. He's just noticing some stuff in life and being funny about it. I'd be okay, but I feel like there's that part that still wants some music that's popping through the speakers. So I feel like you got to mix them both up.
How do y'all think a stand-up comedy routine at halftime would go?
I immediately was drawn towards, can we get a roast out of this?
Okay.
Is there a way to roast both teams? We roast both coaches. Now, obviously, they wouldn't be.
Or roast the team that's playing poorly.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you could lean,
So
lean
in on Kansas City hard
for that. Yeah. Because I think the roast is always successful and people seem to like that.
So if you think he was up there being like, hey, somebody give Kansas City a heads up. We started this game 2 hours ago.
There you go, yeah.
People will get a kick out of that.
Mahomes is playing like Kermit the Frog right now. Something like that.
Okay, we just fast forward to the end of the half.
I mean, this is exciting to me. Is this a realistic possibility?
I don't think so, but I can tell we hooked you in on this.
Yeah, I like it.
And he really likes the roast idea as well.
I mean, even just stand-up comedy. I think there's other forms of entertainment, and I think live music is there, but there's a really good chance it's not my favorite genre of music. Yeah. I'm wondering, are they lip syncing or singing for real? And if they're singing for real, they could be bad, and I wish they were lip syncing. There's just so much that could go on.
Yeah,
just roll out
acoustics.
Just roll out Cirque du Soleil in the middle of it. That's the way.
That'd be
who's going to get offended by that?
Blue Man Group for sure. Yeah.
That would be amazing. But people were suggesting, oh, you need to go hard rock, you need to go Metallica, and I was like, yeah, I'm sure if you pick Metallica, no one will complain. I can't imagine a musical artist or whatever that some people wouldn't complain about.
Yeah.
That's our society, right?
Prince was about as close.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe figure 8 demolition derby. Just wreck cars in the middle of the field and stuff like that. Just like the figure 8, you have that collision point there where.
And with the turf field, do you think it'd be more forgiving?
Yeah, just why not? Just have a big bunch of wrecks out there.
Or get those two dudes that they get they stand up on each other and stuff like the Mavs used to do at halftime.
What's the robot fighting game? What do we have that? That's
Rock'em Sock'em.
No.
BattleBots.
BattleBots.
Yes.
I think huge versions of BattleBots out there with fire and the hammers. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Like one-on-one.
Yes.
You just go full on Real Steel here.
But they're big truck style,
I
not
don't think I've ever seen that.
You never
movie.
saw Real Steel with Hugh Jackman?
Okay, help me out.
It's good.
I saw the trailer, and
that's the one I've actually watched.
The idea I got was that he's estranged from his daughter, but he can win her back by winning at robot fighting.
Yeah, he's kind of a robot guy.
Okay,
you bond
worry
over
about the story.
robots.
So it's like a more advanced version of Over the Top.
Just get in on the
Sylvester
action.
Stallone's like, if I can win this arm wrestling tournament, I can get my kid back.
Yeah, take him out on the road with me.
We used to have a lot riding on these tournaments. Like, what do you got on the line? My daughter.
Oh my God!
But what was Bloodsport? It seemed like that was a high leverage situation.
It really did.
Yeah.
Man, we've really ratcheted down the drama of what's at stake in some of these tournaments.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's Commando was the only one that was unrealistic because everybody else was dealing with something real.
Okay.
He's just showing up with a bunch of grenades.
And he's like, let's party.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will have George Sedano, NBA reporter, ESPN, joining us at 4 o'clock.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say yes, sir, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, hour 1 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show on a Wednesday afternoon. General at your service at East. There's Brian Bros, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champion. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Excellent, sir. How about you? You good?
I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. He's fixing to go 5 hours flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Wolchuk is here. Chiafalo is doing family time. I believe he's going to be filling in with the morning show next 2 days.
Yep.
So check out our guy, the Chief, there, 6 to 10. With I believe Chop and Bobby. Is Sean out? So it'll be
might
Chief.
just be him and Bobby.
I think it's him and Bobby.
Chief and Bobby. Wow.
So that's must tune in. That could be off the rails.
You have Carter Freeman coordinating our video. You can watch us on Twitch and YouTube, Brian.
There's a good chance his wife won't be up to watch the program in that morning, so it's probably a good opportunity for him.
Oh yeah. Yeah, being the family man that he is.
Family man he is.
I'm sure he will knock it out of the park in every way possible.
He should. Yeah.
Couple of texters coming in with a pretty good idea for the halftime of the Super Bowl, and back-to-back texts from different people. Do a boxing match.
There you go.
If you're looking to take it in a different direction, maybe it's time to not do any more concerts or take a break from concerts. I know they stopped paying the musical acts. The musical acts got to put on their own show.
They gotta pay for it themselves. And I guess there's a benefit to them. I think Kendrick Lamar, a lot of his songs ended up hitting the top of the charts after that.
They make that money on Spotify.
Yeah, you probably make that money back and then some. But I like the boxing match idea, especially with all the new bits we're doing here where you got like MMA fighters fighting the Paul brothers. Like, we probably would have felt better about a Mike Tyson.
Oh no, you need an iconic Mayweather, Pacquiao, Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford. You need like a big primetime type of bout.
It just wouldn't fit into that time.
Would it? How many we got?
You talking about for halftime of the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Like that fight's
y'all didn't like that Kendrick that much, huh? We like, kangaroos fighting for halftime to be awesome right now.
The medieval times text, like that's pretty awesome.
Medieval times,
some jousting going on.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different things that you can do. I don't think the NBA
rip his effing head off. Let's go.
But interesting text coming in on that. I've never been a big fan of live music in general, so if I'm at a concert, I'm probably going to leave like before the end of it.
Yeah, but from your couch, the same thing. Like, I know you don't like being in public crowds.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, geez, let's just get back to the game. So if you could put something in the middle that's another amazing sports spectacle and sell it out, a big pay-per-view boxing. Like, I don't know why Jerry Jones hasn't come up with this idea yet. And I think you do have enough time for like 8 3-minute rounds. And you could get back to the game in maybe 35, 40 minutes, which we're already taking close to it, right? It's already.
I think it's like half an hour almost. Yeah.
What about a boxing match before the Super Bowl instead of the pregame show?
I could go for that as well.
They
do not do a good job of filling that 8 hours with relevant content.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you could have like a big time at the, you set it up, but instead of, and here I am on a pregame show, but still, I have a hard time watching pregame shows for the Super Bowl. I try and time this thing to right when they're kicking off the ball. I mean, literally, I'm like, okay, they're getting ready. They've coin toss, and here we go.
Some sort of a relevant countdown, a 3-hour boxing card, a 3-hour MMA card, live on the scene. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential legs to that. Mavs game night, really an unbelievable time for a homestand. And heading into the All-Star break, you could easily lose these next couple of games. It's the Warriors tonight and then the Heat tomorrow, 8:30 and 7:30 tip-offs. Jason Kidd's already been driven to not talk to reporters for the first time in his coaching career. How much more toxic could this get? Is tonight a potential turning point? I don't know. But it does not seem like the fan base is going to let the Mavs forget the censoring and the silencing that they encountered the other night. So I expect people now to come as a, hey, watch this. I'm going to get kicked out tonight. I'm going to go viral tonight.
It's the badge of honor game.
Yeah.
I'm going to get kicked out for the good of the cause.
It is one where it's like, I think we're tuning in less for the basketball and more to just see how do they react tonight to any type of fire Nico chants or anybody that wears a shirt with the clown on it? Are they still kicking people out? Are they going to keep that standard, or are they going to pivot and adjust and realize, hey, as long as you're not crossing a line with, vulgar words and being physical, you can go ahead and vent your frustrations.
Yeah. This is different, man. You touched a nerve with this entire fan base, and I think you're going to have to find closure in a better way than trying to shut them up or telling them to shut the bleep up, as Mark Cuban did.
Yeah, did I see a clip where Nico was at an SMU
last night
basketball game?
That was Leah Simakopoulos, who's going to join us at 6 p.m. tonight.
Wow,
talk all about that. But yeah, it doesn't matter where he's going to go. He's going to hear the fire Nico chants. You got to you can't run away from it.
Yeah,
you've got to just take it. Take your lumps, man.
Well, the good news is for him anyway, and maybe the Mavs playoff chances so far, Gafford, AD, PJ don't appear to be long-term injuries. Davis is dodging the need for an operation. Gafford's going to be reevaluated in a couple of weeks. They'll get those guys back, maybe after the break. Phoenix isn't playing good basketball, right? They are the 11th team right now. I think they've lost 6 of 10. They have major chemistry issues in their locker room. Kevin Durant was amazing last night, becoming the 8th player to score 30,000 points in his career, and he did it in 3 quarters. I think he got to 26 points. I mean, he was going off. Had a nice little presentation for him in between the third and fourth quarters. But I guess all I'm saying is I'm not giving up on the playoffs. Are you guys?
Yeah, I kind of am there.
Is that because you think they're not going to make it?
Yeah, I think.
But we got good news on Gafford and AD.
It's still. They might be able to be a play-in team, possibly. I think they're a game and a half up right now from being totally out of it. Yeah. I'm just really worried. We still don't know the exact time frame for Anthony Davis, and we're hoping it's just 2 weeks on Gafford. So right now, it's just I don't know that they're going to be able to tread water enough to really stay in this thing. It is possible that they're a play-in. I just don't see them not being in. That's the best case scenario right now. I don't think they're going to be one of the top 8 seeds. I think they might be fighting for that 9th or 10th spot.
The Lakers needed a big so bad they brought Alex Len out of retirement, hasn't played in a year. Stephen A. and Wendy were joking about maybe bringing back Dwight Howard or DeMarcus Cousins, who are playing in overseas leagues.
Sure.
And I don't know what kind of shape they could be in, but if you just need somebody to rebound, I think you got to be thinking outside the box right now. The good news is this All-Star break is going to give everybody a week or 8 days off. That at least you're not missing any games.
That's true.
Yeah, I feel though that what's going to happen, they're going to wear Kyrie out.
Oh yeah,
and by the time they get to the playoffs, he's going to have to be the primary ball handler.
Yeah,
and it's not going to be very good. He's going to be beat up. He's going to be tired.
You need Washington back in there to at least give you some of the playmaking that he does.
Sure.
And Anthony Davis, you can throw it to him and clear out.
But I think it's just going to take too much.
You're right, man. I was worried about that even before the injuries to Davis and Washington. And if he's facing a back surgery, playing 40 or 42 or 45 minutes a night like the other night.
He played 45 the other night, basically.
Crazy.
So yeah, to me this has got done written all over it. It's just like I say, the injuries are going to be too much to overcome.
I don't want to give up because if they can get everybody back, this team could win the championship. This team would smother Boston defensively. I think it's possible. The league has never seen the quality of defense that these guys are going to unleash when Lively, AD, and Washington, you can deploy everybody out there. It is like what the Thunder do, but just 2 or 3 inches taller at every position.
And probably more athletic.
Yeah.
Because, I think all those guys are probably better athletes than a Chet Holmgren personally. It was unbelievable what they were able to do. The shot blocking, the length, and then the ability to kind of mix and match different types of lineups. You got Gafford then coming off of the bench. It really was a dream first half of basketball for the Mavs to get up 20 points against a team in Houston, as we were talking with Bobby Carella. Also, Ime Udoka, that is what he is the foundation of his basketball teams, is defense. And I'm with you. Watching that team, it's like this is a team that can repeat in the West and absolutely has probably a better chance because of the way they match up defensively to beat a Boston. I just think that the injuries are mounted. And who knows that you don't get another injury.
Yep.
Right? Like right now, it just seems like everything is going the wrong way. It's a snowball effect. I don't know that they can dig themselves out of it.
817 says, I saw a tweet saying nosebleed seats are $6 and I'd pay that to get a Fire Nico chant going and get kicked out. Yeah, the ticket prices have bottomed out. If you want to go to a basketball game, if you want to watch Steph Curry, you have a
Jimmy Butler now.
Yeah, you have a chance to head to the arena. The 214 Tank, please. I hope we miss the playoffs and get a shot at Cooper Flag. Yeah, I would totally go with embracing the tank right now. If you're like, we're shutting down Kyrie Irving, he's going to have the back operation and make sure he doesn't do any more damage to that, and we're going to have AD, do a lengthy rehabilitation so he can come back 100%. I'd be totally fine with embracing the tank if that's what you want to do. I don't think you could get any higher than the 9th or 10th spot in the draft lottery, but they've evened those odds out quite a bit that you can dream now. You got the 9th spot in the draft lottery. There's at least somewhat of a realistic chance. I don't think it'd be the longest shot in the history of the draft lottery for you to win it, considering teams have won it from 6 and 7 in the old system. Troy Aikman speaking at the Children's Cancer event yesterday, along with Dak, reflecting on the fact that coming up on the 30-year anniversary of their Super Bowl season, he said when they won their last Super Bowl in '95, they didn't think they were done, and it's hard to believe nobody has been back since. Brian, in '95, were you with the Packers? Did you think the Cowboys were going to keep on rolling at that time?
Yeah, I really did. We were getting better. We were trying to catch up. We didn't have the depth, but they had that one bad draft, and it kind of we were able to catch up. We got very fortunate. They got banged up late in the season. The year we went to the Super Bowl, it would have been like they had to play at Carolina in that playoff game, and we were all like, Mr. Harlan, I remember, was going, there's a chance we could get Dallas here. And I was like, Mr. Harlan, we haven't beat them yet. He's like, no, you're right. I'd rather take my chances with Carolina. And sure enough, it worked out that way. But we really struggled. We had a good handle on San Francisco. We didn't have a good handle on Dallas. Dallas was just too good at too many spots, too deep, well coached, and that was a problem for us.
Did the wheels start coming off immediately when free agency started? Was that what it was? They started to lose that depth advantage there starting in '94?
The draft became a problem for them, and then they started, like I say, they were starting to get a little bit of that the team had so much success.
Mm-hmm.
And then, all of a sudden, like that Carolina game, Michael got hurt, Deion gets hurt. I mean, they get all these guys hurt. And then Aikman, I just remember, it was like that final pass that Aikman threw was an interception. And it was like he was trying to get the season over with. Like he'd said, "No,
put me out of my misery.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere with this team." And then, you had a couple of an opportunity, with Barry, and then, but it just really started to fall apart when I got there in '99. Chan Gailey, we didn't draft well enough, and the depth, all that depth was gone. All the star players were starting to get old and leave. It happened. It happened pretty fast once that game took place.
Well, we're standing by to find out when free agency starts here, second week of March or so, if the Cowboys are pivoting in their approach and they have realized the error in their ways over the last 15 years, trying to build teams that can just make the playoffs. The Eagles showed you, right? Nobody in the AFC can beat Patrick Mahomes. But this super team with so many damn all-pros and Pro Bowlers all over the place, any weakness we're attacking with the best possible acquisition. We have the credit card. We're swiping it like crazy. We're spending future dollars to put players on the field today. There's no way you can compete, Wolchuk. Until I see the Cowboys do that, I'm going to assume whichever team is in the window is going to break out their credit card and swipe it a bunch of times and build a team way better than what the Cowboys can draft and develop. And I believe the light bulb is coming on up there for some people. I don't know if they can get that message home to the two most important.
Right. That's the fear. Like, is it? I'm sure there's a lot of people in that building that are, and especially the scouting department's like, guys, you got to help us by at least filling some of this roster. We can't go into the draft thinking, okay, well, we need a starting defensive tackle, we need a wide receiver too, we need a starting running back, we need a starting linebacker, we probably need more depth at corner, might need a starting safety. Like,
our left tackle stinks.
We don't have enough. Yeah, we don't have enough picks to be able to fill all these needs. So the amount of pressure and stress that you're putting on your scouting department, we have to see it to believe it, though. because we've heard the positives in the offseason to where things are going to change, but I don't know how you can't look around. Even a team like Washington, now granted, right, when you talk about Washington, it's they hit a home run at the quarterback position, and ultimately that's what's most important. But when you see what they were able to do filling out their team with free agents like Frankie Louvu, who played like one of the best linebackers in football, and then a lot of your depth going over there and playing big minutes for them, like Tyler Biotish and Dorrance Armstrong and Fowler, etc. You've got to do something more. And it would probably start with, can we bring back Osa Odigizua? Can we bring back Jordan Lewis? But you've got to do more than just retain your own. You've got to be aggressive and go find some other options here from other teams to try and replenish that pipeline.
I'm kind of with the whole thing with Bolton as linebacker. If I
think he's our dream, right? He's our G-Bag Nation #1 free agent wish list. Nick Bolton.
Get him.
I just feel like that it gives me a better opportunity than if you sign Osa Odigizua. That's just, I'm going to take my chances and draft one of these kids, a 3 technique, and I'm not going to pay this guy. I'm going to pay a linebacker probably what I would have to pay Osa, probably a little less. But I'm totally looking at other free agents. I know what these guys. It's one of these things where you're going to they'll do it. They'll end up paying a guy, after he turned the corner. Now he's going to be a great player. I'm not doing that. Not the second contracts have really hurt this organization. They need to go out and try and say, okay, if we were going to spend $12 million on this guy, on our own guy, we need to think about spending $12 million on a better player from Kansas City.
I mean, I think at minimum you have to add 6 good players, and if you nail draft picks first, second, third round, you still need to go into free agency and find 3 good ones. Is that a left tackle? Is it a linebacker? Is it a safety? Is it another wide receiver? Sure. You got to plug some of these holes. Defensive tackle, obviously, probably both those spots need to be upgraded. Find a veteran right guard. So there is so much stuff they could do here when free agency starts that should get us excited or could get us excited if that's how they want to take it. They were dropping Easter eggs shortly after the season in their Senior Bowl media sessions that maybe they need to look at how they've been doing free agency and the salary cap. And the opportunity is out there every year. If any team, with a decent quarterback and some other good players wants to make a run at it, it is there for the taking. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Hoosiers got up for their guy Bob Knight last night. You see this. Tom Izzo at Michigan State needed 1 win to break Knight's record for Big Ten wins. Hoosiers stunned him 71-67. Indiana's coach Mike Woodson, a star player for Knight. From 1976 to 1980, he was a national champion. He got the message through to his guys last night.
Yeah, and there seems to be some talk about him maybe losing
he's done.
Losing
he's
his
done.
job.
Yeah, I think it's a win-win for the Gipper type of situation for those boys from this point forward. Okay, is this a fair description of the situation at Mavs headquarters? We have the G-Bag today coming up at 2:30 for you as well, right here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Everything going okay over there, Brian?
I was just looking at, I'm just trying to get nerdy on some of these numbers. I was just looking at linebackers real quick at the break.
Okay.
The Jets had a player named Jamin Sherwood that was a linebacker.
Surely.
Wolchuk, do you know anything about him?
No.
Jamin Sherwood. He's a linebacker for the Jets. His positional value is at $12 million for how he played. He's currently making $958,000. He's the second highest linebacker on the market for positional value. Like I said, he's $12 million, and the Jets paid him less than $1 million to play this year.
He's a free agent.
He's a free
Led
agent.
the entire league in tackles.
Sounds like the guy you want to go for.
202 tackles.
See,
and he's a fifth-round pick, so that's why his contract's so small.
The linebackers, if I could, real quick, Dawson. I probably could do this in Krusty's corner, but I'll do it real quick for you. Zach Bond, his value is over $17 million. The Sherwood from the Jets is at 12. Bobby Wagner, $17 million. Kendricks was $12 million. Cody Barton from the Broncos was a $11.2 million player. And Dalen Henry from the Chargers is a $10 million player. Ernest Jones is a $9 million player for the Seahawks. And then Nick Bolton is on this list as a $9 million player.
Ernest Jones also, free agent, tackling machine
I
for
take
Seattle.
that back. Dalen Henry, not a free agent. My bad. He got mixed into this group somehow. But there are 7 free agent guys that all played, like whether they were $14 million, $11 million, $10 million, $9 million, $8 million, $8 million, $8 million, $8 million. These guys were all over the value of what they played for this year.
Go buy it up, go buy you a contender. I know that maybe the Cowboys salary cap isn't perfect in their eyes, but you got to look at it like, while we have Dak Prescott, who might not be the best quarterback, I know people have a lot of criticisms of him, but the Eagles have won it with Nick Foles and Jalen Hurts. So it's doable. You just have to build a good enough team around your quarterback, and you have to be honest with yourself about how good your quarterback is, and then build the team that could go get the Super Bowl. And you don't have to do it every year. You play that salary cap game, you're going to spend it up, and then you got to spend some time, just like if you get into household debt. Okay, kids, we're not going to buy any toys for the next 6 months while we're paying off the bills, and that might represent a season or two of having to bite the bullet. But if you're not truly going for it like the Buccaneers did, like the Rams did, like the Eagles did, and you don't have Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady, you can just forget about doing it at any point over the next 30 years. Until the salary cap dynamics or meta strategy, returns to what you're comfortable with. I just can't believe that somebody who is so business savvy and economically genius is not doing this on purpose. You know what you guys are doing up there. You're building a team to make the playoffs so you can have 17 relevant regular season games to generate ratings. Once the playoffs start, everybody's watching it anyway. We don't need the Cowboys to be great then. So, and I love how more and more people are calling him out. Des Bryant got after him yesterday, too. Okay, how about this, though, Brian? Since you were bringing up linebackers, Bengals linebacker Jermaine Pratt, that's breaking news I just saw from Rappaport, requesting a trade off the Bengals. Salaries at like $6 million. He led them in tackles with 143 last year. Best tackler on a bad defense, and apparently not the best coverage linebacker either. But I think those are the kind of players that realistically we should be looking at with manageable salaries.
Yeah, just real quick, Dawson. He's his positional value is $7.7 million. He's getting paid currently $6.7. So his value over APY is right at $1 million.
Yeah, so you're getting more than what you pay for. I don't know what you have to give up for a player like that. I think they're not willing to do an extension for him. He's coming up on 29 years old. I think they want to go in a different direction. So maybe a day 3 pick wouldn't be a bad use of that because you'd get guaranteed product. Maybe you just want to bring back Kendricks, though. I don't know. I thought maybe he was looking a little long in the tooth, but he still produced as well. Love this piece from Mavs Moneyball. My question for you going into that tease, this is an accurate explanation, a term to describe them. The headline here, the Dallas Mavericks are a full-blown totalitarian regime at this point. They lead out here, benevolent leader Miriam Adelson has eyes everywhere, so you must remember to be dutiful in your daily work and silent in opposition to the esteemed party. We have seen the regrettable results of dissension manifest themselves in the culling of the herd. The deranged distributors of forbidden literature, pictured below only as a warning against any who would follow down their unfortunate path of dissent, requested psychological reconditioning on their own accord, and the great doctors in service of Miriam happily obliged their humble request to be made whole. I just thought it was a genius, creative, sort of cathartic piece of literature here about what our Mavs situation is in, and representative of the approach that this front office or ownership group has taken here with the Mavs getting heavy-handed. Probably expect more of the same tonight unless we hear otherwise. Hoping to hear from Nico, hoping to hear from Jason Kidd. Will he explain why he didn't talk about the Kings game? I'm fascinated by this. Like, if you're Jason Kidd, are you fed up? Do you maybe see things the way the fans do? Do you feel like I can't trust myself to go out here and agree with my bosses, so I'm just going to be quiet? I'd love to know why Jason Kidd didn't talk.
Supposedly, on Hoops Collective, McMahon's been saying that this was all, front office, Nico, ownership, Kidd, all together on this. Now, Jason Kidd, his body language during that presser to me was a coach that didn't necessarily love what they just did, but you're a good soldier, and you kind of just go along with it. I do think it's very telling that he didn't speak the other night. I think that it's just, I just lost another guy due to injury.
I think that's a big
People
part
are
of it,
dropping like flies.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with the fans here that are getting kicked out of the arena for something that wasn't my decision. I don't really have anything to say right now. And sometimes maybe the best thing to do is to say nothing.
Yeah.
If you don't have anything good to say, right? And it's not like he never talks to the media. I don't think there's been a fine from this. And I think if you're a coach, you don't speak once, maybe the league lets that go. I'm sure he's going to speak after tonight's game. But to me, him not speaking kind of said it.
Yeah, in talking to people in the organization, because I asked him, was there something wrong? Did you have, were there meetings or something maybe that he had to go to or whatever? And a couple of different people. This one guy said, listen, no, he was fine. We didn't have anything. But the next morning when he came to the office, he was doing well. So I agree with Wolchuk. I think he just didn't have any. I think just the way that the injuries are mounting, and now he's having to answer those questions, and he probably doesn't have a great answer for that.
Yeah.
Why? And then somebody smart like yourself is going to ask, well, is there something did you guys bring him back? Did you bring back AD too early?
Oh, yeah.
Are there problems with your training staff?
What do you think about kicking out the fans tonight?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. At some point, I think you lose energy and interest.
I think they've taken his spirit right now.
Yeah.
I think, just maybe for that night, the injury thing just mounted up to the point where he's like, I just want to go home and just sit in my office and not think about this anymore.
He seemed pretty beat down after the Rockets game. I think it was Kalashaw going back and forth with him. Like, just to clarify, you said you didn't know about the trade until the 11th hour, but what does the 11th hour mean? And he basically said, look, yeah, it's what I meant. I didn't know about it until basically the trade was about to be in motion. Like it probably after the handshake agreement when Cuban found out about it.
Yeah.
And I'm just here to coach the players. And he said, I've said that before. I'm the coach. I don't have to have personnel say. I coach the players that are on the roster at the given time. And I've said that before, and maybe at the time you guys didn't care about it, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, I believe it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
There it is. There it is. Anthony Davis, a.k.a. AD. What does AD stand for? Send it to the fan text right now. What does AD stand for?
Always dominant.
Always dominant. Okay.
Always doubtful.
Always doubtful. There you go. I was going to say always deficient. But I can't do that. I can't do that because the man does shine when he's standing on the court.
He does.
Yeah. It's just every time somebody bumps into him, you're like, ooh, oh my God.
Please be okay.
Had a friend like that growing up. He was like, dude, again? You gotta be kidding me.
Come on, man.
You barely fell down. That cast?
You broke your arm again?
I mean, my little league quarterback, he was getting knee surgeries and we were in elementary still.
All right.
But this is the one in Nashville. But yeah, they're everywhere. I think a Cowboys fan, I don't know if he called into this fan or some fan.
I checked their number, Lucius, of their station in Nashville. 1,300 is their last 4 digits.
Well,
so maybe
the rabbit hole goes a little deeper there.
Maybe he was thinking.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Anyway, let's hear from him.
I'm on the radio. No, I'm recording you, but it's not live on the radio.
Oh, okay. I just want to make a comment about, all of this stuff y'all promoting about Ash and Jenny. I don't want to hear that no more.
Sure. Hey, I really appreciate your passion. I think you have the wrong number.
Hold on, sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
Because you sound like Will Clay. I had to correct Will Clay. This is not passion. This is testosterone.
Yeah. I don't think you called the right phone number is what I was trying to say.
Okay, all right. So whatever phone, they'll call in the fan, I can talk to or whatever. See, that's the problem. It's too much passion in Dallas.
No,
y'all need testosterone on that field.
This is you called a Christian music radio station in Nashville, Tennessee. I think you have the wrong number.
Christian Nashville. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
He called in with so much vigor to let you know that we need some testosterone on the field.
Yeah, much passion. More testosterone.
Would they let you test for testosterone at the combine, you think? Natural testosterone?
I don't know.
Get men's T clinic over there.
Levels are a little high.
We're only taking 800 and up.
I got to let him know.
Yes, he did, dude. He tripled down on it.
Yeah. I got to let you know.
What you need is a man to lead the flock.
I got to pull my car over and everything, let you know that there's just not enough testosterone on there.
Biblical.
All right, who is the freakiest player in the NBA?
Probably Dwight Howard.
Yeah.
In NBA history.
Yeah.
Or
Rodman?
Magic.
Rodman?
Magic.
Rodman, yeah. I would say AC Green nowadays because he held like 40 years back up. So he's probably wide open right now. They're probably trying all types of stuff. But this one right here is a Greek freak.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
He's always leaving hints.
Yeah.
Yes. How excited he is.
And I'm giving this G-Bag of the day to Dame Lillard for staying focused during this interview right here because you can hear the Greek freak in the back giving a shout out to Tula.
And our versatility is obviously it's really good for us. And for me, I'm looking at it like it's perfectly fine with me. I know how to deal with this situation, and I like who I'm coming into this situation with.
Bro, what is he saying? Okay, we heard you. Hot tour that thing.
He tripled down too.
He tripled down. Spit on that thing. Hot tour. Spit on that thing. Let's see what else we got for you boys.
He did hold it together pretty good, though, in the interview.
He did. He marched right through it, bro.
He kept going, yeah.
Do that thing. Spit on it.
It's perfectly fine with me. You know, I know how to deal with the situation, and I like who I'm coming into this situation with.
What are you talking about, bro? All right, anyway. Let's go to Miami. Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero were asked about their new teammates. Andrew Wiggins, Davion Mitchell, Kyle Anderson. Anyway, there's a pause moment right here by the reporters.
For you guys, like, how do you let those guys shine their personalities as they become, the new guys and try not to be awkward about it?
I mean, we're all human. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human. We all have a job to do, but also, I feel like this team is very down to earth. We welcome them with open arms, and I feel like they're gonna acclimate great with us.
Are you guys excited for all the size and length they bring? Is that gonna make your lives easier? Oh, that was pause. Yeah.
No, I'm laughing at him, not you. It's just funny because ain't nobody else answering no questions.
Yeah. I'm not laughing at you.
Ain't nobody answering no questions.
I saw this where Bam and Tyler, they're wearing their girlfriend's shoes on the court. They date WNBA players.
Oh, really?
And so they're wearing their girlfriend's brands of shoes playing in the NBA.
Okay.
How about that?
That's a new one.
That's awesome. That is pretty cool. I like that unrivaled league. I was watching some of that last night where the girls go one-on-one with each other.
Yeah.
Amazing, bro. AD, always disabled, always damaged.
There's good. I mean, the original
abdominal damage, always disabled, accidental death. Whoa!
Accidental death.
Awful decision.
I said almost death,
Awful
but I didn't say it. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Awful decision.
It's crazy. And disappointed.
AD after Doncic.
After Doncic. Oh!
Yeah. Or after death, if it is the death of the Mavs, which you might be observing. Might have to relocate him, expand to a new team, bring him back, get a fresh start.
My God, these are crazy. Alcohol dizziness.
Is it our champ, Way
Sorry.
FM Radio? Is it the Greek Freak with Damian Lillard? Is it Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero with Reporter? Maybe the pause moment of the year. Are you excited about
Are you
their
excited
size
about
and
it? Yeah, it's on Barnes' mind. Can't get it off.
I'm going to go with the Miami Heat duo there, Lucius. How about you?
I'm going to go with Way FM, the Christian radio station. And I want to play this real quick before I get out of here. Can you tell me who this is, guys?
From the 214, who said AD is out for the season? Pump the brakes, fellas. Calm down. A lot of basketball left.
What was that?
Is that Fred Davis?
That's Fred Davis, bro.
I was listening to him last night. He does sound like that.
When I get in the car for the 7 o'clock and he brings the show in, it's like a sing-song.
Fred is a nut, dude.
Welcome, DFW.
Fred is a nut. He will destroy you, too. Leave him alone. He'll fold you like laundry.
I'm changing my vote to Fred.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Fred, too.
Brian?
Fred.
By a score of 3-1. And you're new.
Well done, L.A.
G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Fred Davis, half of the dynamic Fan After Dark duo.
They are good.
Hottest evening sports radio show in America, Fan After Dark, coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. And every night, except for tomorrow, because you're going to have the Rangers Hot Stove show with Sands. Yeah. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays that for you every afternoon at 5:40 there in LA Live. Have some Rangers news coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. All prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I have a Rangers spring training quiz for you that Evan Grant put together, and I found it to be very interesting and revealing, so I'm going to have you play along with us. We'll have 7 questions about your upcoming Texas Rangers season and spring training to answer, and we'll see how you do. What kind of a Rangers fan are you? Apparently, John Rocker versus former Ranger Pat Mahomes Sr. is going to happen. This is April 19th, rough and rowdy. I just saw Portnoy take a break from shilling his meme coin to announce that it is officially going to happen. Okay.
So what we seen on Bourbon Street was a rollout?
Possibly.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
It's a work.
Possibly. All I know is I feel nervous because John Rocker looks like a whole steroid over there. You know?
Yeah. No, it didn't look like that would be a fair fight.
I don't know if Senior's been staying in shape.
Yeah, it don't look like it.
No,
I don't know if smoking on that Joe Burrow pack gets you.
But alcohol
fit
make you
for
bendy.
fight. So maybe he can really fight. You know, yeah, alcohol can make you bendy.
Real
and
bendy.
Maybe John Rocker is just like a big old, and he's just a pitcher, right?
He's slow.
I guess the same thing could apply to Mahomes Sr., but I see him as, his son's descended from him as an alpha full-on athlete. I mean, you see how Mahomes is moving around in that pocket. He's, taking yards. That's a full-blown I guess I'm just saying I hope Mahomes Sr.
What about
can
the
fight.
other son? What do we think about that one?
Well, I don't know. That must have been Mom's.
That's exactly. I blame Mom for that one.
I know you have the one son. I have 2 daughters.
Yeah.
First one's spitting image of me. Second one's a lot more like Mom. So that's where that's what I blame Jackson on if I was Senior.
I don't think they did a good job of keeping him away. I didn't see much Jackson Mahomes going on.
No, he's bad for the brand. Yeah,
they've shunned him
out of there. Less him, less Brittany. More.
He's got some weird charges.
He did get some weird stuff.
Strange charges.
Yeah.
Okay, remember how many A's, B's, C's, and D's that you give here on this, because that's going to be relevant as we get towards the end of this Rangers spring training quiz.
Hey.
How about, what do you think combined starts here for Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi? Couple of older guys. Eovaldi has not been perfect, but deGrom, has barely pitched for this baseball team. The answers are A, close to 70, B, around 50, C, when you combine starting pitching and the Rangers, the math doesn't math up. So whatever the under is, I'll take it. Or D, probably going to end up trading one of them. How do you answer on that one? For me, I went with C. I'll take the under. No matter where you sat at it, I'm sorry. I'm expecting the worst on this, Wolchuk. What do you want from me?
What was B?
B is around 50.
I like B. I think DeGrom's going to have a Cy Young year. I really do. I think he's going to be healthy this year, and I think you're going to get the Jacob deGrom that you signed. Eovaldi, I do think inevitably, we've seen this every year. He's going to end up going through some type of arm fatigue to where he's going to be on the IL stint, maybe twice, right? And I think you'll end up getting more games pitched, DeGrom than Eovaldi this year.
Wow, that'd be awesome.
Just for this year. For moving forward, I don't know. But I'm confident you get your full dose of Jacob deGrom.
If you give me 50 and they're both healthy at the start of the playoffs, I think we're heading back to the Fall Classic.
I do too.
I mean, those 2 guys, you kidding me? They're going to be mowing them down. Built for playoff baseball.
Had 29 last year.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking maybe 29 and
15,
19,
something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my plan. I'd move DeGrom to an
so that would be under. That's like under 50, but yeah.
You'd go DeGrom pitching like once every 2 weeks.
I would, yeah. I'd put him on a 10-day rotation, and I'd just have somebody else in there ready to go, whether it's Gray or Bradford or Leiter.
He gets hurt once this year. If you avoid serious injury, I'm with you on that.
I loved Mike's idea, though, during KMC today, that if you do get to the playoffs and he's already thrown 140 innings or whatever your number was, you wanted to put an innings count on him for the year, you just go it. You just go for it. That you're not going to do any sort of a management in the postseason with him. If you get there, you go for it, try to win another series. Rangers save leader will be A, Chris Martin. He'll be this year's Kirby Yates. B, this is the perfect situation for Bochy to use his best relievers in highest leverage situations. No true closer, okay? C, not having an experienced closer to finish games is this team's potential fatal flaw. Or D, he's not here. They will trade for him. Which do you most align with here with your answers in this Rangers spring training quiz? I went with D. I think they're going to trade for somebody, Brian.
I went with D.
I think you're right. I think D will be it. I think they'll get to the trade deadline, and that'll be priority number one.
I don't think that CY is going to go through what he went through last year. I think he's going to button this thing up,
either during spring training or the first month of the season if it's not going well. He's not going to let it cost you like 5 of 20 games or something.
He's not going to go like 10 games and 4 of them get blown because they don't have a closer.
And I tell you what, if you make it out of spring training with your starting pitching healthy and all those guys looking good, it might not be the worst idea to trim that a little bit because you got like 7. You might want to trim it a little bit, move starter for bullpen help if it makes sense, if there's the right trades out there. When you hear Josh Young's name, the first thing that comes to your mind about his 2025 season is this is his breakout year. He's just had some bad luck. With this lineup, doesn't have to be a star, but his ability to hit fastballs will set him up for 140 starts and lengthen the lineup. C, this is a big season. He's 27. I've seen too many lauded Rangers prospects in my time not reach their potential, so I'm honestly not expecting anything. Or D, he's injury prone. Can't count on him in the lineup. I don't want to believe he's injury prone yet. I think there is some bad luck to this, although he is more injury prone than average. But I'm going to go with B. I think 140 starts, fairly healthy year. Maybe he's not a superstar, but he's a damn good player. Brian, what do you think?
I went with D.
Oh, screw you.
A man is fielding ground balls and it's, breaking index fingers and stuff like that. There's something to that. I can't think of any other thing. Man's running the bases, hamstring pull.
Can you balance this out by voting with A, Wolchuk, breakout year?
I like your B, but I'm fine with doing A. The guy gets nailed in the wrist and breaks his wrist. I mean, these are like fluky injuries here, Brian.
My man,
he doesn't have soft tissue problems.
Hamstring.
No, these are serious
fielding
injuries.
Ground balls.
He's really good at it. He's really good at fielding ground balls.
I'm surprised you there, Captain Injury Bug.
Well, he went with it. He took the pitchers to get hurt already.
He took 140. He's out for 22 games.
He wanted to say D, but he just couldn't bring himself to it because he's like, I don't want to be so negative.
I think we get him for 125
Dawson,
games.
if he could have, he would have said A, injury prone, B, really suffers a lot of injuries, C, can't count on him because he's always injured.
D, trade his ass.
D, all the above.
Didn't he get beaned last year? Wasn't that his injury last year?
He got nailed in the wrist.
He got beaned. He was doing fine until he got beaned. Brian, you are living rent free in my head though right now.
Yeah, because you would
you got me on that one. Yeah.
I thought I did.
I feel like I have been quite negative.
You know what? What I was surprised you didn't do was you listed him and go, I'm going to go with D. Wolchuk, what do you got? And just quickly
go with A.
Just quickly
go with A, bro.
Wolchuk, I'm going with D. What do you got there?
What's your feelings about the Rangers' leadoff spot? Simeon should stay there. No reason to change. He's never had 2 bad years in a row. Evan Carter, if he stays healthy. C is, that Ian Kinsler fella popped out too much. And D, has anybody considered Anthony Davis? Those are kind of non-answers. I'm actually going A on this one. Give me Simeon. But if it doesn't work out, I'm pulling the plug after about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm going to look at maybe moving him to DH or something.
You won a World Series with him there. I'm surprised Wyatt Langford's not an answer.
Yeah, why is Wyatt Langford not an answer? Am I missing something? I'm sorry, I'm not a baseball guy, but am I missing something with Wyatt Langford not being a leadoff guy?
As soon as he gets on base, the pressure that he's just putting on a starting pitcher with his speed on the base path. I think I'd be interested in Wyatt maybe leading off for you.
I mean, Evan Grant didn't even put it in the option, so I wonder if that's not something they're even considering. He's doing bids.
Hey, full count Carter, his ability to get on base if he's healthy, I do like that option. But if he's healthy, I got more questions about him than Josh Young right now.
Complete the following sentence. Jock Peterson is exactly what the team needed. A good fit at DH who will also give the Rangers some ability to rotate outfielders. He's going to be 33 at the end of April. Didn't play a game in the outfield last year. Best years are behind him. Or D, I liked him in Los Angeles.
I've heard some really positive things about him as a clubhouse guy, and how he, was it right-handed pitch? So what is it he crushes? I need to go back and check my notes, but he's really good against one side of the pitch.
Pulverizes fastballs.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm going to go with good fit. Is there a good fit one?
Yeah, B, good fit.
Yeah, good fit. I'm going with good fit. Yeah, I heard nothing but positive about him as a player and a person. And we interviewed him that once. Were you with us?
I don't think I was.
He dominates righties.
Oh, it was me and Eric that interviewed him.
I'd say best years are behind him, but could still be helpful. I think I'm a mix of C and B. Yeah.
Give me A.
Oh, here. Welcome back, Dawson.
I don't want you guys to the damn parade this year, okay?
Dawson was just waiting for an opportunity like.
I guess we're going to have to do the rest of this survey a little bit later on, but that's fine because we're doing multiple baseball segments today, buddy.
We were very crotch first last year, so maybe we should just kind of bring it down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then ultimately they'll end up being in the World Series again.
Because so is Jock Peterson. I mean, this is one of the cockiest guys in the game. His name's
cocky.
Jock, for crying out loud. NFL News Today coming up, Chuck. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, Troy Aikman is speaking. We've got some new GM interest across the National Football League. And what the hell happened with John Gruden? That's next in the nation.
product? I gotta remember that. Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. C-Notes coming up here in 20 minutes. We'll take a look at the top Cowboys headlines of the day. Right now, Zach Wolchuk delivers the NFL news. Here he is, Zachary.
All right, let me slide in a quick Cowboys convo here. As you mentioned the quote earlier of Troy Aikman, Cowboys 3-time Super Bowl champ, as he was talking to the media along with Dak Prescott yesterday at the Children's Cancer Fund's fashion show as they were promoting pediatric patients that were walking the stage. They do this every year. It's an awesome cause, but Troy was asked about now going on 30 years of a drought of a championship, and that really does include not even playing in a conference championship. Here's what Troy had to say.
Well, it's just hard to believe. I remember in '95 when we won our last Super Bowl that I didn't think we were done then. I thought we had more in us, and I thought we would be back. Obviously, we weren't. But not only were we not back, but here we are almost 3 decades later, and no one's been back. So, I think I speak for the Cowboys faithful in saying that it's been a long time. And this is the Dallas Cowboys. It's an organization that's had great history, and this team has won a lot of games over the years with a lot of different players. But for whatever reasons, they just haven't been able to get it done in the postseason. I don't think anybody's happy about that. That's been a part of the Cowboys' legacy and what this franchise has stood for so many years.
Nobody is happy. Michael's not happy. Emmett certainly wasn't happy. Dez hasn't been happy. You go down the list of former players, I think everybody, it is hard to believe a team that had so much success, even in the 80s when they didn't win a championship. They were still knocking on the door of possibly playing in one, and now you're going on a 3-decade run. A generation of fans that haven't even seen them play for a chance to be in the Super Bowl on that championship Sunday. You'd think the law of averages, something would go ahead and bounce your way. It just hasn't happened, and it is. You're searching for answers. Troy doesn't have any. Now he's just like, yeah, you're the Cowboys. It's shocking. It's stunning. I don't know what to say, but man, hopefully they can do some soul searching and change the way they operate.
Real quick before we get going even more here, I was over at the Star this morning.
Yeah.
Doing the Cowboy Break, and folks over there were appreciated the question that you asked Emmett about Ashton Genty, and but they were really surprised at the answer, and surprised in a way of like, really, Emmett, that kind of thing. So. But they wanted me to tell you that thanks for the question. That was a good one you had.
Well, thank you, because my heart was in my throat as soon as I.
But
got
they were surprised.
I was like, crap.
They were surprised
that Emmett off.
Yeah, they were really surprised that his answer was that.
Yeah, he said it depends on what kind of a system you're going to run,
sure,
and if you have the guys to make the most of having Ashton Genty.
Yeah,
I was a little bit intrigued by that as well, because I would think for Emmett's perspective, you'd want to get the next star running back in here.
Yeah.
I'm excited about the idea that Ashton Genty could very well be the Cowboys pick at 12.
Well, I'm more excited now with the moves that they've made to this coaching staff. I mean, it seems like that is the emphasis. We were talking on Love of the Star today.
Right.
When you bring in Clayton Adams, when you're bringing in Coach Riley, you've got a lot of guys that, hey, the priority here is to improve the running game. And then Dak's comments yesterday, the first thing he said is, we've got to be able to run the football.
You need more great players, though, to Troy's soundbite, right? For whatever reason, they're coming up short. You don't have enough great players. You don't have a quarterback capable of overcoming, and your front office doesn't believe in building a complete team. You know, the Super Bowl winners look at their roster and say, where are we weak? Let's get a great player there. The Cowboys are like, well, you can't have everything, and we're going to try to win like this. So I don't think it's getting unlucky. I think they're sitting back waiting for incredibly good luck to propel them beyond what their roster is built for.
You get enough bites at the apple, eventually it's going to fall your way. I think Steven's kind of said the exact thing with us. But it's like, dude, you can't just rely on luck and good bounces and just faith and hope that the football gods are going to shine down on you.
Yeah, the one thing that, Derek Eagleton asked me this question today. He says, well, what did you learn from the Philadelphia, winning? And I said that how important it is to be able to draft and use free agency both. If you look at what they were able to do going to get the runner, and some of the moves that they made, but their ability to draft. Their Georgia kids finally grew up, which really, really helped them. It really did, because for a while there, those Georgia kids didn't look like they were, playing at like the levels we'd seen them play, in college, but they grew up. But to go out and draft those two corners and make a huge difference. But yeah, the importance of not just focusing on the draft, but focusing on free agency as well. Not only if it's a big get, the running back, or a small get like the linebacker. Those things do matter, and you just can't just live on one. You got to be able to do both and thrive in both if you want to have a successful team.
I mean, they're reaping what they sow. You go back to post Aikman, you didn't have a quarterback, then you have Romo and you have Parcells. That might have been the bad luck, the ball in the snow, the wax ball on the field goal, but then that your offensive line retires and gone is Flozell Adams and everything, and now you don't have a defense because you traded away Terrence Newman and Brady James gets old, and it was D. Ware by himself there from like 2010 to 2014. And then, he goes to Denver, you bring in Tank, still don't have a defense in 2014 or 2016. And then your offensive line that you had in 2016, Doug Free and Ron Leary, Doug Free retires, Ron Leary walks. You had 1 year with an unbelievable offensive line, and then you finally get around to building your defense. But because of your salary cap approach, you're building your defense, you let your offense fall off, and now you have an average offensive line.
Yeah,
it's they're insisting that they're going to build the same quality of team every year.
It's never together,
and insisting you can get it done with quarterbacks like Romo and Dak while not really going for it with the rest of your roster.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things.
There's multiple winning strategies out there. Go ahead and pick one instead of doing your own thing and hoping to get lucky.
And that's where I do think Emmett was right in terms of like, do they have a plan and where's the vision? Because oftentimes I've wondered that. What is it? Or is it just reactionary? And a lot of what they've done here, well, our offensive line stinks, let's build it. Okay, well, now the defense is bad. Let's go ahead and build that. While we're doing that, now the offense is deteriorating, right?
Yeah.
You're never having like a plan for both at the same time. So by the time you get one side of the ball figured out, now I've got cracks on the other side of the football. You got to find a way to get this thing whole, right, at the same time together. And they've never really had that. They never have. Now, Mel Kiper is raving about an SMU defensive lineman. This is one of my Shrine Bowl guys, Elijah Roberts, SMU edge, who transferred from Miami. He is one of Kiper's draft crushes. He said he didn't do a lot at Miami. The production wasn't there. He goes to SMU, and over the last 2 years, he put it all together. The last 4 games of the season, he's out there getting in the backfield, wreaking havoc. The opponent knows who they got to stop. Late in the year, they're still not blocking this guy. Last 4 games, 5 tackles for loss, 4.5 sacks. Team captain, 6'4", 295, Elijah Roberts, day 3 pick. And he was wearing number 55 out there, practices at the Shrine Bowl. And if you watch the game, and he was definitely a guy during those one-on-one drills, impressive player. That might be another guy. You bring him in for Dallas Day. We're trying to find gems like this on day 3. Elijah Roberts, draft fans. Just a name to remember.
Defensive tackle, you said?
Edge.
They
do have another defensive tackle who's a hyphenated last name.
You've seen, I'm going to say you've seen through 5th round of some guys, right?
So yeah, certain positions for sure.
Okay, edge,
I'm probably like 4th round.
Okay, can you put him anywhere in the?
I think 4th round.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like your fourth round edges.
Like he's part of like Johnny Walker Jr., the Mizzou kid that I talked about yesterday on the draft show.
Okay. Have you seen have you seen Birch and Ivy, Barron guys?
Ivy, yes. Birch, I have not. Barron, I have. Yes. Ivy's got
Ole
long,
Miss,
Ivy's
Mississippi.
big. Yeah, I like Ivy. Ivy, I'd probably put a little bit ahead of Elijah Roberts.
But you have him as a solid fourth round guy.
Solid fourth round guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Absolutely.
That position, Dawson continues to get deeper.
But the problem is the Cowboys don't have a fourth round pick.
Yeah.
So that's one where it's like, man, if that's the spot you want to take, do you try to get back into the fourth round?
Yeah.
Do I just bank on like I got 3 5s? Maybe Elijah Roberts is there in the fifth.
Ask Dawson the question you asked me today about the draft when it came to would you trade with Arizona and drop to what?
Slide down to 16.
16.
Now you pick up an extra third round pick, 78 overall. So now you got in the third round pick 76 and 78.
Go down 4 spots and pick up a third?
Yeah.
I'm in. I'll go down another 4 spots. Can I get another third?
Can I get another third?
Yeah, I'd like to trade back and take maybe the second best running back. The 20 somewhere.
Okay. Get a Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
We had him in that mock draft.
He went the second round. I don't think he's going to be there at 44. I
think you're right about this. We'll check with the run of running backs. They're going to be the best players on the board.
Yeah.
And I think people are just going to take that player who's the best player. And then all of a sudden, in the second at 44, you might be looking at third round backs. But you could be okay with that.
You could.
Depending on if you like these guys enough.
Shedeur Sanders is stacking up his 30 visits. He's going to meet with the Browns and then the Giants. Now, Shedeur also had some interesting comments about being the number 1 overall pick. This was last week during the draft. He was telling ESPN's Kevin Clark, I'm cool if I'm not going to be the top overall pick because he's buddies with Cam Ward. Here was Shedeur.
It's cool that we close because if we wasn't, then the media would definitely try to pin us against each other. And a lot of stuff we just be saying, even in the viral clip stuff, we genuinely play around crazy. We definitely play around crazy, and that's just the relationship, So it's good that we have a relationship because a lot of people try to take things and put it out of context and anything, and it's just it's childish.
If you don't go number 1, are you the type that holds a grudge forever?
Why would I be mad? Nah, you gotta understand. I think about it like this. These are good problems to have.
I completely agree.
You could be in a way worse situation, So being number 1, that don't really matter to me at the end of the day.
I like that.
That don't matter to me because I could go number 1, but it may not be a fit.
Right.
Or I could go number 2 and it be a fit. Or I could go number 3 and it be a fit. So it's all about fit. It don't matter. Either any situation you're going into is not going to be the best situation.
Yeah.
So the numbers of it don't really. I ain't caught up on that.
Yeah.
But that's why I say I'm thankful that the other prospects that's going 1, 2, or 3 that I believe, we're all cool.
Yeah.
So that's the best thing about it, and it's just we'll be able to sit there and talk. Hey, you talk to this team, and he was like, nah. I said, nah, that's crazy. I ain't talking to them either. So it's it's crazy like that, and it's fun like that we're able to be.
And it works out sometimes. Like it worked out for C.J. Stroud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't go number 1, goes number 2. Sometimes I think you'd want to hear your quarterback no, I want to be the number 1 overall pick. But I thought that the thinking there from Shedeur, I loved it. Made a lot of sense. He's clearly put a lot of thought in. Why am I going to have a grudge if one of my buddies goes number 1 overall? As long as I end up landing in the place that's best for me, and we take off and we ascend in that position, I think that was a good answer.
You really just don't want to go number 2, right, to Cleveland? That's what you really want to avoid if you take it. I thought he showed incredible perspective. You're not worried about what you can't control. You're not worried about superficial flattery. It doesn't matter. Where am I going to be happiest? What gives me the best chance to win? Because I'd rather go third and be in a situation to win playoff games than really first or second.
Yeah, I saw some people dogging him for that answer, and I liked it. Yeah. I thought exactly he's thought a lot, and Deion's probably given him tremendous advice on that as well. It does appear that the Colts could be in the business of the quarterback position again this offseason, as GM Chris Ballard said that Anthony Richardson hasn't proven he can play a full 17-game season, and the team needs to add another quarterback to compete with him.
So this is what we need the Cowboys to learn from is when you take a guy and he's not good for a year or 2, don't keep compounding it by putting him on the field. right? Make him a backup, make him compete for his job, but say, hey, this is a key spot, whether it's quarterback. What I'm talking about with the Cowboys right now, of course, is Tyler Guyton at left tackle.
Sure.
Don't play another year with him out there. We have seen Dak with really good left tackle play. We've seen him without. And he literally turns into a below-average quarterback as soon as the left tackle is playing poorly. So if you're serious, Jerry, about winning next year, you better have a hell of a plan to make Tyler Guyton good in one offseason. Or better yet, spend some money. Go get a veteran left tackle that you're sure. There's nothing wrong with making Guyton a backup while he learns, like he would if he was drafted in any other round. Just pretend like he's a fourth rounder because that's what he played like last year.
Well, and there's something to competition, right? I mean, hey, they keep saying iron sharpens iron. Have him compete. It's not handed to you.
You want the guy to be more. You want the guy to be more professional and mature, right? And go attack this.
Right.
How do you do that?
Yep.
Handing it over to him is not the answer.
No, if it's just my job, why do I got to fight for it?
And I think they know that because they played Adoga last year. They got to be in this mode, and they can't assume the guy's going to take a step. You know,
he's got to show it to you.
Yeah.
He's got to prove it. Last thing here, Albert Breer did report and confirm our theories that the Steelers are going to be in the market for an Aaron Rodgers or a Matthew Stafford. I did see Deshaun Elliott, Steelers safety, who said leave his ass at the retirement home in regards to Aaron Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh. And there's some Jets players that are just bummed about the news that Rodgers is going to be gone, specifically Quinnen Williams, their outstanding defensive tackle. Another rebuild year for me, I guess, with the thumbs down emoji. He loved what Rodgers had. He said he's done a great job of making everyone around him better, which is a very, very key attribute to be in a good locker room, which every quarterback should be. Obviously, I'd like to have him back. Well, you're not going to get him back, and I don't know what the Jets are going to do at quarterback, but I do feel for a lot of those good defensive players that have balled out, been top 5 defenses, and it's like, gosh, we suck.
He's old. He tore his Achilles. The stats say he's washed up.
Yeah, you can do better.
He's washed.
He is washed.
You know, I wouldn't be looking for him if I was the Steelers right now. I'd be looking for Stafford to cut free from the Rams,
Same.
or otherwise we're going to go in some other direction. Okay, time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Could the average person get 1 yard in an NFL game if they got 10 tries? CeeDee Lamb and others answered that, and we'll give it to you next. The next. Welcome back, nation. Here we are. Time for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening every day at this time. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Or go online to frankelfirm.com. This is exciting. Boss man Spittle's in studio at the break there, making plans for our draft coverage and our Draft 101 special show that's going to happen the week before the draft.
Sure.
It's going to be amazing.
We're excited
stay
about
tuned.
we're excited a bit at Hurtado this weekend, right?
Yes, we get to be at Hurtado Barbecue this Saturday, 11 a.m. We're recording a live edition of Love of the Stars, so it'll be myself, Broadus, Eric. So come on out. The new location in Dallas, South Harwood Street. It's going to be beautiful right by the farmer's market, so you get some deliciousness that is Hurtado Barbecue and some fun Cowboys draft talk. It's going to be a blast.
I'm so jealous. I'm not going to be in town. Otherwise,
I was going to save you. I was going to buy you some tacos.
I would be
in the family.
Whew, yes, and that's something that I'll have to look forward to at a future date.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Won't be this weekend, but I'm so excited to have Hurtado here in Dallas.
I am
it's
too.
Awesome. We're within DoorDash range now. Whew. So
the
life's
possibilities
good.
are endless.
Life's real good.
Yeah.
Okay. C-Notes.
Spend a couple $100, Doss. You never know where that food's going to go, do you?
No. SportsCenter did a radio row bit. They asked a bunch of players, could the average person get 1 yard in an NFL game if they get 10 tries? There's a legendary story back in the day at Portland State, old Mouse Davis.
Mouse Davis, run and shoot.
Let this guy who was a kid at the time get in for one play, broke his ribs. So I don't think many people understand how swift and violent that would be. But if you lined up a victim, right, or a person who wanted to try it and thought, oh, I can do this, I can get a yard, you'd obviously have to sign some sort of a waiver that you won't sue the league when and if you get hurt. I mean, we could be talking about multiple broken bones with one throw to the turf from some of these, a person like me, that's at least one operation, maybe two.
Are you saying like in our current state, like me being 61 years old?
No, the average person. Okay, so I imagine the average person somewhere around 5'10", 190 pounds and runs a 5'1", 40, right? Can that dude, and let's call him like 30 years old, can he get 1 yard in an NFL game if he got 10 tries?
I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say yes as well. You just got to run full steam ahead.
Maybe a missed tackle.
Hope there's like just a little bit of a crease, right?
Run to dig side.
Could even just fall forward. Yeah, if you trust your speed to hit the edge. I
mean, how
dive?
How fast is that hole going to close, right? Because the good offensive lines are going to be able to block it up, and these guys are getting 3-4 yards before contact. How many would the average guy take before contact?
Are we running behind Philly's line?
Well, that's what C.D. Lamb said. C.D. Lamb said if they have the Eagles' offensive line, then yes.
I could tush push this thing for a yard. Absolutely behind that line. Yes, I could.
Would average man survive that tush push?
Yeah. What you do is you take the snap and you just burrow forward, and you're going to get a yard.
But you got to keep feet on the ground.
These officials are going to mess it up. They're going to give you a yard. They're going to throw the ball around, give you a first down.
Would you try it in this current state right now?
Yeah,
you think you get that?
Yeah, I would take the snap from Cam Jurgens, and then I would like probably go to Jordan Mailata's side, just try and just maybe kind of go sideways and then just dive. And
see, I don't think you want to step out from immediately behind the center. That's your shield right now.
You're going to get
the moment you step in that gap, you could be ended.
I'm going to take the snap. I'm going to have Barkley on one side, and then it's the tight end on the other, right?
Yeah.
Barkley is going to leg drive push me for a yard.
Barkley's pushing that tush.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Chuck, you're confident in your current state?
No, I'm never confident in my current state, but I think that if I'm behind the Eagles' offensive line, I think I could get a yard.
Lucius?
I don't think most people can get a yard at Navarro.
Right?
Down there in Corsicana.
Yes.
We're talking about all the way to the NFL.
Now, pre-injury, Lucius, 22 years old. Let's put you in your prime. Could you take the yard?
She could get to the corner.
NFL?
Yeah.
I'd probably get a yard.
Yeah.
A yard.
Just a yard.
And then I'll be telling my story every day from my wheelchair. Yeah, I was out there and I got a yard. And I haven't seen my knee the same way since.
I wonder if you could do it where, like, you think it's going to be the tush push, but you kind of peel out of there. Like everybody's collapsing.
Yeah.
But you just kind of walk it.
See, that's what some of the former players said, like maybe not on many of the 10 plays, but you get a good offensive coach in there who's wise and can scheme something up where we're tricking the defense.
Yeah.
Then
I saw Peyton Manning's score game-winning touchdowns against the Cowboys in that 50.
Yeah, he did.
That Romo.
With
It's
the
like
Broncos.
everybody thought they were going to run the ball inside, and he just looped it around the left end for a touchdown.
He ran one? Planned run?
Yeah, ran one for the game winner. Yeah.
Speaking of quarterbacks, one other thing that Dak said yesterday, it actually goes to the offensive line and the running storyline. He said on changes for the team, he said, we just got to get to running the ball. I've always enjoyed play action pass, so just being able to get back to that, when you have that, the rest of the offense can open up. He was second in MVP voting in 2023. They had over 4,000 yards passing. You had a number of guys making big plays in the passing game, and that was with only one 700-yard receiver. You haven't even given him a good wide receiver number 2 or number 3, and he was second in MVP voting. And he even knows if you can't run the football, you're not going to be that much of a credible threat once you get to the playoffs and start playing some of these better defenses. I just can't believe it got so bad. It half makes me wonder if you could just go back in time and have Jason Garrett continue to coach. I bet they'd have a better offensive line than they ended up with, because they spent so much time on the defense, and then they started missing guys. Do you trust their ability still with the offensive line? They did so with Biotish. They overpaid Steele. Guyton might be a whiff for Rooney. Obviously, Tyler Smith was a nice hit there at left guard. But
BB's got a chance.
BB's a hit.
Yeah,
BB's a hit already?
BB's a hit.
BB played so many games in college. I think the thing that's hurting Guyton the most, and he was on the tail end of our evaluations for potential first-round offensive tackles. He played the least amount of games in college. He had the least amount of experience. I don't think he was ready to play.
He basically played 1 year at OU.
And so I'm taking it as you're right. There could be bigger issues there. I'm taking it as these guys that play like a lot of games, like Martin and Frederick, Smith, these guys, I'm taking they're more plug and play ready. BB, plug and play ready than say what Guyton was.
I blame myself for some of the Tyler Guyton hype. My notes on him are a project. I looked back and I looked at, there's a lot of talent there. Effort was not an issue for me. I mean, I saw him chasing down a guy 60 yards down the field trying to spring a block for a long touchdown run. But there were a lot of concerns with just hand placement, footwork. He was a project guy. And we just, because the Cowboys drafted him, we just went ahead and said he's going to fall in line with these other hits, and he's not. So he's a guy that needed some work.
Well, we talked about the learning curve. I know we
did, but I know I did. I fell into the spell of like the Cowboys know what they're doing, and I leaned into that probably a little bit too much, that he's going to just hit the ground running. And for one guy, he didn't do it, right? So he needs to prove that he can take another jump year 2. There's no excuses going into year 2 now.
Yeah.
He either has it or he doesn't after this year.
But I think if you want the dominant offensive line, these guys can't just be kind of good, like credible starters. They need to be Pro Bowlers, all pros. Do you think Cooper Beebe has established he's on that path after his rookie year?
I think Cooper Beebe can. I think he definitely would be as a guard. But I think he showed enough ability as a center, especially now getting his former O-line coach here, who we know can get the best out of him. I just love Beebe. I think he's going to be fine.
I think, Brian, getting a new coaching staff in here, getting a great college running back could really help this run game. But you give me a great set of offensive linemen. Now I'm thinking this is a team that Dak could go win a Super Bowl with. And I don't know, is Cooper Beebe on that path to Pro Bowls and All-Pro in your mind?
I think Cooper Beebe, for not having played center for a long time, and let's be honest, there were times at training camp we were watching practice and the ball was sailing over Dak's head, and we're like, oh, damn, here we go. But every week he got a little bit better. His second level blocks got better. He did a better job once Martin, and I hate to say this, once Martin was out of there, though, him and Hoffman, they were doing a lot better job with the combo blocks and things like that. So I think that like I say, the learning curve for him was a lot smaller than it was for, and even though he hadn't played center in such a long time, he looked like he's up to the task. I think there's future of the type of guy that could be mentioned as a Pro Bowl type player. He's got power. He's got the ability to get push. He's a good pass blocker. He doesn't give up pressures. I mean, there's a lot
he plays with.
Yeah,
too.
There's a lot to like about this player.
Okay, up next here in the C note, where we look at the top Cowboy headlines of the day. Cowboys wire approaching the OSA free agency like this. They asked the question, should the Cowboys let both their safeties go to make room to keep Osa? We're talking, of course, about Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker. The combined cap number for those guys next year goes to over $16 million. You could recoup half of that if you cut them at the start of the league year. You would open up $8 million. Pro Football Focus ranking Wilson and Hooker as the 44th and 60th best safeties in football. Pretty bad. I mean, I think, you could just isolate the decision to, shouldn't the Cowboys need new safeties one way or another or be looking for them, or do you want to bring these guys back, Brian?
Yeah, I took a beating about the whole Hooker thing, and then, hey, you need to move on from him, and then they re-signed him, and I still think they need safeties, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to continue my quest of trying to get them to look at safeties, and I think this draft actually has a couple of them there, that if you got stuck, say at 44, that you might want to consider for this football team. But my quest is to try and get better at free safety. I think they need to do better than Hooker. I think their defense would be better if they moved on from him.
All right, we have an NFL Draft Big Board report coming up a little bit later on in the show. We'll really drill down on the draft. The final thing, Des Bryant making headlines. It's starting to sound like some of these legends are listening to us here on The Fan. And, it's probably more like they just come to the same conclusions because they're observing and they're honest with themselves about what the hell's going on here. But, Bryant was talking about the coaching decision. He said, but with Jerry Jones, there's no way they would go after somebody like Prime or Ben Johnson, too big of a personality. But Ben Johnson, if anything, Cliff, I would have given him anything he wanted. So Des Bryant didn't agree with the coaching hire, but he says it feels like everybody is in a comfort zone, and that's not what we need. We got the biggest franchise in sports, and we're acting like we're this poverty franchise for whatever reason. Des Bryant joining the army of legends tearing this front office up.
I've texted him so much to try and get him to come on. I'd love to have him on our show and talk about some things. I think he's got a really good opinion about things, and I think he just doesn't. It's not that he doesn't care. He really does care.
Yeah, he's a huge fan.
But he's a huge fan, and and that's something I wish he'd come on and kind of visit with us a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. It's always good to chat Cowboys football and whatever else with Des Bryant. Anytime he wants to jump on, he's welcome. Okay, NFL Draft Big Board Report's going to hit at 4:40. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I want to focus. There's one of my favorite scouts did a mock draft, but I want to focus on the players he took after Dallas picked. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to...
Bullet V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. They're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. NBA reporter George Sedano's coming up at 4 o'clock here on The Fan. Right now, time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Energy. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Reliant for being back with me.
Yeah.
Really do appreciate those folks over there. Do fine work. So I hope to make you proud here with the Krusty's Corner every day. By the way, Zach and I did a Love of the Star podcast today. Make sure you check it out after the nighttime show. Maybe when you're working out later on, whatever.
Yeah, when you're working
after
out.
our show, after you get done listening with us. But listen to those guys at the nighttime too. They're a lot of fun. But yeah, check us out. Like I said, we're trying to do more of those, and it seems like our schedules are working out pretty good right now too. So we plan on keep on doing that. And then, like I say, we're going to be at the barbecue.
Hurtado Barbecue in Dallas, Farmers Market area
on Saturday. So looking forward to that.
11 o'clock.
Looking forward to that. Okay, Daniel Jeremiah is one of my good friends, and Daniel and I mean, both former scouts, both now in the opportunity to be in media and take this drafting stuff very, very seriously. And he did a mock draft, and Zach, I'm really going to lean on you on this one,
okay?
Because I'm going to need your help, because Daniel at 12 took Ashton Genty, okay? But I want to go through who was taken afterwards.
All right.
And I want to know your opinion on, would that been a guy that you would have absolutely considered? Or I'm going to pass on that guy. Or is, or is it a situation where maybe you would have done something completely different, maybe another position. But so Ashton Genty on Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, first one, is the pick for the Cowboys at 12. Okay, the Dolphins pick at 13 behind you.
Okay.
He hasn't taken Kelvin Banks, the tackle, tackle, guard, wherever you want to play him. I think, a lot of people have him playing tackle. I think I could probably play him at guard, and I think I'd probably have a pretty damn good player there. Would you consider Kelvin Banks at Dallas's spot at 12?
I'd absolutely consider it. I like Banks more than you do. I think Banks can play tackle. I think if you want to kick him inside to guard, maybe he is dominant. I have concerns about just assuming a guy that's been a left tackle his entire career at Texas is just going to be able to play right guard. If that's what you need him to do, it's a totally other side, and it's a new position.
Right.
So we've heard Zach Martin talk about it like it's learning how to rewipe the other side, the other way, right?
Sure.
It's not, I don't know that that's, I'm not doing that. If I'm drafting Banks, I'm keeping him on the left side.
Okay.
And that's either I'm kicking Tyler out to left tackle,
right,
and Banks can kick inside to guard, or he's my starting left tackle and I'm moving Guyton over to the other side.
So Booker, Alabama then.
Booker, Alabama's a plug-and-play right guard to me.
Okay. See, this is why I feel like, do you feel like Booker, Alabama right guard could play left tackle?
No, I think he's a true guard.
See, this is why I would take Banks.
I'd take Donovan Jackson.
I love Donovan Jackson from Ohio State.
That guy I know can play guard and tackle.
There you go. Yeah, that's a really good point.
But he's the guy that I'm kind of becoming more and more like. If I got to take a lineman, he's the lineman I'm taking.
Let me ask you this: with Jackson from Ohio State, would you consider, is he and I'm going to go through a scenario where, like you and I did earlier. One of our listeners asked us a question about a trade back at 16 to Arizona, and I was going to ask you, would you consider Jackson at 16 if you move back?
Yes, absolutely, I would.
Okay,
because I think he's safe. I think he's a safe player.
Yeah, Dawson, this is a kid that played left guard, and then when Simmons got hurt at Ohio State, they kicked him out to left tackle.
They won a national championship.
I love this idea of taking an offensive lineman with a position flex.
Yeah. Okay, but you'd be totally on board, and you're right. You have first-round grade on Banks, right?
I do.
Okay, Indianapolis takes Jahdae Barron, excuse me.
Okay.
Is that too high for you at 4? Would you consider him at 12?
I'd consider him at 12. I don't know if the Cowboys would consider him at 12, and I would not consider him over Ashton Genty. I think Genty's a better player.
Okay. Atlanta takes, with 15, they take Will Johnson. And let me read you what's said about Will Johnson, and this is coming from Daniel Jeremiah. And if you remember, Will Johnson's a corner from Michigan.
6'2", long arms.
Yeah.
But just doesn't run well for me.
Okay, here we go. He was one of these guys, Dawson. Will Johnson was talked about as a top 2, 3 type of a player when this whole process started.
Really?
Now he's starting to slide into the 15 spot, could be even lower on some boards. And I'll read you why. Johnson is the most polarizing player around the league. He provides size and production, but some questions emerge about his tackling and top-end speed in 2024. Doesn't sound like a corner.
I like Barron more than Will Johnson.
I do too.
I actually put Morrison, the Notre Dame corner.
Yeah.
He's ahead of Johnson on my board too.
Yeah.
And this might be the player I am so wrong about, but I don't see the Will Johnson love.
I am worried. I am worried that, and I initially did not see this guy run well at all. And if you watch him cover Marvin Harrison from 2023, you're like, well, okay, all right, I see what you're doing.
That's impressive.
That's
tape.
impressive.
It is.
It's very impressive tape. But I do worry about his height at 6'2" playing, and I do worry about his lack of speed.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and the ball skills, like I've seen some comps to Diggs with him. And he was productive. I think he had 9 interceptions over the course of his college career. I think Barron's got better ball skills.
I think Barron has much better ball skills than this kid. I think Barron moves better. But you could watch Barron late in this playoff and, there's some games where he's really, really good, and then there's some games like you see in breaking routes on him and stuff like that. And that kind of, me, I love, you give me a corner that can cover in breaking routes.
Which is hard to do. A lot of these guys will give those up, but do you tackle?
Do you tackle when it happens?
And Barron will tackle.
Yeah. You wouldn't
you can't have big red flags like that on a player at 12 at this point.
Will Johnson, Will Johnson doesn't do anything for you?
I'm scared of him.
I am too. And I'm starting to see him slide further and further and further down the board. And I wonder now if the media scouts are catching up with,
There's just a lot of later corners that I think you could get that are going to be good. Kobe Bryant, the corner from Kansas, I'm a big fan of. He could be skinny guy. I get it, but I love his game. Thomas from Florida State, Wanye's brother.
Yeah.
That's a good player right there. I like Parrish, the Kansas State kid, but he's small. I get it. There's some knocks on these guys. But when you're not drafting in the first 2 rounds, you're going to take a guy that's probably 5'10", but he runs well.
Yeah. Okay, we get down to Arizona spot, and this is where you and I worked on. We had a question on Love of the Star today. Would you trade down from 12 to 16 and take Arizona's pick? That would be number pick 70. That would be 76 or 78, which Dallas's pick was.
Cowboys picked 76.
Right.
So they got 78 from Arizona.
So, Dawson, you would get picks in the third round. You would get picks 70, your own pick at 76, and Arizona's pick at 78. So you're getting actually 4 players inside the top 80 players in the draft.
You got to do it. I think you look at your needs at positions that don't have a high value on them that can have depth.
Okay.
You talk about the defensive tackles. You look at guard. You look at linebacker. You look at safety. Third round is a great round to be looking at those positions, Brian. So if I can drop 4 spots, still get a player I like in the first round, that's mandatory.
Yeah. Okay. Wolchuk, they take Jalen Walker here with the Arizona Cardinals pick.
Ooh, sign me up.
Okay, now let's focus on what players are there if you drop back. Okay. So all the players ahead, they're all gone. All these players are gone ahead of you. Would you take Jalen Walker then at 16?
Yes.
Would you take Jalen Walker at 12?
I'd consider Jalen Walker at 12.
He's the linebacker from Georgia.
Weren't you fighting with Vosh about this today?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Vosh and I think he's an edge.
Yeah.
Right? And
I think he's a linebacker.
But to me, either way, that's filling 2 needs. I need somebody else to get after the quarterback, and if the Cowboys evaluate him as an off-ball guy, you need help at linebacker too.
Vosh is telling me there's edges that are much better than this kid.
Mike Green as a better edge, but man, Walker, I like
the Ole Miss kid.
Give me Walker over. The Ole Miss kid's good. But over Pierce Jr., give me Walker from Tennessee.
See, I'm the same way. Voch and I were going at it pretty strong, and he made some really good points about, that he felt like he goes, listen, you take Walker as an edge, he's not as good as, Yuma Lennon. How do I say it?
It's a tough
Yuma Lennon.
I don't know, man.
Ole Miss,
I just go with you.
Yeah. But Voch was all over me about it. And we had it was a whole show basically about these two players, or where you would play him at edge. Okay, but you'd be okay with him at 16.
I think Jalen Walker's just a hell of a football player.
Okay, How about this one? The Cincinnati at 17 takes Walter Nolan.
Okay, that'd be a pen throw for me. I'd be like, hell yes. I think the Cowboys are going to love I think they do love Walter Nolan.
See, this is
defensive tackle at Ole Miss.
This is a 3-technique defensive tackle.
Transfer from A&M.
Yeah, that plays at times really well. And then other times, Dawson, you don't see him at all.
Ooh.
So, okay, Walter Nolan. Would you, if you traded back, would you consider Walter Nolan there, Wolchuk, at 16?
I'd feel better about him there at 16 than I would at 12.
Because you picked up the extra 3?
Yes, exactly. And there is explosiveness to Nolan's game. He
scares the F out of me.
I just see a lack of consistency. But then you watch him in the Senior Bowl and those practices, he was exceptional. He really, really was.
Yeah. Man, I just didn't see enough of it, though. Okay, how about this one?
Sounds like another Tristan Hill to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about this one, Wolchuk?
He's a little better, but yeah.
18, Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan.
I'd take Grant over Nolan. And I know Michigan defensive tackle, you say, but this dude is more athletic. And I think he's got some flex.
337 pounds.
I think he's a better run defender, much better run defender than Walter Nolan is, but he does have some good pass rush ability. Honestly, I think he's going to be better at the next level than he was in Michigan.
Yeah, I tell you what, people are saying no Michigan guys here. They don't want anything.
The two defensive tackles this year out of Michigan are really good. And I had really Mozzie questions, okay? But these two guys are not that.
Okay, at 16, would you take Grant over Nolan? You said you would. How about Walker?
No, I'd take Walker.
Okay, let's go down. We got one more. We'll go one more. Jahad Campbell, linebacker, Tampa Bay, goes at 19. Would you take Jahad Walker on a trade back to Arizona at 16?
Jahad Campbell?
Campbell.
At 16, he's the best linebacker, I think, in the draft. I do have him ahead of Schlesinger from UCLA.
Yeah.
And that dude also can give you a little rushing ability, too. He's a good blitzer. They lined him up on the edge sometimes. I like Jahad Campbell. That dude's a freak athlete. And he's sideline to sideline.
Sounds like a beast to me. Problem solved.
The guys are really, really. Now, we're talking about linebackers, and I'm trying to convince everybody that, hey, you need to go spend some money on Nick Bolton. But we also talk, a little bit ago, I went through like 4 or 5 linebackers, right, that potentially are going to be free agents.
You might need 2.
I would take Campbell. I would take Campbell at 16. I would absolutely consider him at 16. I would consider Grant at 16. I would also. I don't think I would consider Walter Nolan at 16. I would pass on that. I would take Walker at 16 for sure.
I've got Walter Nolan in the 3rd round.
It is time to consider now your best questions for George Sedano, gentlemen.
Got it.
Krusty's Corner is in the books. Detailed look there at all the scenarios facing the Cowboys there at 12 and trade downs.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. And NBA reporter George Sedano joins us next. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're all excited about another Mavs game night and what might transpire on the television. We have a special guest to help us discuss it, as all 30 NBA teams are in action this evening, including your Mavericks and Warriors, 8:30 on ESPN. And reporter George Sedano joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good evening, George. How you doing?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. What do you make of our scene here in town with all this toxicity going on around the basketball team? Have you ever been around something like this?
I have not. I mean, the only thing, I guess tangentially, although I wasn't there in Cleveland when LeBron left, I know that was obviously pretty bad. But I did see, I will say this, I did see just kind of the reaction back then. I was traveling with that team in Miami, and I remember going to all those arenas, and every arena hated them. So that's probably, that's not one city, so there was a lot of cities. But, yeah, I mean, I get, though, what's transpiring here. Like, I get it. I understand when they rip away a 25-year-old global superstar away from you in the middle of the night, literally, and it comes as a complete shock. Like, I think the entire sports world reacted the exact same way. So I understand the fans' disappointment. I understand their shock. I understand their anger. I don't condone, obviously, some of the stuff like, the violence that's been threatened against people. But I get the disappointment. Like, that is part of being a fan. Like, you invest every part of your fabric of fandom into these teams and these players. And particularly when you have one of these transcendent ones, you don't have that very many of them, okay? In any given year in the NBA, there's a handful or more, maybe a little more than a handful of them. And you had one of them, one who dragged you to the finals. So I get it. Now, I do understand a little bit in regards to the business aspect of it, because we had all heard the stuff that they were lamenting about him, the conditioning, the personality clashes or whatever. I would not have had the gall to make that decision. But you have a ownership group that is very businesslike in their approach, and they are casino people, and they're making a bet. They're making a wager that he's not going to be able to fulfill that contract that he'll get, that by the time he's 32, he will not be the player that he is now or that people think he can be. So it's a hell of a bet to make, one I wouldn't have made. I don't think Mark Cuban would have made that bet. Yeah. But here we are.
I mean, you're looking at more of the leadership right now. Do you think Patrick Dumont or the Adelson family is more the bad guy than Nico here when it comes to how the fan base looks at it?
I mean, I think they should look at it that way. These decisions don't get made in a vacuum, right? Like, again, the front office, the coaching staff, whoever has these issues, right, with players. And by the way, Luka's not the only star player in this sport that coaching staffs and front offices have frustrations with. So, but I would imagine that this particular ownership group, because they're not sports people per se, they don't view it through the same prism that perhaps Mark would have, right? Who's been through this before and has had a lot of different personalities on this team, right? And I think that they just look at it very cut and dry, that like, well, if you guys have these complaints about him and, we look at this from a business perspective, it's not a smart business move to invest in this particular player. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's just kind of the prism they've viewed it through. So I would imagine that if there was going to be any animosity towards anyone, it would be the ownership group, because Nico Harrison is not acting unilaterally here. That's not the case, because that doesn't happen in almost any professional sports franchise.
George, through your connections and stuff here, did you get any idea why Jason Kidd didn't talk with the media the other night?
I don't know, but we will be talking with him tonight, and I will have a better idea, probably around like 6 or 7 o'clock tonight. We're also going to talk to Nico too, and we'll discuss that on the broadcast. So we're going to talk to both of them and have a clearer picture as to, kind of what their feelings are.
What time do we got to be in front of a TV to catch this telecast? You talking with Nico?
Well, the tip tonight is just shortly after 8:30 here local time. So I would imagine that those conversations that we have, whatever we can grab from those conversations will be divulged on the broadcast probably in that first half.
I love it. As we're talking with George Sedano here, he'll be on the telecast this evening. Mavs Warriors on ESPN over there at the AAC. Are you hearing any signs that maybe the front office or the ownership group will pivot away from their authoritarian strategy when it comes to handling like Fire Nico signs?
That I don't know. I am going to do my own due diligence on the broadcast and try to kind of find out their position on that stuff. I may not get an answer, to be honest with you. Like, I'm certainly going into this not expecting one. But I also think that I will do my best to talk to maybe some season ticket holders, kind of get their thoughts on stuff and just kind of their feelings. Because I think, again, that's, you have a much bigger fan base than just your season ticket holders, but I do think the people who spend their hard-earned money in there night in and night out, I think that those people, to me, should have a voice and someone should express kind of their feelings on this. So that's going to be my position too. At times, I'm going to try to have that conversation with some folks, and I've been in that arena enough times that I can kind of spot who I see regularly and who's there a lot. So I will try to just approach some people and kind of paint the picture as best I can in that regard.
George, what was some of the feedback and instant reaction when this trade went down from your NBA circles? And negatively, could this have an impact on the Mavs in their future attempts to try and land other stars? Like, if they're going to trade away a guy like Luka, why would I want to stay there? Am I safe?
Maybe. I don't know. Again, there's only 30 franchises, right? So, I just think that stuff gets overstated sometimes. Now, this one is pretty shocking, right? So maybe it does have some lasting impact. It is unprecedented, so we are kind of in uncharted waters. But historically, that hasn't meant a ton. If you're going to pay somebody, they're going to come play for you.
It's George Sedano here on 105.3 The Fan. George, I'm trying to be optimistic about what this team can do because for me, the team's bigger than any player. And what we saw Saturday against Houston for those 3 quarters was really exciting. Is it realistic to hope that you get Davis and you get Gafford back and PJ Washington and Lively, and this thing could actually have a storybook ending here in a couple, 2-3 months?
Oh, I think there is certainly a version of that could happen. Yeah. I mean, this team is good. I mean, they were in the finals, and Kyrie is playing as great as he's played in a really long time. And he's doing it with a back injury, which is wild too. So, and they've gotten better, I think. I'm saying going into the season, I thought they were better. They added Klay Thompson. I like kind of the additions to the team. I like the fact that they went through that struggle last year against Boston in the finals. I felt like a lot of those guys can learn from those experiences. So going into the season, I felt confident the Mavs were going to be a contender. Now, look, I need to see what it looks like for longer than a half with Anthony Davis, but I'll tell you this, I've been around Anthony Davis for a long time. Anthony Davis is a hell of a player, okay? Honestly, outside of Jokic, he's probably the next best big man in the sport right now. It depends on how you feel about Wemby kind of as he continues to progress. But he's won a championship. He's been, you could have made the case that in that championship, he was the best player. You can argue that he was better than LeBron in that series at times. And he has had a number of battles that goes toe-to-toe with Jokic over the years, and it's not really been his fault that they've lost those series. He's played really well against Jokic. So he's amazing. And defensively, he's great. With that half he put up where he scored over 20, had over 10 rebounds, had, I believe it was 3 blocks and over 3 or 4 assists, whatever it was. We hadn't seen a stat line like that in the first half from a guy at his position since 1997. So he's really, really good. But, I know that historically he has not been able to stay healthy, although most recently it wasn't an issue. I mean, he'd played in 90% of the Lakers games prior to being traded. So if he can stay on the floor, he's going to be impactful. And I think that the trend in the NBA is and we've seen it across the board for the most part, is teams want to go big. Size matters. And it's a skilled size for sure. Look at OKC. Chet Holmgren is not Wemby, but he is, in that mold, right? A big who can shoot, who can handle, block shots, can play closer to the basket. Like, that's what teams want. They want size. Anthony Davis provides that. And if he gets to play the 4, which is what he wants, with next to Gafford or Lively, yeah, I think that they're certainly formidable. I don't think there's any question. But, yeah, all things have to align, and Dereck has to come back before the playoffs like anticipated, and Gafford hopefully is not out long, and PJ is healthy, and everybody needs to be healthy. But if they are and they can stay in this thing and stay afloat, yeah, I think they have a shot.
ESPN's George Sedano with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Did you hear any of the reports today that have come out that the Mavs did call Milwaukee about Giannis, and that maybe even Minnesota was called as well about Anthony Davis? Or excuse me, Anthony Edwards.
I did not hear that. But I did know that our reporting said that there was one other team that was called. In our reporting at the time, it was not revealed, at least to me, who that team was. But our people who break news had already alluded to the fact that there was one other team. They just didn't divulge that, unless that was divulged here recently by one of our guys, and I just missed it. But I did know that there was at least one other team that they did try to talk to.
George, if I could circle back with the thing with Nico, do you think he made this personal with Luka?
No, I don't. I don't think he made it personal. Again, I think he probably, if I had to guess, and again, I haven't spoken to him, so I don't want to put words in his mouth. If I had to guess, he's had these frustrations, whatever they're, in air quotes, have been there for a while. And with this new ownership group, they are, his job is to relay those thoughts to them, throughout the days and months of the season over time. And I think that the ownership group doesn't think of it personally. They're like, no, this is cut and dry. This is business. So this is the way we make decisions around here now. And it's their right. It's their team. So I don't think it was personal. If anything, I think Nico, I think one of his strongest assets is how people respect him and players around the league like him and really enjoyed working with him, whether it was in his time here or certainly at his time at Nike. So yeah, I wouldn't put that. I wouldn't label it that way.
Do you think that the smoke of the Mavs going after a KD this summer has some legs to it?
Yeah, he's going to get traded, I think. Again, I don't know that for a fact, but it seems obvious at this point. I mean, they tried to trade him at the deadline, so they're going to move him in the offseason when more teams can get involved. But then it's an arms race a little bit, and I don't know what the Mavs asset situation looks like at the moment. And I don't know what Phoenix is looking for either. So, but I do think that they should kick the tires on something like that, yeah.
How's Golden State going here as they come into the AAC tonight with Jimmy Butler in the mix?
I mean, he's exactly what they needed. I've been saying this for a while. I actually went on a San Francisco radio station like 2 months ago, and they asked me, what do you think the Warriors should do? And I said, you should go after Jimmy Butler. And they kind of thought I was nuts at the time. But I'm like, think about it. He's a really good wing player. Defensively, he is great. And offensively, he slows the game down for them. Like, they never go to the free throw line and just get the game slowed down for them. And when they have an older team, you want that to be the case. And he does that. He's capable of going to the free throw line, 10, 12 times a game if he really wanted to. And I think that he really just creates an opportunity where the defense has to know where he is at all times. We did two games, actually, back-to-back games at the end of January there, where I was there. It was OKC and Phoenix. So it was the 29th and the 31st. It was a Wednesday and a Friday. And they beat OKC and they lost to Phoenix. They got blown out by Phoenix. And I've never seen Steph Curry, in all my years of doing this, have to work so hard to get a shot off. Forget about, making shots. Just getting the shot off. I mean, they were trapping him, midcourt sometimes even before. Like, it was just nuts. So having that safety valve is important. And you've seen it. I mean, Steph has gone for over 35 in back-to-back games. Jimmy's gotten 25 or more in these games. And he's getting assists and rebounds, and he's playing like Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler allows them to have a guy who can attack the rim with ferocity, right, and put pressure on the rim, get to the free throw line, slow things down, make things easier for Steph, and helps them defensively, which they were already pretty good defensively. So it puts them in the mix in the Western Conference, which, by the way, there's a lot of teams in the mix in the Western Conference. So you kind of need as much ammunition as you can get.
Always love having you on the show, George. Enjoy the game tonight and enjoy your stay in Dallas, sir.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Salute. There he goes, George Sedano, ESPN, Warriors Mavs tonight, 8:30. PJ Washington questionable with the ankle. Man, if you could just put PJ out there, I know they don't have bigs, but at least they could have a fighting chance on the glass.
It would help tremendously.
I mean, they could get out rebounded by 20 in these games, maybe even more.
And they've won some games with PJ going superhuman.
Yeah.
Getting like 15 plus
he can
rebounds.
do it. He's a great leader, you know. But it's just, I mean, it's surreal how this story has progressed, and now with the injuries to Anthony Davis, Gafford, and Lively, it makes it even less bearable. But I am holding the line, until you tell me otherwise. Anthony Davis has avoided surgery, and so did Gafford. So win a couple of more games before you can get those guys back. If he would miss a month, you would still have 18 games with Anthony Davis to make your run and try to get to 500, be in the play-in tournament. And at that point, like you just said, the West is wide open. Top 10 at 4:20 time, though, Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Oh, on Super Bowl Sunday, it was National Pizza Day. We've done the best pizza toppings, but what are America's most hated? What are the top 10 worst pizza toppings? That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when a car truck wreck could find you. We have between 500 and 1,000 accidents every day out here on the highways and byways in DFW, and many of them can be avoided, but the driver is being negligent. And when they do it to you, we highly recommend you call the Frankels. They'll help you make a full recovery. Make sure you don't settle for less. Very important, because on the other end of one of these injuries, you might need a new vehicle. That might just be the beginning of your problems. You're looking at 20, 30, 40 grand right there. Put a new vehicle in your driveway. You might be looking at lost wages. You might...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Here we go, buddy. Nearing the halfway point of the broadcast here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs game night. Salute to George Sedano, who joined us. We have an NFL Draft Big Board report coming up at 4:40. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Zach with an H. You're woolly bully.
So I usually put out, on the Twitters, hey, this is the top 10, and I'll ask the question, what's the best movie ever made? Or what is the worst pizza topping? This one got the people riled up, and it got the people going. 877-881-1053. What is the worst pizza topping? As we had National Pizza Day this past Sunday, which was the Super Bowl. So I've got a list of America's worst pizza toppings. The most hated is voted on by the US of A. Before we slide into that, though, I did see, courtesy of Barstool Sports, John Gruden wanted to go get his boss, Dave Portnoy, a gift. And I guess Portnoy is a big-time Caitlin Clark fan. So he goes and buys what he believes to be Caitlin Clark's high school jersey. Now, this jersey was number 22. Comes to find out, that's not the right number for Caitlin Clark in high school. And here is Sean Gruden having himself a problem.
I got in big trouble yesterday. We bought a Caitlin Clark jersey in here.
Yeah.
It was number 22. I bought it for Dave Portnoy.
Okay.
He knows Caitlin Clark. He says this is the greatest gift he ever got. He loves her.
Wow.
He called Caitlin Clark. Let me show you. He called Caitlin
I got
Clark.
that jersey.
He called her himself.
What'd he
And
say?
she didn't wear 22 in high school. She wore number 11.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So I get him a gift. He was going to wear it on his show, but before he did, he called Caitlin Clark and she said, no, I wore number 11. And he says, hey, you would have humiliated me if I'd have worn the wrong number. I mean, are all these numbers, are they correct, or are we just hoping it's the right number? He loves Caitlin Clark. That's like seriously Michael Jordan getting a Michael Jordan jersey, number 14 or something.
They had pizza, right?
Yeah, that's our high school. I know, but she wore number 11 in high school. She did. You know what assume means? It'll make an ass out of you and me. I mean, I'm not here to cause any problems, but I got a real problem on my hands.
I love that he says, I'm not here to cause any problems, but I've got a real problem on my hands. And yeah, he thinks he's doing a solid for Portnoy here. Turns out, my gosh, that's not even the right jersey number. This store's out here fleecing people.
She might have worn 22 as an underclassman because I'm seeing pictures of her in 22 and 11.
Oh, goodness gracious. I saw some replies to this that, like, for AAU ball or club ball, she might have worn 22, but then for her actual high school team, it was 11. Either way, Gruden's explanation of this, and then you know what assume means, it'll make an ass out of you and me, it was classic. But I do love him just getting absolutely MF'd by Portnoy for almost making him look like an embarrassment.
And he does have a lot of experience making an ass out of himself, so
Very
he's
true.
well experienced in that road.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go down that rabbit hole again. So there you at least didn't send an email this time. 877-881-1053. What are the worst pizza toppings? Now, I'd say number one on the replies that I got was pineapple.
That's the most viral and hated. Like, if you were going to do a poll, it's become, quite a trend. And I agree with it. I like what they're doing.
No, I hate what they're doing.
Pineapple should never been introduced. But if I had to pick, and they're actually putting anchovies on pizza still.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the number one.
Anchovies is number one. They're disgusting, slimy, salty, gross little fishes on pizza.
Number one answer on the board. I'm not too mad at the pineapple situation. I'll never order it, but if it's there and there's no more pizza to eat, I'll eat it as long as there's some ham on there to go with that pineapple.
Would you take the pineapples off? You leave them on?
Yeah, I'll leave them on.
Yeah, you're going to leave them on.
Yeah, I'll leave them on.
The salty sweet.
Yeah.
I think that pineapple on pizza is exceptional. I've talked about this before. Pepperoni and pineapple.
Exceptional is crazy. That's big.
It's my preferred.
Okay, you're right.
It's my preferred.
Why not put orange slices on there or some mandarin slices?
I've never tried a mandarin orange, but you know what? If I'm going to go ahead and fight for the pineapple, I'd try a mandarin orange just to see if it's any good.
I mean, pineapple's just low on the whole fruit spectrum. Like, I think it's a good blender thing to make drinks out of.
Pineapple
but just like picking up pieces of pineapple and eating
pineapple slices. You don't like pineapple? Okay, clearly you don't.
I would think objectively there's at least 5 or 6 other fruits that taste better, so we should be putting those on pizza before we even get to pineapple.
Well, do they have the sweetness factor that the pineapple does? Like, I don't think the orange would. I don't think the orange is as sweet as the pineapple. I think that's where the pineapple really excels here.
To me, most oranges and things similar to the orange, like those little cuties bursting with flavor.
Maybe some tartness there that you don't want, that the pineapple's not bringing. No, Chuck's crazy. Pineapple is horrible on pizza. Hey, I'll order you a separate pizza at our pizza parties. I'm doing pineapple, pepperoni, jalapeno combo from the 817. That's heaven right there.
Am I tripping? Doesn't a pineapple on pizza come from a certain culture?
Hawaiian?
Yeah, okay.
Like usually the Hawaiian pizza is the Canadian bacon or ham.
Yeah.
And then they're mixing the pineapple in there. I do think the pepperoni is a better compliment to the pineapple, personally.
Yeah. I put Spam and pineapple together. That's kind of a Hawaiian way of eating
Spam?
pizza. Hawaiians are really big on that. They make Spam taste unbelievably good.
They do. They do some good things. Fig is good from the 682. Never tried fig.
On a pizza?
Never tried fig on pizza. Like a fig jam. Maybe you get creative there, but I've never tried
They're talking
that.
actual figs.
I just think it's the perfect place for the carbs from the bread, the cheese, the sauce, and then meat. I
just keep the fruit out of it.
I think it's a massive clash.
Well, the favorite topping is, of course, pepperoni, but the most hated toppings,
corn.
Top 10 worst. Corn.
I hate seeing a corn on a pizza sometimes. Like, y'all done got too fancy with this, bro.
Yeah, what is corn doing?
Seeing that.
It's not really giving you much. I'm with you there. Number 10, I also don't like this. I do like this. I don't like that it's number 10, is salami. If you've never had salami on pizza, why? Like, salami's fine on pizza. There's nothing bad about salami on a
Anything you're going to find on an Italian sandwich, we're good to go on a pizza. That's how I look at it.
Number 9, olives.
I like
come
olives.
on. I love olives.
Supreme pizza with like onions and olives. And all that
Supreme's your like go-to too. Lucius. I know that, but
joint.
I'm not a huge black olive fan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll fight for the pineapples, but I'm against the black olive and the green olive.
Is
Okay,
that cold?
For what it's worth.
Exactly, Lucius. I think something's going on over there.
Number 8,
South African man.
All right, okay. Number 8 is the artichokes. I've never had a lot of artichokes on pizza. I can't really go.
I'll tell you what,
either way on
artichoke could be a little rough because they could be chewy. And so, yeah, you could catch them that might be a little chewy. And I think that would be a bad thing to have.
Man, I bet it tastes good, though. If it's like creamed out like the artichoke dip.
That's what I'm saying, though. But sometimes you get it where it's
That
kind
would
of
be
that
good.
plasticky, kind of the outer part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 is fresh garlic.
Is a
that's
no
money.
is a no go?
Yeah.
Wow.
And maybe
What are
that's
these vampires voting?
Yeah. Who made this list?
It could be. It could be vampires. It might also just be the smell.
This list from Kevin Hagelin.
The scent is overpowering.
Well, if you don't like that, you better stand by for about 30 minutes, Woolchuck.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some
My
more.
man, my man was over there. He's
hitting
hitting the zalots. I know
what you're doing with the zalot, the pepperoni, and the fresh garlic. I am.
It even
I'll fight for
cups
the
in the
garlic.
pepperoni. The
It's
garlic
good.
gets in that.
You
pepperoni.
want the pepperoni master class there.
Yeah.
It'll be the best pepperoni pizza you've ever had.
6 is mushrooms, and I did
I
get
agree with
mushroom a
this one.
lot.
I
I got
agree with this
mushrooms a
one.
lot on the text.
I agree.
I like mushroom.
I tried to eat them on a pizza once.
It's tough.
Literally threw up.
It's tough.
Right there,
Literally threw
right
up?
there in the restaurant.
So you don't eat them anywhere else? Like you just don't grill them or something and eat them like that? You guys don't eat mushrooms?
No.
I mean, I don't mind them dipped in chocolate every now and then.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Put them on a
Make a
peanut butter
tea out of it.
sandwich.
What are we doing over here?
469 salami's fantastic. We got a lot of olives or trash being texted in.
I think the salami it needs to be on a pizza. It can't be thick. It needs to be
thin cuts. Thin cuts.
Yeah.
Top 5 most hated pizza toppings in America. Broccoli comes in at number 5.
Oh my God.
Never had one.
Gross.
That would be
Why?
weird on a pizza.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
You're just trying to flex how healthy you are.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you have a
okay.
broccoli pizza with a cauliflower crust?
Wait a minute. What if you went broccoli with chicken with the dough of the pizza?
Like a chicken
Well,
bake?
like you do like you kind of make
Chicken
it maybe
broccoli wrap?
like you do it with the pizza, but you do it with kind of an Asian spin on it. Like you do it with a sauce, like a.
You're trying to sell it.
No,
but
I'm trying. Well, no, because broccoli chicken is something we eat. We eat beef and
like
broccoli
cheesy broccoli.
With rice.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying. Okay, I did. I was stretching. I was
No,
stretching.
I like the creative
tried.
nature in which you're going here, but no.
bread and broccoli and chicken sounds pretty tasty.
I
to me.
might take a little bit of asparagus sprinkled on there. You know, if you can
Yeah.
get the smaller and get it the perfect texture.
Number 4 is eggplant.
I'll tell you, it's got to be Parmesan in a sandwich.
Never seen eggplant on a pizza.
With the splash emoji. Right next to it. With the where you at with question mark.
Hey, you up?
Drop your location.
Number 3 is pineapple. 3 is the pineapple, and they can go bleep themselves. 2 is jalapenos.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I am out on that myself. Yep.
Little tiny pieces though.
Yeah,
Set it
just a little
off.
bit of jalapenos.
The circles.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
circles.
I don't like those. You usually see them with the corn too.
Yeah, and
They're
they,
always together.
Oh, they they are always.
they
you're
don't
right.
they don't cook well. They kind of cook funny on. When
They
you see,
do. There is a
it's
little
kind
bit-
of a mushy kind of an element to it.
Certain places the jalapenos don't hit as well as others. Number 1, though, the
Jalapenos.
worst pizza topping is indeed the anchovies, and it should be.
Nice list
But it-
there, Wolchuk.
But in a Caesar salad, it's outstanding.
Yeah, because you don't taste it; it's blended into the dressing.
You just table side, just mash those things up.
Pineapples all day, though, bro.
Thank you, Zachary.
Thank you.
Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420.
Screw those green olives.
Almost every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, an NFL draft big board report. Who are the best players the Cowboys could possibly take at 12? Leah Asimakopoulos, she's a Stars reporter, and she's covering SMU basketball. She's going to join us coming up at 6 o'clock. You're about an hour away from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. That kind of sets the table for what we got here in the final half of the show, and we're back here in the G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone. All prices sale, Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It won't end. The Luka coverage and the Mavs coverage is just round the clock. Mavs and Warriors tonight, 8:30 on ESPN. Right now on ESPN, pardon the interruption, what stood out from Luka's debut? They're talking about his smile. I mean, he can really do the good first impression well. Remember how humble and quiet that he was early, and then you fast forward years later, and he's the most complaining player in the league. So, you know, I just think right now they're still in that honeymoon phase, and I think it's probably going to take until the offseason until we can start to get some distance and recover from this. It's no doubt the biggest traumatic event I've ever witnessed in my life as a sports fan. Right here, we talk about your NFL Draft Big Board Report. Which mock draft is the one that Cowboys fans want? I'm starting to get excited about the idea of Ashton Jeanty, just the possibility, and I'll explain more on that in a second. But the Morning News aggregated all the recent mock drafts in a story they did today. Ashton Jeanty is the top pick for Bucky Brooks, Jordan Reed, Daniel Jeremiah, and others, but those are three credible names in the world of mock drafting. I think it's notable that the organization has gone to Boise State several times over the years. Several players, Leighton Vander Esch or Orlando Scandrick, Tank, man. It goes on and on. I mean, Kellen Moore was a Boise State guy. There's a new coach with a Boise State connection now, Clayton Adams. He played there in the early 2000s, right before Kellen Moore got there. So the question becomes is how much can just the right runner help? And for more on that, there's a takeaway here in a thread today on Twitter done by Cover One, and they often look at a lot of film stuff, and they focus on the Bills a lot. But the Bills' offensive line actually got worse this year. One of the biggest differences for Buffalo was the quality of their running backs. They were 8th best in the NFL at yards before contact. They're still pretty good, the offensive line was, but their runners were much better getting yards after contact. Okay, I bring that up because Ashton Jeanty had 2,600 yards rushing this year. Unbelievable. How many of them were after contact? 1,733 of them. This dude is bouncing off people, and maybe the Cowboys can't be so casual about finding a great runner as they were last year. I just wonder, Brian, what's your perspective on just getting the right running back? If you were getting 4.6 with Dowdle, why not 5.5 yards per attempt? Why not a Derrick Henry type of season? Even though your offensive line isn't great, seems pretty set up to me.
Yeah, I think to me that Ashton Jeanty is going to be likely the third best player in my stack. Zach, am I off base there, you think?
No, I think that
I'm likely gonna have
Graham,
Hunter
and Carter.
Hunter Carter, Genty are going to be my top 3, I would say right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but listen, if they don't take Genty at 12 and they take one of these receivers, because there's quality receivers there, if they take another position, I mean, I know one thing is, though, you've got to be committed, then you really got to be committed at 44.
Yeah.
And you might have to be committed to maybe going up, to get, because I think Zach's on to something that when we get to 44, that all the backs, with maybe the exception of Henderson. Now, Zach, would you take an Ohio State combo platter of Ibuka and Henderson at 12 and 44 over Genty?
Yes.
See?
Yes.
That's kind of where
I like that, because that's a really good wide receiver too, and I think Travion Henderson's going to be a very good NFL back.
Yeah. You got to think of it like that. Like, we need a really good wide receiver and running back here.
Exactly.
And if we take the running back first, we're not getting nearly as good of a wide receiver, right?
I don't think you're going to get the quality of wide receiver in the second round.
What's your better pair? Okay, so you've got then Ibuka and Henderson.
Right.
Or you take Genty at 12, and I'll give you Jack Besh at 44, the wide receiver from TCU.
Oh.
Because I think I'd rather have Genty and Besh.
It's okay. Genty and Besh does make a lot of sense.
Because I think Besh is going to, right around 44, I think is a great area for him to go.
Because both of those guys, you're looking at probably the third best player on your board and maybe the 18th, 19th best player when you start to talk about Besh.
Yeah, I haven't stacked it to where I've got him there yet.
But you got him in the second round.
Yeah, I've got him in the second round, so he's probably in the 20s for me.
Yeah.
You need a guy that can handle the ball 25 to 30 times a game there at 44. Does Henderson still check that box off?
I think Henderson could do that.
He's going to be a good pro, and the pass protection for him is really good.
He never comes off the field, Dawson. Yeah. He's a really good runner. He catches the ball great.
And you saw the explosiveness and the home run hitting ability.
I mean, if you've heard me over the last couple of days since the Super Bowl, I believe they have to throw a lot of resources at this entire roster and try to build a team that doesn't have holes, but that's not realistic. What is realistic, though, if the Cowboys are thinking, how could we possibly be one of the strongest teams next year? It's got to be with such a strong running game. You're running the coverage into something Dak can handle, and you're taking a bunch of pressure off your defense. That was their strategy in 2014 and 2016 with DeMarco Murray and Ezekiel Elliott, and it kind of freaking worked. Like, put yourself in the heads of the Cowboys right now over there. We don't want to spend a lot of money. We need to get significantly better. Their path to victory is the one they followed in the past by just finding the right runner that can transform their offense into efficient and third and short for Dak Prescott. I think it's a lock that you're going to get a running back in one of these first two picks, and I think the chances of taking Genty, if he's there, are incredibly high.
I like a lot of those second-round receivers. Like Trey Harris from Ole Miss is a good player.
Royals from Utah.
The Stanford kid, Alomanyor, I think is a good. So, like, I like the possible options there if you went wide, if you wanted to go receiver in round 2 and you take Genty at 12. I just have, and you just brought it up, the massive fear of like, okay, and maybe Genty's not even there.
Yeah.
But now you're going to end up like they did last year, where they had envisioned themselves drafting Jonathan Brooks in the second round and they were going to be good. Well, then Carolina trades up and they take Brooks, and now they get totally wiped out at running back.
See, the problem, Gavin, that Dallas is going to have in this draft is that everybody knows they're probably hunting a running back. So every time it gets down to close to being Dallas being picked, you know the possibility that they might take a runner. Somebody like Carolina just did jumps in front of you, and now you get wiped out at the position again.
Well, maybe you like what Mel Kiper is doing then, because he says he believes the Cowboys are going to handle running back in free agency. He has them taking the wide receiver from Missouri, Luther Burden III.
Good player.
Cowboys haven't had two wide receivers over 700 yards in the same season since Amari Cooper was here in 2021, so they do need that, and he's going to give you a lot of yards after catch. The free agent running backs, we've looked at them. Do you have Jeffrey Wilson from Elkhart? You have and UNT. You have Aaron Jones and Najee Harris. You have A.J. Dillon, Nick Chubb, Javonte Williams. a number of names, J.K. Dobbins, Samaje Perine's back out there, but I don't think anything that's going to give you any guarantee of somebody better than what Rico Dowdle was just for you. So I think you probably try to sign a veteran for under $4 million and draft one that makes sense. I don't know about that idea from Mel Kiper there looking at the free agent guys. How about Matt Miller? He's going Matthew Golden. Would that have to be a trade down at 12, the Longhorn?
I'll tell you what, Golden's a good player. If I'm going to take him at 16, probably willing to take him at 12 as well.
It's high for me, but
would you take him at 16?
That's high for me too.
Okay.
I would probably look at others. I mean, I think 44 is a good range. Second round to me is where Golden's going. But there are people that I think look at him.
Oh no, I have him as a second round guy.
But to your point, that's like back half of the first round.
That's back half of the first round. I think he's somewhere between 16 and say 20.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about Golden.
Yeah,
I just like Igbuka more.
Field Yates does Will Johnson. We talked about him last hour. Chad Reuter, Tet McMillan, 6'5", wide receiver, Arizona, red zone threat.
How does McMillan get to you? Same thing.
It's a dream. I mean, it's like CeeDee Lamb getting to 17. But if McMillan was there at 12, that is a home run.
How important is getting the wide receiver room right compared to the running game? You've proven that you can kind of get this done with Ferguson and CeeDee Lamb being your primary guys, right?
I think you have to figure out something at these. With Tolbert, nothing yet.
Brooks,
no.
I mean, these guys, Flournoy,
nothing yet.
They're depth players.
Yeah,
and
we've been waiting for Tolbert for a bit.
But we've seen for the last 2 years. I mean, the numbers they put up in 23 were great with Gallup and Cooks, and Gallup and Cooks giving you nothing this year. I do feel like if I have to get through the draft without one of these, I would much rather go without a wide receiver than a running back.
I'm with you because I don't know that, to me, this is going to be a run first type of team, and I think that they've proven that they can find some guys later on in the draft, and they've got a lot of dudes that they've taken already. I know we've mentioned Tolbert, but what about Jalen Brooks? Clearly they like Flournoy.
Yeah.
A guy that they like. I understand. Like, these aren't getting you excited. What they really need to do, like, now that we're thinking about this when it comes to receivers, I don't think you can go with the Higgins, the Iowa State. Like, you need to get guys. You got to get somebody that separates naturally on tape.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they have a big time issue with that. And without knowing what their offense is going to be when it comes to their scheme, and like, are they going to run more mesh that naturally creates pick plays to get your guys open? You've got to get guys that naturally create separation with how they're able to run routes. So some of these bigger dudes that we're mentioning might not be their flavor. Like, I need a dude that's going to run tremendous routes and get separation. Igbuka fills that for me.
Yeah.
Nick Nash out of San Jose State, who'll be a later round dude, that would fill that for me. Like, Luther Burden, does he do that? He's a speedster. He get the ball in his hands and he's going to run for 1,000,000 miles. But does he create natural separation? I don't know.
Is Harvey your best third round running back
for me?
Yeah.
I've got Judkins, then Harvey.
Okay. Give me if I said Junkins or Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Harris.
Junkins or Tez Johnson or Oregon wide receiver.
Judkins.
Okay. Yeah. So he's
Tez
taking
Johnson.
He's not taking any of those third round wide receivers, is what he just did.
No.
Well, you don't need to go in there and take another guy who's just going to join your depth chart.
Yeah.
You need a guy that's going to come in here and make an impression. Or we can find other positions that can step in and play that satisfy team needs quite well. Okay, coming up next, in addition to football's finest, Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we do have some more audio that we'll hit here for you. Travis Kelce flirting with retirement, and is the tush push not actually called the tush push? That's next.
Okay, if you need new windows, though, it's time to call Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. There is, about 2 weeks left on this sale. It ends February 28th. The best sale I've ever seen from Window Nation. 60% off all window styles. Pay nothing, no interest for 2 years. Heating costs absolutely out of control this winter.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Illinois.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
That's right. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes from the Expressway, about 40 minutes from LA Live with Lucius Alexander here in the Nation. Time now for an edition of football's finest, and here's Wolchuk with Chiefs broadcast responsibilities.
Let's do it. Derrick Henry is apparently set to begin contract extension talks with the Baltimore Ravens. And, Derrick Henry actually hopped on with Micah Parsons on the Edge Bleacher Report podcast, and, he did take a little shot at Jerry Jones.
Jerry got my number blocked. I couldn't even get it. I couldn't even call Jerry. Jerry got my number blocked. Are you upset that Derrick Henry didn't come to Dallas? I said, nah, that's not how God worked. He was exactly where he was supposed to be.
Exactly.
Year 8-9 of his career, still going for 1,800 yards, playoffs. He was exactly where he's supposed to be. I'm happy that didn't get ruined by us.
I'm happy that didn't get ruined by us. But yes, Derrick Henry is exactly where he's supposed to be. It's a perfect fit there with Lamar Jackson. Will they ever be able to get over that hump? I don't know. But he does seem like he's probably going to end his career as a member of the Baltimore Ravens.
As he should.
And that's a good fit. I like it.
Yeah, I'd try to hold him up. I think it's pretty clear y'all need me at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and cash in. Go get your bag.
We're 12
man.
or 15 at least.
Running back renaissance continues. And somebody did text in like, whoa, what happened to not drafting a running back in the first round? And, Eric's not here, but I'm sure he will.
Yeah, we did this segment without Eric being here.
And fair, and I love Eric. That's my guy. But he'll be on tomorrow with Bobby Belt. Tomorrow and Friday morning. You can catch him. Set your alarm 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Sean and RJ, it's why you turn it on, leave it on. And I encourage you again, Saturday, come on out, the new Hurtado Barbecue location in Dallas, right by the Farmers Market, Harwood Street. Going to be awesome. Myself, Brian Broaddus, Eric, we're going to do a live Love of the Stars starting at 11 o'clock until 2 p.m. So come party with us. Get yourself some delicious barbecue.
A couple things happen. There's not a lot of clean prospects at 12. You're taking big chances at other positions unless somebody falls to you. Beyond that, Cowboys had this right in 2016 when they were running the ball a lot. And at some point, they got distracted from that and decided, oh, no, we don't need to run the ball a lot. We can have Dak Prescott. Now, starting in maybe 2019 or 2020, it started to become painfully obvious that if you're going to throw Dak Prescott out there with an offense that can't run the ball well, they're going to sit in coverage and clog it up. And the Cowboys ignored this for years and kept on pretending that Dak was going to pass his way through these incredible defenses with no run game. So we've learned a lot. And then on top of that, this year, the return of the runner, the top 6 most efficient runners in the NFL all made the playoffs because defenses have been built to rush the passer and stop the big play, and they're vulnerable. You know, you got guys out there that don't want to step up and stop a 230-pound guy. So I think just game theory dictates that you need to make your running game better and the strengths and weaknesses of your football team. Maybe if you have Joe Burrow, who can somehow pass it 45 times a game and still have the number 1 offense in the NFL, maybe that's the lone exception in this whole deal.
With a bad offensive line. I mean, there's always going to be a weird outlier. Yeah. Unfortunately, our guy isn't that outlier. So what's the best path to success with Dak Prescott, who's going to be here for 4 years, and it probably is helping him with as good of a running game as you possibly can have.
You want him to never run, you know? I hope Dak could run on the other end of that catastrophic lower leg injury. He has shown the more fluid and athletic he tries to be in the pocket, injuries just start popping up right and left.
The big question is Travis Kelce going to retire. He was on his podcast with Jason, New Heights, and he said, quote, I know everybody wants to know whether I'm playing next year. And right now, I'm just kicking everything down the road. I'm kicking every can I can down the road. I'm not making any crazy decisions. I saw our guy Albert Breer. I think a couple of other insiders have said that it feels as though he is probably leaning towards retirement. But in true brotherly fashion, after Travis went ahead and talked about how upset he was that he didn't play well and he didn't help out Mahomes and his team and give credit to the Eagles, Jason had to give him just that brotherly love to uplift his spirits on the podcast.
I know this sucks to talk about. I've been here. It wasn't all negative for the Chiefs. You broke the most catches in Super Bowl history. I know that you don't probably care that much about it right now because of the way the game went. You have so many records at this point that this is like kind of like just another one. But at the end of the day, it's just another thing that cements you as one of the best players ever to play in the NFL. Past Jerry Rice, Gronkowski, Andre Reed.
That's the last thing that I care about right now.
I know, but you will, and it's dope. Just here to tell you, dope record. As are all your other records.
Thanks, brother.
The only record I get is that he kept going on the field. He's out there again.
Look at him go.
How'd he do? No one knows. Just counts as a game played.
Iron Man Award right there for Jason Kelsey. He's right. We don't really have special awards or, I guess, historical stats like, hey, who's got the most pancakes in Super Bowl history for an offensive lineman?
Sure.
Most successful pass blocking win rate or run blocking win rate. We're not keeping those stats for offensive linemen, unfortunately. So even though you got your ass kicked in the Super Bowl, Travis, you still made history. And you now have the most catches among any player in the history of the Super Bowl. And that is cool. And you will look back probably in a decade from now and think, okay, that game sucked, but it is cool that I was able to pass the legendary Jerry Rice in said game.
Yeah, great job, good career. I think it's obvious in his dress and his attire. He has been tamed by the lure of marrying a superstar in the world of music. And I just feel like the game is sort of, not for him to dominate anymore. There was a lot of signs of that in the regular season, even going back to 2023.
Yeah.
But he managed to hold on. But now when you have just one good game in the playoffs, if that.
Yeah, it was one. It was just the wild card round. He kicked ass in that game. And then afterwards, it kind of didn't. I think he had a catch against Baltimore.
I think if they would have won, he would have retired. I think
it
he
would have made the decision easy.
I think he would have made the decision right there. Like, hey, this was a hell of a run.
Went out on a three-peat, only team to ever do it.
Yeah.
It was the perfect story.
Yeah.
It really would have been.
Yeah.
Now, Barkley has said a lot of people have reached out to him from the Giants organization and said that they're super happy for him.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have, but it's also just weird. Like, oh, there's your ex out there winning a Super Bowl. Like, yeah, congratulations, dude. You really did a great job there. But I'm glad that, his former teammates are happy for him. Now, he went on The Tonight Show along with quarterback Jalen Hurts, Texas kid. I want to remind everyone, we need to make sure in the future the Eagles are banned. I want an NFL rule. They cannot have anybody from the state of Texas playing quarterback for them because they're two Super Bowls. Nick Foles, Texas kid. Jalen Hurts, Texas kid. No more, filthy. You keep pumping Pennsylvania boys out there, okay, to play quarterback for you. Stop coming to the Lone Star State and taking our guys to try and actually do something accomplishing on the football field. I'm sick of it. But here was Jalen Hurts and Barkley. Hurts doesn't like the name Tush Push.
The first one was doing what people are calling the tush push. Yeah. Is that what you call it?
It's not what I call it.
It's not what you call it.
It's
No.
not what I call it.
What do you call it?
I'm not going to say what I call it, but it's
Okay, but it's not.
Everybody is came up with their own name for it. The brotherly shove, the tush push, all these different things. It's not that.
It's not that. No. Okay.
I was shocked too because when I got there, I known it as the tush push, but I didn't know if that's what it would be called. But I thought it was called that, and it's not called the tush push actually.
No. What is your role in the quote unquote tush push?
I think I have the easiest job, to be honest. I think I'm the one who pushes the tush.
Well done for Barkley there. Barkley's pretty funny. The rest of that audience deserves a freaking Oscar award. I mean, they're just giggling their ears off.
You think the sign says laugh?
Definitely, right? Because Jalen Hurts, bless his heart, he's not the most entertaining dude.
No, he's very stoic. He's
really
very
is.
serious
Always,
about his football.
and that's probably what makes him so good. He kind of keeps the same even keel nature about him, but he doesn't. The personality's lacking a little bit from Hurts. Barkley's got that. But we're laughing because they're saying tush push.
I like that at least he knows himself and doesn't try too hard to be the guy. That could get awkward. So I like everything that Jalen Hurts is doing. But yes, the tush push, if you're the receiver of the tush push, I couldn't imagine that you would like that.
No, we're calling it something else. But Barkley is the one who pushes the tush. Now, Tom Brady gave Jalen Hurts some very good advice. He said, what I want you to do is don't let that jersey out of your sight. I had a few of them stolen over the years, so keep track of that. It's going to be memorable down the road, and that's true. As Jalen Hurts won the LFG Player of the Game from Tom Brady, and I kind of forgot all about the Brady memorabilia that was
stolen out of his bag.
But yeah, you can't be too careful. And I think it was Harrison Butker, the kicker, whose locker was right next to Mahomes, and he said his stuff got stolen. So when he came out of the shower, he had nothing to put on. He basically just had to wear his towel around until I think the equipment guys could come and give him some just like gear that they had. But people are trying to thieve left and right at these Super Bowls, try and go ahead and steal that memorabilia. Formerly known as Fat Patricia, now Skinny Patricia. He's the new Ohio State defensive coordinator. So good for him. We saw him around Radio Row, who's making his presence known, but that's a big vacancy. Jim Knowles, who was their defensive coordinator, went to Penn State, joined the Nittany Lions. Now Patricia's got himself a new gig. And then Ryan Williams. If it weren't for Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver at Ohio State, Ryan Williams had a chance to be the greatest freshman receiver we've ever seen at Alabama. He got himself a new NIL deal. This NIL deal is with a nail polish company. So he's going to be getting $2.3 million with a nail polish partnership. And I guess he does this. Caleb Williams has created a trend. He paints his nails black and all kinds of different colors, and he went ahead and did a whole nail polish video to go ahead and promote this NIL gig. So for those of you that were bashing Caleb Williams, they're going to have a lot of good NFL players come through the draft now that are doing funky things with the nails, boys.
Yeah, I don't have a big problem with it. You know, coming from Portland, you saw a lot of like punk rock dudes doing that, you know, growing up in the 80s and 90s. And I had some pretty badass friends that did it, you know, and what happened is the chicks liked it.
Oh, the chicks dig
the chicks liked, something about it. Maybe that was just Portland gals.
You do their nails?
I don't know if Dallas gals would like it that much.
It's expensive, man. If you get a guy that can do the nails for you, you're saving some money. It'd be cost effective. We have Valentine's Day around the corner. What do you want to do, honey?
Yeah,
I'll
get a
paint your
2-for-1 maybe. You know, go get a mani-pedi with the girlfriend.
Could be fun. Shout out to Vegas. They won big. Nevada Sportsbook won a record-breaking $22.1 million from people betting the Super Bowl this year. That's the most ever for
they
the
cleaned
Las Vegas
up.
Sportsbook.
A lot of money was coming in on Kansas City, and they just sat there and let the game come to them.
They absolutely crushed it. It was incredible. DeMarco Murray, by the way, staying at Oklahoma. Penn State made a strong pitch to DeMarco, but he decided to stay in Norman, which I'm very surprised by. It sounded like he really wanted to get the hell away from the staff there. I don't think he was very happy, but he's going to stay with his beloved Oklahoma Sooners. And former 49ers star Dana Stubblefield.
Yes.
Ring a bell?
Is he in jail?
Got out.
Just got out.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's been released from prison after his rape conviction was vacated. He was originally sentenced in 2020, but now that has been vacated. So 54, he was convicted, former Defensive Player of the Year. Finally, an innocent man is no longer sitting in a cage away from his family, said his attorney, Kenneth Rosenfield.
Yeah, his attorney said the prosecuting team used racist language throughout the investigation, and that was revealed and confirmed, and they felt like it wasn't a credible conviction as a result of the discrimination that he faced.
Well, and today we had Kadarius Toney, former Giants and Chiefs and Browns receiver. He was arrested in Georgia for allegedly strangling a woman. So he put his hands around this woman's throat.
Good day for football players, huh?
Yeah, well, one gets
free
for a wrongful conviction, and the other is now going to jail for what seems to be a very rightful conviction. Don't put your hands on a woman, right?
Yeah. I think that one's kind of in line with Kadarius Toney's mode of operation throughout his career. So hopefully he gets right at some point. And
I don't know
the
how
gal's
you
okay.
can have that guy on a football team anymore.
No, that's the end of his career.
I mean, my gosh, how many second, third, fourth chances can you get here? And now you're getting into trouble off the field. The talent there, it's not worth it.
Does he play defense?
He might need to because he can't catch the ball well.
No, he's an electrifying wide receiver, though. Wasn't he a first-round pick?
He was.
I mean, you talk about somebody with the athleticism to just change directions. I saw him, teleport one afternoon. I think he was still playing with the Giants.
He He killed the Cowboys in one game.
He did. He had
Yeah.
a game with like 10 catches and 100 yards. I think that was the best game he ever played. But there's your finest for today.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Football's finest most every afternoon, 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. We'll get you caught up on everything that's been breaking in the world of sports throughout your afternoon. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back in the nation.
All right, Tolos, listen, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians? Of course you do. Something that's guaranteed to work.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Miscellaneous sisters?
Basil Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg
cell phone for?
They got kicked out of the AAC last game courtside seats for tonight's matchup. So don't know exactly which one, but maybe it was. Maybe he realized, man, I was in the wrong. This is good. That's a nice gesture. That's what the Mavericks should be doing, trying to right the wrong that you had the previous
I just don't
year.
want to know, why was he caping for Nico, though?
That's weird. Yeah. He didn't want this trade to happen.
He had a post that the fan wasn't even chanting the fire Nico. That wasn't what ticked him off. He was just, in general, saying a bunch of crap and was yelling while the Mavs had possession and were shooting free throws. So he turned around and told him to shut the F up. But other fans in that area are saying that Cuban's full of bleep. So I don't know. I don't know who to believe here.
I saw somebody posted a video and was like, actually, Cubes, that's not how this whole thing went down. And maybe that was the result of Mark Cuban sending him some tickets. But I think Mark Cuban doing an objective and fair evaluation of the facts and not getting emotionally dug in is why actually the Mavs fan base needs Mark Cuban to pull somebody aside over there and say, hey, listen, I know you're excited. You're the new owner of the Mavs, and you think that your approach to intangibles or integrity or hard work or whatever is the most important thing here. But the most important thing in pro sports is your relationship with the fan base, and you guys have destroyed it.
Absolutely.
Okay? You could have possibly got away with trading Luka Doncic over a period of time if you had not followed it up with the biggest PR disaster that we've seen in the history of North Texas sports, maybe American sports. That's what we saw the other night. And now you guys have what's left of a burning ember of a chance to reconnect with the fan base, but you need to listen to me. You know, we need to apologize. We need a fan appreciation night, maybe in every home game for the rest of the season. You know, we need more than, Nico Harrison going silent for a week after doing the trade. And you guys need to understand that, there is a long history of new owners taking over teams and making moves in the first 24 months that deep six the entire franchise for the next decade. And you guys are well on your way to doing that. So I sold you the team. Maybe I wasn't the right owner for the team anymore, right? I think Mark Cuban got too interested in other ventures and crypto. And I thought when he sold the team, it was perfect timing. Right, but there is a lot of lessons that he could explain to everybody else over there on how you keep a fan base on your side. This was just a masterclass in organizational dysfunction here of Patrick Dumont. And I don't think it is lost on me right now that the first three letters of his last name spelled dumb, because that's how he's acting right now. He is the dumbest NBA owner for greenlighting that trade and greenlighting the authoritarian regime that's policing it now.
That video of him looking around confused, not knowing if he was getting booed or not.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. He was sitting next to the mayor, so you might be confused, but come on, bro.
Sure, yeah. You're target number one. And
come on, bro.
I think the fan base, we were talking with George Sedano last hour. I asked him, is Nico the bad guy here for the fans, or is it Dumont? He said it's clearly Dumont.
Yeah.
This guy is the one that, might be the most responsible. So you can't get him to sell the team. You could get Nico Harrison fired. I think if you have as much disinterested as appears the fan base is going to have, I think eventually the organization will pivot from that. But that would be really unfortunate if Dumont's actually the most responsible guy for this whole disaster that we've been sitting in, because there's no escaping that.
No, and let me ask you this, though. Would you have felt – you're never going to feel great about the trade. That's not going to happen. But would you have been okay if they just let everybody protest and just go about and just take your medicine and move on?
I mean, the number one thing, if they could just stay healthy, I'd be willing to move on, because it would be such an exciting team.
Yeah, no, it absolutely would. And I just wonder, like, to me, if I'm the Mavs, I'm going to take the approach of, like, this is not going to make anybody happy here.
Yeah.
We did something that is going to be really very bad and could be very violent towards us.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not in a way of,
physical violence,
but
very
violent,
sudden.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's just let these fans have their opportunity to vent.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just sit back
until they're exhausted.
We can't
fight it.
We can't fight it anymore. And we'll just, and maybe they'll wear out. You're never going to forget the trade of Luka. You're not. That's not going to be. AD tried to make you forget about it.
Yeah.
For 3 quarters.
I'm here.
Yeah. For 3 quarters, he tried to make you forget about it. And Max Christie looks like a pretty darn good little player.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not the organizations that say, hey, we've done something that is going to not be taken well by our fan base. I think that's the biggest thing. To me, it's not the trade. It's how they tried to suppress the fans' feelings about the trade.
You're going to just make the fans dig in even more.
Yeah, why?
The more you fight somebody on it.
You work in a market where you look what Jerry Jones and the Cowboys and how that all works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't take any lessons from that. So to me, I like I say, I don't have a problem with the trade. I have a problem with what the Mavericks, how they've treated the fan base. That's the problems I have.
I think they're 1 and 1A to me. The situation could possibly go away if you didn't fight the fans on it.
I agree.
But trying to control them is just going to make the rebel in all of us, just gain life and gain energy.
Yeah.
Former Mav Tim Legler on TV said, not only did the Mavs lose a generational player, they could lose a generation of the fan base. And I don't know if the ownership understands exactly how much hell they've brought to their own doorstep with this, But I think the more time goes by, the story just comes about it being an inexperienced ownership group that does not know what it takes to win.
Right.
Okay. They don't know that, yes, you have to bring in a LeBron James and let him bring his entire social circle into the arena for free every game day. Right. This is what you have to do if you want to win. Right. It ticked off Pat Riley in Miami. He tried to correct LeBron James and say, no, we're going to be much more of a professional deal. And when LeBron said, I'm gone, he still flew to him and tried to apologize. This is what you do to have the superstar on your team. You let him do whatever the hell he wants. The Mavs have decided that because they've been highly successful in the casino industry, having these principles, that they're going to bring these principles to pro sports. Well, in pro sports, you can't replace this guy. It's not another pit boss manager. It's not a marketing manager. It's not a sales guy who there are millions of across the world.
Or a big act in your casino.
A big act in your casino. You can go get another comedian.
You can go get another comedian.
You can't go get another transcendent basketball player.
Yeah.
And, I think these are lessons that hopefully the Dumont and Adelson families learn here in the not-too-distant future.
I think that, to me, what was so evident is how unprepared they were. Dumont, he should have asked, okay, do we really, really want to do this? Can you give me the reasons why? And we need to have a plan for this.
Yeah.
Because we are about to set the sports world on fire.
Yeah, they seem to be very out of touch with Dallas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even with Patrick Dumont's
how about
comments.
A plan? It doesn't matter. How about have a plan? How about have a plan for okay, we need to be in lockstep why we did this. We need to have reasoning, and we need to face all this.
Sure.
Because we're about to take a firestorm of criticism from everybody. Nobody's going to like this trade. Nobody is going to like this trade. But we got to be ready. And what bothers me the most is they didn't have a plan.
Yeah.
They didn't have a plan for this. And to me, if they don't have a plan for major decisions like this, Are they going to have other plans in the future?
I think you have to have the experience and the knowledge to know what Luka is as a player. And that's why new owners screw it up so much. I mean, he's seeing Jimmy Butler talked about in trades and KD and, everybody's just trading their good players. I guess that's what we do. I don't like his habits. Let's trade our star player. No, he's 25 years old. He had the matrix is totally open with the ball in his hands. He can throw an alley-oop, hit a floater, hit a step-back three, or throw it to the corner on a dime to anybody that we put around him. This guy is different. But if you're not a big sports fan, not a basketball guy, but you manage to buy a basketball team because you want to put a casino in the arena, these are the kind of stupid things that you do.
Somebody in that organization should have stepped up and told him, hey, listen, we're about to do something. We're about to do something. Maybe there's some people in that organization that have been here for a long time.
Yeah.
And maybe they're just so afraid of new ownership that they can't go up and say, hey, are we really going to do this?
Well, since you brought it up, there is a belief over there that Nico's been clearing out everybody from the Mark Cuban Mavs.
Sure.
So if you go opposite of Nico, I think your days are probably numbered at the AAC. I like the job he's done as a general manager other than this trade.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have been I wouldn't have been critical of Nico's approach. He runs it much more strict than Mark Cuban did. Maybe the organization needed to be cleaned up and brought out of mom and pop operation to legitimate corporate entity. He's done a hell of a job at that. But to answer that question, I think a lot of employees over there feel like they have to be careful with what they choose to make a big deal out of.
If Nico would have come out and immediately addressed the situation, I got rid of Luka because A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel, I'm not saying feel better, but does it give you an understanding of why he did what he did?
Not if A, B, C, and D are everything that we've been made aware of to this point.
Yeah.
If there's an E and an F.
It's in depth of like, okay, this is what you've heard.
To at least get a better understanding of his thought process.
Right.
Like we talked about it. We saw what Anthony Davis and this team looked like for 3 quarters of basketball. I can kind of get the vision.
We got to play great defense.
But to still move on from a 25-year-old superstar who's arguably a top 3 player in the league,
right? But,
is that justification enough?
But would you like if he would have stood up there and said the absolute truth why he got rid of or traded?
I think I would have respected him more for how he handled the situation.
As a guy who's been in the front office, I feel like that, I had Sal Palantonio call me a liar to my face one time. He goes, "You're a liar." And I said, "What do you mean by that?" He goes, you're a liar. And I was talking about what we needed to do in Philadelphia to get better. And I was trying to lay it out. I was really, and that's when you see that clip of like, hey, you guys watch the games. You know our issues. You know our problems. I was like, and Sal Palantonio came at me and called me a liar to my face. He goes, "No, you don't say all these things." I'm just trying to be honest here, Sal.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be. And I was doing it in a way to try and get respect from our fan base. Like, listen, I'm not just going to come up here and blow smoke up your ass. I'm going to tell you exactly what we need to do here. You guys watch the games. You see what's going on here. So I was trying to get out ahead of things. And I think Nico could have done that. He could have come out and said, listen, this is not a popular trade. Luka is a worldwide phenomenon, but this is why I did what I did. And either history is going to smile on me or it's going to kick me in the ass out this door.
Yeah.
But, you paint it that way as trying to make a basketball decision.
Yeah, him smiling and the way that he handled that press conference, I think, made it way worse. And you're absolutely right. That might not have been received well from Sal Powell in Philadelphia, but it would be received well here in Dallas. And that's knowing the market you're in.
Yeah.
That's knowing the fan base. And clearly that's something that the Dumont the Adelsons and Nico have not had a real good touch on at all.
See, that's what I'm saying. To put the owner out there like that when he has absolutely no experience of how to handle something like that, he's a billionaire. They don't hear the word no very much.
Mm-hmm.
It's always yes, sir, yes, sir. Everything, Nico needed to be the guy out there by himself, sitting at that table, not with Jason Kidd. He needed to be sitting there taking the questions and explaining to the media and to the fans around the world why he did this. And everybody still might hate it, but you would say, well, damn, he laid it out. He laid it out for me. And that's his reasoning right there. I don't like his reasoning, but he laid it out for me right there.
At least he was honest, and we could get a look into his thought process there. I saw Jeff Kolb, Fox 4, said, according to a source, if fans bring similar signs or T-shirts to tonight's Mavs game as the ones involved in fan ejections on Monday, they will not be automatically thrown out of the AAC as long as they respect the safety of other fans and the building.
Mm-hmm.
There's also NBA Code of Conduct that is going to be posted on the backs of all courtside seats and shown on screens at concession areas throughout the AAC. So doors are opening at 7 p.m. tonight. So if you're headed to the AAC, let us know, 877-881-1053.
They make that announcement before the game about conduct.
Yeah, every sporting event does, right?
Every time I've ever sat in a Mavs game, I've watched them do.
We've seen them at the Cowboy games too, and they get a number to call.
But but maybe now it has to be even more. Yeah, more of a show.
Nobody wants a belligerent, hammered person that makes people feel unsafe in their section. Get those people out. They've had alcohol monitors at professional sports events for over a quarter century now in America, maybe even longer than that.
There's a reason why they keep those fans separate in Europe in those soccer matches.
But they took the code of conduct policy and made the most extreme interpretation of that to try to police it. It appears that maybe this is an acknowledgement that they messed up. I would then follow this up with an apology from Patrick Dumont before this game even starts. I might even bring the big German in here to address the crowd and try to create some healing.
I'll tell you the thing that I think they've missed that opportunity. I don't see Dirk being the puppet guy, but I
seems like he's siding with Luka.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Maybe the league stepped in and said, "Listen, Mavs, get your S together down there."
Yeah, speaking of things you don't know how it works quite yet.
Yeah, exactly. If they want to protest and they want to say, and they have there, as long as it's not anything that's with any violence, we need to kind of accept what's going on down there. And I bet you the league said something to the ownership group about this.
Yeah,
like you need to get a better handle on what your fan base is going through right now.
I mean, if you have any hope of getting fans to the arena, I did a question on Twitter a couple of hours ago. Are you going to the game tonight? What's your plan relative to the code of conduct and all that? And everybody that replied is like, I'm not even watching. I'm not going. I've given up on this basketball team. If you have any hope, you got to create a clear ending to this story.
Yeah.
And then at some point in the next year or two, couple of months, start playing great basketball again.
Yeah.
But you got to, nip this thing in the bud and not let it continue to fester. So that is good news. They're out of the AAC. It looks like you're going to be able to bring your signs and wear your shirts.
Clown shirts.
Maybe even get a little chant going. I think it needs to be Fire Patrick instead of Fire Nico, though, if you ask me.
Sell the team.
Sell the team would work as well.
I don't think we're supposed to do that. But,
Okay, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
So, every morning I listen to a political radio show on the XM. Okay. And this morning they were talking about AD's injury.
Wow.
Now, this is a political show. They stopped down and talk about sports. And they said, I just want to say to the Dallas Mavericks fans, we're sorry.
Yeah.
We're here for you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Damn.
We're
Very
sorry
compassionate
and
show.
We're here for you.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. It's a real deal. Hey, I'm going to do this again on the fan text. Anthony Davis, what does AD stand for? What does AD stand for? Somebody said, ain't Doncic.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday right after the great Rick James show. Booty, 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 bounce.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke.
AD stands for all damn.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
Stands for a disaster.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
When you fart, your fart will tell you what you gotta do. If you get a fart to go, your stomach just hurt. That's all that is. That ain't nothing but some gas. If you get a fart to go, you gotta. When you hear that, your ass is wet. Soggy than a. Ain't nothing worse than a wet ass. Let me tell you.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Soggy than a. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, February 12th. I think that's right. Yeah, 12th.
Yep.
2025. It is a butt naked Wednesday here at LA Live. Word to Miss Badu. I too was born underwater. Peace to the gods. Hotep, stay woke. All that fly stuff. I seen a fact the other day, fellas. It said 80% of smokers start smoking before turning 18.
I'd see that. I see that.
That's early.
You guys ever smoke cigarettes or something?
No.
A few times.
No, I've stayed away from the cigarettes, but that was mainly
cigars all day, but never cigarettes. Yeah.
Smoke some cigars.
Black and Milds. It was Black and Milds.
Black and Milds, yep.
In high school, wasn't it?
Yep. The wood tips.
Yeah. Yep. Black and Milds in high school, bro. When'd you start smoking a little bit there, Dawson?
I was 19, camping trips, and the hippies were bringing the drum that you roll up yourself.
Yeah.
In the big tin.
Wow.
They're like, oh, yeah, this stuff's great. It's not bad for you. It's not addictive because it doesn't have all the chemicals in it,
Lies.
And, I got back from the camping trip, and I was fiending immediately, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, what just happened?
Did he leave a number on you? Hey, man, you won't be addicted. Call me if you want some more, though.
Here's my contact.
Have as much as you want. Yeah, I think I was around the same age. It was high school-ish, Black and Milds. We used to freak the black, trying to make it all soft and whatnot, and put toothpicks in there, cinnamon toothpicks.
Really?
Ridiculous, bro.
Wow.
Ridiculous. That's why my throat hurts now. I'm puffing on that vape so much. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I had to leave it at the house, man.
Man, one of the influencers that I follow on Twitter or whatever had a collapsed lung. Bro's 27 years old. He was like, yeah, I thought vaping was a healthier thing than smoking. And he's sitting here in the hospital with a dang collapsed lung.
I feel like that's me, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pulled out the little vape the other day. I've been smoking it way too much. I take it to bed with me like it's a pacifier. I wake up in the middle of the night looking for it and put it in my mouth. Yeah. Oh. I done got too far with it till now I hit it and it feels like I've hit COVID. Just
yeah.
So
my lungs hurt.
Yeah. I left it at the house, man. It's really weird.
Well, it's so waxy and concentrated. I can't imagine that going and sitting on your lungs.
Yeah.
It would take away their flexibility.
It's been 2 days without it, and I've just been coughing up all types of stuff.
I bet, yeah.
And it's clear.
Yeah.
It's clear. It's not like yellow mucusy stuff. Anyway, this is too personal. What are we doing? I apologize. I don't care about your throat and chest, Lucius. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. A winner right here. This man stole one today. Old Fred from the Fan After Dark.
He got one. Yeah.
He stole one today.
Salute.
I probably shouldn't have said his name. I should have just played it and then told you afterwards. But here's what he did.
From the 214, who said AD is out for the season? Pump the brakes, fellas. Calm down. A lot of basketball left.
Oh, my God. Stole one. I don't know. That tickled y'all today.
Yeah, it was good.
It got y'all.
That was good.
Hey, fellas. From the 214, who's
FM DJ Fred.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, Blake asked Fred who you think he would win in a fight, me or Fred. And before I freaking answer, I just told Blake, hey, that guy over there is going to get me. I'm not fighting Fred whatsoever.
Wild card.
Yeah, exactly.
Fred,
100%.
He fights dirty. There's no question.
Dog, I've had some fights. I'm not the greatest fighter in the world, but I've won some fights. I've lost some fights. I can fight, okay?
Right.
Had a lot of fights, though. Fred, I'm not fighting Fred.
No.
Fred the type of guy will headbutt you in a fight.
That's exactly right. And you
don't see headbutts in street fights a lot. He would do that.
He'll break your nose.
He's going to go straight for your ankle.
Yeah. In the middle of the fight, you start realizing, oh, this is a fight to the death.
Yeah. Does he have a knife?
Oh, okay. My bad. Let me regroup, bro. What are we arguing about? You can have the parking spot. You can have it.
You can have it.
I'm out, dog.
I'm sorry I cut you off, man.
My bad, G. All right. There we go. Hey, I've been watching Super Bowl halftime shows over here on YouTube. I started with Michael Jackson's, and I've been working my way up to the 2000s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's been interesting.
Boy,
Michael Jackson's
we've come a long way.
Did you skip over the Bruce Springsteen ones?
I've been watching them all. I don't know. I'm at 2000 right now.
Okay.
I did see Diana Ross. It was the Cowboys Super Bowl versus Steelers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They landed a whole helicopter in the middle of the
field.
Bro,
Yeah.
the insurance company was like, all right, are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, I was watching that. They sat her right there on the edge and then took off in the air.
That's crazy.
Wrapped a cord around her.
That's crazy.
There's no way I'm trusting a helicopter dude to not dump me out of
How
that
do you
field.
get insurance for that?
I don't know.
It took about 25 people out landed that helicopter to pick up Diana Ross and all that hair after the performance.
All that hair.
Yeah, come on, Lucius. We used to drive around without seatbelts on, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all were wild, man.
Yeah.
Y'all were some wild boys. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a butt naked Wednesday. I got a question for the Tolos. Speaking of all this smoking and vaping and whatnot, what's something you'll never do for the second time? What is something you'll never do for the second time? Did it once, been there, had it, got mad at it, and I don't want it no more.
Drink Everclear.
I mean, helicopter ride.
Yeah.
For sure.
No, me too, bro. I'll never get back in another helo. Uncle Sid put me in too many of them joints.
They used to hang you out the side of it, though.
Sure did.
And you'll never get back on one again.
Never get back in there again. It's scary as hell, man.
Yeah, they're bobbing around like a bobber on a busy lake. You're just up there like,
Yeah.
It's the pilot's all like, oh yeah, this is fine. I do this every day. No, dude, no. I mean, how could you decide to make that a career for 40 years? I'm going to go up here and bob around and just assume this propeller's going to keep spinning.
So you would you'd be like a traffic report guy. You wouldn't be like helicopter traffic report guy?
No, there's no way I could go up there every day.
Absolutely not.
No.
How about fly around in a police helicopter?
It's a numbers game. You know, if I have more than 5 airplane flights over the course of a year, I figure it's about to catch up with me. There's no way I could do that every day for hours and hours. Every time a plane dips or does this, my adrenaline fires.
Yeah,
I'm like, this is it. Here we go.
Yeah. Especially as of late.
Yeah.
Every time you look up, man, there's something going on.
We can't even land planes anymore. We're like running into each other on the ground.
Yeah, Bon Jovi's plane.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, that was Bon Jovi's plane.
Motley Crue.
Oh, was it Motley Crue? Which one of those?
Yeah, Motley Crue.
Man,
They
my
lost
bad.
their pilot. Yeah.
My bad. One of them fools.
No, you got it. Same era. Yeah.
Freaking period.
Yeah.
All right. What is something you'll never do again? Somebody said drink Budweiser cheladas.
Oh, the tomato ones.
Is that the Chilean
tomato
ones?
Budweisers?
Is that the green? The green Budweisers?
I think it's I don't know, tomato flavored.
Oh, okay. Probably not. Doesn't sound very good.
No, not to me either.
My beer Stella doesn't make those.
Somebody said fly Spirit. They'll never fly Spirit for the second time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, sometimes the price is just unbeatable. You figure I'm going to roll the dice.
They add on a lot of stuff, Dawson, though. They add on way too much.
If you're just flying with a backpack, though, and time is not super important.
No bag.
Yeah, if you're okay with delays.
Yeah. 2 hours. Can't go any further than 2 hours away on the flight. And yes, they will tax your ass.
They will get
They pull your wallet out.
Yeah.
They put you on the scale. Ooh.
I tell you what, after flying Southwest last weekend, I feel like that's dang near a luxury jetliner after doing Frontier and Spirit multiple times over the last year.
Yeah, we got Southwest at the end of the month.
Yeah.
Especially if you call in check in early.
Dude.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah.
I mean, the seats seem large.
They were.
Compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah, very spacious.
What is something you'll never do for the second time? Somebody said go to a music festival with only general admission tickets.
That's a bad idea.
Eat sea urchin.
Ooh.